Man, it's a beautiful Sunday for some European Halo. It's great to be back, everybody. Welcome to the Quadrant 4K HCS tournament, and it's wonderful to have the duo back alongside me. Andy, it feels like it's been a while, my friend, but we're back and we're here to cast some wonderful Halo.
It has been a while. It's great to be here. Like you said, a fantastic day for some top-level Halo, and to be honest, I think we're jumping into the European storyline in a pretty interesting time, right? A lot of questions about how will this year go for the region? Will the team step up in a way that we really didn't see at the end of last year? And we're going to start to get a lot of those answers today, and I'm excited to get into the matches.
It's going to be a wonderful day at Halo, and hopefully you're going to be here with us for the long haul as well. We've got a lot of games to get through. We've got 2 pools to get through as well. But before we get going, I want to obviously thank Quadrant for having us here. It's wonderful that they've put this prize pool up, 14,000 euros. So it's not just a case of this is a 4K tournament for a huge amount of points here, Andy. The money on the line for these teams makes it even more of a spectacle for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, a lot of cheddar to play for these teams, and I think they're going to realize that not only do we have a lot of cash on the line, but also a little bit of a table setter for the year, without a doubt. I think we're coming off of Charlotte, and teams are wondering, where are they going to settle? What is this year going to look like for them? How will it be remembered? And taking a look at Pool B here on your screen for just a moment, that's actually one of the first matches that we're going to see on screen. But to be honest, Mark, you and I have been looking at all the matches this weekend, both of the pools with Sherzy and Gaskin as well, who are going to be joining us for the entire show. It's fantastic to have them with us. But a lot of storylines that are coming in here, without a doubt, that I'm excited to jump into when we can, in terms of all the different teams that are playing, all the recent team changes. There's a lot to look at here in Europe.
It certainly is, and there's some cool stuff for everyone at home as well. We thank Quadrant. We've got to thank a few of the sponsors who are helping put on this show as well. We've got Elgato, we've got JBL and Scuff. And speaking of Scuff, Andy, we've got a player at the tournament which, you know, rightly or wrongly, is at our discretion. So, you know, hopefully we pick the right player, but they're going to win a controller as well, Scuff Gaming controller. So shout out to Scuff. I feel almost under pressure earlier than I ever have in a broadcast, because having that hanging over me just kind of, you know, it's going to be there for the long haul. I don't want to get it wrong, you know.
Like,
to start with.
Like you said, rightly or wrongly. I think there's a right answer to rightly or wrongly, but we'll find out. Usually we aren't given this much trust in a broadcast. However, excited to see which players are able to step up today, and it might be a tight race for who kind of jumps out in terms of the grand finals. But if we know anything, it's 2 teams specifically have been going back and forth in the region quite a bit. We'll get into that, but it could certainly be a tight race, not only for the title, but also for the top player award for sure.
Well, let's take a look at those pools that we saw for just a moment a few seconds ago, and see what the teams are going to be competing in today's tournament. We're going to start off with Pool B here, and this is going to be one of our first matches that we show as well. At the top of the leaderboards there, you can see the second seed overall is going to be Na'Vi, and then in behind them, JLINGZ, you've got BH3 and Cat Smile Gaming, who qualified through the qualifier to join this pool, Andy. And I mean, talk about some of the teams that we see here, because there's some interesting stories.
Yeah, there really are, especially when you look at JLINGZ Na'Vi, as you said, one of our first matchups of the day. Can't wait to get into that one. A lot of questions around Na'Vi. I'm sure we'll have a lot of time during the series to talk about it, but when you look at this team, a lot of questions about where they're going to go from here, right? We're talking about them as really a new hope for this roster. What can they do in year number 2? In Charlotte, a little bit flat, especially in pools. They went 4-7, so they're going to look to this tournament, Mark, as a real bounce-back opportunity.
They certainly are. And then JLINGZ Esports, they made a little bit of a change. They've got some new players on the roster. We'll get into that in a few moments as well. But Pool A, of course, we have Quadrant, the number 1 seed, coming into this tournament right at the top of the pile. Jump Out Gang in behind them with some familiar names, as well as Wobbabobs in behind them, who also have some familiar names for some of you who might have missed out on a little bit of European Halo and what's been going on. Regained the qualifier in that 4th place position. But Quadrant, certainly top of the pile at the moment, as far as European Halo is concerned. Had a bit of a tough time, you would have to say, the last tournament in Charlotte, not having Chick on the roster, and 2Foxy doing superbly to jump over not only into the roster but over the seas to join them at the last second. And I think their performance was still very, very good, even though maybe they didn't get the placement they would have wanted, but certainly solidified themselves as the number 1 team in Europe.
Yeah, I think a lot to be proud of in that tournament. I think, as you said, it's a tough circumstance. 2Foxy was up to the challenge, and it was great to see that. If you watch Quadrant's most recent piece, you also saw how tough it was for Chick. I think, you know, you're looking at moving across the country, terrible circumstances leading to him not able to attend the tournament as well. So I think when I look at Chick, you got to think about how excited is he now, right, in terms of this tournament and the season ahead, what this means for him. There's a lot of time that him and the team have had to think about last season and the end of it, and now moving into this event. You have to think it was heartbreaking for him not to be in Charlotte. However, to now be here at his own kind of home field advantage in the Quadrant 4K, it's a big opportunity, and you got to think that maybe that's not going to be lost on him. I think he's going to be ready to play today.
Yeah, and it's the first time we're actually going to see this full Quadrant roster playing with money on the line, which is crazy to say because it feels like, the season's been rolling on. We've already had one event. We've had, 2Ks and 4Ks, but not at this standard, not with this money on the line like we mentioned. 14,000 euros, 8 of that going to first place. So Quadrant's certainly going to want to make a point in their own tournament and hopefully take home the win for their fans. But let's talk about what games we're going to have coming up today for you wonderful people at home. Let's have a look at the schedule when we have the opportunity. We mentioned what our first game is going to be, Andy, and that is going to be featuring Na'Vi on our screens against JLINGZ Esports. And I think we should kind of start off by talking about Na'Vi, the number 2 team, you would say, in Europe, but certainly closing that gap on number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the question that you and I talked about is, can they start to change the conversation from Na'Vi, the number 2 kind of second fiddle, to more about the European region as a whole, right? Quadrant and Na'Vi. When you look at North American teams right now, they are seeing 2 different tiers of European Halo. They're seeing Quadrant and they're seeing Na'Vi, and it's been that way for quite some time. If you go back into how Ascend was the number 1 and everyone else was the number 2. And I think what we talked about is really Na'Vi needs to look at this as, how can we be just as big of a threat, if not more, as Quadrant to the rest of the globe? And all of that really starts here this weekend.
It does. It's a big tournament for Na'Vi as well. If you're, like I mentioned, you've missed out on some of the European Halo that's been going down recently in the 2Ks and in the 4Ks. It's been back and forth between these two teams. It's been incredibly tight. It's been reset of brackets in the finals, and Quadrant have taken more, I think, than Na'Vi overall. But Na'Vi still won a couple of tournaments along the way as well with some bracket resets. So don't expect this to be a short series. If we do see these two teams match up in the final, it certainly is going to go the distance. But I want to take the conversation towards JLINGZ as well, because there's been some big roster changes here. And one player who's come onto this roster is going to be 2Foxy, the player we mentioned who filled in for Quadrant back in Charlotte. And he had a standout performance, and you would maybe even say a career kind of reinvigorating performance that really put him back in the shop window.
I think it really was, and it was great to see as well. When we watched Quadrant's, as we said, their most recent documentary on Charlotte itself, it was pretty amazing to see just how confident they were. Even when they get the terrible news that Chick will not be able to attend the event, they were, even before they saw 2Foxy on screen, they were so confident in his ability. And then 2Foxy, I think, showed up and even surpassed their expectations. I think he surpassed our expectations, and I think you put it perfectly. It's a career reinvigorating moment. I think 2Foxy's a household name, not just in European Halo, but in global Halo. And it was a pretty big moment for him. And I think if he plays his cards right, he can ride that momentum even further into this season for sure.
Now, just to give you an update on the rest of the roster as well, another name who we believe is going to be playing under the JLINGZ banner today is going to be another European champion, and that is going to be Respectful. Now, that is a huge name to pick up. We know all about the history of Brand and what he brings to teams and, you know, his individual ability in game, but it's a very interesting pickup. We see Morga, obviously he's decided to step aside from competing at the moment. Shout out to Morga. We're both huge fans of his, both in and out of the game. Burton's gone back to North America as well. So those two positions have been filled by, you couldn't really say, players you could ask for more from. Both have a huge amount of pedigree. Both have won tournaments before. But the one thing I do want to highlight is both these players were on Na'Vi, and at that time, they did not see eye to eye in game.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think our question is like personality meshing. How is this going to work on this team in terms of chemistry purposes? We're going to have to see what they do. And I think they need to pull it together. And to quote Wes Clutch Price, they need to figure it out. And luckily, I think with players like 2Foxy and Respectful, I think as time has gone on, not only have they become more talented Halo players, but I think also the maturity and the way that they, approach the game, I think can go a long way if they can figure out personality meshing on the squad.
Yeah, I think it's time to think about business instead of friendship is what we were talking about. You've got to get the job done, and you certainly got to put yourself back into a position where you're competing for first place, not just taking home those places outside of the grand final. But I think we also have a little bit of time here before we get into game number one to kind of highlight some of the other teams that we're going to be watching along the way as well. We've got the likes of Awobabobs, and I kind of want to highlight them a little bit here, Andy, because they've got two players on the team who are kind of part of the new breed of European Halo. And I want to talk about Glory a little bit, because Glory was the FFA World Champion at the Halo World Championships. He took home first place. And when you're making comparisons to new players coming to the scene, what they can achieve from a performance like that on the world stage, you kind of look at Mighties, right? Or who's on that Na'Vi roster. The first event of the year, the Rally Kickoff Major, the first event of Halo Infinite, he won the FFA, and it projected his career into a great direction. And you have to wonder, if Glory can recreate that and maybe end up on one of these top teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at the history of free-for-all starting careers, it's quite a rich history, right? If you look at some of the most notable examples, you're looking at players like Pistola, you're looking at players like Strongside, And even into a more modern era, you have a player like King Nick, for example, who started in free-for-all, then made his way into the pro bracket, of course. Not the same impact as the aforementioned players. However, I think it just is another example of free-for-all can really propel you quite far. And to do it at the World Championship, when you had so many eyes on that stage, so many eyes on that tournament itself, it's a big deal. And I think it's going to be exciting to see where Glory goes from here. Coming in here with the 5th seed, he's got a lot of competition ahead of him, but maybe he's able to kind of lean forward, get ready to go in, and get ready to see what he could do on this championship Sunday.
Well, if we had the opportunity to bring up the schedule and have a look at it so we know what games we're going to be getting into, that would be lovely, so we can keep everybody up to date. But it looks like we might actually be going into our first game, so forget about the schedule, because this is what is in front of us right now. Na'Vi versus JLINGZ. We've talked about it, and I've got to say, for Na'Vi, this is going to be a real test first thing in the day. Midday, even though it might seem like a normal, you know, a little bit of a later start for some players. We know what Halo players are like. We know this might be 15 minutes ago they got out of bed. So for Na'Vi, they've got to be on their game here in this best of 5, and we're starting on Imperium Capture the Flag, which certainly is a game type they like.
It certainly is, and I think it's going to really play to their strengths as a team, which is something that will jump in throughout this series and no doubt throughout the entire tournament. Navi's specific play style and how it lends to specific game types and might get them into trouble on other game types as well. But I gotta say, Mark, 6:57 a.m. here on the East Coast. I don't want to hear any excuses from Na'Vi with this 5-hour buffer. They better be ready to play here.
It's very true. It's not, and the funny thing is, you're not even the one that's up earliest on the broadcast today, but we'll leave that to Gaskin to explain a little bit earlier. But this is going to be a lot of fun today. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for us to get back into the swing of things. It feels like forever, like I mentioned, since we've had the opportunity to cast some high-level Halo. And for these players, I feel like there's a lot on the line as well, because obviously we have DreamHack coming up as well. The international qualification is going to be so important for these teams. You want to get into one of those qualification positions. And even though the money is great, obviously the points that are available to play for today, 4,000 of them is massive for these teams to kind of book that and solidify that place.
Absolutely. I think also the momentum they're going to get out of this tournament, right? I think what we've seen now is that European Halo has so much potential. Last season was maybe the biggest indicator of that we've ever seen in the history of the franchise. And I think every time that they fly across the world, get ready to play at an event, there's a lot of pressure, and it feels like even more pressure because the ceiling has been raised after last season. What could Ascend do? What could Quadrant do? What did they fail to do? Now, as we look at this year, I think each team is realizing they need as much momentum, as much practice, as many things to be dialed in as they can, because when they get onto U.S. soil this year, there's going to be opportunities ahead of them where they can perform. And I think they're realizing they need to take the wins here, take the learnings, and really bring them across. It's no longer about, like we saw maybe 10 years ago, where European Halos is just excited to be in North America to compete against the best. Now I think they're realizing they will get a handful of chances this year. They need to capitalize, and that practice, that momentum, it really starts here in the online 4K.
Yeah, I think it's interesting you talk about that on the international kind of scale and everything that we talk about, because, you know, as much as we want to talk about how things have got better, European Halo has improved, there's still that sticking point for these teams. They still can't get it done in those big series, however close they are. And, you know, speaking of close series, you look at Quadrant's result back in Charlotte, and yeah, we kind of asterisk it because T-Foxy was on the lineup and Chick wasn't there, but they had some incredibly close series, but weren't able to close them out against some of the best in the world. They went to game 5 with Optic. I mean, if you beat Optic, you win a tournament, but they didn't win it. And that's the difference, right? It's, you can go to as many game 5s as you want, and if you don't get that win, then you're not going to get those placings that you're desperate for. And it seems to be something that's plaguing European Halo a little bit when it comes to those crunch moments, those big game 5s. I mean, we've seen it with the Quadrant Ascend roster, you know, in history. Game 5s have just not gone their way. And the same with Na'Vi. Close games, but close games, it doesn't matter what the score is at the end if you're not picking up the win.
Absolutely. I think just to lean into that even more, I think the teams are realizing, just like you said, there's only so many opportunities you're going to get a season and maybe even in your career that are like that. And I think as those games 5s stack up, kind of in the history of European Halo, I think some of the players on these teams, specifically players on Quadrant and Na'Vi, are going to realize, there's only a handful of these left, right, in our career, right? Maybe depending on how many years we continue to play, we're only going to get so many series against the best teams in the world. And this is truly going to go one way or the other, right? As you mentioned, European Halo can stay the course, and they can be a top 8, top 6 at best squad when they arrive on North American soil. Or, as was indicated last year, it can go a different direction, and Europe can start to challenge some of the best in the world. And as they were last year, right, North America teams did not want to hit Ascend, and later in the season did not want to hit Quadrant in the bracket. It was a big deal, and you did not look past it. And things are starting to regress a tiny bit after Charlotte, after Worlds and Charlotte. And I think the European Halo captains are going to need to realize, we need to figure out what we need to do back home. And once we get those details figured out, how do we bring that into the clutch game 3s, into the game 5s? How do we make sure that we're showing up, like you said, in the moment? Because guess what? A series is only about an hour long, and you need to figure out everything you need to do. And I think a lot of that practice comes from the right preparation in tournaments like this.
I would have completely agree with everything you're saying there. I think there's still a lot to be answered for European Halo on the international scale, but I do feel with Quadrant and Na'Vi pushing each other, there is going to be, some competition that's going to certainly improve both teams as we move forward. And let's focus on Na'Vi a little bit. Let's focus on, what we're going to see in front of us, because we want to talk about game types a little bit. We want to talk about what teams are strong at, what they're struggling at a little bit. And Na'Vi, when we're talking about game types, flag has been their bread and butter, Andy. They have been so good at flags. Whenever we've seen them in series against Quadrant in those finals, it seems like Na'Vi have got the better of them. And it just seems to be that setup-based approach where they control the map, which is bringing them so much success.
Yeah, I was going to say the same exact thing. I think it's really a conservative play style at times, when appropriate for the game type, does help them find a lot of success, a lot of consistency, and they start to really put up kind of a brick wall of control and conservative aggression. And I think CTF is a game type that really allows them to do that. I think the question is, right, how do they make sure that they apply the right pieces of that puzzle to game types like King, Strongholds, and Ball, and how do they make sure that they're also still playing fast when they need to in those game types that demanded a lot more than CTF? And I think that's going to be the real focus for you and I today, Mark, is how are they approaching the different game types, how are they bringing the right pieces in, and making sure that when they need to play fast, they can play fast as well.
Yeah, I think just making sure that the objective is being shared around as well is going to be key for Na'Vi as well. We see Jimbo picking up a lot of the slack when it comes to that objective, and as we know, if you look at objective stats generally in a grand final of an international tournament, it's going to be shared around by at least 2 or 3 players. There might be one Royal 2 who isn't picking up that oddball too much, but it's Royal 2. You let him do his thing. But I think on the other side of things, we can focus on JLINGZ now, because like we mentioned, alongside 2Foxy being picked up and alongside Respectful joining this roster, we expect to see Respectful, you have the 2 mainstays of the roster. You have Quadios and you have Septic, who have had success and have had really strong performances. The notable one being at Worlds, of course, where they got through that qualifier. They managed to make it into the championship bracket, and it shows the potential those 2 players have. They've got a good amount of history. And one thing I like about those 2 players as well is I think their attitude's great, especially Quadios. I think he's a very down-to-earth person. I think he's a very talented player. And maybe just being a bit of a quiet guy himself doesn't get the praise sometimes that he should demand, considering how good his gameplay is.
Yeah, you have to think also maybe a little bit of, when you look at the full roster, maybe a little bit of emotional regulators when you think about Respectful and 2Foxy, right? I think we've spent a lot of time listening to their comms, both such talented players. However, when you have a player like 2Foxy or a player like Respectful, and heaven forbid both of them getting upset in game, right, that can start to get emotions flaring up a little bit in the wrong direction. So I think, like you said, Septic and Quadios, anytime I've spent with those guys, anytime I've listened to their comms in game, it's always been calm, cool, and collected, especially when contrasted with high emotion players. And I think that they're going to bring a lot to this roster for sure. And they're maybe going to support the Respectful 2Foxy redemption arc. I think, like we talked about, these 2 guys are already not just household name, but champions, and we'll have to see what they could do here. I think with Septic and Quadios, though, it's a great kind of support system. It's a strong team of 4. And the question is, what can they do to challenge the top 2? I think there's no doubt right now that the potential's there. And I think we're going to learn a lot from today's matches of how close they are to challenging the top 2. And of course, we're going to even learn a lot right here in this first series of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting series. And I think we're looking at scrim results. We're looking at how these 2 teams have played against each other. And it seems like Na'Vi certainly have the upper hand, but you can only expect over time with the talent that's on this JLINGZ lineup for that gap to close. And I think the one thing that falls into Na'Vi's favor today is the fact that it's best of 5s for the whole tournament until that grand final, where we change to a best of 7. So there's less room for an upset, as we would see in tournaments previously where we've had best of 3s. You win the Slayer, all of a sudden, you put yourself in a position to win the series. Thank goodness I feel that we're moving to best of 5s, that we are going to get more consistent results, I feel, across tournaments. But for JLINGZ, it's not about causing an upset today. I think they want to make a statement. I think they want to prove that they want to be in a grand final. They have the talent to be in a grand final, but to do that, you have to go through the 2 powerhouses who have just completely dominated that grand final place in Na'Vi and Quadrant.
Yeah, like you said, it would require really consistent play today for them to take down either of the two. And you have to say, maybe first series of the day is the time to do it. Maybe you catch Na'Vi off guard. But I think another thing we're going to be looking at as part of that, too, is, right, what kind of improvements have Na'Vi made in game types like Oddball, right? We've seen their games looking better and better in things like Ball. Also, their Slayers looking pretty good, but we're not going to see as many scrim results, of course, on Slayers across the board. So JLINGZ is going to have their work cut out for them. Like you said, I think as casters, viewers, and then also the competitors, they're going to be really happy to see best of fives. Maybe JLINGZ would have loved the best of three in this scenario, but regardless, they're going to have to do the work and get the job done. And it'll be a long day of Halo, not just for us here and luckily for everyone watching at home, but for the players as well. This is going to be a grueling marathon of Halo, pool play straight into brackets, and I think it's going to be a great warm-up for the rest of the year. But make no mistake, you're going to have to win games today and win quite a lot of them to get deep into the bracket.
Yeah, I think, by the way, I've made a note of emotional regulator. I think that that is definitely a term that's going to become as well known as main Slayer in Halo lore.
It's important.
That's a really strong. I'm proud, dude. It's what time is it for you right now? Like 6 a.m. You said 7 a.m.
7:06 a.m. on the East Coast.
This man is like on it to a level where he's creating terms that will be used for time to come. Who would you say is the emotional regulator when we play as a team of four? By the way, me, you, Shers, and Dan.
It's me. Are you kidding? It's me.
You are playing like it's an 08 Grand Finals. You are screaming.
Well, I'll tell you what. Okay, you are going crazy and winning every.
I'm not the emotional regulator. I'm happy.
You are not. You are winning every. You're winning every battle that you're in, and other players on the team are not. So that doesn't help. Dan hasn't said a word yet, so he's not emotionally regulating anything. Sherzy is not really calling out, and he's not really calling out, and he's getting really mad when no one finishes the kill. It is on me to make sure that we are even have enough.
Do you know what? The more I think about it, you might be right. Actually,
I know I'm right. I don't want to be
in this game. Come on, guys, just stay in this game.
I don't want to be the emotional regulator. I think I have to in those scenarios.
I'm the one I feel like creates the atmosphere where we need emotional regulation.
Yes, actually, it's true. You are the conditions under which the therapy has to begin. Yeah.
This is true. I mean, you've got history as a therapist anyway. Maybe you are the right person for the role. We'll give you that. Let's talk about some of the other teams though while we wait for the players to get in the lobby, because as we know, players love to take their time to get into a lobby. We want to get into the game as soon as possible. Thank you for staying with us until we can get into this game. By the way, it's 8 minutes past 12, everybody. Local time. You should be playing the first game right now. Do you know what? I've got a lot of these players on Discord. I might just start hammering them.
Just start pinging them.
Yeah, start pinging them.
Exactly.
And it gives us a chance, though, to remind everyone that we've got some amazing sponsors today. So shout out to Elgato, JBL, and Scuff. And the fact that we have the opportunity to give away an awesome Scuff controller today with the player of the tournament. I almost feel, because we're opening the show today, Andy, that we could put that responsibility on Shers and Dan, because they're not here.
Yeah, it's actually turned out that it's going to be Sherzy and Dan who are going to be selecting the player of the tournament, which is a pretty exciting opportunity for them. A lot of pressure, though, without a doubt, and I think the players are going to be maybe pretty harsh on them in terms of their criteria, so making sure Dan and Shers are ready for that one. That's going to be coming up later in the show.
Yeah, we'll make sure we get their Twitter handles and all social media links to Dan and Shers for you at home and for the players to make sure that you can really voice your opinions, because that's what they're here for. But yeah, let's talk about some of the other teams while we do.
Yeah, we should look at. Do we have pools C and D?
Oh, we don't have pool C and D, Andy. It's only two pools. So,
okay.
You know, I mean,
that's true.
This isn't an international tournament, my friend.
That's true.
There's only so much.
Give me pools E and give me pools E and F as well while we're at it.
If we had that, we'd be here. We'd be
for
here
several days.
Yeah,
several days.
Let's not do that. But let's talk about Jump Out Gang, because they're one of our high seeded teams that we haven't even mentioned yet. That's Lunny, Kimbo, Millsy, and Clonely. Similar situation we were saying to Wobber Bobs, and the fact that we have a team here that is going to be kind of in the shop window when it comes to the future of their team and how they're going to play and what players are going to be on the lineup. They get a better offer, you would feel like they're going to try and go elsewhere. But for Lunny and Kimbo, I think we have to highlight, and we have to be honest, they haven't found as much success of late as we've seen from them in the past. And this is a tournament to really kind of reestablish themselves in the scene.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity without a doubt. And like you said, I think it's pretty interesting territory when you do have a team of mercenaries like we see on Jump Out Gang and Wobba Bobs, where you have guns for hire, where these players are excited to play with each other. They have a set roster that they're ready to play in. However, they're looking for their next opportunity, right? And you have to wonder, Are these teams going to look to grow together? Is this a long-term play where they realize that they have a lot of potential, or is this kind of a career stepping stone? And a lot of times, to be honest, especially when you have young players, you don't know exactly what they're looking for on a roster, and you're not sure what you're building. So I think it's going to come down to a lot of what are the conversations that they've had together, how are they going to be ready for kind of this tournament, and what lies ahead thereafter. So a lot of opportunity for our 4th and 5th seeds, without a doubt.
All right, then, while we wait for this game to get ready and get going, just a little bit of delay, we're going to jump to a quick break. But when we get back, we're going to have Na'Vi versus JLINGZ for your beautiful eyes. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few. Well, there's nothing quite like anticipation building before a first series, and that's exactly what we have done today, Andy. We wouldn't want to do it any other way. Of course, we would want to get into the game as soon as possible. But the good news is the game is ready to go. We had a little bit of a back-end things to sort out, but the back-end has been sorted out, Andy, which is always a good thing and a good place to find yourself.
It is. Keep your back end sorted, folks. That's what we like to do here. We keep it clean and ready to go. As we said, Empyrean CTF going to be game number 1. Excited to see what both teams are able to do. I think right now things are going to lead towards Na'Vi in terms of the way they've been playing this game type, the way that their CTF looks, period. However, it will be a first test for JLINGZ here on the day, and we'll see maybe they can catch a flat-footed Na'Vi off guard in this series. Not going to be easy, though, in a best of 5.
Yeah, it certainly won't indeed. And speaking of best of 5, it'd be good if we could have a quick look at the series layout just to show exactly what game types we're going to be playing. Like you mentioned, Empyrean Capture the Flag is going to be game number 1, certainly favoring Na'Vi. They've had a lot of success. Game number 2 is going to be Aquarius Slayer. Then we go over to Live Fire Strongholds. We've got some Oddball and Recharge. And then at the end, you can see Slayer on... What map is that?
Streets.
Streets. Is that Streets? Yeah, it's Streets from the above. Yeah, that caught me off guard a little bit, everybody. I'm going to be honest with you. You probably guessed. I probably didn't have to tell you that. But an interesting series for sure.
Yeah, it really is. I think if you look at kind of the first 2, I think statistically and in terms of recent performance, we look at them maybe going the way of Na'Vi in terms of how things have gone. Of course, as we talked about earlier, that game number 3 going to be an opportunity for JLINGZ to try to bounce back if they haven't stolen one of the first 2 game types already, and that could send the series the distance. And as you said, Oddball has been a 50-50 game type for Na'Vi as well. So if you just look at the game types kind of all up, this is spelled out to be potentially an interesting series, if things go the way that they kind of have over the past few weeks. We could actually see this one. There's a real chance it goes to game number 5. However, Na'Vi might instead want to make quick work of JLINGZ.
They certainly will indeed. And the Slayers is always an interesting thing for me because obviously when teams are scrimming, it's very rare we're seeing them scrimming Slayers. And I'm a big component of actually making that a priority if I was one of the teams at the moment, because you have 2 of those in a series. And like we mentioned, game 5, game 7, whatever it might go to at the end of the series, you are going to be playing a Slayer. So that's a real opportunity here, maybe for JLINGZ to steal a few games away, because as I say, you get off to a hot start on a Slayer, you get a few weapons and power-ups in your hands, you can start rolling.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're right. I think Slayers have been deprioritized in scrims over the past few years just because players view them as a little bit of a coin flip and a game type incorrectly, if you ask me, that doesn't need to be scrimmed as much because they tend to play a certain way. However, as you said, and as we've talked about quite a bit over the last year plus, that can come to bite you when you have a guaranteed 2 Slayers in a series. And maybe you think your Slayers are dialed, but if they're not as dialed as your other game types, it's going to cost you in a big way. And then you're just hoping for the percentage chance that your series layout comes the way that you want. And there's entire chances where, for example, you don't get your CTF at all in a series, and you don't maybe get, if you play, say you have a great King of the Hill or a great Oddball game, you might not even get those game types in a series at all, but you're going to be guaranteed to get 2 Slayers. So we'll have to see which team is going to be ready and up to the task. I think the teams that have kind of prioritized them over the years have found a lot of success, right? If you look at teams, especially if you look at North America, right, the way that Optic tends to win their Slayers, etc., and you look at teams that don't lose Game 5 Slayers in North America, there's a lot of examples of those as well. So we'll have to see which team is kind of up to the task here today across all the game types, but I think the players are loading in now, and we're going to get ready for Empyrean CTF game number 1.
Yeah, finally, a little bit of gameplay to bring everybody. We're officially about to get underway in the Quadrant 4K, and I tell you what, this is going to be a fun day of Halo, everyone, and we want to thank you all for joining us. If you are here early, reminder that there's a B stream as well in Europa Halo if you want to go and check that out. So you're going to have every opportunity to pick up all of the action today. You're not going to miss a thing. You're not going to miss a beat. And Empyrean Capture the Flag is where we're going to be starting our day, Andy. And like I mentioned, this is a Na'Vi favored game type. This is one where they've had a lot of success.
It certainly is. And excited to see what they do here, of course. This is going to be their debut here for everyone on terms of getting ready for this Championship Sunday and game number 1 as we get ready to jump into the gameplay. And I do believe we're going to be underway, which is going to be exciting to see this opening sniper battle and everything that the pit has always offered us for now about a decade of Halo.
Yeah, a decade of Halo. Obviously, a few changes to be picked up here. You can see Respectful is going to be able to get that overshield, and a pretty good start here. A very good start, I would say, for JLINGZ. They get 3 dead off the rip. Jimbo's the only player who is alive at the moment. He's trying to make a flank play at the moment, but he's dealt with extremely easily by Septic.
Yeah, that's well done. As you said, it's a great opening there. Not the way that Navi wanted to start it either. Leaving a little bit of overshield left here as well for Respectful, as he's going to now sit top tower, maybe even pick a few. They've got 2 snipers at hands, both of them. And that's good control. That flag should continue.
Should continue. Snaky manages to get 1 player off the tower at least, which is going to slow things down, but they got some pretty good cover here, and that's going to be the first flag almost instantaneously here for JLINGZ. I've got to remember on commentary that you got to remember how to say words, but it's the perfect start, Andy. This is what Navi would not have wanted.
49-second run there. That is clinical, and you don't often see that on a map like Furion to be able to run the flag that efficiently, especially when you're coming in with the lower seed. And we talked about oh god, it's 3 men pushing green coming in from Navi, and it will not pay off at the end. They will lose 2, and we'll see if they can still get the scrap. Sniper Drone's your last player alive, but Navi looking for some pretty coordinated plays. It's not every day. It's only 7:39 in the morning. I'm not sure if I'm ready for a 3-man green push.
Yeah, that was
over here on my end.
That was brave. That was brave. I'm not gonna lie. Snaky gonna win the 1v1 against Respectful. So just kind of slow things down a little bit. But JLINGZ have started so hot here. Really shooting well together as well. Something to note. 3 dead for now for JLINGZ, but every time that they're making a play, they're making a push, it seems like everybody's got each other's angles covered, and there's more than 1 BR traced onto a Navi play.
Yeah, look just how Foxy is right now. 2 Foxy, in fact. 6-1 to start off this game, and we talked about him as a player to watch not only this weekend, but this year after a huge performance in Charlotte as a substitute for Quadrant. 6-1, as we said, to start. Pretty great way to start the first game.
I'll be trying to be aggressive at the moment, but just kind of falling into the trap a little bit here at JLINGZ. That 1 flag advantage seems to have maybe riled them up a little bit here, Navi. They want to get onto the JLINGZ side of the map. They want to cause some problems. They want to really put the pressure back onto their opponents, but they're just struggling to get past that 50-yard line at the moment. Snaky and Sword is certainly going to have an opportunity to do that by closing down some of those angles and getting some information to his teammates. But Snipe Drone put some pressure onto Quadios here in the Mauler, and they're going to secure the rockets off the back of it.
Was 2 dead for a second, however. They're spread out now, as you said. Mauler and top tower control. This rocket, though, could be devastating. Picks up the first one. It's going to be big. We'll see if they can also get the kill in Mauler. That trades out. It's a big trade from Respectful and from Quadios, so things will be 2 to each side.
Respectful doing a great job to clear out his base here. Like you mentioned, Navi not making the most of those rockets. Respectful wraps all the way back through his flag to clear it out, to clean up the final 2 players as well, and immediately holds forward as well to put the pressure on. Goes for the remote detonation, not going to get it this time. Mighty's is going to just avoid that splash damage coming in from the plasma grenades, but Navi's struggling at the moment to find any kind of coordination, and I love this from JLINGZ, just keeping that pressure up.
Yeah, honestly, it's a great job from JLINGZ. One thing that we got to talk about there is the way that they spread out immediately when they're spawning on flag. They get into Mauler, they get all the way to turret. They spread out perfectly to allow themselves to have the space they need. Even though they were trapped with a 3-player push on needle side, including the rockets, they fight out of it with a lot of control, a lot of composure. Pretty impressed with what I saw there.
They deal with Quadios. Last time they did not deal with Quadios, he was inside of that Mauler, but he's Respectful again. Clearing out his side of the base. He managed to pick up 2 kills, and he's still alive here. Snaky trying to clean up the pieces. He's got all the weaponry, all the power in his hands, but Respectful, he just loves clearing out that base, and he gets another one as there's no ammo for Snaky to work with in that heat wave.
You can tell that he wanted to pull the trigger. I think, in fact, he did pull the trigger, but there was nothing left in the clip. That will be it. Flag will be back at home, and now a little bit of sniper here. Respectful, last player alive for a second. Let's see what he does.
He hits the body shot on Mighty's, but doesn't manage to take him down. JLINGZ 3 in the death screen. And you have to say, Respectful had a fantastic start to this game. Sat at 11-6 at the moment. Remember, this is a former roster that Respectful was on, so there's always a little bit more on the line for him when he goes up against some of these players. Wants to prove a point that he wasn't the problem on this team and that he has the talent to maybe really upset Navi at the start of this game, but finally looks like a little bit of a setup starting to come in here for Navi. Respectful picking up another kill, though. He's going to make Snaky second-guess this flag run.
Going to double back here. Come back on the flag, just wait for some help, and now going to try to pick up these kills. We'll see how he plays this one. Enough damage coming in across where he should be able to get a nice angle, and that flag will continue.
Jimbo running the flag, Snaky doing the slaying. Two Foxy stays alive and gets the trade onto Jimbo, but JLINGZ still find themselves 2 in the death screen. But there's Quadios with the drop wall on the return, and with the rockets coming up as well, it's a big play coming in again from JLINGZ.
Ooh, trades out on the rockets as well. Like you said, it's a great play from JLINGZ, and Quadios making really good use of that drop wall to secure the return. The rockets are actually freely tossed in the end, so they will go into the hands of Respectful. 3 dead for the moment for Na'Vi.
SnipedDrone did a good job to secure those rockets initially. Maybe thought the pressure was going to keep coming on green, trying to see if he can pick up yet another kill for 3 players going into his stats. That's going to happen though. Again, JLINGZ with good coordination on that hold, and still with 6 minutes 20 left in this game, a 1 flag advantage. And looking across the stats here on the Na'Vi side, Jimbo a little bit slow at the start of this game, -3, good amount of assists for him, but it's too Foxy and Respectful, the players we mentioned who have been the standouts on the JLINGZ side.
SnipedDrone was your last player alive for Na'Vi. It's a big play from the cuts from him to force Respectful back into the Mauler to pause this run. There's a few numbers back here, but this next round of slays will determine if this flag gets pulled or not.
The JLINGZ players just kind of sneaking through the Na'Vi defenses at the moment. Maybe just a little bit of miscommunication, maybe just not that energy at the start of the day that you need. You can't afford to let slip if you're going up against a team like JLINGZ. And with 2 Foxy picking up some peelers with that sniper rifle, the flag also being run. Wow. Jimbo off spawn is going to get so unfortunate running into Septic with that sniper rifle. The Septic's just got to take his time here, but the cover is here from JLINGZ. There's an opportunity maybe for a second flag.
Oh man, that is tough there. And of course, the courtyard run is always a tough one. It's never easy to run that flag snipe 1 unless you have the timing exactly perfect on the kills. That's always going to be a very tough run. But he runs it with confidence. Like you said, to get that kill on Jimbo was absolutely huge, but he kind of stutter-stepped right before the kill. That allowed enough time for the flag spawners and the cut spawners to stop that run in the end. And honestly, it was great control coming out of the side of JLINGZ back-to-back. However, SnipedDrone was able to keep them alive the first time, and he's a big part of the second stop as well.
Respectful, beautiful flank from him initially. 2 Foxy still has the sniper rifle. Respectful's got one as well. And Na'Vi, this is a tough spot to find yourself in. 2 sniper rifles. We need to go to some 2 Foxy POV pretty soon because the man is not missing too many shots. SnipedDrone going to be trying to stay alive on the Mauler. Does a really good job. But 2 Foxy is there now pushing forward. Sniper rifle, flag, BR, beat down. It doesn't matter for this man.
3rd time in a row where SnipedDrone was the last player alive. He gets another stop. However, this time the flag has made it much further than the previous times. It will be a traditional long haul run coming in. What the angle? Snaky from the backfield picks up 2 and stops the run dead in its tracks. My God, what a route, what an angle.
What an important stop as well. If he doesn't get those 2 kills, then all of a sudden this could be 2-0. And with the amount of time that's been taken off of this game clock already by JLINGZ, it really would have put them under pressure. Snaky doing what he can at the moment to push Na'Vi forward. And again, just a little bit of a solo push. Managed to pick up 1 kill, put some pressure on, but nobody else from Na'Vi with him.
Yeah, with that play, he does actually take the lead in the game in terms of kills. 17 on the board, quite a few to his name. However, 3:48 left on the clock. Not a ton of time to play with. On the other side, 2 Foxy on the other side of the long haul. He's 16-8, now 16-9 in the game. Will be 2 dead for just a moment. Here comes the pressure coming in from Septic top tower.
2 dead here for JLINGZ as well. Septic trying to stay alive, trying to be that point of damage for his team. SnipedDrone knows he's there, so he's trying to take an angle. Respectful gets taken down by Jimbo as well. So Jimbo on the hunt for this top tower player. This will be massive for Jimmy if he can get the kill. But has that bought the time for SnipedDrone to get this through the long haul? The answer is yes. He turns around and blinds Septic as well. But still, JLINGZ putting the pressure on. They've overextended on the training side here.
Yeah, look at this now from SnipedDrone. Needs to stay alive, needs to make sure they pick up these kills. All 8 players alive on the map, and the flag is down on long haul.
Septic in a 1v1 here with SnipedDrone. Respectful trying to help him as well. JLINGZ 4 alive as well. Mighties gets 1. Quadios is going to exchange it out though. And this is a really vital moment in this game. Respectful taken down. SnipedDrone has played it perfectly. Quadios is down to no shields as well. And surely this is going to be the flag that ties this game up. Na'Vi will run it home as Quadios falls. But I tell you what, SnipedDrone did so much for his team there. And it was a little bit of a shaky moment for Na'Vi, thinking they may have thrown another flag away.
Composure there from SnipedDrone. The timing, as he said, he needed to stay alive on that long haul. He played it perfectly. He knew that all 8 players were up and that the next slays would really determine it. Even though there was a drop shield he was playing against in long haul, nice little job there to tap that shot as well. Tied 1-1 here after that run. 2:19 on the clock. Another flag's going to start.
Respectful again, just milking. Buying time for the rest of JLINGZ to get on the map. There's still two of them in the death screen for now, but it might have been enough time. But Snaky is causing problems with that sniper rifle once more. 4 dead here for JLINGZ. The spawn should come in on the tower side once more. They're going to run this one through the long haul. Damage being done, but look at Repulse. Going to get it down the long haul towards a teammate. Now, if they could pick up a couple more kills, which they already have, Na'Vi have turned this game on their head. Wow. They will go up 2-1.
Look at the timing from Snipe Drone. Oh my god, perfectly hits the drop slide as well. He took a risky angle. He went straight through needles on the needle ramp. That's not easy because the long haul players can so easily grenade the needle pit and the plat. However, because he hits the slide there and gets to the plat, you saw how the pressure was coming as he got into the flag. There was only 2 alive on the side of Na'Vi. If he doesn't hit that exact movement, that flag does not go home. It's a fantastic finish to what was already an amazing run from Snipe Drone.
Let's talk about the importance of that repulse as well on the flag, just forcing it back through the long haul. If that doesn't happen, then JLINGZ, both those players who are fighting in the long haul, probably have a good opportunity to return with that drop wall as well. But it was a Snipe Drone play. Na'Vi into the lead here. Good cleanup coming in from Respectful. Respectful currently sat at 21 and 18 at the moment. Only second to Snaky in this lobby as far as kill total is concerned, and he picks up yet another one as well. But now with 50 seconds left on the clock, this push is vital for JLINGZ if they want to tie this game up.
See what they can do. Respectful needs to stay alive. He does not. In the end, that will mean 2 dead for JLINGZ, which will create such a tough circumstance for this final run. With 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to stay 2 dead, not pick up any kills in exchange, and they're going to have to try to reset. They really only have this final push left.
Sneaking in and taken down by Septic. Septic is the player to watch. You can see he's making a flank on that runway, trying to really cause some problems. And now you get the support coming in from Quadios here. Repulse is up to the tower. Knows there's a player there. Mighty's is aware as well, but Mighty's can't hit the damage with those grenades. And even though there's 15 seconds left on this clock, there is an opportunity here for JLINGZ to get that flag off the stand.
There was 2 dead here. Can they capitalize? 2 Foxy's going to start the run right away. Still 2 dead, however. Right now clearing out the Mauler. So it does not get the touch that might cost him. Hanking around the corner. He does somehow. They need more kills, though. This is not enough here. They've already lost 1 player. Make it 2.
I mean, Snipe Drone, again, somehow has stayed alive long enough as a solo player with Quad and 2 Foxy looking for him that he got the stop, bought the time for his teammates to get back on the map to stop that flag. But it's a close one between these 2 teams. Game number 1 will go the way of Na'Vi, but JLINGZ, they gave it everything.
They really did in the end there, and gotta say, what a final run that we got to see out of Na'Vi. And like you said, every piece of the puzzle to get all the kills they needed, the little extra repulse on that flag in the long haul as well, as it's going to be able to come through. And Snipe Drone, like I said, he needed to hit the needle ramp slide to get that flag in. He does it perfectly, and the flag comes with him all the way up the plat. It's easier said than done. He brings that one in, and that's going to be your game-winning cap. So Na'Vi kind of a little bit of a case of the tortoise in the hare, Mark, in terms of just slow and steady wins the race. They knew the game they needed to play, and they had to get 2 back-to-back flags to win the game, and they were able to do that in the end despite trailing early on.
Very, very interesting game number 1. Very, very interesting. And you could say that JLINGZ certainly had opportunities maybe to win that game as well. And going into game number 2, we'll have to see if they can answer back. It's going to be Aquarius Slayer as our game 2 here, Andy. And with the way that Na'Vi were playing, I've got to say the teamwork didn't look quite as on point as I've seen it previously.
Yeah, definitely. It took a little bit of time to warm up, and I've certainly seen a lot of rosters in my day, both been a part of and watched a lot of rosters that have game 1 CTFs that don't start maybe as quick as you want in terms of firing on all cylinders. However, a lot to be proud of in the end there, and I'd say the last 5 minutes of play from Na'Vi, you have to wonder if they're going to be able to take that momentum, maybe build a little bit of confidence on the top of it and take it into this game number 2 Slayer.
So game 2 Aquarius Slayer. This is a game type that has gone either way and certainly can go either way. We've seen huge amount of kill swings in this game type throughout the Halo Infinite history of games that we have had in tournament play. We've seen 15 kill turnarounds. We've seen almost 20 kill turnarounds, and we've certainly seen teams put themselves in a position where you're like, hey, you can't lose it from here. But with the way that this map works and how quickly you can collapse on spawns, Andy, you never feel out of it. And you've got to have that in the back of your mind if you do go down by a significant amount on this game type, that there is always a way to claw back into this game.
There really is. This map is really just so quartered and segmented off where you can get absolute control, especially when you look at all the availability of power and control on this map. It's really never too late to call it a comeback, especially at this level of competitive Halo. First kill goes to JLINGZ.
Jailingz get that first kill. 2Foxy gets the second as well, and surely you would imagine that's going to be a camo going into their hands as well. Septic's going to grab that one as we look at the point of view of 2Foxy. He's going to be aggressive on this as well. Can he escape with his life, and can he find a heat wave to play with as well? The question is answered in front of our eyes, and now you can see the Septic has a lot of power in his hands and a lot of information to give to his teammates as well.
Yeah, great job there to just play the angle, right? No need to push off of that. He's just laying down the pings. This is exactly what you want to do. Now he's behind enemy lines, and he can capitalize on the damage.
We've got no one there either. He's going to get taken down. A combination of 2Foxy and Septic going to do that. Jimbo's going to get collapsed on as well. And I tell you what, JLINGZ are working tremendously together at the moment.
My God, look at this from Septic. I mean, this is a fantastic run that he's just putting on an absolute clinic. This is how you play this game type. This is the exact way that you gain control early. You grab the power-up power weapon and then continue to stack kills off the back of that. That will give them a 12-3 lead.
12-3 lead. Even though I mentioned at the start of this game, you can never feel comfortable with a lead on Aquarius Slayer. It's still a significant one and certainly a confidence-boosting one after the game number 1 loss here for JLINGZ. As we look at Respectful, the man who certainly made some big plays, defensive plays in that first game. Now he's going to get a couple more kills, and Na'Vi kind of falling apart here. It's 14-3, and we haven't even seen them being able to trade out one of these fights.
And you think, Mark, maybe one thing to notice, JLINGZ has a lot to think about after that game. If you have to ask them, I'm sure they're thinking they threw that game away, right? A 1-flag lead early on in that game number 1, and they probably were not happy with the way it ended. And certainly the scoreline in game number 2 is indicating that. Na'Vi able to get a few extra kills on the board, doubling their score, in fact, as it goes to 15-6. However, it is a fantastic start, as you say, from JLINGZ.
And Na'Vi just kind of being caught on the lower side of the map at the moment. Nobody in a position to lay down some shots, get information. They're kind of just being collapsed on extremely quickly. Quadio's going to immediately trade out that kill on Snipe Drone, who managed to finally break through. But 2Foxy's got the next camo. That's 2 out of 2 camos going in the way of JLINGZ, and if it continues on that way, the score's only going to go one way here.
Absolutely. Now, we talked about maybe the perfect setup here.
20-8.
That's what I'm saying. We set maybe this game type up too well. We said it was never over. However, if JLINGZ continues at this trajectory, this one could get out of hand pretty quickly for Na'Vi, and they're going to have to look at a different type of game plan if they want to stick in this.
At the moment, Mighty's struggling on a breadstick. 1-5 for the Dutchman. But the heat wave is in the hands of Snaky. Maybe this can be a way back into the game for Na'Vi. We saw how effective it was for Septic when he had that camouflage, of course, and it might be Septic who's finding out about it right now. Snaky should be able to turn 2 here. It will be traded out by Mighties, and finally, it feels like Na'Vi have some numbers on the map. They haven't had that so far in this game. It's been all JLINGZ.
Yeah, they're slowly getting a few trades back, and like we said, it's a long haul here. If there's one team that can bring this back, right, certainly Na'Vi is one of them in Europe. Only down now by 10. Let's not forget, they were down by quadruple their score earlier. So the fact that they're now bringing this game back well within half and no longer seeing their score even doubled tells us a lot. There's a lot more Halo yet to play here as we hit the halfway mark, 24-16. Na'Vi's back in the game, not all the way. However, certainly it's a very different scoreline than what we saw in the opening minutes of play.
Oh, great shots from Respectful there to take down Snaky. And I want to just go back quickly to talk about the play that Respectful made. He ran in the back of the base. He did not show when Jimbo was pushing in, and then has come behind all of the Na'Vi players who are on the pink side, thinking they might have an opportunity to finally spawn trap some players. But it's 20-26 now. This is the comeback we were talking about, and this is some good heart being shown by Na'Vi. A 7-kill difference now between the teams. And
you got to think, is this a little bit of a repeat of what we saw in game number 1? Of course, a very different game type, however. An early lead for JLINGZ, and now that is being slowly shrunk down. 2 dead for Na'Vi off the back of that kill.
Yeah, not only 2 dead, but that was the camo as well. You saw they managed to pick that one up. I think it was Snipe Drone who had it, and it gets eliminated immediately. So a massive play at the 30-kill mark of this game coming in for JLINGZ, and you would feel with that kind of play, that was a big power swing that could have gone into the way of Na'Vi if they got away with that camo.
It certainly was. It was right about 20-29 at the moment that those kills came in, and you have to think if instead they go the way of Na'Vi and we start to see a camo run, like you said, that maybe could have been all that Na'Vi needed for the comeback. However, JLINGZ able to make sure that the pressure is continually applied, and they're making sure that there's still a 10-kill gap. So right now, the trajectory still looks good. Na'Vi needs to once again slow things down at this pace.
Yeah, good shots coming in from Jimbo to clean up Quadios. 2Foxy in the back of the base versus Jim, and Jim is starting to catch a little bit of a heater right now. He's 10-10, a lot of deaths, but certainly matching the kills at least. Mighties has got 2 more kills from the last time that we saw him, but look at JLINGZ here, playing tight, playing together, and playing for trades, and that's all they need to do in this situation here, Andy. Even though, you know, Na'Vi looking like they're in a position here to pick up some kills, a Snipe Drone goes in and might actually have just picked up a triple kill. the trades still come in. They have the gap, they have the buffer, and Septic again with this heat wave is causing problems.
That's a big double kill. For a moment, it looked like that was going to go the way of Na'Vi as they started to have 2 unanswered kills. However, right away, it's a great answer back from JLINGZ. Septic not done yet either as he picks up another kill, bringing it 40-28, and JLINGZ has done so well to keep the foot on the gas pedal in this Slayer and make it a very different game number 2. Killing spree here on screen for Septic.
Yeah, really big killing spree. And also, whenever you're out shooting Snipe Drone, even though he had the thrust, it's always a good feeling knowing you're out shooting one of the best aims in all of Europe. Mighty's trying to challenge it as well. Snipe Drone picks up another, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. And with only 7 kills, or 7 deaths, I should say, remaining here for Na'Vi, they've got to really limit those deaths. A triple here for Snipe Drone may be the way back into this game. They need to make the most of this. Respectful will be taken down as well. All 4 should fall to the hands of Snipe Drone. Now, can Na'Vi do something off the back of this?
And this is going to be a good finish here. This one is not over just yet, but look at Respectful, by the way. 16-6 in a game where they lead by 10. Absolutely huge numbers from him, but now Snaky picking up another kill as well. Brings it within 9.
Needs to make the most of this. It's a great grenade. See, Foxy should be dealt with. Snaky can't quite hit the headshot. Finally manages to do so, but Respectful picks up yet another kill. 3 players flooding in to take him down. And I'm a little bit surprised he was so isolated in that position. Na'Vi did not get into position to help him out with that camouflage. And it was only 2 kills, really, with a trade coming in. Not what you want from a camo.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought he was going to thrust out there, try to get towards teammates. He thrusts back into the fridge, and it costs him in the end. Now 46-36, and you have to think numbers-wise, this one should go in. 48 now, only 2 kills to go.
17 kills for Septic, 17 kills for Respectful as well. They are combining so well, as all of JLINGZ are, and not surprised to see another kill being picked up by the heat wave and the hands of Septic. The last player alive is going to be Snipe Drone. You would imagine he'll get taken down, but 2 players fall here for Na'Vi. Now, we saw a crazy couple of comebacks yesterday in the North American qualifier. The question is, can Na'Vi do something the same here? Only 1 death to play with, but also in a position where maybe they could win this one.
Don't you dare. The game here will close
never win it.
JLINGZ takes it 50-41 in the end, and I got to say, so impressed with what we saw from JLINGZ in that game. A lot of times, Mark, you pointed out really well the 30 kill mark, specifically with that camo play. A lot of times where that game could have gotten thrown away, and I think lesser teams would have lost that game to Na'Vi. However, JLINGZ, not only do they have an incredible open where they're leading 12-4, in the end, they actually 12-3, I think it was at one point as well. They run that all the way through to the mid game. They win pivotal kills at the 30 kill mark, and they even extend that all the way into the late game as well. I think JLINGZ played every single act of that Slayer, and I'm pretty impressed with what I saw.
Yeah, just looking at the stats as well, you can see we mentioned Respectful and Septic. 19 kills for Rob Singleton as well. It's great to see him off the mouse and keyboard and back on the controller, because that's what he can do when he's got a controller in his hands. On the other side, Mighty's a little bit of a slow game for him, but I mean, there's not really anything to talk about on that side, maybe outside of Snipe Drone's performance. But I think the biggest play that stood out for me in that game was when Na'Vi felt like maybe they were going to trap JLINGZ on the fridge. That was their way back into the game. But the way that JLINGZ played so tight and Respectful, ratted in the back of the base and did not show until he could come in as that flanker, just made sure that at least in that kind of perilous situation, they were trading out kills. They were staggering some of the spawns for themselves, and they were going to be able to fight for map control again instead of finding themselves in a situation where it's a 4-kill swing in the game and they're all squad spawning, and we know what that can mean on Aquarius.
Yeah, I think you put it perfectly. I think there were so many times where there was 2 dead for JLINGZ. However, Na'Vi was not able to get the wipe, and JLINGZ was able to even it right back up to keep the 10-kill cushion. Impressed time and time again with what we saw from them. And the question is, can they take that momentum? Can they take that victory and try to rally it into this next game? It's going to be Live Fire Strongholds.
Live Fire Strongholds is where we go, and Strongholds has been a little bit of a coin toss for Na'Vi in some of these games, although it looks like we will be restarting this one, so we'll get back into the game as soon as possible. One of the players, unfortunately, not managing to find their way into the lobby. We know how it can be sometimes, but it gives us a bit of an opportunity to talk about Strongholds, because I think if you come off the back of a map where you've just played a really good tempo for JLINGZ, you're winning a couple of individual fights, your team shot seems to be on point, and the most important thing for me is as well, the decisions that are being made by the team have all been backed by every player. It doesn't seem like anyone's sort of second guessing things. Stronghold seems like the perfect game type to play afterwards, because you have the opportunity to keep pressure on your opponents with quick rotations and, you know, putting pressure on those spawns that will come in.
Yeah, I think if JLINGZ plays at the same pace, they're going to find themselves faring very well in this game type without a doubt. And I think if you look at the Na'Vi side, I think the only reason they lost that game type was starting the game off 12-3, right? If they look at the entire rest of the game, they essentially not only traded kills evenly, but oftentimes were at least a kill or two ahead in those trades as we watch the trajectory of the scoreline. So I think Na'Vi just needed to realize that if they play the rest of the games in this series without going down early, they should be able to go, without a doubt, not just toe-to-toe with a team like JLINGZ, but as we saw in the first game, right, they can edge out the victories that they need to and find the last-minute composure that they might need. So I think Na'Vi has a lot to think about from that Slayer in terms of letting the opponent quadruple your score off the opening. It's pretty unacceptable, if I'm honest, for a team that wants to call themselves the best in Europe. However, Aquarius Slayer can be a punishing map like that, but they need to really strap in and look at the rest of the series and remember that JLINGZ, as we said, is the team that wants to be contesting the top two, and after that Slayer performance, they proved that they can do it, and we'll have to see how Na'Vi bounces back in this game number 3. But like you said, Mark, not going to be easy given the momentum that JLINGZ is going to have after that second game.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game type here, and I just want to kind of pick your brain a little bit as well, because I feel like this is the perfect series for JLINGZ to start the day with, because of the fact that there's multiple factors that go into it. It's, you're playing against one of the top 2 teams who have been in Europe for, the whole season so far. They've been in every single grand finals. But also because you've got the added element of 2 Foxy and Respectful being back together, going up against some of their former teammates. And I mean, that lights a fire under you that you can't really explain unless you've been in that seat before. And I'm sure that's something you've experienced before, playing against some ex-teammates. It adds that little bit of extra incentive to beat them.
Oh, it really, really does. And I think you kind of have the perfect mix of qualities here that's really unquantifiable. Like you say, not only do we have them both on a redemption arc, Respectful and 2 Foxy overall, however, to do it up against former teammates, as well as this exact series layout that we talked about earlier, it's a pretty potent mix of upset territory. We'll have to see if we get to go to it. This is going to be the swing game in the series here, game number 3.
We go then. Live Fire Strongholds is going to be it. Another punishing game type here where you cannot afford to overstep or make some rash decisions, and certainly can't afford to make as many solo plays as we're seeing coming out of Na'Vi at the moment. For JLINGZ, though, we mentioned how a best of 3 might be great for them. They'd love a best of 3. It's best of 5s today. But with the way they're playing, I think they'd like to play a best of 7.
Absolutely. Now kills exchanged each side, 1-on-1 off of the opening. Let's not forget also that we did see Na'Vi take a 3-1 live fire. It was King, however, a live fire King up against FaZe. So that just tells you how fast they can play these types of game types. Of course, King doesn't require the exact speed of a game type like Strongholds, but certainly tells you just how talented they are on this map.
Well, off the break here is going to be Na'Vi with a much better start. Not only do they have multiple kills on their side, they also had an overshield. They do have a triple cap, though. That's one thing to at least smile about for now. But what a play that was from Respectful. Again, just waiting out, baiting out that overshield, and managing to get the trade.
2 dead here for JLINGZ off of those exchanges now, but a lot of points on the board, as you said, from Na'Vi. Triple cap still in effect. That's already going to be the 45-point mark, fast approaching 50. Honestly, I can't even keep up with the score, so we'll just go ahead and say that there's a lot of points on the board here for Na'Vi off the opening. And to be honest, Mark, this is the kind of opening that Na'Vi was hoping for. I think if you're a Na'Vi fan and on their side of the camp, that you needed to see this kind of opening from them to make sure that there were signs of life.
Yeah, Snaky's just made a really big play bottom middle, by the way. You saw that JLINGZ committed a lot of bodies towards B, as well as capturing C, and he managed to get the kills just before it was converted. And now Snaky continuing on that little run back tower. He's got a sniper rifle in his hands, and he's looking for yet another triple cap here for Na'Vi.
The first Shroud screen on screen as well, as we see just a little bit of a screen going down on C, making sure that it's capped, that it pays off because no sight lines offered for his opponents. Now just going to rotate back to top tower and still has a Shroud waiting to come up as well in the back pocket. Sniper still in hand. Now Na'Vi will cross the 100-point mark. Fantastic opening from them. Now 112-4.
Most importantly as well, even though they're continuing to score, they also have the tower side and the A plat locked down, which means that with Overshield coming up and with Snaky playing the way he is, they might be able to give up B for an Overshield, but now they get the reset on this as well. And I tell you what, that game loss, sometimes a loss can be a good thing for a team because it seems to fire them up, and Na'Vi look like they're a little bit pissed off with how that game number 2 went.
3 dead, might even be 4 in a second. The spawner is up, however, 4 dead momentarily. Quadios is your spawner out in open field, which, to be honest, in this setup is not the place that you want to be spawning either. There's a back tower push happening. We'll see if Mighty's is wise to it. It's going to be Quadios here and Co. trying to make a tower push happen, but this game has gotten not just out of hand, Mark, it's almost over. 182-4.
182-4 is quite a considerable margin, and that's me being as nice as I can about things. Quadios is still alive. They're about to cross the 200-point mark, and I think the one maybe redeeming feature here for JLINGZ is the fact that 2 new players to the team. I would say the Strongholds is the game type you need to go over the most because it can be so punishing, but Na'Vi are just showing how good they can be. And like I mentioned, game 2 might have just been a little bit of a blip. Now they've warmed up. Now they're ready to go. And with the sniper rifle in the hands of Mighties as well, it wouldn't surprise me to see more bodies dropping.
Oh my God, if he picks up this one as well, this is going to be one to remember. Gets the body shot, and the help comes in as well. Look at the amount of damage done in about 6 seconds of play. Resets come in on A and C as well. B will flip, however. This is the home stretch for Na'Vi. It's 236-4.
And look at this, they've already got pressure on as well. Mighty's with that sniper rifle is not missing too many bullets, and it seems like the play call from Na'Vi is now to try and capture B, which means that relocation is going to happen here for Mighty's. His job is going to be able to watch top middle, make sure no flanks come in, and then deal with Respectful on C, and the rest of the JLINGZ push coming in. But this is the last opportunity to make a play and extend this game. Otherwise, JLINGZ are going to find themselves down in this game. 2 Foxy dealt with. Respectful needs to make a hero play, but the challenge comes in, the beatdown comes in, the shroud screen comes in. Mighty's rescue C, and that will be the game going over to Na'Vi in quite some fashion.
Oh my God, 250-8 from Na'Vi. Questions were asked by us, I think by others as well, in terms of how Na'Vi was going to look in this first series, and I think they have been answered. And I tell you what, I think we'll never talk about that Game 2 Slayer ever again, and it will be very quickly forgotten if it has not been forgotten already. 250-8 in game number 3 in favor of Na'Vi, and you have to think that's a little bit of an indication maybe from the Na'Vi side, Mark, of, hey, this is not going to go your way. You and I are not the same in terms of that type of scoreline. That is an unbelievable amount of points on the board, quite a margin.
Yeah, that's difficult to take if you're JLINGZ. It's one of those which is like, it was that bad of a loss that you can kind of shake it off so quickly. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, cool. Like, we move. Like, that's done.
That's all you can do.
That's not a game type. Because it really wasn't your game type, and you kind of focus on what's coming up next. And it's going to be Recharge Ball, if my memory serves right. So this is the game type that Na'Vi have worked a lot on. And I mentioned while we were doing our prep for this, like, Na'Vi's all game types have improved drastically from where they were in the last few months, and now they compete with Quadrant in those game types in comparison to just getting kind of swept away by them. So this is going to be a tough ask here for JLINGZ, but if they can send it to that game 5, we've already seen what they can do in a Slayer. We've already seen that they can match it on some of those some game types with those Slayers, with the Slays, taking that one out of the equation that we just saw, and there might be an opportunity for them here.
Yeah, JLINGZ needs to dig deep, and I think one thing that you highlighted at the end of the game, Mark, which was absolutely true that we didn't even get to talk about just because how fast that game ended, was there's no doubt that 50-41 Game 2 Slayer stung for Na'Vi, because after the poor opening, they played a great game thereafter, and I think they're realizing that that's not how that scoreline should have looked, right? They knew that they were a better team than that, and they showed that without a doubt in game number 3. Now, game number 4 providing an opportunity for JLINGZ to try to bounce back, like you said, to try to force that Slayer, but I think they're going to need to be pretty quick off the rip here, because Na'Vi's going to be coming in with all of the confidence in the world after that last game.
Certainly are, and the question here is, are they going to be overconfident? Are they going to take their foot off the gas, or are they just going to try and close this series out in a way which is what we would expect from Na'Vi and how they've been playing recently? We'll have to wait and see how that is going to turn out and what this game is going to throw up in front of us. It gives us an opportunity, though, to remind everyone there's some beautiful Quadrant skins currently in the HCS store, so go and pick one up. Why don't you? Because Quadrant are amazing. They're supporting this broadcast. Massive prize pool they're putting up for European Halo, so go and show them some love.
Absolutely. Here's where we jump into the game. We're live in game number 4 here. First series of the day. It's going to be Na'Vi versus JLINGZ. Na'Vi right now leading 2-1 after an unbelievable game number 3, 250-8 win on Live Fire Strongholds. However, now we shift over to Oddball on Recharge, and we'll have to see what JLINGZ has in the tank. Do they have any energy left after that absolute decimation in game number 3?
Mighty's going to be challenging and will be taken down here by Respectful. So Respectful picks up an important kill to not only take down Mighty's, and we've seen how he was playing on the tower at the end of that last game, Also to turn the shock rifle back over into the hands of JLINGZ, excuse me here. A little bit of a setup starting to formulate around pipes. It's a little bit of a transitional setup, but a couple of shots being hit here would completely change the feel of that.
Yeah, right there, trying to take the 1v1 doesn't pan out, and Mighties and Co are going to be pushing into gold, and they're going to be able to get maybe a little bit of a hold here as well. Once they lock down the pipes area, that will indeed be the case. I think a few things I'm looking out for here, Mark, is they're going to go ahead and push this back tower push as well. Should be able to win this 2v1 in the end. They do. I think two things we're looking at here, right? We talked about momentum being a huge factor and kind of swing being a huge factor for Na'Vi throughout the entire year, and I think we're going to be looking to see if they can continue that momentum in the series, but also objective efficiency. I think in a game like Oddball, you really need to focus on that objective efficiency, and this will be a test for Na'Vi.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go for the play ball here and managing to get it out just in time as two players do fall. JLINGZ doing a good job on the break there. I have to say maybe a little bit of a careless life inside of the turbine with that shock rifle to give that one away so easily to the player that was up at top goal. But look at JLINGZ now starting to pick up a bit of momentum. A few kills going their way as well, and pressurizing Jimbo as well, who's stuck on the bottom of elevator.
See what happens here. Bottom mid, like you said. Still too dead for Na'Vi off for a moment. Quadios is probably going to get a little bit of a tower rotate going here shortly once he figures out where the spawners are, and he will take that angle to help out 2Foxy indeed.
Ammo popping up as well. 2Foxy with a really important kill from the tower to bottom middle. We should be able to put him in a position to maybe challenge that camo. Not sure if the camo was burnt or if it's still going to be down bottom middle. There's the answer to your question. It's going to be a double kill for 2Foxy. It's going to be the ball in the hands of JLINGZ, and now he is the predator. He's got the shock, he's got the camo, and he should be able to add some kills to his kill-death ratio.
That was 4 dead. They should be able to pick up SnipeDrone, who was the first one in, and SnipeDrone pushes there without the help, if I'm honest. He gets trapped in tower, and it's a really good collapse coming in from JLINGZ. Ooh, nice killing spree coming in from 2Foxy as well. That will lead them to now a 17-point lead.
Jimbo spots him out though. 2Foxy decides it's time to get out of there. The camo is going to be evaporated from his body though, so that's going to be running out. Not too much use from that camouflage, but what it has turned into, more importantly, more than the individual play, is the scoreline. 37-20 in the hands of JLINGZ there. Really smart rotation to back blue. Did a good job to hold to get that lead. And now you see Quadios working well. The teammate Septic here to clean out those pipes.
Yeah, gets a little bit fortunate there on that player dropping down on Batlets. Doesn't even take the damage you'd expect him to take in that scenario. That will lead to 3 dead. SnipeDrone, your last player alive yet again. And it's going to be all Ellie and Whirlpool spawns coming in here for Na'Vi. That will be more time on the board for JLINGZ.
Green gun in hand as well, which is going to make the opportunity to pick up a quick kill, maybe turn it into a double. Oof, certainly elevated, and there's one. There is that double we were talking about, and there's a killing spree for Quadios as well, who's taking his turn now to step up for this lineup. Mighty's, though, with some really good shots, leaves 2Foxy is the last alive for JLINGZ, and that should be the ball down. But 2Foxy, really smart veteran play here, sees the spawns of his teammates and just rotates that ball in towards them.
It's a huge win for Mighties, but he needed to get the long haul thereafter to make sure that he was able to contain and collapse on the side of JLINGZ. However, he plays it slow, and in the end, it pays off. They get 3 dead again. Quadios is your last player alive in Whirlpool, so Mighty's actually just opting to go for the positional play there and assuming his teammates would be able to collapse. In the end, they do, and it will be 3 dead again. Now, more time on the board here for Na'Vi, and what was looking like a runaway JLINGZ game is now within 20 points.
Looks like they picked up that next camouflage as well, Na'Vi, so a lot of power for them to play with. 56-40 and climbing is the score in this round number 1, but you would imagine that SnipeDrone should be able to lock down all of gold at the moment with this shock rifle in his hands. One headshot will certainly create some space for them and a little bit of time. 2Foxy going to make the grapple play, and the camo gets taken out. 2Foxy with a distraction. JLINGZ, they're going to try and collapse off the back of it, and now SnipeDrone has to hit this shot. He does so well, and that should be more time now going to Na'Vi.
And 3 dead yet again here. Tied game at 56, and what a set of runs here coming in. JLINGZ with over 30-point lead here just moments ago. However, they're able to bring it back in a big way. Na'Vi now in the lead by just a few. Snaky once again, he's 11-6. A nice shot again from SnipeDrone. He's not done yet. He has continually been the last player alive and a player who in clutch situations has needed to get the kills, and he has done just that.
Yeah, most importantly, getting those, like you say, the important kills, the ones that really matter, the ones that turn a setup into time. 65-56 is the score. The ball is in a little bit of a perilous position. Snaky goes for the play ball and cannot get it. So JLINGZ now have an opportunity to scrap a little bit of ball time. Quadios trying to play body block for his teammate to get that ball back into the long haul, but this is starting to get a little bit scrappy now towards the end of this round.
Simply trying to bait out a bit, but he knew that Quadios was alive here. They're going to need to try to collapse, and if I'm honest, it's a bit clunky there just due to positioning from JLINGZ. In the end, 2 dead for Na'Vi. However, SnipeDrone comes away with the ball and gets the play, so Little bit of confusing play on both sides there, and you could tell players not exactly sure what they needed to do on JLINGZ. Do we rotate this long? Do we help it see? How should we play this? In the end, they are going to be able to grapple the ball back up and maybe look to gain some control here. It's been a little bit of chaos, if we're honest, over the past few minutes, and I think these teams are going to look for as much control as they can to try to get a rotate going.
2 dead here on the side of Na'Vi. It looks like Quadios has decided to try and help out a teammate instead of scrapping up a little bit of extra ball time, and that's just allowed Snipe Drone to move through and play that ball off the map. So I have to say that's a bit of a misplay coming in from Quadios, not recognizing the communication, the situation. Maybe makes up for it with some decent shots, and maybe a double kill. The stick doesn't come in though. But in tight games like this, Andy, the difference between holding that ball for 5 or 6 seconds here is the game still being in the hands of Na'Vi.
Absolutely, and really has kind of become individual last player efforts for the last few moments here, and that's why this game is still essentially tied here right at the 71-point mark, and it will be a tie and a lead exchange as JLINGZ takes the lead yet again. Only 25 points to go.
Snaky should be dealt with here by 2Foxy. Really smart moves from him at the moment. The way he's moving around the map, he's prioritizing every kill perfectly. The camo certainly made that a little bit more easy for him to do, and the shock rifle in the hands of Septic as well puts JLINGZ in a great position to take this round number 1. If he can hit a couple of shots here, then maybe he's going to create that space for his team. One player still left alive who might be able to stop Respectful with that ball in his hands, but round 1 will go to JLINGZ off of the back of Respectful holding that ball for those final few seconds.
And we talk about objective efficiency. That will undoubtedly, not only in the scoreline, but just in the overall playstyle, go to the side of JLINGZ. And Respectful, last player alive, like you said, but due to the positioning in gold, no one can even get there in time. No one can push due to the way that they were able to hold the shock and hold the control. First camo here in round number 2 goes to Snipe Drone.
That's good news for Na'Vi fans because they really struggled to control that power up towards the end of the game. It was 2 in a row. I think it was 3 overall that went to JLINGZ. And now you can see Snipe Drone's decided that it's his time to go to work with that Predator combo. He's got shock, and he's got camo. He's going to have an opportunity to create a little bit of separation here, or he's going to throw the ball back to teammates. Maybe baiting all of the JLINGZ players who are trying to run through the pipes, but he has to deal with them, and he does deal with them. A lot of pressure on his shoulders in that situation. Respectful trying to keep that pressure on, but Snipe Drone should be able to pick some ball time up here as JLINGZ find themselves 4 dead.
You wondered if the nades were going to hit in time in pipes, and they do in the end. Speaking of, there's even more, and what about the timing there from Snipe Drone? Last player alive once again in pipes and is able to pick up the kills that he needed to. Mark, I think one thing we got to talk about is this series has really been just a series, if you will, of JLINGZ getting leads and then Na'Vi just answering back in huge ways. It happened in game number 1. We saw it there, and of course, what they could do in game number 3 as well. Now, you have to wonder, is that first round going to be a wake-up call yet again for the side of Na'Vi, or will we see JLINGZ close it out? That's really the question here in this round number 2, as we do see 3 dead for Na'Vi.
Got the play ball momentarily, but it wasn't the best play ball in the world, which means that it'll be able to be collected here by JLINGZ pretty comfortably. And 18 seconds to what will be at least 10 before the Na'Vi players are back on the map should mean a lead exchange between the 2 teams. Ooh. Now, can Septic put this gun to use a little bit better than Snipe Drone did the last time we saw it in the hands? And the answer is yes. He's looking for the triple on Snaky as well. He's going to have a little prod and a poke for the triple once more, but Snaky not showing.
He knows not to peek. The help comes in, though. This one should be picked up as well. That's 3 dead, and that will be continued points on the board. What was an 18-0 lead for Na'Vi off the opening is now completely been flipped. Double the opponent's score, 37-18 in favor of JLINGZ, with 2 still dead and 2Foxy with camo. This momentum is really spiraling out of control for the side of Na'Vi.
And again, one of the players we talked about, one of the newest additions to this JLINGZ lineup, 2Foxy, we talked about how impressive his performance was individually, joining Quadrant, of course, for that Charlotte tournament, the major. Well, he's continuing that form right now for JLINGZ. The new roster is looking good. 20 kills on the board. It's a 20 bomb already, and 2Foxy is flying in and looking for more, and he's just being relentless at the moment. Should get another one. Septic's there to help, and JLINGZ are on fire at the moment. They crossed the 70-point mark almost. They do now, but look at 2Foxy. He's moving around like a spider monkey.
This is unbelievable. I'm looking like a spider monkey as he's able to pick up those kills. Nice little dipsy doodle as well in terms of the bridge and whirlpool. And like you said, this was 18-0. This is a 75-point uncontested run from JLINGZ, and a lot of that has to do with 2Foxy. He's 20-12 on this run.
20-12, but it's the pressure that he's putting on as well. He's doing such a good job of just making sure anyone who feels like they've got a second just to breathe, just to pause. 2Foxy pokes out, couple of shots in, couple of cleanups, really just pressurizing these players on Na'Vi. And JLINGZ now find themselves just 25 points away from closing out this game. Na'Vi got a lot of questions to answer right now. They are not looking like they did in that previous game.
They certainly are not, and what a bounce back from JLINGZ. Not easy to do. Like we said, to lose a game 250-8 here on your main stream, and then somehow bounce back in the way that they have is pretty remarkable. They still need to close out this game, however. 25 points to go for them. It's a big 50-point cushion, but they're going to want to make sure they do it quick because Na'Vi could easily end this series in this game still.
Na'Vi had a little bit of a setup going over at Pipes. They get 2 dead for now. Septic trying to put pressure on. Shock rifle in the hands of Na'Vi once more, but who's the man to slow things down once again? Look at that kill feed. 2 Foxy not only picks up the grenade kill, but now causes all sorts of problems. Gets the play ball out bottom middle and baits the player out with the shock rifle. And off the back of that, Respectful is going to get the camo here. So JLINGZ just played it perfectly. But at the same time, Na'Vi had advantages. They had the shock rifle. They had the setup. And it just fell apart.
Absolutely. That was 3 dead. That was a free camo grab as well. Fell apart's the only way to describe it here. And look at the patient play. Coming in from Respectful, coming in from JLINGZ. They're going to wait for the kills to come their way. Going to be traded out and just play the advantage here in trippy spot and camo. And great job just baiting out the ball, making sure that they get the advantage they needed. A little bit of an awkward battle there on the trippy spot. But in the end, it doesn't matter. 3 dead for Na'Vi off the exchange.
Yeah, 3 dead, doesn't matter. Trade out kills. Don't worry about the ball right now. If you are on the side of JLINGZ, just make sure you're picking up the kills you need to keep Na'Vi away from it. The game has become so much more simple with this 50 or so point lead for JLINGZ than it has for Na'Vi. Na'Vi, you got to think about the fact there's 2 minutes left on the clock as well. And they need so much time. They need half of that time to go in their favor to turn this game around.
All right, and that's just to stay alive in this game. Let's not forget, they would have to win another round as well hereafter. So just mentally, there's a lot to think about on the side of Na'Vi, but a strong team without a doubt, and we'll have to see if they can find the resilience they need to try to end this series in this game still.
Quadios, again, just an overextension there from Mighties. Does that player need to die? That's the question, knowing there's 2 players in tower. Probably not on reflection, and now Snipe Drone's going to try and get a play ball. Snipe Drone manages to get a trade at least, and that ball is going to be down in Pipes. 2v2 on the map, but who's closest? It's going to be Quadios here from JLINGZ, and with how close they are to closing out this round, this is really bad news now for Na'Vi.
Should not have been a trade there on the bat ledge there for the side of Na'Vi here. As we take a look, 82-41 here, 1:30 left on the clock, and Quadios just holding down so well and was able to grapple out to get the power position here. And look at this. Look how well he's done to grapple out. He left the ball in Whirlpool and leaves the scraps for his team to clean up. They've already cleaned up 2. They should be able to get this 3rd, however, exchanged out, leaving 2 Foxy, the last player for JLINGZ. And what does Na'Vi have in the tank? That's the question to see if they can bounce back in. There's only 1:08 left on the clock.
I mean, that is a big play as last player alive from 2 Foxy to fall and hit the grapple. I mean, I see people missing that all the time standing still. And to get the burn means that another power pick up on the map does not go to the way of Na'Vi to give them an opportunity, an easier opportunity to get back into this game. It's 50-82, so Na'Vi have chipped away at the lead at least, but it's starting to get a little bit do or die here as Snaky picks up 2.
3 dead. Quadios, last player alive. Let's see where he is. Top tower he's dealt with quickly. As you said, not easily done for 2 Foxy there. Off the spawn as well to get that diving, grappling camo grab. That's going to make sure to provide just a little bit of extra padding, and Na'Vi wants to do the impossible here. They want to try to bring this game back, and 2 will fall, though. These next kills might decide it.
Yeah, they're too easy. Those kills, far too easy from Na'Vi. You just had JLINGZ 4 dead. You knew where they were spawning. You've let 2 kills just go away without even being traded. And that's going to create an opening here for an elevator setup. Na'Vi have got a desperate across the map. 2 Foxy is more than smart enough to know where that push is going to be coming in. And now it's just 6 points for them to close things out. They can slay the last 2 players from Na'Vi. They're forcing their way through Turbine. Unless Jimbo can be a hero, it's going to be game going to JLINGZ. And for our first series of the day here in Pool B, going to game 5.
What did we say? The series layout looked like it might indicate that we might go that way. In the end, that's exactly what happens as well. And what a run there from JLINGZ. And talk about the mental fortitude to bounce back after getting absolutely walloped in that game. You had to think, I think a lot of people would have very gladly placed bets on Na'Vi winning the series in 4 games after they saw what that game 3 looked like. However, JLINGZ just bouncing back in a huge way. I think we've kept an eye on Na'Vi's oddball gameplay over the past few weeks, and it looks better. However, in this specific instance, JLINGZ takes that game handily, and they get themselves where they wanted to be, a Game 5 Slayer.
Yeah, Game 5 Slayer, and if you JLINGZ right now, if you offered them that at the start of the series, they would have bitten your hand off for it. They want to go to Game 5. They want to pick up this win against Na'Vi, and they want to prove that, like we said, they want to be considered one of the best teams in Europe, and to do that, you have to beat Na'Vi, you have to beat Quadrant. maybe you have to do it a little bit more consistently, but there's not a better place to prove that you are in that conversation than in the first tournament, EU tournament of the year, where they've got their full rosters, where there's money on the line, there's 4K points on the line, and Street Slayer is where we go, Andy.
Like we said, first series of the day, it's a great opportunity to maybe catch Na'Vi off guard, catch him a bit flat-footed here, and an opportunity to do that. And they've found that. Game number 5 here, only a Slayer going to decide these two. And I gotta say, if this went the way of JLINGZ, that would be quite a way to start this tournament, and quite a statement from them as well. We said they wanted to challenge the top 2. No better way to make that statement than actually doing that and taking the W here in the first series of the day. Only 50 kills to go, and that will decide it here within 12 minutes of play.
12 minutes of play for either team to really write their story. For JLINGZ, it will be the perfect start, and all of a sudden we'll be talking about a lot more as the day does go on. For Na'Vi, though, if they do win this game 5, even though there's certainly some concerns, they get the job done, which I think for right now, they would be more than happy to do.
Right, it will be business as usual if Na'Vi takes this. However, it will be the upset if JLINGZ is able to take the game, and this is going to be a wild, wild game of Street Slayer where it could be just a few inches, just a kill or two that really decides what direction this one goes.
Well, big start here for Na'Vi. Not only do they get 4 dead, they also, more importantly, almost as importantly, I should say, get those rockets away, and they have 2 to play with. So that should be 2 at least kills, you would imagine. Certainly 2 players getting damaged and being traded out. And now Na'Vi can play a little bit slower. JLINGZ have completely changed the pace of this game, and I kind of like this from Snaky. He wants to make a sneaky play.
Love that rocket rotate. Picks up 1, picks up 2. It's a double kill there. He wastes no time getting all the way from A-Gen over to Tires and straight into C. They tried to play it slow on the side of JLINGZ. Snaky says, not so fast. We're going to take this and we're going to run with it. It's already an 8-2 lead off of the first opening 2 plays.
Yeah, much better start this from Na'Vi than what we saw in Aquarius Slayer. The question is for JLINGZ now, how do you respond? They don't have any power on the map at the moment. They've only got those battle rifles to play with. You can see the Bulldog is in the hands of Snipe Drone here, who has started this game off 4-0, by the way. He was the man who was almost a catalyst for them to make that comeback on game number 2 on Aquarius Slayer. Well, he looks like he's taking the series on his shoulders right now.
Look at Na'Vi not afraid to play just as slowly, right? They answer back the slow-paced play, first of all with a push, then they slow the game down on their own. It's a killing spree for Snipe Drone, 5-0 off of the opening as they lead 10-2. If you're a Na'Vi fan, this is the start you needed to see in game number 5.
Foxy just baiting out Respectful really well, but there's a flank coming in. And you can see the Na'Vi trying to keep the pressure on. 2v2 on the map at the moment. Bulldog going to be picked up here by Na'Vi, and Snaky's going to have that to play with as well. But the only problem is he hasn't got a battle rifle. There's one on the floor. That's going to make things a little bit easier, but 12-4 with the rockets coming up as well. And JLINGZ on the back foot trapped at Tram. Mighty's picking up the first kill. You have to wonder if they're going to get those rockets. It's a trade. Rockets down at the moment on the L. Who's going to be closer to pick them up?
Let's see who picks those up. And nice shots coming in here without a doubt. You knew he was going to hit him as he picks up the perfect kill. 16-5 now, and as Michael Scott would say, how the turntable 16-5 in this game for Na'Vi, and it's just like the game started in that game 2 Slayer. However, just a swap of the sides as Na'Vi now has a commanding lead in this game number 5, and you know they're going to play this and take advantage of it.
They certainly are. They've also got Shroud Screen to play with. You can see that's just been popped out as well. Maybe just deny a couple of lines for sight and force JLINGZ into the tires, into the trap, so to speak. Quadios might have the opportunity to spot out the player of rockets, and I like the idea of re-rotating now from Snipe Drone, making sure that he isn't going to get pinned by grenades.
It has been all about those rocket rotates off of both the A-Gen and the Tire Gen. I really like what I'm seeing there, right? You need to be able to close those gaps really quickly in Halo Infinite. You need to catch your opponent off guard where they think the rockets might be on a certain side, they're pushing weak side, and then they find out that the rockets are actually waiting for them. It's been really great play from Na'Vi, proving that they can play every way. It's a double kill, maybe a triple kill on screen as well. 21-8. Na'Vi is showing that they can play fast when they need to and slow the game down as well. This has been an unbelievable start to game number 5 for them.
That's why it's called a power weapon, but you got to be a pretty smart player to put them to use in the way that Snipe Drone just did. 3 kills as the players try to scuttle away, from the side of JLINGZ, and the re-rotation was massive, like you mentioned. Just fell into that trap. 23-10 the score, and at the moment, Respectful, oh, he's 0-8. I'm sorry, Bram, but it's my job to talk about it.
Yeah, it's tough stats to see there, especially when you're also down 24-11 now. As we saw earlier, the game's not over just yet. We still could see a rally back, especially on streets from JLINGZ. However, it's not going to be easy. Respectful somehow gets underneath the drop shield just in time. Still 0-9 here. That kill will be cleaned up by a teammate. However, Rocket's going to go in the hands of 2Foxy for just a second. Those kills will be traded out. 3 dead for JLINGZ. It's 27-14 now.
No aim assist, no problem. No auto aim, no problem. Quadio's firing through the shroud screen and maybe firing his team back into a position to make a little bit of a run here. It's 3 on the bounce for them without response. Snaky trying to stay alive, trying to milk his life, but gets taken down by Quadios, and all of a sudden, JLINGZ are starting to rally a bit here. There's another kill. Snipe Drone is in the red room at the moment, and it looks like they've got his location locked down as well. And Respectful's also picked up his first kill of the game, although he does fall. He's now 1-10, unfortunately for him. But at least it's something to talk about. 1 is always better than 0.
It certainly is in a very big way. You could say without a doubt that result will be remembered forever. Quadio's now 10-6. He tries to shroud to keep his teammates alive. 3 dead. And now this game is within 6. So what looked like it would be a runaway Na'Vi victory, I believe it was about 15-5, is now 29-24. It's a 5-kill game.
5-kill game. 2 players trapped in PD as well. Snaky trying to fly out to help his teammates. 2Fox going to pick up one of those players in PD. As Quadios manages to stay alive just long enough for his shields to start to come back. Snaky's going to keep that pressure on. Jimbo's there with him as well, but look at those shots coming in from Quadios. Under pressure, he needs a player to make a play, and there is that shroud screen. That's how effective it can be, just to buy you a few seconds at a time.
Absolutely, and so far just trying to connect those dots if they can. It's a 2-man push for Na'Vi in the back of A. It pays off. They're able to trade out, get the kill without trading. 27-33, but this is a very different game than it was just about 4 minutes ago, Mark.
Quadios is really stepping up for his squad as well. 13-7. As he's doing more damage here from the cafe. We're on board with Snaky at the moment. He's trying to play in and around that shroud screen. Knows there's a player in there. Whips the bulldog into him. Quadios, you're on a good run right now, but Snaky's looking to put that one to an end. Picks up yet another one. 2Foxy comes in for the trade, but JLINGZ can't afford to trade at this point. It's a 6-kill game with Rockets coming up as well. 2Foxy stays alive and stops them going into the hands of Na'Vi.
These Rockets are going to be a big deal here now. Down by 7 kills. They needed the rocket grab. It connects on the perfect angle. Not easy to do from B stairs to thread the needle through the pillars. They'll only get 1, though, because the pressure comes in from Jimbo. The double kill and the extra rocket grab as well will maintain the 8-kill lead.
You wonder if that rocket now falling into the hands of Na'Vi could spell disaster here for JLINGZ. They got the shroud screens to work with as well. 1 charge left in that. 1 rocket left as well. So Jim's going to have not only the potential to blow someone up, but also escape off the back of it as well. And Na'Vi now 8 kills away from closing this out. And like I mentioned, all be forgotten about if they can do so.
Like you said, just providing all that he needed there. He's going to shroud tires there and able to get the push going. 2 dead now for JLINGZ. 44-33. This looks like it should be the home stretch here for Na'Vi as they pick up 45.
5 to go. Drop wall going to be picked up. Septic at least trades one of the kills out. 2Foxy does it as well. A 10-kill swing is what is going to be needed here for JLINGZ to get back into the game. If they can pick up a 4 dead, maybe think about where those next rockets are going to be coming in, then there is a chance, but it's going to be tough to do with Mighty's just being such a nuisance at the back of that tower. But 2 Na'Vi players have fallen, but only 4 deaths now to play with for JLINGZ.
Yeah, JLINGZ here is going to need to pull off some sort of miracle, and it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of time on the clock here, so they will be able to take the time to set the plays up, but Na'Vi wants to hear none of that. Here comes the push here up the driveway.
Big play from Na'Vi. They make the play call. We're all going driveway. We're going to put the pressure on. We're going to close this game out, and now it's just 1 to go. And with the Stalker Rifle in the hands here of Jimbo, you would expect it to be over pretty soon. As 2Foxy escapes with his life, but this is going to be game. This will be Na'Vi taking home the series. It was a shaky one, but they get the job done.
Wow, in the end, what a series, to be honest. 50-40 is your final score in game number 5, as Na'Vi will take the game 5. They will take the series, and it's a great 10-kill marcher for them to close it out on. But, Mark, what a fantastic series. We had a feeling that one could go the distance if everything played out right, and to be honest, it was, I think, even better than you and I had imagined or hoped for. It was a great way to start the day. In the end, Na'Vi takes the series. JLINGZ shows up in a really impressive way, and I think it's just been a great table setter for the rest of the tournament.
It certainly has indeed. A lot of questions to be asked for Na'Vi, sure. They certainly were tested by JLINGZ, but we talked about when we saw this roster coming together, how we feel that gap is just going to close over time, Andy. And I think we've just seen some proof from JLINGZ that there's some really, really good moments for that team and some really good things they can grow from.
Yeah, certainly a lot to be proud of from that series. And I think if we saw what JLINGZ was able to do in that series, I think we know enough about them and the players on that team to know that they're going to look at that series as a whole, and they're going to be able to say, okay, that was a great series. Really wish we had taken the win, of course, especially in pool play. However, we can easily go toe-to-toe, not just with Na'Vi, maybe even with Quadrant as well. I think they need to look at this whole tournament as a marathon and a bracket that they could really show up in a big way. I mean, it could be a great way to really start their year off and as they look to more lands for the rest of the year. So JLINGZ shows up in a huge way. Na'Vi still gets the dub, but a lot of questions to be asked about what the rest of their bracket will look like. And I think we come away with that series with more questions than answers, which is always a good thing for early on in pool play.
That's very, very true indeed. Na'Vi with the win then. JLINGZ looking strong alongside them, but that is going to do it all for now. We're going to jump into a quick break. When we get back, though, we're going to take a little bit of break, but we get to see a little bit of Gaskin and Sherzy on your screen, so we'll be back in 2 minutes.
Welcome back to Quadrant 4K. The lion's share of 14,000 euros up for grabs for these teams competing today. That's our first look at Quadrant, Dan. It's our first look at Pool A, with both these teams up against, are actually starting with a clean record. They've gone 1-0 so far.
Yeah, are we going to see a little bit of pressure maybe on the shoulders of Quadrant here, considering it is a Quadrant Rand tournament? It doesn't seem like it's going to be that way with the start that they've had. Already a 3-0 for them today, and a 3-0 also on the other side of a Wobbabobs, which is what we're going to be watching here today. And I'm very excited to see what Quadrant are going to be like, right? Because we had the Quadrant that were able to perform on LAN, but they had a sub. They weren't quite at full strength. We've seen them in a couple of the 2Ks and 4Ks, but now everyone's eyes are going to be on them, right? Is this going to be Quadrant showing us what they're really made of?
Yeah, I think this is going to be the first real test for this new Quadrant roster. I think we obviously, Chick had his problems last at Charlotte. I think his passport was stolen, and unfortunately, I stole his passport, Dan, for a reason. I was expecting a phone call from the Quadrant lads. They wanted to pick me up. The phone call never came my way, and instead it went the way of 2Foxy, and he took his chance and ran with it, really. I think having a look at the pools, Dan, Quadrant and a Wobbabobs, like we said, they started their pools with a clean break, and I think someone's O has to go in this next series.
Yeah, and you could argue that this is a series to decide who's going to be taking this group, right? And you can see what's happening on the other side. Cat Smile Gaming also were able to get a victory over BH3, so a fantastic win for them. And they'll have their match against Na'Vi to try and see who's realistically going to be topping the group. But already some impressive games to start with. I mean, that 3-2 between Na'Vi and JLINGZ was unreal, and probably the best way we could have started today.
There we have the series layout. Up first, game number 1, Streets King of the Hill. Game 2, Live Fire Slayer. Aquarius CTF will be game 3, and if required, Recharge Strongholds and Empyrean Slayer will be the game types. And heading into this, it's no doubt Quadrant are the massive favourites, and the Wobbabobs are the underdogs here, Dan. But we've already seen JLINGZ give it a really good test to Na'Vi, catching them cold in the early engagements. Can we see something similar here today?
I think that, Wobbabobs are going to come out of this flying. They are a team that's newly formed. They've got some impressive young players. You've got Glory, you've got Sayar. And I think that both of them are going to be wanting this. They're going to be hungry for this. Then you've also got Mose and Flux, who, they've been around the bend. They know how these things work nowadays. But with two young guns alongside them, Mose and Flux, they were the young guns back in the day. Maybe they can now use their experience to try and push this team forward and really give Quadrant a run for their money. I think we know who the favorites are, but you never really know what could happen here.
We've already had our first mistake when it comes to pronunciation of a Wobbabobs. A Wobbabombs is what you said, Dan. I actually think I might prefer that if they can rebrand.
I can say what I like when it's, 5, 6 a.m. here in the West Coast. A few of you might be saying, well, why are you in the West Coast? Well, tell you what, that's a story for another day. But alas, we are here, and we're going to restart this one. But I'm excited, Richie, because I think that Quadrant, they've been, the forefront of European Halo for the last few months. We've had the transitions from Ascend into Quadrant. We've had the God Squad that's formed. It's the God Squad that we were talking about possibly forming for so many months, if not like it was a year. I think that it was possibility of happening. And now it's the chance to actually see what they can do going into a new, fresh season. We didn't get to see it at Charlotte. Now this should be able to put all of that behind them, and maybe this could be the kickoff for them.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Quadrant are really Europe's flagship team. They're the crown in the EU, in the regions, the jewel of the crown for us over here in Europe. And Dan, I think something that we have to speak about, maybe that wasn't on the shoulders before, is just added pressure to that now, where Legend, Chick, SLG, and Seeker, they're all expected to win. They're expected to do well at these international tournaments.
Yeah, I think the expectation is a good thing. It certainly does put Europe on the map, but unfortunately expectations do lead to disappointments when you don't get those results. And even though Quadrant will look back at Charlotte and say, all right, well, we did okay considering we still had a sub, European Halo still hasn't reached that point that maybe a lot of us think they should be able to get to, because they have come so close to beating some of these North American teams. We're talking getting to that 5th map, being a kill or two away from taking down some of the best teams in North America, in the world. But it just seems to be that final hurdle is where European Halo seems to slip up, and I just wonder when we're going to get that team that finally breaks through. Maybe it'll be Quadrant, maybe it could be Na'Vi, who knows, maybe it could be a Wobbabobs.
Well, we're underway here. That's with the young gun Zaire. What can he do? Over towards Garbage as he has his eyes set on rockets. Taken down to no shields. SLG picks up those rockets, tries to whisk them away. Teammate on hand, Legend. The last remaining member. He has got the rockets to play with, although his team did fall around him and opts not to fire that rocket this time. Takes out Flux instead, turns his attention towards Mose, tries to fire one his way, but will get taken down. Those rockets not having the kind of value you'd expect.
I really thought you might have hit us with a lights out and away we... I won't finish the sentence just in case it's copyrighted, but you know where I was going. I really did think it was coming. But yeah, early start, we're seeing pressure from Quadrant, but a good response here from a Wobbabobs. It's very easy after a start like that, just to get pinned back, maybe not get the kills on your side, but they were quick off the spawns to make sure they were all watching the angles, and it's been a good response. They've been able to actually put some time on here.
Glory. The Year 1's breakout players. Made a name for himself in the free-for-alls and is now getting his opportunities in some of those top rosters. The trajectory he was on, and if he continues in that vein, it won't be long before the big teams come knocking on his door. Now SLG. Bit of a mixed year, mixed bag for him, finishing 2nd place in Valencia along with his teammate in Chick. Now they're looking to right some wrongs in Year 1 and maybe some aspirations of pushing forward, particularly in the North American scene. Here is SLG then.
That's what I was alluding to as well, Shers, is that, you know, they had those 2nd places. They spoke about this God Squad that could potentially formed. We all had kind of theorized about what could happen. It has happened. And now I think there is that expectation of they should be the team to propel Europe forward. And it kind of does have to start here today. And it has to be a commanding performance from them as well. They can't afford to be faulted here by a team like a Wobbabobs that is newly formed. It certainly started well for them. It looks like they're going to take the first point here in King of the Hill, or at least should do, unless we see any antics, but Legend denies that with a double kill with the rockets. So 1-0 to Quadrant. It started as we would expect, but certainly a Wobbabobs are not rolling over and showing their bellies here. They are giving this a good game.
Trade then in the feed. Legend and Zaire. Both a couple of smacks to the face and they'll see each other again, no doubt. 2 dead apiece. Shields down, and unfortunately SLG will clear out the tram area. Here comes Zaire down the driveway. Can he stop any sort of time being contested here? He cannot. He steps away, and that's a wise decision.
You can see all 3 members that were up from a Wobbabobs just trying to gather together, make sure they can find the 4th, who was a little bit stray away from them, but Mo's unaware of the push that was coming through from the street side. And, you know, Quadrant now have a lot of control of the map here. One of the best teams when it does come to how quickly they can adapt to other teams that are playing in a certain way. It doesn't seem like Quadrant are truly being tested at the moment with a lot of these setups. They're able to hold very comfortable angles. It does seem like it's back to basics a little bit for a Wobbabobs, and that happens with new teams sometimes. You do go for the kind of typical normal strategies, and it can be a little bit predictable. It seems like Quadrant just have an answer.
Quadrant double the lead. That 2nd hill was stress-free, and this stock rifle really doing so much damage in the map. It was SLG before, and now it's in the hands of Legend. Will drop a couple of the weapons, but Mo's last man standing. Those pieces will be down back tower, and you can see Seekin trying to close the distance over towards Glory and maybe get the cleanup onto Mo's. He's going to re-challenge here on the cafe side. Really good job from Seekin staying alive, but unfortunately will get taken down as rockets popped, and Zaire uses that shroud screen expertly just to tip away with the rockets.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with Zaire as well. I mean, it was Lumi, by the way, for those of you who are fans of European Halo and maybe you've watched Lumi play. It was a rebrand to Zaire. I preferred Lumi, it was easier to say, but alas, here we are. And I think that's the same for Glory. I think both of these two do have a future in European Halo, and maybe this is the team that could be, I don't want to say it could be a stepping stone for them, or it could be their home if this team can find some consistency. And I think that's what European Halo is in its state at the moment, where you've got these 2 powerhouses in Quadrant and Na'Vi, and then everyone else is trying to find a team that can at least compete on their level. And right now, 3 dead yet again here for Quadrant, and the Wobbabobs are starting to put maybe their first point on the board. This has been great control from them. They've been finding Quadrant off spawn, but then just when they think they're comfortable, bam, Quadrant hit them again with an incredible push.
Wobbabobs were starting to find their feet. They have gone 3 dead though. And SLG can start to mount up some time. Flux gets the first pick, and you can see the comms have come for SLG just to get out of dodge. Stay alive, stay upright, be a factor on the map. But there comes the push. That's a beautiful push from a Wobbabobs.
Yeah, this is better. It's not your typical push. It wasn't as predictable, and it is going to be their first point on the board. So, a Wobbabobs, they say, you know what? We're not just going to allow Quadrant to steamroll this one. We are going to have some control. We are going to stop them from being able to push too easily. And now, because of where the hill was, they can naturally transition to the next. They can set up yet again. And Quadrant are going to be the ones who have to think outside the box here.
Flux gets a pick. It's 2 dead for a moment. Make it 3 as SLG. It's the grave killing spree for Flux. And he's a player, Dan, that can find himself a little bit unlucky to be dropped by JLINGZ in the first place. They had a really good showing at Worlds and got actually JLINGZ's best ever placement, but he managed to find himself teamless for a little while, and perhaps JLINGZ didn't improve in the meantime, but they've definitely found a roster now.
Yeah, I think that Flux I've always been a big fan of and a big advocate of how he plays the game, but unfortunately, a player of that style people see as easily replaceable because not necessarily the flashiest of players at times. He can put up the stats, as you can see, but Flux has always been one of those guys who I think has a great brain for Halo and also performs very well in certain scenarios, whether it be trying to support a team. He just knows where to be and knows how to help his team, and I think that's why I've always appreciated what Flux does. But unfortunately, he did get dropped. I don't think it was necessarily warranted because of how well he performed, but maybe this could be his comeback story. But right now, Wobbabobs did have control of this hill, but look at this. Quadrant have just seized it away from them, and it looks like they might be able to steal that point too.
It's Cafe Hill. So difficult to break the setup once a team really gathers some roots, and that's what they did. 3-1 now the score, and 2 minutes 46 on the clock. That could really start to be a Wobbabobs' enemy if they don't start to get a boogie on in the bottom middle hill, which is so often a mosh pit. Zika goes down. This is the chance for a Wobbabobs to put some time on the board.
Right, you said get a boogie on a mosh pit, a dance floor. It certainly requires some movement down at the bottom hill. And there is plenty of time on the clock where I don't think Quadrant are likely to just try and play time here. I think that would allow a Wobbabobs to have a chance of getting this bottom hill and getting back in the game. Instead, Quadrant really should just be looking to try and take some control, make sure they get the kills, and then if the time is available, then they'll take it. But doesn't look like it's going to be down to Quadrant. It seems like a Wobbabobs are the ones dictating the pace right now. Rocket's coming up in 20 seconds. 2:20 still left on the clock. So this one's not over. And the Wobbabobs, in terms of slaying, you know, they're out-slaying Quadrant at the moment. They are really knowing how to work as a unit. Very impressed with what I'm seeing so far.
This is what we tend to see with newer rosters when it comes to just not having that objective efficiency nailed down. Quadrant, you can see down the slays, but have managed to put themselves in a situation where they're 3-1 up. And although Wobbabobs continue to hang in there with the slays and actually outslay on the scoreboard, Quadrant are still comfortable.
Comfortable, but now that clock has ticked down enough where I think that conversation will have been had, probably in French, I would imagine. Do we just hold this hill? Do we just slay? Let's not actually try and push it. Let's try and work the clock a little bit, because even if we do lose it now, I think we've eaten away enough time that warrants just waiting and being patient. And you can just see by the angles that are being taken by some of the Quadrant players, as Glory should go down, will go down, that now it is going to be pushing the tempo and forcing a Wobbabobs to try something a little bit different here to secure this bottom hill.
Check down no shields. They have the tram set up, which is exactly what you want to keep bottom middle out of the clutches of a Wobbabobs. Minute 17 then. Time dwindles down. This game starting to escape the Wobbabobs, who have found themselves towards tower and the cafe side, and shots to the back for SLG, who might have stepped into trouble. Uses that shroud screen just to get away for now. Eliminate that line of sight, but Glory on hand to clean up the pieces.
Well, here's the last-ditch attempt, it would seem. 2 players just holding bottom middle, using the battle rifles together, and then here comes the flank from Flux at the same time. And utilize that bandit. Getting up close and personal as well, making sure there's no easy angles for Quadrant, and temporarily there was 4 dead, and this one's still alive. The Wobbabobs have a fantastic chance of securing this hill and giving themselves enough time to potentially get a third.
We've seen before, King of the Hill. It can go the distance when it looks all but over. As long as you keep a toe inside that hill, that clock will stop. But Wobbabobs, this one's not done just yet.
5 seconds, 4 dead. So Quadrant now will get rockets, and this is where it starts to look a bit of a struggle bus. All you have to do is watch the angles here and make sure there's no easy push. And as long as 1 or 2 of these rockets connect, this should be the game.
One goes in, finds a home. Second one, right to the splash damage will do just enough to take out Flux. And with 20 seconds remaining then, Glory's back tower, no longer killing spree for Seeker locked in, and Flux could be the latest victim, but somehow wins the engagement.
Somehow, some way. Again, 5 seconds. This one's surely going to be done. Flux is going to try and make a last-ditch effort as well. They are going to get in the hill, so it is going to require Quadrant to slay out here. But surely this is just inevitable at this point, as even though the last-ditch effort is there, the last remaining player gets taken out, and Quadrant will take the first game here. And it was relatively comfortable at the end, it looks, but I think the scoreline tells you that a Wobbabobs definitely gave us a game there, and Quadrant, it wasn't as easy as perhaps we would have expected.
Wobbabobs really making that a difficult day out. I think game number 1, and that gives me some confidence, Dan, that game two and this series as a whole is going to be a lot more difficult than maybe even Quadrant anticipated.
Yeah, I think that when Slayers come into the equation, you're right, it's going to be a chance for Wobbabobs to show us what they can do on an individual level as well as a skill level as a team. Because I think a lot of the individual engagements they had there, they were winning. This could be a case of Quadrant maybe just being a little bit slow out of the blocks, or perhaps underestimating Wobbabobs, thinking this was going to be a walk in the park. And by the way, I've said a Wobbabobs like 19 times now, and it just still doesn't feel right. It never felt right, but maybe one day I'll get used to saying this team name.
Well, taking a look at the tail of the tape, Dan, what jumps off the page? Because we talked about how they were outslaying Quadrant at times, and heading into a Slayer, that's going to bode well for them.
Yeah, they were to begin with, but then we saw Quadrant really take control, and Seeker especially, 23 kills. I mean, when Seeker does start to pop off, we know what an incredible player he can become, and, well, what a player he is in general. I think you can say that about any of the Quadrant players. That's what makes them such an exciting team, is anyone on any given day can turn in to Super Saiyan mode and just become a beast and absolutely destroy their opponents.
Well, confirmation of what we've seen. Game 1, 3-2 to Quadrant as we load into live fire. Slayer, Dan, what can we expect to see here? What are the keys to success for one of these teams?
Oh, I think we've already seen that these guys are going to be going at each other tooth and nail. I want to see the sniper rifle now becoming a big factor here. I want to see who's going to be able to take that sniper, especially on a Wobbabob side. I think we know that there's several members of Quadrant who could pick it up. One in particular who knows how to make it shine on this map. That will be Chick. But on a Wobbabobs, who is going to be that sniper, right? Who is going to be that person who really steps up and says, look, I feel like it could be me. Is it going to be Glory? I know Lumi certainly is good on the sniper rifle as well. You could argue that anyone could be picking up on the Wobbabobs roster. I think this is an exciting game to have because all 8 of these players can hit shots when the sniper comes into the equation.
Still down top middle for the moment. You can see Quadrant making moves towards it now. Scooped up. It's in the hands of Legend. Fires one into the Shroud screen, but not going to connect with Flux. Tries to land the body shot, but sniper rifle will fall over towards Cuts. Another Shroud screen used. This time, though, it's to secure the overshield. We see that time and time again, and you can see immediately Quadrant retreating back towards Garage.
I do love the addition of the Shroud screen. It's just changed things a little bit when it comes to how to pick up certain things, how to take control of certain areas of the map. You can see now pushing through Mose. He has lost all of his overshield, but Bandit in hand wanted to try and at least help the team who were over on that green side. And now it's going to be Quadrant still just pushing together, making sure they grab that sniper rifle, and now this is what we all want to see. And maybe one day we'll get a repeat of just that incredible clip that did happen right in front of our very eyes. But when you do get control, when you do have that sniper rifle, as long as you can get your player in a position to take those angles, it forces the other team to have to try something a little bit different. They have to take different routes that maybe forces them into chokes, which of course leads you more vulnerable to grenades.
Chick posted over towards Nest. The pings are coming over towards open field and the overshield spawn. It's going to be open 20 seconds or so, so Quadrant will turn their attentions towards it. Glory gets shot in the spine, and not enough to kill him, but certainly enough to weaken him in his next fight. 10 seconds to overshield then. Mo is spawning over towards green, and Chick has found his way towards the overshield, and again that shroud screen goes down. Quadrant doing a brilliant job of controlling it.
People are starting to get used to just the placement of the reticle when people are going for that overshield, but it's just so hard to deal that amount of damage when you're not necessarily getting that auto aim either. If you had several players, I think just aiming at that one location, you might be able to shut down a player and just guess where they're going to be, but it's not going to happen today as Mose gets shot down. Sniper rifle in hand, manages to tag as well. Does enough to help SLG, but Flux at least cleans up shot.
Chick lands the fadeaway body shot as well, which made it a much easier task for his teammates to clean up those kills. Battle rifle back in his hands. Beautiful Quadrant skins available now in store, mind you.
Nice.
See what I did there? That was so good.
Learning from the best. I don't mean me, I mean Onset, but completely right. I think that Quadrant need to, we take our hats off. It's incredible to see the support for the European scene. We needed it, really. So it's amazing that this tournament's been able to put on an incredible prize pool as well for these players that's going to be shared for the top 3 teams. Plenty of money, plenty of cheddar to play for, but all the meanwhile, we're talking about money. Some money shots being hit. 23 to 21. Hitting's not a word, kitten is, but 23 to 21 means this suddenly becomes a very close game, and considering the control that Quadrant had, maybe they'll be a little bit worried about this one.
Zaire with sniper rifle in hand then. Top tower control. Chick over towards back green, but Zaire is a victim of timing, didn't see it, and he has been able to cross now because of it. SLG will get taken down to 1 shot. Chick tries to line up the snipes to Zaire. Unable to connect this time, and he falls in situations and moments like that when you need to hit those shots. His overshield's about to pop.
I don't think Wobbleballs can afford to let this overshield go to Quadrant, but it was just too easy. And it means Quadrant can be patient with this one. Seeker will not plop it into his chest just yet. Instead, waits. Says, I've got a sniper rifle with 1 bullet. It's a moneymaker right here. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. At least connects with the body. And now you get the overshield. Now you push after you've done that initial damage. And this will allow the rest of Quadrant to also push up if they want because of the amount of output that he's managed to lay down.
Glory didn't care about the overshield. He wanted to fight. He wanted to scrap. Probably not the best of challenges for the Irishman, but
it's a very Irish thing to do, though.
It was brave. Really? It was brave.
Yeah.
Courageous.
Just going in swinging, regardless of whether the odds are against you. Grenades will take down Legend. Seeker also falls. It's still not done. I mean, a 10-kill difference. Quadrant, it was a great passage of play to make sure they got the lead. But now Wobbabobs, they need an overshield of their own. I feel like if they can get the next overshield, maybe this game is still winnable for them. But if they allow to let that one slip once more, Quadrant probably take this game too.
Beautiful bait and switch from the Quadrant boys, but Zahire's on hand to collapse on some of the damage done by his teammate. Glory back tower will get 1 onto Legend. Could this be the start of a comeback? Down by 8. Plenty of time. Plenty of space. Seeker's all alone and isolated for now. Legend will join him. Flux needs help, but handles business himself. Last 2 members of Quadrant were positioned over towards green, and Awaba Bob should have that information.
It's all about this overshield, though. 27 seconds. So you really need to space out your kills. You need to be thinking about making sure you're going to be a hard kill if you are holding these angles, but this is good use of the bandit from Mose. He's well equipped when it comes to single fire weapons, was one of the best European players during Halo 5, and we had that pistol. Now with 7 seconds remaining, this is where you need to start moving towards that overshield. Great timing as well to be able to grab the heat wave.
Mo was just patrolling bottom middle with the heat wave. Unfortunately, the pistol will absolutely light him up. An unfortunate decision to change weapon at the worst possible time. And that's going to mean overshield. Back-to-back overshields. In full control now, our Quadrant. After a little slip and a Wubba Bob starting to grow in confidence, but the overshield doesn't do the damage required. Flux in a 1v1, making it 1v2. As Legend with the sniper rifle will finish that kill. 45 to 34, excuse me. This game's gotten out of hand.
Yeah, and again, it's just the overshield, right? Quadrant just taking their time, picking their moment, making sure they waited. They caught a few players off guard of a wobble-wobs, and they weren't able to hold the overshield. And as we expected, it just snowballs out of control when an overshield gets into your hand 3 times in a row as Quadrant take game 2 50-36.
It was close in patches and in periods, but those overshields, Dan, they're so often the difference in the wear again today.
But I think that is always going to be the big demonstration of, you know, a new team versus a very well-practiced and well-drilled team is they are going to be setting up better for those overshields. And not necessarily just setting up, but pushing for the overshields as well. Wobble-Bobs had control of the overshield side of the map, but weren't finding the right angles because Quadrant weren't showing anything. Quadrant just said, look, we'll just move to the other side. We'll wait for maybe 10 to 15 seconds before the overshield, and then we make our move. And because the Wobble-Bobs were all holding at different places, they were able to pick them off one by one.
We've seen Sika having a monster game there, 17 kills and 9, and we were on board with Moles for a little while. He seemed to be playing pretty well, but as the game sort of stretched on, 8 and 16 was what he finished with, so not really good enough in a Slayer when you're dying 16 times. I think as we look towards Aquarius CTF, have you seen enough from a Wobble-Bobs that they can make this one a tough task?
I think they can certainly make it a tough game. I don't think that they've got it in them to take Quadrant on Aquarius CTF, if I'm honest. I think that we've seen the objective efficiency has been better out of Quadrant in general, and maybe they've switched on a little bit. Game 1, Quadrant were a little bit slow. They did allow things to slip through their fingers, but I think they'll want to make this a 3-0. They won't want to allow any sort of comeback possibilities here from our Wobble-Bobs. You want to be dominating this tournament. You want to be 3-0ing everyone. You want to make sure you own this pool, and then when you get into bracket play, you strike fear into the eyes of both Na'Vi and JLINGZ, who I would say is the biggest competition here for Quadrant in this tournament.
And if you're just joining us, this is the Quadrant 4K brought to you by Elgato, JBL and Scuff. And speaking of the good folks at Scuff, there's going to be a Scuff player of the tournament by the end of the day, which Mark and Andy will be picking the winner of that.
They will. Yeah, it's good for them to offer that, and I'm glad that, you know, they can make the decision on the player because it's a very tough task. Although we are jumping into game number 3, and I wonder whether we've already seen our player of the tournament on our screen so far today. We've already had 4 incredible teams, our 4 top seeds as well for this tournament compete, so it's highly likely that one of the players could be the player of the tournament. We'll have to wait and see what Onset and Bravo decide later on in the show. Flag already being pulled, though, by Quadrant, and they are just relentless with this push, but this could be a good chance for Wobble-Bobs to try and overextend, but no, because of the camouflage, SLG was able to be a little bit of a sneaky beaver.
2 down. SLG still marauding around. 1-0. A really quick cap. Wobble-Bobs not able to get out of the blocks, and Quadrant already applying so much pressure.
It's funny because I remember crediting Ascend for how good they were at moving flags on this map, and I also credited some players from Quadrant, or previously when they were just the French roster with SLG, how good they were at moving flags across the map. Now you combine all 4 of these players, the objective efficiency is insane. Everyone will get the job done. It's going to be 2-0 already. No one is afraid to put their life on the line and to get a flag on the run. And I just love how good this team is at moving flags from point A to point B. There's always one player in the right place at the right time, and there's always a second player to cover things in case it goes wrong.
It's hard to see what a Wobble-Bobs have done wrong here. It's more the fact that Quadrant have just played this perfectly so far, and really keeping the guys in their back foot. Glory tried the challenge, using that thruster back, will get the kill. Is this the opportunity then to push out of your base and get some semblance of control?
Still a lot of time. 2-0 at the moment. Are we going to be able to see a Wobble-Bobs at least try and show us that it was just an incredible start from Quadrant? Because it can get out of control a little bit when you lose, you know, the map in the early stages. You don't have the camouflage. You don't have the heat wave. You can lose a flag or 2. Usually you'd like to be able to at least stop one of them. It hasn't exactly been the best of starts for a Wobble-Bobs here. This is where it really takes a good mentality from your players. It's very easy to look at this and say, well, you know, it's pool play. It's the first seed. It's Quadrant. It doesn't really matter if we lose this one. No, you need to give it everything here and try and show what you're made of in the early stages. Of course, you don't want to spend too much energy on that because there could be bigger and more important games a little bit later on. But someone needs to make that call from a Wobble-Bobs and say, look, let's not just give up. Let's make sure we're at least focusing 100% here.
Legend at the moment, just absolutely feasting on a Wobbabobs. They haven't been able to find a response, really control the pace of the game from minute 1. They've been put on a clinic, a back whack, opting not to run the flag this time and Slay, perhaps over Slay, but that's how much he backs himself in those 1v1s. He does eventually fall and flag will be ran.
He ran at Shell, and unfortunately when there is going to be someone behind enemy lines, it means there is at least a chance for this to be stopped, and I think Quadrant were unaware of that. Glory had been able to at least sneak with the heat wave, and now he has the chance to get a return, and this is a big moment for Wobbabobs here. But there's so much to do. There's already a lot of damage he's taken, does get a little bit of help from teammates, and actually now they can push on in, and the return will happen. Okay, so this is huge from a Wobbabobs. They needed this. Otherwise, things were looking pretty dismal.
Counter cap opportunity off the back of Glory's good work. Flag just about tipping over the halfway point. Can SLG close the distance and put a stop to this? As Glory's made real inroads towards home base. SLG will get absolutely fried though. Snap, crackle and popped. And it's 2-1 just like that.
All right, that's what Wobbabobs needed then. This is the breath of life that could potentially change not just this game, but this series. Imagine if they were able to come back and win this game. That would give them a huge boost of confidence. 3 dead again. Chick gonna be the last remaining player. Should fall here from Mo, so that's 4 dead, and it's an overkill for Flux. And it is Flux making sure that he is showing why he is one of the biggest and best players in this region, and why he is not going to be just forced out of teams. And instead now it gives the chance for Wobbabobs to make this 2-2.
Flag punched home. All tied up then. And that fast start the Quadrant had, that lead that they amounted, completely dissipates. And a player having a bit of a struggle at the moment is Chick, currently sitting at 3-3 and 10. The Quadrant need him to turn things around as Moz picks up 2. And this game still has life.
A lot of life indeed, and I'm very impressed with what Wobbabobs have been able to do getting back into this one. When I was talking about, you know, you don't want to give up, you want to be giving 100%. Clearly, they were in agreement that things had to change, that they were maybe being a little bit lifeless in the early stages of the game. They were giving too much space to Quadrant, perhaps being a little bit too passive, scared at times, but suddenly they've started to get aggressive. They've started to get in the face of Quadrant, and Quadrant haven't really known what to do, although Chick maybe put in another kill that could be a very important one to give him the confidence as well. As you mentioned, he wasn't doing the best in terms of stats. And even though stats don't mean everything, we know full well that players will keep a keen eye on how many kills they have, and it really can change your mentals once you get a kill or 2 to just give you hope once more.
2v2 on the map then. SLG is going to eat a grenade. Sire spins one up into the visor. Gets the finishing touches with the plasma. We'll look to challenge Sika here. Getting tagged up the back though. Cheeks behind enemy lines. Picks up 1. Mose is going to try and close the distance and eliminate the Frenchman as quick as he can, and he does so successfully. Camo has popped up. Sika in the front base could be about to get handled. Yet he does. Glory gets a trade. Camouflage still up top middle. SLG in a 1v1. He wins it. These next few engagements are going to be pivotal.
Going to be huge. Camo was there. Flag still being held. Flag still being ran, but it's about getting into a comfortable position with it. Mozov spawn will get caught out, and now this is where Quadrant, this is where they get dangerous, when they do have that flag on the move, when they do have control of the map. Camouflage also pops into the chest of Chick. It's not going to be an easy flag run because, again, behind enemy lines, the Wobbabobs have done very well at overextending, but is it going to be enough here?
Camouflage starting to get that return then. 2 men on it. Flag has got sent home, and Quadrant do retake the lead. Will that be a dagger at the heart, or a potential counter cap opportunity here as Glory gets the flag moving? Not interested in having any conversations along the way. Trying to get from A to B as quick as possible. And he's made it all the way home. What a flag run that has been. All tied up once more.
I mean, get your notebooks out. That was executed perfectly from Glory. And again, another demonstration of what an incredible player he is. And is he going to be the future of European Halo? That's one of the biggest questions that I want answered in this tournament, because with plays like that, certainly looks like it. Able to hit those slides perfectly to move as quick as possible from A to B, and now Wobbabobs in the ascendancy. Quadrant sent so much into capturing that flag. They did leave themselves vulnerable But it was all down from a Wobbabobs overextending, getting in the base, making sure they got a flag pull to give them a chance off spawn to get in that position for it to actually happen. And this game's not over. Not even close to being over, because Quadrant, even though they had so much control in the early stages, our Wobbabobs have been incredible at fighting back.
Flag taken.
2 down once more. Flag thrown to the front base. Seeka's been taken down. SLG over towards the fridge, fresh off the spawn, trying to stop this flag. Getting any distance between them and the base. Still down. Glory on the bridge. Moes will get the touch. Thrust backwards just to keep it alive. Keep the pressure on Quadrant here. Not having it all their own way. The Wobbabobs have a little bit left in the tank. Looking to push this series at least one more map. As Legend dives on the return, not able to get enough on it though. And a flag touch comes through, about what cost? Because 3 go down and Glory's the last man standing.
Glory with a lot to do, but we've seen what Glory can do when he's moving a flag. What can he do when he's trying to at least just stay alive? But the grenades are starting to come in now. It's good survival skills. At least it got a melee down, but I don't think this is going to be fun for a Wobbabobs. 3 are down. Quadrant now starting to push in.
The collapse comes. Chick looked as though he went for the toss, but maybe a little fumble on his part. Teammates on hand to make sure damage is done, but the Wobbabobs have done enough just to quell the danger for now at least. Chick picks up 1. Is that going to be the catalyst for this flag to be pushed on the move? Glory's front base. This engagement's going to be big. Glory dives on it, gets the damage, and prioritizes getting the return. Heads up play from the Irishman.
Heads up indeed. 3 dead again though. And Quadrant, every single time you think that a Wobbabobs maybe are going to take some control, Quadrant again show why they are one of, if not the best team in the region. 2 minutes left on the clock. Good spawn nades from a Wobbabobs though, just to make sure they're predicting where those players are going to be moving from and not allowing an easy push into the base. And our Quadrant trying to force this a little bit too much. Camouflage is coming up, so you've got to be patient. You don't want to give away map control.
Quadrant really playing this one frantic. There's chaos. It's time just to catch your breath, and they've allowed Flux to get away with the camouflage. Will that come back to bite them here as Legend is eliminated along with his teammate SLG. Now Wobbabobs descending on the base. Seeka and Chick are left there to try and stop the push. SLG will spawn back up and push the camouflage player back, and that's going to leave Mo is isolated over towards the shroom stairs, and as a result he will be eliminated. Quadrant doing enough, but numbers still not in their favor, as all 4 dead now, and the Wobbabobs drive forward.
And here we go. Well, we saw the run from Glory. It's not quite the same from Flux. Wasn't able to hit those slides, but at least got the flag to a decent position. 2 are dead for Quadrant. A Wobbabobs now need to make sure they're both slaying and have someone who has eyes on that flag, and it is going to be Moes who gets the next touch, but Quadrant off spawn will do the damage. This is good from Moes though. Don't commit to the flag too much and instead try and help some slays.
Gets a vital touch, keeps the flag alive. They've gotten it all the way back, but Flux tried to toss it up, but just missed it. Enough players on hand to just force this one home, and they have taken the lead, have a Wobbabobs, with less than a minute left.
What an incredible game this has been for Wobbabobs, and it could be a series-defining game as well. Quadrant, do they have an answer for 40 seconds, or do we go to game number 4? Wobbabobs now have to hold, have to just turn on the defense. Their aggression has been incredible throughout the game, but now they're going to sit back a little bit, try and protect this flag, but Seeker's going to start running one. And the Wobbabobs, how will they respond? Is this just going to be a masterclass from Quadrant in these final moments to make sure they can tie things up?
Chick gets a double kill. Moving the flag forward, but Flux gets 2 of his own. Will that be enough? SLG, the last man standing on the map. Could be a massive 1v1 with Glory here, back base. We've seen this movie before. Can he do enough? Taken down to half shields now. And Sire top middle picks up 1, and Glory gets 1 of his own. Looking to send the flag home here. Legend has got to do something here, and he's unable to do so. Flag sent home, and a Wobbabobs put 1 on the board. 2-1 the score.
What an incredible game that was from a Wobbabobs. It looked like they were going to be down and out in the early stages. Quadrant was so quick out of the blocks at 2-0, and I was worried that maybe a Wobbabobs would look at it and be like, all right, you know, let's let this one go. It's a 3-0. We'll move on. We'll finish second in the pool, but it looks like they very much have their eyes on the prize here. They feel like this one's for the taking, and if they play that way, there's no reason why this isn't for the taking. And Wobbabobs demonstrating that they are a team who are going to be a real threat in this tournament.
Is it fair to say that maybe Quadrant after that 2-0 lead got a little bit complacent. We've seen them overslaying, backing themselves, and perhaps they thought the game was done themselves, but all of a sudden the Wobbabobs roar back to life.
Yeah, you could put it down to a little bit of complacency. You can also put it down to a Wobbabobs defending well, positioning themselves so they could actually nade Quadrant. There were several times where Quadrant were pushing into that flag, and they were just greeted by 2 or 3 grenades, and then they had to force themselves back, take the middle of the map once more, and try and take map control, and it just wasn't working out for them. They weren't able to get those runs. We also have to focus on how good the runs were from a Wobbabobs. Wow, that one from Glory, I think, really changed the map. It could even change the series with how quickly he was able to get that one from point A to point B. The only but that I'm going to throw in here is we move to Strongholds, and we know how good Quadrant are at Strongholds.
Yeah, when you look at the series layout, and for Wobbabobs, when you push the series to this game 4, this is not the game type and map combination you wanted to see, Dan.
Isn't. I think that our Wobbabobs will know full well that Quadrant are incredible at recharge Strongholds, but I think that they're going to be very confident indeed when it comes to their own performance and what they've just achieved in that previous map. So all to play for still. Only 2-1 in this series, and if the Wobbabobs were able to take this, that would be a huge statement in this tournament.
Flux bottom tower will get a trade. He gets Legend, but look, Seeker gets him. Rock, paper, and scissors. Round and round we go. 2 dead, excuse me, a piece. Camouflage, though. In the chest of Glory. Meleeed, and unfortunately, that camouflage not able to get any real value. Is that a misplay? And when things like that go against you, you can perhaps think, I should have done better there, and maybe some of that confidence that you had from the previous game can dissipate. But momentum well and truly on a Wobbabob's side. But it's Quadrant now with a 2-cap advantage.
This is where Quadrant can be at their very best, when it's Strongholds, when they have the lead, when they have control. They are a team who are ruthless when it comes to their aggression and pushing for a triple cap, but a Wobbabobs just getting that kill over towards A allows them to have the time to push C and force Quadrant back into pipes, and now it means that there is going to be points scored for Wobbabobs here, and Quadrant have to force themselves out of the spawn. And I will say, I'm really liking what I've seen from a Wobbabobs so far today. They have a great set of players here who know how to work in tandem with one another off spawn. They don't seem to have to strategize too much. It's just on-the-fly decision-making that's working well for them.
This is something that we've seen from Quadrant in the past. They're willing to risk losing a couple of caps, losing a couple of points to try and go for that triple cap time and time again. You can see they're always applying pressure, always looking for it, because when you have those 3 captures, the score that you can mass is almost unsurmountable at times.
There it is. There is the vintage Quadrant style of making sure they get A, B, and C. And now this is where all Wobbabobs need to be careful they do not get pummeled into the ground. Camouflage also been grabbed by Legend. And where do Wobbabobs go? Do they try and take C here? Flux is caught unaware. CR at least has been able to take the fight against Chick and does win it, but they all spread themselves out. They kind of didn't really know where they wanted to try and go. Some went C, some went B, and it just played into the hands of Quadrant, who were set up around every angle.
Worrying times for Wobbabobs. So we've seen Quadrant do this to the world champions on Strongholds. They're so strong, always have been, even in Halo 5. Now the French. I don't know what it is, what's in the water over there, but I don't know if they're learning how to play Strongholds in school, Dan, but something's going on.
Killing frenzy for Seeker. And whether he learned that in school or not, maybe one day he'll be the one teaching it, because it is a masterclass that we're seeing from Quadrant yet again on this map and mode. Moses the next one to get mowed down, so I will at least take the fight against Seeker. Wins it, but is it going to be enough? Yes, okay, so C can finally... No! Just when you think C is going to be taken, Glory has to get forced back. And again, Quadrant being aggressive at the right time. It will give up A spawn, so there is going to be a temporary lull in this insane point scoring from Quadrant. But I think that they still have enough of a lead here where Wobbabobs are going to struggle to get back into this game.
A little snap onto the body there will be enough to eliminate Mose from the equation. Sayer putting down long-range shots. Enough damage has been done that Quadrant happy to bait and switch, and Chick will clean up the pieces from that initial damage. As we tick over now the 200-point threshold. And the Wobbabobs, the best thing that they've been able to do is hold a single cap for them the longest time, as they have just been absolutely bleeding points. And the problem is, they don't look to be in any way, shape, or form getting themselves back into this as Glory goes down. Quadrant putting on a clinic.
Well, it seems to be like anything you can do, I can do better. We saw Na'Vi have an incredible Strongholds game just earlier today, and now Quadrant doing exactly the same. And also a big indication of how much those two teams have been scrimming against one another, and maybe how much Na'Vi have learned from Quadrant when it comes to Strongholds. But this one looks like it may be done and dusted. It's going to be one last attempt from a Wobbabobs to push in to try and get points, but Quadrant, they're still holding strong.
They hold A and C. Always tries to stop the point scoring. Glory is back blue. He's managed to pick up 2, but is it too little too late? As SLG puts him in the grave. And it's 2:45. Quadrant continue to score. 2 down. And that's going to be game, set, and match unless they can clear out this player. And they've done so successfully. A will be controlled, but they're losing B in the meantime. Are Wobbabobs. They have got to get a toe in. They can't do so. Quadrant will win the series 3-1.
And even though it was a fantastic effort from our Wobbabobs in the previous games, where some of them were closer than I would have personally expected, that was more like what I would expect to see when it comes to Quadrant's performance. They just seem to absolutely blast teams when it comes to Strongholds, especially on Recharge. They are, I would say, one of the best teams, not just in Europe, but in the world. That has been echoed by a lot of North American pros who have played against them on LAN as well. Just how ruthless they are when it comes to their aggression and how well they work in tandem as a unit to rotate around that map and prioritize each stronghold. It was a quick game. It wasn't a fun game for Wobbabobs, but Quadrant, they're showing us what they're made of, and I think that is a better display of what this team is going to do today in this tournament.
Just getting word, Dan, in my ear from production and indeed from the lads at Quadrant. See, they make the rules. This is their tournament, and they've decided every game that they play in from now on is going to be a Strongholds game type, and you can see why.
Yeah, you can definitely see why. I mean, I'm not sure that's allowed, especially with money on the line.
They make the rules. They make. Yeah. I'm not going to argue with them.
I mean, I guess, you know, we'll have to see how that plays out. But a lot of teams would learn how to play Strongholds if you're having to get pummeled in that way. And I think that's what we have to look at for a Wobbabobs, is they need to now take this as a learning curve, look back, what did we do wrong? How can we be better when it comes to Strongholds? Because as I was alluding to, Na'Vi were very good at Strongholds earlier. They've been scrimming Quadrant. They've been battling Quadrant in tournament after tournament, and clearly they've got better at Strongholds, and the only way to get better sometimes is by playing the best.
You say Wobbabobs have to go back and ask what we done wrong. I think it'd be a quicker and shorter list if they asked themselves what we done right. And I think for Quadrant, it was undoubted. It was a demolition job. It was far from a smash and grab. We've seen them, their feathers ruffled a little bit in the flag game, but they were well back to form there.
Yeah, I think that Quadrant will look at Aquarius capture the flag and be a little bit frustrated. They've dropped a map, but at the same time, dropping a map isn't always the worst thing, because it can give you a little bit of a kick up the backside and say, all right, let's focus up. Let's not make sure that we just allow to drop games like that. Because if they were to drop games in that fashion against a Na'Vi, against the JLINGZ, then things start to get a little bit difficult.
Well, that's all for Dan and I. Up next is going to be Onset and Bravo with Game 3. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody to the Quadrant sponsored 4K for the Halo Championship Series, and we have some good news, which is that we have another game coming your way. We're hopping over to Pool B now. We're going to have BH3 going up against what was a very, very impressive JLINGZ that we saw earlier on against Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think JLINGZ has a lot to be proud of. Like we said in that last series, game number 1, as you see on your screen, going to be Streets Oddball. But I think JLINGZ going to look to ride that momentum. I think even though they undoubtedly won a few moments in that series back, especially that game number 5, they would have loved to have come out on top. I think they need to realize just what they did in this tournament. I think that was an amazing first series from them. It was a statement in terms of what they're looking to do, not just this weekend, but maybe this season. And I think they can look at this whole bracket as a whole and realize there's a real opportunity ahead of us. There's a lot of cash on the line. There's a lot of kind of momentum and prestige on the line as well, heading into the lands of the season. So I think a lot to look forward to for them if they can keep up the same pace.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing for them is just looking at the series, they'll probably not want to see live fire Strongholds ever again in this tournament. However, they have King of the Hill, which gives them a little bit more time to set up around the map. That was the only kind of blip on the record, I would say, as far as that series was concerned. But BH3 on the other side, the team that you've probably matched up against in matchmaking at some point. If you're in Europe, you'll know all about these players. A lot of talent on this lineup. Very, very aggressive team. Sometimes a little bit too aggressive, and maybe that's something that JLINGZ can look to take advantage of here.
Yeah, certainly that's what they're going to be looking to do. And they think back to their first series as well. And you wonder if JLINGZ is thinking, man, if we just got one extra, if we didn't concede those flags in Empyrean CTF, it could have been a very different series for us as well. So definitely things that they might look back on. However, I think all they need to do now is look forward. As you said, really, this should be a momentum-building series for them, if we're honest, Onset. Expecting a JLINGZ W here if they pick up where they left off in that last series.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Maybe looking at a 3-0 victory for them if we're being realistic about the situation. BH3 obviously have some talent, but there is that kind of divide, you would say, between the top 3 or 4 teams in Europe and the chasing pack, so to speak. So for JLINGZ, this is an opportunity really just to kind of knuckle down on a few of those things that went wrong and in that first series that we saw against Na'Vi, and just make sure that we're playing as good Halo as possible moving into the latter stages of the tournament. All
right, getting into the game now here. It's going to be respectful with that first grab. Not just the rockets, but also the ball as well. He gets all sorts of goodies, and that's because of those opening 3 kills that come in for the squad.
Yeah, really, really good start here. You can also see that there's a little bit of a red gun in play, but even with the precision weapon, it's not quite as precise as these rockets coming in from Brandon Stones at the moment. He picks up a nice double kill. A little bit of early ball time here for him, but even though you saw from the point of view of Respectful there, everything he did was right. He picks up 2 kills. He got the odd ball back. Teammates fell elsewhere on the map, which means that ball time wasn't as comfortable as it could have been.
Still 2 dead here, though. Should be some additional time as that ball's just going to be tossed down. You see the Respectful spawn coming in on a nice slide as well. However, that's getting collapsed on, so this is going to be a little bit of a tricky battle here at C.
Yeah, it looks like the rotation call was made, having seen Respectful spawn and the fact that he pushed into Tram. You can see the idea coming in from JLINGZ. They wanted to try and rotate that to him, trying to get into that preferred Tram setup where it's much easier to hold down the map. But cut off at the pass that time by BH3, but it looks like now the success has been found by JLINGZ. They've got that ball back into Tram. They have the Shroud screen available as well, just to block off that line of sight on the Tram stairs. And everyone else is set up perfectly to defend 2Foxy with that ball.
Yeah, outslaying right now 11-5 off the opening, which is a pretty convincing margin to be starting the game off with, and Stephanie just holding down B stairs at all sorts of great angles as well. Look at this peeking and shooting, and lots of damage done as well. That will be 4 dead off of the great position and team shot as well.
Yeah, really, really good stuff here from JLINGZ, and you have to question, is this going to be maybe just a bit of an uphill battle too much for their opponent BH3 here? A little bit of a golfing class, you would say, as far as the players are concerned. And this sneaky position being taken up here by Respectful is something that he does so well. A comfortable double, I was going to say, should have been arguably a comfortable double. You would expect to pick up a kill and a double kill with that shotgun beatdown, but not to be found this time around. But it's not going to cost JLINGZ too much in this situation.
Nice little shots coming in there. That was 3 dead for the moment for JLINGZ, which is the first time we've seen that in the game, as indicated by the scoreboard here at 44-0. 360 rocket does not connect from Brainiac. However, they do slow the game down just a bit here for the moment.
Yeah, Brainiac not getting much value out of those rockets, but certainly just slowing the push down at least coming in from JLINGZ. Now trying to rotate that ball back towards a teammate, and JLINGZ find themselves with 3 in the dead zone. So Yumi's doing some really good work at the moment. 2Foxy gets a spawn though, and you can see they're just a little bit not sure on where they want to rotate that ball, and that little bit of a misplay, a misstep, miscommunication has cost them now as that ball goes down.
Yeah, to let your first player go that easily, really sacrifice that first death a little bit easier than they wanted. That will be 2 dead and should lead to continued ball time for the side of JLINGZ here, as they will just hold on plants.
Yeah, really, really smart hold here, actually. A bit of a transitional setup, something, the term that we like to coin, when you're not fully set up around the map, but you do have a perimeter kind of established around that ball carrier to defend him. Then JLINGZ held that down, realized that they had good positioning on the map, didn't have to do too much, didn't have to overextend, just had to hold positions before they could clear away to a much safer rotation. And now you're seeing Septic has got that ball back into Tram, but with teammates falling around him, he's throwing that ball out, and now he's just concentrating on some slays.
Yeah, like you said, 2 dead for quite a while there for both sides, back and forth, which led to a series of transitional setups, and the game has slowed down quite a bit. However, that will be now more time on the board. Despite being 2 dead, they'll grab a few extra seconds as the ball is played out to benches.
Yeah, Bastos trying to force that one back into Tram towards teammates. Yumi knows that he's got to do some work. Brainiac knows he's got to pick that ball up, but the damage being done by Quadios might open the door here for a double kill, but Brainiac drops that ball, raises the battle rifle for a few seconds, but Respectful was already broken into the back of Tram here, and he'll be able to scoop that ball up for some more time here for JLINGZ.
Really like that play from Respectful. He goes not just onto Commando, but also grabs the Commando, and that's a little bit of a risky angle to challenge from there, just because you're not sure if you're going to clean up the kill immediately. However, he converts so quickly with the Commando there to make sure that the ball can't be played. A really heads-up play there from Respectful.
Also has the Stalker rifle and the Shroud screen, and this is going to guarantee rockets here for JLINGZ, and this is something that we were talking about, how effective the Shroud screen can be. at securing power-ups for teams, just denying all of the LOSs from teams who are trying to come off respawn, trying to fight for them, but also completely disabling any kind of auto aim that you'd have in those situations. Any aim assist is going to be taken away, so you can't finish off those kills of the players jumping into that shroud screen to bring it back to your side. And on the back of that, Quadios gets a comfortable double, and now with 81 points and rising on the board here for JLINGZ, this is looking like the road home.
And a killing spree as well for Quadios. It's really, really great spawn control there coming in from the side of JLINGZ. They had 2 dead, and they saw that the 2 spawners were in PD, so they just let them come into tires. They let their opponents come to them. In the end, they will find themselves 3 dead, but not before going up 86-19.
Maybe one more push coming in here, a couple of kills to be picked up by JLINGZ, and they'll be able to scoop up that remaining ball time that is required in this round number 1. Bastos trying to kind of force this ball a little bit, instead decides to try and play it out. The Stalker Rifle not quite connecting in the way that he would have wanted to, but those shots are pretty good elsewhere, as it's 2 for 2 on the map at the moment. That's going to be a 1 for 1. It's Brainiac versus Quadios, and Quadios has got the ball, and he's saying, Brainiac, you can come and chase me.
Look at what Septic just did. Unbelievable from B-Rail. He's the only player alive that entire time. His team is spawning in PD, and he's that much of a nuisance. They're not able to slow him down. He does so much damage. He even gets the first kill on the ball carrier going up C stairs. Does a ton of damage onto benches. Gets another kill on the balk. That's absolutely huge and should pave the way for JLINGZ to close out the first round.
However, Quadios once again is the last alive, but he picks up 1 kill this time. So Quadios' last alive seems to be a problem at the moment for BH3. They can't manage to slow him down. They can't stop the ball being in his hands, and they certainly cannot stop trades coming in to even up those numbers on the map. And Septic is continuing his little run that he's been on at the moment. He's got 12 kills to his name, just the 9 deaths as well. 2 Foxy having a little bit more of a quiet game, but he also has most of that ball time.
On a forced grab here, even though Backstoss is the only player alive, this should be a grab coming in momentarily. We'll see if that's going to eventually be the case, and I think they had the positioning to maybe do it, but maybe they didn't have the exact information to realize how free that ball grab might have been, but just 6 seconds left for them.
Yeah, nice shots coming in there from Brainiac. 2 Foxy cleans it up immediately and does some good damage as well on his way towards trying to stop that ball being rotated towards the back tower. I was pretty sure for a second that JLINGZ had those rockets, but it looks like they haven't been too much of an influence on the map. Haven't seen them pop up in that kill feed too much. However, the Bulldog is always going to be a worry, and I tell you what, Respectful, that thing shouldn't work from that far away, but it certainly does on that occasion.
Yeah, Respectful goes full disrespectful there against Sunrise, just popping the Bulldog from distance past the gen and able to pick up the kills. However, all players alive on both sides here. Still just 6 seconds to go for JLINGZ.
Respectful doesn't get the trade again with that Bulldog beatdown. Bastos, though, he's going to be caught back tower. Really important 1v1 for him to win here, and he manages to do so. And now you're seeing JLINGZ find themselves 3 dead, but the spawns are a little bit staggered. You can see Quadios is already out once more, already kills 1 and damages another down to no shields. And even though they've got the ball back towards the tower, the respawns have already come in, and now you're going to see it's about survivability, waiting for your teammates to get on the map. And JLINGZ just aren't going to let that happen.
Yeah, it's going to be it. Time will tick down there, and JLINGZ just playing the advantage really well. They knew they had a 70-some-odd point lead there at the end. All they need to do is slay out towards the end, and they're just going to let the time tick down rather than even grab the 6 seconds, and that will be a very comfortable round number 1 from JLINGZ.
As we would expect then at the start of this game between the two teams, JLINGZ certainly looking the more dominant squad. However, Rockets do go over to BH3. To Foxy, finds 1 at his feet as well, and having just picked up 2 kills, Sunrise is going to find 2 players at his feet as well. This time he doesn't have the rockets to play with, and good pressure coming in from JLINGZ there to make sure that ball doesn't go into the control of the French squad.
Yeah, mechanically a very nice play there from Quadios as he hits the slide all the way straight up to C stairs to avoid any nades that were coming in from benches, and that will lead to now this ball grab and a nice rotation. Good work there from Respectful to use the pillar to guard that tires gen angle, and they will now come away with some additional ball time. They take the lead once again.
Really good shots coming in from Septic as well. And you can see from the point of view of Bastos here how difficult it is to even get halfway up the map at the moment. Respectful, as well as that ball, has the spike grenades in his back pocket. So if anyone tries to push him, he's going to be able to deny that space so comfortably and really do some free damage. Respectful going to drop that ball for a second. He's going to try and get the trade, and that's a big play from Respectful with that commando. The quick rapid fire of the gun does the damage for that beatdown to be effective.
Wow, I love that play. He even baits the player as if he's going to drop down driveway, buys an extra second, and then when he eventually goes for the ball drop, he even had to reload, but like you said, due to the DPS, is still able to trade off of that play as well. You cannot ask for more from an objective player.
A bit of a reset on the map here, although you see BH3 with the ball in the hand. Quadios gets the first pick, which is going to allow now the pink streak to be completely open for JLINGZ to try and push off of the back off. Quadios does great work alongside 2Foxy there, who played his life beautifully. And now with that Bulldog in his hand, is going to be respectful moving in once more. Last player alive is going to be Sunrise. That grenade accidentally does damage. I will say it wasn't perfect from respectful, but it is going to mean that the lead now goes into the hands of JLINGZ.
Nice play here from Septic as well. Identifies the need to rotate. Once again, he's going to go ahead right swing all the way over. The ball is essentially safety played there in front A, and now he can rotate so fast across the map. Look at the flank that he's on as well. They'll pick up a few. Should be a few extra kills for them. They're able to pick up the first 2, but it will, in the end, be a 2-2 trade.
2Foxy doing really good work here. Has the rockets too. That's a double for him, and I'm pretty sure he's still got one left. So realizing the shield advantage that he had with that first kill, pulls out the battle rifle to make it comfortable. That's why you do it, because it means you got a simple job of killing the next player that comes up with that second rocket that you saved in the back pocket. It's almost like investments, you know. You save, you usually come out on the right side of things.
Absolutely. This should be a rotate as well. They should identify the opportunity. I don't see anyone, maybe one player pushing L and pushing benches now, but they still should be able to bring this ball over here towards the Neons and maybe even set up for a tram push if the kills come in perfectly at benches. Some decent pressure coming in from the side of BH3, but Brainiac getting crafty with the angle, and this is a little bit dicey. Somehow, Septic stays alive through that. Eventually, though, he'll be taken down, and all that means more ball time. Respectful last player alive, and he will get the perfectly timed play ball.
Throws that one out right to bottom middle as well. Does some good damage over time, excuse me, coming in as well as he zaps away at the player who's trying to push up towards that cafe. 2Foxy with another pick. 3v3 on the map at the moment, but Septic gets picked himself, and that might be an opportunity to steal this ball away. You see the respawns coming in, though, from JLINGZ. They're going to be surrounding this player, and again, just a little bit of a breakdown in communication about where to move that ball coming in from BH3.
63-28 still, so even though we've seen BH3 put more points on the board so far and have a little bit more convincing holds in this second round, it's still quite a convincing lead. Look at the Shroud just causing chaos. It'll be a killing spree here for Brainiac on screen, as well as he looks to bounce back with the Bulldog.
Yeah, that's a good example of what the Shroud screen can do. It's not just about blocking lines of sight, it's about making you able to get trades that you wouldn't be able to without it. Yeah. It's as simple as that. 2Foxy should not come out of that situation, but a man who's played a lot of Gibraltar in his time certainly knows how to play around bubbles, and certainly knows how to play the backside of it to make sure that you're using every single element of it to get that cover, peek in and out, and get an extra beat down that you wouldn't have been able to get before. Rocket's now in the hands of Septic as well, and he's going to pick up a ball as well to get a bit more time for his team.
Certainly 2Foxy, a man who knows the backside of a bubble all too well. Septic will be taken down on the Neons for just a moment there, as we'll see 2 players dead for the side of JLINGZ, and now 3. They're going to have to reset here. They still lead by quite a margin, but there's still a lot of time here in this second round.
Rocket's still available as well. You can see Brainiac's trying to pressure that oddball. The Rockets are down, and BH3 make a good push. However, the grenade from Septic slows things down for just a second more. Ball going to be passed off, but look at that PD spawn. That is a panic rocket, and understandably so. You just want to fire that thing and hope that you find those players clumped up and you do enough damage.
Man, it's like you rob the bank right outside the police station and they just come flooding out all at once. Not the place that you want to be when you get caught out. There will be 2 dead, though, in the end, so will be time on the board here. Should be if they're able to pull this ball towards back A based on these bench and L players and 2 players pushing up B Street. They will need a few more kills before this hold.
Yeah, getting a little bit scrappy this game.
Yeah.
Couple of kills picked up by 2Foxy should slow things down for a second, but now Respectful is last player alive. He's trying to cut down this ball player at the pass, but actually going to show a little bit of trigger discipline here just to get up into Cafe. But Bastos has spotted him out. He knows that push is coming in, and that's going to cost Respectful. You have to wonder, was it worth him doing the damage to that ball player, try and get that kill before he tries to escape and waits for teammates, or was that just good play coming in from BH3?
Yeah, Bastos, like you said, that's not an easy challenge to make, especially against a top player to fly into Cafe, win that battle decisively before taking maybe some damage from another player who's spawning somewhere like Neons as well. It's a really nice play from Bastos. Eventually, there'll be 3 dead, though, so we'll have to see how JLINGZ plays off this advantage.
Well, look how close this game has got. Now it's just 4 points between the 2 teams, and JLINGZ are kind of letting this one get scrappy. You can't afford to do that. You know, show a little bit more structure against the team who's being so aggressive. Pick them off one by one and then flood yourself. Rockets are going to be up as well. This might be the opportunity for them to get a little bit more control. The spike grenades come in, but it's a missed pickup. It's a missed pickup, and even though he gets 1 kill, that has just opened the door here for BH3 to get the Rockets. And with that, they might be able to take a lead here.
It looked like it was the perfect proximity on the drop shield that certainly had the coverage they needed, but they did not foresee a Bulldog being down and getting the pickup priority. Unfortunate turn of events, and we'll have to see what Yumi can do.
Picks up 1. Someone needs to pick that ball up for his team, though. Get the thread they needed with this rocket. Look for a double. It comes up with nothing, though. And unfortunately goes bust with that one, but now with the Bulldog in his hand, he's on a little bit of a flank himself. Where is that ball, though? BH3 doing so much slaying, and finally they get the ball in their hands. They get the lead as well, and for JLINGZ, they got to stop Yumi.
They do. 3 dead here. Quadios is your last player alive. As you can see, he's on benches. They know exactly where he is, at least based on the pre-nades. Time ticking down here. Only 20 points to go. It's a very different round number 2.
Certainly is, and JLINGZ have got to be careful here. They've got to take their time on this split. They got to get this break, and the first kill coming in from Respectful is going to be really good for them. Quadio survives. Foxy gets a kill elsewhere, and that's going to be 3 dead now for BH3. It had to be a perfect break coming in from JLINGZ, and they've done exactly that.
Brainiac tries to stay alive here as long as he can. They lose Bastos. However, the ball will get away. Here comes the nades from Brainiac. Brainiac's taken down late. He stays alive as long as he can. However, him dying that late is going to continue to provide a spawn advantage here, as we might see a lead change for JLINGZ, especially if they get another kill off the back of the 2 dead.
This player's from Respectful as well. If he can finish the kill, that's the problem. But JLINGZ do go into a lead. A desperate push now coming in from BH3. On the cafe, they get the play ball, but is it going to be enough? Yumi gets taken down. Bastos, he can't get that ball into the hands of his teammates as well, but Sunrise does. And with a few seconds left, BH3 might take this round away.
They take the lead here. That needed to be a battle there on the win. That was a freebie on benches. However, it's lost. 2 dead here still on the side. The time's ticking down. It's stopped last second by Foxy, who hits a little bit of a mini play ball. Let's see where this ball goes. Yumi with the rocks. 3 dead. Going to be 4 dead for 2 sides here, as we just lost the tide. Now, as the game's going to come in 1-1 in the end, JLINGZ will get the time on the board.
Yeah, a crazy end to that round number 2. We're going to have to see how round 3 ends, but that is not ideal for JLINGZ. After looking so commanding in that first round, you really do expect a little bit more to be coming in from them in that second round to be able to close things out. But as soon as we get our feedback, we'll be able to get back into this game. But at the moment, I've got to be honest, on our feed, we're watching someone's Twitch. So we'll get into that as soon as we can.
Back into gameplay here now with Bastos on the program feed, as he's going to jump back into the gameplay right away. And what an end to that round. You did not see, and let's not forget, right? It was 65 to 31 or so, as we saw in that game, and the huge comeback coming in from JLINGZ. It's quite a statement, and coming in from BH3 is quite a statement in the end against JLINGZ to close out that round in the way they did. And now we head to a sudden death round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, against a team that's so aggressive, Andy, you can't afford to let that game get scrappy. You have to play your life a little bit better, and I feel like maybe JLINGZ just got sucked into the trap a little bit there. You know, they were trying to over-challenge maybe the confidence from the first round where they just wanted to get the job done. Came back to bite them, because as soon as you create scenarios on the map where it's 2v2s, 1v1s, that's where a team like BH3 is going to come to life, because they can be aggressive. They can try and take those challenges, take those 50-50s, and see how those things work out for them. I think JLINGZ just needed to show a little bit more respect maybe to them in that second round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I couldn't agree more. I think in the end, they just maybe looked for a little bit of scrappy play at the 65 mark, and it really came back to bite them in the end, as we do now see BH3 able to put what was a pretty convincing second round on the board, especially the way that they closed that one out.
I think for JLINGZ, they've got to just tighten up here in this next round. They've really got to make something work, and they've got to find a way to rotate away and just play a little bit more setup orientated as well. I think the one thing that hurt them as well in comparison to that first round, you think about the first round when the majority of the ball time was picked up, it was in and around Tram, which meant they could just hold down some decent lines of sight. They could kind of collapse onto the last few players alive as they flew across the map from BH3. But when it's back tower, you know, the grenades come in, the spike grenades, the rockets, all of those things. If you're fighting for the rockets from the tower side of things as well, you're going to have an advantage. And that's what BH3 did. You saw them have so many sets of rockets to play with, and it ended up in ball time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now as we are jumping back 39 to 24 in the game right now. So still lots to play for, and it's a huge run. Let's not forget it was 24 to 8 or so in favor of JLINGZ, and it's BH3 writing the script again as they're going to answer back, and now up by quite a number.
It's a slight slender lead here for BH3. The lead is a lead. It's going to be turned over momentarily, though, by JLINGZ, you would imagine. Yumi gets a pick, though, and there's Sunrise bottom middle making a good play off the back of that damage. And look at the flood coming in. One thing I've loved about BH3 so far, Andy, I'm not sure if you agree, but as soon as they get damage, they just hold forward. They're not afraid to just really commit to that push.
Yeah, that's how it's been, and now as we're couldn't ask for a better round number 3 here. Essentially all tied up right around the 40 mark, and I think just like you said, they're able to get the damage. Also, let's not forget that Respectful wins that battle on benches, which he should have. I think that game is already over. So, like we said, at this level, it's going to come down to key 1v1s, and when you win battles that you statistically on paper shouldn't, that really can be the difference maker. That's what we saw in the past round. We'll have to see what round 3 has in store. Another lead change as JLINGZ will take the lead yet again.
Yeah, I wonder if Septic's going to see this information. Yes, he is. He gets it called out by a teammate as well. You felt the pings coming in, a little bit of support here, and I love the rotation away from PD. Holding the ball in PD, kind of like great, but the only problem is if you don't get that first pick, you're trapped. All those grenades can come in. The spikes off the respawners can do so much damage, and you're almost in a 2v4 because the ball carrier cannot influence the game with those shots.
That's right, 4 dead here off the trades that are coming in from Tires and Laundry, and the Laundry is certainly done there. Now it's a 23-point lead coming in for the side of JLINGZ, and the spawns are coming in B and PD A court. It looks like it'll be kind of a 2-player push here on both sides, unless they rotate here. Yuumi gets caught out, and it's a very important win from Septic. Now 3 dead yet again. Sunrise is your last player in the court. Likely won't get away with this, somehow does, and that might actually provide an opening for him.
Respectful does a great job though as that ball carrier. That's what I was talking about. He's not trapped in PD. He's over at Tram. He can get angles onto weak players, and Rocket's also going to be turned over to 2Foxy. Only manages to pick up 1, but his teammates do some work themselves, as now we see Septic pushed up on the cafe. And if you know a little bit about Septic, you know the man loves to hit a flank, so there's an opportunity for him to do so. But having seen that he maybe doesn't have the timing on it, or maybe he's going to go back for a little peek. Playball might be coming out here from JLINGZ and Astos and Co. Maybe looking to take that one back into Tram.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get away with that. And Robbie Singleton, also a man who loves a sandwich, so not surprised to see him holding down Cafe as long as he can. This will be the final points on the board. 4 dead. This will be the game, and it's a pretty quick round number 3 from the side of JLINGZ.
Yeah, much more organized, that one from JLINGZ. Much more impressive and much more like we would expect. Maybe just a little bit of a wake-up call for them in that round number 2. But you have to give some credit to BH3. The way they approached that game, the way that they tried to really put the pressure onto JLINGZ, that's something that a lot of teams are afraid to do against some of the high-seeded teams.
Yeah, definitely a bit more JLINGZ-esque there. I think that's what we expected to see, and you have to think maybe that second round was a bit of a wake-up call. It's a really, really comfortable round number 1. They even played the clock. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they ended the game with double their opponent's score. So to let BH3 back in round 2 the way that they did, it might have been the wake-up call that they needed, because round number 3 is very convincing. It's very comfortable, and I think they look a lot better than they did in that second round. Maybe a bit of a reset for them.
Yeah, just looking at the stats as well. 2Foxy put up 42 kills in that game. 17 assists as well. 35 deaths. He had a 12.7 KDA, which is very, very impressive indeed. 40 being broken by Respectful as well. He was plus 11 in that game. On the other side of things, Yuumi, we saw him picking up a lot of opening picks for his team to get them into those aggressive positions, and certainly very impressive as well. And one thing I love about looking at a stat when someone's going positive is when they have more damage taken than they have damage dealt. That means they're just being a nuisance.
Right, just able to get out of situations also that maybe they shouldn't have, right? Forcing players to try to finish kills, and somehow they get away. And we've seen players throughout Halo history who have done just that, and just how important it can be to a team. And I think we're starting to see that as well from the JLINGZ side in terms of that game as well. Game number 2 looks like it's going to be Slayer on Recharge, and we'll have to see if JLINGZ can pick up where they left off specifically in the game number 3, and round number 3, excuse me, and bring more of that round 3 and less of that round 2 if they want to keep going in the series.
Yeah, so it looks like Recharge might be a map that JLINGZ do actually very much enjoy. It just seems like naturally everyone is taking up very good positions. A reminder to everyone as well who might be watching EU Halo for the first time, this is a very new look JLINGZ roster, adding 2Foxy and Respectful, 2 European champions in their own right. Obviously 2Foxy did a great job with Quadrant themselves in Charlotte, filling in at the last second and really kind of put his stock back up in European Halo. And for BH3, this is an opportunity, because we know that with the way that they've been aggressive, if they get a quick 3-4 dead, they're not going to be afraid to push those advantages.
Yeah, certainly. And on a map like Recharge, I think identifying exactly kind of the go, no-go opportunities will be pretty key for them. And I think as we saw in the last game, they are able to do it. What if they get, especially if they get a pick that they were not expecting to get, or if they get some opening grenade damage that will maybe give them the opportunities. As you say, they're not afraid to go. And Recharge is a map where if you do have the opportunities and you do have the, identification that you have the right picks or the right players weak, you can really fly. We'll have to see if BH3 can bring that to the table once again.
Yeah, camo going to be vital as well, because we saw how 2Foxy controlled that almost single-handedly in the game that we saw early against Na'Vi when we were on Recharge. He really was doing a good job of making sure he was timing it perfectly. He was always in a position to at least fight for it, force burns. So I think BH3 have got to be very, very aware of that, because it's not just the fact that you don't get it, it's all of these players on JLINGZ are so effective at taking good angles and making sure they get that first kill in a team fight when they do.
Certainly. I think also on the flip side of the aggression, I think also BH3 needs to be ready to slow the game down when they need to, specifically in moments where you know maybe your opponents are going to be flying through tower, flying through gold, things like that. If you can just be a little bit sneaky as the last player alive and get a melee, a back whack, things like that will really slow down the JLINGZ momentum. So things like that could also get under their skin. We'll have to see if BH3 can kind of play both pacings that they need to.
Well, it's an opportunity here for BH3 to get back into the series. It was almost like we saw from JLINGZ earlier against Na'Vi, a very close game number 1 that finished at 2-1. Different games, different game types, but similar score lines when you look at it. And it was JLINGZ who answered back in game number 2 to tie up the series at 1-1. So BH3 needs to take a little bit of inspiration here on Recharge and see if they can sneak away a Slayer.
And I think that game number 1, definitely an indication that they can hang without a doubt, as we saw some really impressive sets of plays that were strung together. But starting things off here with Septic, a little bit of a whirlpool push, and he has some great angles onto the stacks.
Yeah, good damage as well coming in from Septic, and most importantly, he's got all his shields still to play with. That means he should be able to move into position to deal out more damage, but disappointingly, I think for Septic, teammates took a little bit too long to get in position to clean up those kills. Respectful will pick up another one, and that is going to secure the camo, and at 4-1, it has worked out. Septic was the sacrifice to the greater good in that situation. Camo goes into the hands of JLINGZ. It's going to be Too Foxy who has it.
Yeah, it works out for him. And in the end, it looked like it was good control from BH3 because they also get... Ooh, boy, Yuumi cannot stand still, and he gets picked right away. And that's going to be a double kill here coming in from Too Foxy, and a player we talked about quite a bit in the pregame and also the pre-series for good reason. Maybe on a, not just a kind of a career cementing run, but maybe what even becomes a career defining run this season if he continues where he left off at Charlotte. 9-3, make it 10-3 off the open for JLINGZ.
We talk about how somehow or other Too Foxy is so unfortunate on his timing on that respawn. He was looking for the respawners like desperately, but it was just as he walked across Turbine, it just got cut off. Every single step he took, the player kind of just denied that line of sight, but it doesn't matter. He's finding them now, and he's finding headshots once again. Too Foxy with a perfect start to this game. At the moment, he's 4-0.
Yep, 3 dead yet again, 13-4, now finding all the spawners. He drops back to Elevator to not only get the gold angle, but to also block the A spawns, and they do it effectively. They're going to keep them trapped right now at gold and long, presumably Hydro soon.
I like that play from Too Foxy as well, and having known Pez for a long time, that's Too Foxy, by the way, Perry, teamed with him back in the day. I know that he always thinks a little bit outside the box, and I'm pretty sure he pulled out his BR there just to kind of feint away that maybe he'd run out of shock rifle ammo.
Yep.
Just to make that player just peek a little bit more, and then he reach out with that shock rifle. Those kind of things he's very smart when it comes to that kind of stuff. I could be completely wrong giving him too much credit, by the way, but it's a very Too Foxy thing to do.
Yeah, we'll make the assumption that that's exactly what the play was, and to be honest, it's a play that you don't even see enough. I think you can really fake out with that if you pull out a BR, whether it's the shock or the snipe. Waits to time the shot. Second one does not connect either. Eventually he'll be taken down, but not before going 4-1 in the game. It's a 19-6 lead early on. Look at the shots, though, coming out of Sunrise. They're not done yet. They try to stay in the game and keep it close before it gets out of hand.
You need more plays like that, though, and certainly going to need Yuumi to step his performance up from what we saw at the start of this game in comparison to the last. He's currently sat at 0-6. Brainiac not letting him feel alone, though. Good teamwork coming in from them. Both sat at 0-6 as Brainiac, unfortunately. Oh, no, they're both tied once again. So we've got two Goosies on the loose at the moment, 22-8. You have to say JLINGZ are taking over.
Yeah, they really are here at 23-8. And if you're Bastos and Sunrise, you're probably wondering what on earth is going on in this game. Yuumi and Brainiac, just unlucky starts here. Both of them 0-7. They're going to need to turn this game around. Otherwise, this is going to end very quickly.
Oh, no. I mean, Brainiac can't lose this one, surely. Stay alive. I saw his teammate go down. Yumi's got his first kill. Brainiac is still looking for his. He doesn't get it, so he stays on the donut. 25-11 the score.
I do like the taste of donut a lot more than Goose. I love a good. Actually, I've seen you with a donut the size of your head not too long ago.
I have a big head.
That was a huge head. That was a very large and tasty donut. Lucky to get a bite myself. 26-13 early on. And still double the score of their opponents or thereabouts here as the push comes in. Respectful's combo will not hit, so he'll have to retire to batteries. However, it has been domination from JLINGZ all game long.
That has it indeed. And it's all been based around that camo, which is coming up in around 20 seconds time as well. But a shock rifle can turn that on its head. Brainiac still looking for his first kill. Bang, we got it. Brainiac, you're on a baguette, my friend. The breadstick is out. Goose egg has been retired.
I like that swap as well. Baguette much tastier than your standard breadstick, without a doubt. talking about something like a nice Parisian cafe versus an Olive Garden. Two very, very different places, two very different things, and it's also two very different score lines for these two teams.
Artisanal from you.
Yeah, thank you. Do love a good artisanal piece of bread. 31-20 in favor of JLINGZ at the moment. However, it's a nice flank for Bastos to try to put a few more points on the board.
31-22. Not out of reach yet. However, unlikely. You had to say. We're going to be, you know, I'm not going to lie to you people at home.
Nope.
We're not in the business of that. The 2foxy with another kill was going to
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Different lives.
Those days are over. Thank God.
Respectful picks up another though. It's going to give us a 10 kill lead. Go on, carry on. I know you want to talk about it.
I was going to say with minimal prison time, thank God.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a good lawyer. 22-34.
Speaking of good runs.
I was going to say, Respectful's been the standout player at the moment. 10-6. We're cutting each other off.
No, my bad. I was going to say, speaking of good runs, Respectful, exactly what I was going to say. 10-6 here. It's a nice game from him so far. +4 in a game that they currently lead by 12. But a nice distribution of kills over the side of the JLINGZ scoreboard, and see if they can keep this up. Right now, the JLINGZ machine is showing no signs of slowing, as they only need 14 kills before they close it out.
True, but we did see them take the foot off the gas a little bit in that last game, and it's something you just can't afford to do against this team, because all of a sudden the game can get out of hand. But they're doing a good job of getting their trades at least here. A little bit of difference from what we saw in that round number 2 on Oddball, making sure they're in a position to trade out each other's kills, which is going to keep that gap between the two teams the same. 10 kills to go now, and you have to wonder, is it going to be stake or is it going to be 50 and a game-winning 50 that comes first here?
Let's see. Nice job to grapple out here. And Quadios, is he going to stay alive in pipes? He's got good company. Our friend 2foxy here is actually going to pick that up without a trade. That's a nice job. Eventually, he will unsurprisingly fall, but 7 kills to go for JLINGZ. 1 kill now. The stake is avoided within the next kill, and presumably they will get it. So stake might not be on the menu, however, it's still, of course, looking like a JLINGZ victory.
Quadio's having another good game as well. To be fair, everyone's having a pretty solid game across the board at the moment from JLINGZ. Nobody really slacking as far as the kills and the deaths are concerned. Brainiac's going to try and get away with that camo, but not going to happen. You can see it on your screen. However, Septic and Respectful sacrifice themselves for the cause this time. Sunrise is going to be, you would imagine, taken down with the damage over time. He is indeed. Quadios does get that kill secured. So 3 to go now for JLINGZ. We've got 2 in the series.
Yeah, maybe a little too late, to be honest, from the side of BH3. A combination of that and JLINGZ just holding forward because they know they can't lose at this point. This one should be another kill on the board. Should be number 49. It does connect. And now just 1 more.
1 to go here. The only question is who's going to get it. Septic most likely, because he's one of the only players alive. And it is going to be Quadios, of course, who gets it. Ruins the story, but it's going to be a story itself in JLINGZ going up 2-0 in the series and looking comfortable, Andy.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. It's another comfortable win, 50-37. I think they got to be feeling good about how they played that. Everything from the opening, where it looked like they did not have control. They didn't have tower. It was a little bit scrappy and messy bottom middle. However, they trade 4 for 1 and they get the camo as well. That kind of set the tone for the rest of the game, and to be honest, that's really how it went. It ends 50-37, but a lot of that is because I think JLINGZ identified that the game was theirs. They had about double their opponent's score all the way until the 35 or so point mark, and then they just kind of continued to hold the aggression down, which is what you can do when you have that kind of lead. So JLINGZ looking very good, and I'd say right now showing not a lot of gaps in the armor since the round 2 of the ball game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they've looked very conclusive, and the difference maker for me in that game, like you mentioned, it was a good start, 4-1, but securing camo and shock off the rip, and then putting it to use. 2foxy picked up a couple of really important and fairly simple kills, you would imagine, at this level to hit those headshots when you've got that camo activated. It just gives you that buffer where you can make a little bit of a mistake, where you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive than you would maybe in a closer game. But looking across the stats, like I mentioned, nobody on the JLINGZ side going negative, but it was 2foxy standing out, 15-9 for him.
Yeah, it's a great performance, especially I think we're going to continue to look to 2foxy to lead, and it feels like he's become kind of a guy who we now expect. I mean, historically has had great numbers, but coming off of Charlotte and now rolling that into this weekend as well, he's kind of become the numbers guy, where he's going to put the kills on the board, and he's doing it quite well. That will be another win for JLINGZ, and now they're going to look to close out the series here on Live Fire, King of the Hill. It's a little bit of a redemption story for them.
Yeah, they do have an opportunity to play Live Fire and maybe put a few of the ghosts away, so to speak, of what happened to them against Na'Vi. It was 250-8. I think the final score, if I'm not mistaken, when it was on Strongholds. Of course, we play King of the Hill this time, so they've got a bit more opportunity to kind of formulate how they want to set up around the map. It's not quite as chaos-filled, so to speak, as they found against Na'Vi, but it's going to be an interesting game type, and I think the Live Fire, King of the Hill, a little bit more of a simple game type to understand, especially for a newer team. Whereas Strongholds, like I mentioned, so unforgiving that it takes teams a little bit of time to gel and find out how they want to play in certain situations on the back foot.
Yeah, that is the question ahead of them. We'll see if maybe it's an opportunity for them to not only close out this series in a dominating fashion, but also maybe a bit of like a mental reset for them on this game type. Like, let's remember how to play this game. We just got blown out with a pretty unreasonable, to be honest, scoreline that they're not going to be proud of. And maybe this is an opportunity for just kind of reset the confidence a bit in this game.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. And we'll have to see if it's going to be a simple 3-0 at the end of the day, or if it's going to be a little bit of a longer series with BH3 trying to get back into this one. But we're going to start off from the point of view of Quadios. The overshield, of course, is going to be popping up pretty quickly as well in around 15 seconds time. Sniper rifle, of course, top middle one. I got to be honest with you. kind of want to see someone go off with a sniper here.
Oh, boy. And it started here as Respectful picks up the first one. Eventually, he'll die. That sniper will fall down onto dirt, and that will result in 2 dead for both sides as this overshield is going to pop. And no auto aim will mean a Bastos overshield, pretty much guaranteed. Quadios goes for the juke there. He's unable to pick it up. Quadios is probably going to turn on him here due to that additional overshield as he picks up a little bit of damage somehow. You see him staying alive for quite some time, but eventually Bastos will come away.
Ooh, Septic's got a sniper. Let's see if he can do a little bit of work bit here. However, he's got to play a little bit more slow. He's got to play a bit patient because 3 of his teammates have fallen. Even though he picked up 1, that's a really, really big kill onto Sunrise. Heard that jump up being hit and knew that he was going to be approached by a player a little bit closer than he would have wanted, but the fact that he took down the heat wave is massive for JLINGZ.
Absolutely massive there. Going to stay alive here. He's going to try to get a bridge angle, presumably, as players are going to be flying out of house, and flirts with the idea. Then he finds 2 on screen. Last bullet does not connect.
Good early time, though, you have to say, for BH3, and I always feel like it's this first hill is such a difficult one to play, because if you don't get, you kind of got to commit to the overshield, but at the same time, if you don't get the overshield and you give up the hill, you kind of lose the first hill. It's pretty tough to decide on how you want to expend your resources and where you want to place yourself on the map. But JLINGZ look like they've got into some good positions for now inside of that hill. Little flank coming in here from 2Foxy as well, but Quadios is going to forward. Now he's got a lot of work to do himself, trying to wait for the help to come in from Respectful, but the timing just off. Even though Brand managed to get 2, Sunrise is still in and around that hill, and Septic is going to have a 1v1 nice and close.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It does seem like almost seemingly endless possibilities of awkwardness on the timing of how you push that first hill compared to the overshield. How many players are alive? Where are your players who are alive still? Where is the opponent spawning? There's a whole bunch of calculations you need to run on this first hill, which can get pretty clunky in the end, and it's not always very straightforward. Straightforward, though, is this push from BH3 as they send 2 players to Nest. They should pick up the 3rd as well.
Should. However, 2Foxy is a difficult customer. Bastos just has to swipe into the heavens and luckily gets the connection off the back of it. Respectful first player alive, and that should be, you would imagine, unless a desperate play comes in here from JLINGZ to break this hill, the first hill going to BH3.
Wow, really good teamwork there for BH3. They will pick up the point. It will go on the board, and a 2-man push there on Nest to isolate that kill, and then, like we said, to get that kill at 2Foxy at Tower as well. That left them in essentially a 3v1 to close out the last kill and get their last time on the board. However, 2 dead. JLINGZ answers back right away.
3 dead now as well. Yumi, the first player alive. Sniper coming up too. And this hill with a sniper rifle in your hands, you really should be able to convert pretty quickly. As long as you can stop those players getting in and out of green and keep those spike grenades away from the hill. With the lines of sight you have with this sniper rifle, you would expect Quadios to have some fun here.
Yeah, certainly, and not even anyone pushing in yet. 2Foxy's going to drop back tower to pick up that kill. That was really the only threat at hand. It will still be 2 dead, and that will leave JLINGZ with their opponents on a spawn trap and watching all of the angles that they need to. Brainiac needs to be careful because that brain could get kneeacked right off the head, but here comes the push here on dummies.
Yeah, Brainiac can turn into Brainy Splat very, very quickly if he does poke a little bit too quickly, but managed to just hide away for long enough. Brainiac now going to be taken down, though, and it looks like the break has come in here. JLINGZ with 3 alive, but all on the respawn and all staggered around back green. 2Foxy going to challenge bravely there. Nice angle being taken, but even though the angles are good, you've got to hit those kind of shots if you want to lock down this hill, but with 2/3 of the hill secured for JLINGZ, they've got a break.
2 dead here for both sides. 2Foxy is your last player alive in a 1v2 momentarily. The pressure that comes in is good from BH3, and it's a nice repulse to stay alive. It comes in from Bastos as well.
He secured the overshield as well here, BH3. So even though JLINGZ had a really good start on this hill, it's starting to fall apart a little bit, and that aggressive push, I would say, a little bit careless maybe from 2Foxy across the top middle, throws away that first life without really any benefit coming off the back of it. Sniper rifle still in their hands here for BH3. 2Foxy going to challenge with a little bit more help this time. One shot here could be big, but they deny that line of sight.
Oh, there it is. Shroud screen goes down. We talked about it a lot, what it can do, and that's a perfect example of just providing that opportunity for the push. 2 dead for the side of BH3. We'll see if they're able to clean up the rest of the base, because that will be key. Septic stays alive, and now things slow down yet again. So that Shroud screen does provide the opportunity for the break. It's pretty close tied, essentially, here on the second hill.
Now the pressure back onto BH3. 3v3 on the map at the moment, so you can see that JLINGZ a little bit worried about stepping in that hill and giving away their position. Shroud screen going to be enough. That's really difficult to say, by the way. Why do they have to call it that?
The alliteration can be tough.
It's especially for me.
Yeah.
Because I'm thick.
In more ways than one, and I mean that as true. The second one is a compliment. The first one is tough to be a compliment here. 1 dead for both sides. It's Respectful trying to win a battle from cuts, but he can't. Very good shots coming in from Brainiac. That will be 2 dead for the side of JLINGZ, and that will be the point as well. It's great great teamwork and great coordination. That's back-to-back times, Mark, where the final collapses on the Slays came in perfectly timed for BH3 to close out the hill.
It's just, live fire is not good at the moment for JLINGZ. They are struggling, and Quadios doesn't check his corners. Slides in a little bit over aggressively there. Yuumi last alive, though. Should be spotted out here on the small window. Should be traded out quite comfortably. 2Foxy does get credited with that kill. But now with 3 dead, I want to see how JLINGZ play this. Are they going to be aggressive on this? Are they going to be in a position to secure this overshield and sniper rifle? Because this has to be their way back into the game. If you go 3-0 down here, you can pretty much chalk this game. You're not going to get 4 hills in a row against a team like BH3.
Also, 3 dead here for the moment. See, Septic, by the way, has to be wondering what's going on. He's 15-5 in this game, in a game that they trailed 2-0, and things just not really adding up and not clicking for the side of JLINGZ in this game number 3 specifically.
Doubling up on hill at the moment. Sniper rifle's still down, by the way. 2Foxy trying to be aggressive on spawners. Brainiac takes a lot of damage and should be dealt with, and now you're starting to see a little bit more cohesion coming in from the side of JLINGZ. 2 players forced down to bottom middle. That means Respectful is going to have all the time in the world to just get more and more time on the board. Quadios picks up another double kill. That's going to be 3 dead. This is much more like it from JLINGZ. Just playing a little bit tighter together, but more importantly, making sure they're inside of that objective while they do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, certainly on paper, the JLINGZ should not be allowing this many gaps to happen. The point will go in. It's a very, very different point number 3. It's very cleanly executed, very quickly executed over at House to bring the game now within 1 point. But if you look at how JLINGZ has played this, and also just the names on paper, they should not have folded so easy on those key slays at the end of each of those hills. So they're now going to look to tie the game here.
Really important. This kill gets picked up for JLINGZ, but Bastos will win the battle against Quadios. And if you're Quad, you kind of need to win that one. A snipe beat down on a player just jumping up like that, you would expect him to hit. When you're giving away tower control on this hill, we know how it can be so hard to break. Yuumi inside of the hill, and I tell you what, with 3 dead, BH3 could win this game.
Absolutely could. Still 2 dead here. It's going to be Nest spawns and B spawns. 3 players in B. Septic, the only player alive here on Dummy Door. He has a very important job of staying alive and waiting for his team to help push.
Brainiac picks up one, Sunrise with another. This is starting to get very, very scary. A little bit dicey, a little bit choppy for JLINGZ, and this is going to be 4 dead by the looks of things. Quadio's taken down.
Wow.
And JLINGZ falling apart. They will not want to see live fire on their screens for the majority of this tournament, let me tell you that.
And what an answer there. It looked like Septic staying alive on Dummy Door was going to be key. 3rd point goes in for BH3 as well, and to be honest, BH3 answers back with an equally easy point to get 3 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you're always looking for those moments, right? Those pivotal moments in the build-up to execution on a play from a team. And you have to say Quadio's just missing that no-scope beatdown, even a trade in that position. He leaves his teammates in a position to maybe fight for that sniper rifle, fight for tower control, but giving away to BH3, we saw how effective it was. They could get the next overshield, they could really solidify things, and with the time now starting to dwindle away, I think the only positive really for JLINGZ to take away from that hill was the fact that it was done quickly, so they've got time maybe to get back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. They're going to be thankful that it happened as quick as it did to leave the remaining game time. He's going to do whatever he can here. Septic now 19-8, by the way. He's got to be scratching his head along with the entire squad of wondering exactly what's gone wrong here based on the way that they've played the prior 2 game types in this series. But I think BH3 reminding everyone that they've come to play and they're not going to go down without quite a good fight.
Brainiac, who is extremely quiet in the Slayer, is very, very loud in this one. 18-15 for him. I mean, JLINGZ certainly outslaying them at the moment. Ascentic with a triple kill. Certainly opening up the map for them. Would like to see him getting that hill, though. And that could be the difference. He's giving it over to Quadios instead. Respectful picks up the final kill. And now all of BH3 split at the moment. And you can see Septic maybe gave away a little bit too easy of a death there.
Yeah, Septic, I like the idea to be able to drop down dirt. You have the luxury with the repulse of flying right back up. That's like my God, narrowly misses the spike. Both of them flying at his face, but Quadio stays alive in the cuts with the sniper rifle for just a second, and we'll have to see if JLINGZ can keep this close. Let's not forget, with 60 seconds left, it is possible, but it would need to be fantastic Halo from them.
Yeah, they just need to be a bit more scrappy. I think JLINGZ are trying to play too much perfect Halo at the moment. They're picking up kills, but off the back of it, they're not getting the 5 seconds, the 10 seconds inside of that hill, and they need to at the moment because they got 2 hills to get, remember. They need to send this back to the first hill, back to a new rotation if they want to get back into this game. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that Sunrise is challenging that overshield, but he's not going to get it. Quadios picks up the kill, but once again, even though the kill's getting picked up, even though the OS gets picked up, where's the hill time?
Yeah, and Sunrise even melts the overshield, so even though Sunrise doesn't get the OS, it's just as good as it, if we're honest. He's able to rip the entire overshield off somehow in that battle. That's not easy to do against a player like Quadios, who's going to repulse up and try to avoid some extra grenades. 38 seconds left. They're going to need to get this hill and immediately rotate to the next one. Still possible. This will go down to the wire, though.
It's possible. Septic is going to step into the hill while Quadios pushes forward like that. Little bit of communication coming in, and I tell you what, 35 seconds is a long time. Remember, when you're stood inside that hill, that game clock will stop. So there's opportunity here for JLINGZ to send this into sudden death, but they've got to be almost perfect.
They do, but great timing, though, and you have to think BH3 also overextends right at the end of that last hill, which puts them on the back foot off of the push here. Great discipline from Quadios to still challenge but not die. Eventually gets taken down, though, from that C-plat push. 3 dead for JLINGZ. 2Foxy's your last player alive.
2Foxy, your last player, has the shroud screen to maybe buy time. He's trying to wiggle his way away from some players, but Yuumi steps into the bubble, into the void, and comes out with his hand raised as he wins the fight against 2Foxy. And all of a sudden, BH3, with just 10 seconds left, have to hold. Septic gets the first kill, though. But it's looking like Bastos and crew will close this game out. And we're going to a game 4 by the looks of things.
See, gonna be able to jump in. 3 dead, 2Foxy once again, your last player alive. He's on the pillars. That won't be it. And we're going to a game 4 indeed. 3-2 is your final score in that third game. BH3 going to take that one, and in the end, they had to fight for it quite a bit. However, it's great job from them, great performance, and I was pretty impressed by what I saw all game. I think even though we saw JLINGZ get back in the game with hills on the board, it felt like BH3 was in control the entire game.
It was a very interesting game. I'm looking at the statistics of that game. JLINGZ outslaying heavily, but not turning it into objective time. And
yeah,
you wonder if that's something like, okay, we should just expect each other to do it because we're a better team. I'm going to go and get some kills, whatever it might be, a little bit of miscommunication, but someone needs to take that responsibility. It's as simple as that. You shouldn't lose that game if you're outslaying a team by that much. It's simple Halo. You would spend, the other team is spending more time in the death screen than you are, so you should be able to convert that into objective. But BH3, you got to give them credit here. They are giving as good as they get against JLINGZ.
Yeah, they really are. I think we looked at the entire groups here as well as the entire bracket, and you know there were teams that are definitely kind of question marks of how much are they going to give a run to the top 4. And so far, BH3 I think is showing up and maybe surprising folks. Of course, we know that they know how to play the game very well. However, I would say even more than that, as we look to Argyle CTF for the first time on screen, even more than that, I think they're showing up in a really big way, and they've impressed not just us, but it's without a doubt that they've also impressed this JLINGZ side as they now force them into a game number 4 here.
Well, it's game number 4, and like you say, the first time we're going to see Argyle, the first time we're going to see Capture the Flag, and we saw a very interesting game between Na'Vi and JLINGZ a little bit earlier on that finished 2-1 to Na'Vi, but you could look back at that game and say there was more than enough opportunities for JLINGZ to win that flag game type, and if they play with that kind of form, you would expect them to close the series out, but at this point, I'm not writing off BH3 whatsoever. I think they've got a real chance to send this to game 5.
Oh, me too. Very impressed with that last game. And like I said, even though JLINGZ had moments of control in that King of the Hill game, I think it felt like BH3 was really the pace setter for the entire game, especially off of those really strong openings. And it came down to 1v1 battles or 2v2 battles in the end where they needed to collapse on hills 1 and 2. And guess what? They've got both of those and they win that game by 1 hill. That's the difference maker there. If they can do the same thing here, really appreciate each situation, understand each flag run and each flag stop, what they need to do and isolate those battles, they could find themselves sending us to a game number 5.
Grapple's so important for getting hold of that first overshield hit. And you can see a nice angle being taken, but the second grapple does not connect on that camo from 2Foxy. So a little bit of a misplay, and it looks like Brainiac actually got away with that. So the perfect start here for BH3. And if you've watched enough Argyle Capture the Flag in recent time, you will know this camo is usually the catalyst for a flag to get moving.
It absolutely could and should be. We'll see if he's able to get here now behind enemy lines. Finds a first spawner, going to be 2Foxy. He had another man advantage, but the spawns can be brutal in the back of the base, and that they are. They were just not blocked for a split second. that spawner's going to come in and stop that flag run down in the corner.
Yeah, it wasn't a brutal as spawn as the Boo Boo Doo one that I saw yesterday. I'm going to quote Wes again. By the way, this is the second time we've quoted Clutch in a broadcast, which must be a new record.
Yeah.
He said that he was going to speak to the team on Monday about that one when he saw the spawn coming. Which
guess what? Unlucky because it's only Sunday.
Exactly.
Unlucky.
So he's got a lot of time to go. So for now, it's going to be 0-0, and it's not going to mean. It's going to mean, excuse me, the camo wasn't catalyst, like I mentioned, to a flag coming in. The unfortunate spawn for that player, and the respectful was able to take him off the flag. But 2Foxy with a snipe in his hand wasn't able to make the grapple work with his accuracy. But maybe a couple of sniper bullets will be more his suit.
A very fitting game type here for a game 4 in this series. It feels like the pacing of an Argyle CTF is what we need here, as these teams have really established the fact that this series is one that could go the distance. So now this will be an absolute tug-of-war battle. You see a JLINGZ run starting, and that's off the back of a second kill as well. BH3 with a disadvantage as this flag goes across. A lot of pressure on Bastos here. See Bastos was down there, and that's going to be an opportunity for that flag to go in. Going to be 1-0 in favor of JLINGZ, and really just put all the pieces together early at perfect timing. That was going to be 3 dead off the back of that, however, not before the flag goes in. And we said there's a lot of pressure on Bastos to get that kill. He's unable to do it. They identified the priority kill, did JLINGZ, and they're going to pick up the kills they needed to get that flag across. And if they can continue kind of this slaying dominance, that will be the difference maker as he picks up a kill on Quadios. Now 3 dead on the other side for BH3.
Yeah, a little bit of a space here now for JLINGZ to feel a bit more comfortable, and important to do so. I think for them, that last game would have been somewhat of a shock. It certainly would have been a disappointment, and we mentioned about the personalities on this team. When you lose games that you don't expect to, and you maybe get a little bit overconfident, that can leak into the next game, into the next series. So I think just getting that first flag on the board is certainly going to re-establish a little bit of that confidence, and shots like that from 2Foxy. I mean, he's a man who's never short of confidence whatsoever. I mean, I think he calls every single player he's ever played against bad, including Optic, FaZe, doesn't matter. So he's never short of confidence, and hitting shots like that is certainly going to be good for him.
Look at the mental game there between 2Foxy and Brainiac. That was just a pleasure. Ooh, boy, almost a 2-for opportunity, if I'm honest. And that was a pleasure to watch. You just saw 2Foxy on the flag. He hits a shot across the map. He knows the Brainiac is still around. He's kind of flanking around the plasmas and trying to outplay him there. Then eventually drops down, and they isolate the 2v1. Really nice awareness there from 2Foxy throughout that entire battle.
Flag is off the stand. Bastos, though, you can see he's trying to chase down Quadios. Has just been such a nuisance in the back of this base at the moment. Bastos hits the important shot again, though, and Quadios has probably got to feel I had the percentages in my favor in those situations. 2 close range no scopes took him down to no shields, though, and you have to say it's a really, really good play from Bastos, who adds another one to his collection. This time it's a nice snipe onto 2Foxy.
Yeah, that's going to give them a minor advantage for just a second. Yumi gets some help and is going to pick up the kill on Respectful as well. So that will give them now the space to push across. I think one thing that's worth noting, though, Argyle CTF at this level tending to be a lower scoring CTF, and it really changes the tide of this game and this series, to be honest, that JLINGZ gets a cap that early. It just changes the way they can play it. Like we talked about earlier, it gives them the kill cushions. It makes them not panic, and I think could be dangerous for BH3. They're going to need to pull out something special if they want to tie the game up.
Yeah, they certainly are. The flag is on the move as well. Septic's moving it across the engine, but he realizes he doesn't have the support to really get this flag too far. So he's just trying to bait this one out for teammates. Sunrise does a good job of going back. But one thing I've noticed about BH3 here, they seem to be kind of staggered across the map, how they're trying to push. They're not overloading one side. And I think a lot of success that teams are starting to find here on Argyle is when they overload that engine side, and then they can spawn kill over towards the cuts, over towards the S2 area. And it just looks like BH3 at the moment, they're not able to control spawns because they're kind of just influencing them all.
Yeah, I think it comes down to a lot of patience as well. It's really tempting to push out onto the engine, right, or onto the screens room and maybe just try to get some angles on your opponents. However, if you don't have the timing push with your team, as you said, those players will individually get punished time and time again, and it's really easy to get isolated on this map. It's so roomy and quartered off that it's easy to get trapped out. Like we saw Bastos get trapped during that flag run, right? You have to think maybe he waits an extra second for teammates, and you can try to get across the map as fast as you can, but with the help. So like you said, I think the team that is able to isolate those battles and isolate those individual players will continue to maintain the spawn advantage, and so far it's been JLINGZ.
I mean, not too much between the two teams as far as Slays is concerned. You have to say BH3 maybe getting the better of it at the moment, but on a map like Argyle, which is such a 50-yard line map, if you like, you're fighting for control of the map so much. It's where those kills happen. If they're in your own base, it's kind of, it doesn't really influence the game too much. If it's from 50 yards and 50% up the map and further, then you certainly will look at that stat and think, hey, how are we down by 1? But at the moment, they're still looking to equalize this game with a 1-1 scoreline. But JLINGZ holding on for now, still 1-0.
I think to make comparisons to prior Halo games, you think almost something like a narrow CTF or something like all the way back to a Hang 'em High CTF. Just like you said, Mark, you put it perfectly. Where the kills matter, where the kills happen matters so much, because you could be picking up tons of kills on the board and that kill feed could look a certain way with the scoreboard being so dominant in one direction. But if those kills aren't happening past the 50-yard line, it really doesn't matter. And your opponents are going to continually reset the map. And like we said, one flag could be the difference. And so far it has been.
Camo in the hands of Quadios here. He's just lost Bastos for a second, mate. Bastos has spotted him out. Really important fight here, and it's going to be one, but traded out. It looked like Quadios may have misplayed that one a little bit. Not being able to at least get a kill and get away with that camouflage or get that flag moving. And that's a really big play from BH3 once more. The camo completely neutralized, and they have a sniper rifle in the hands of Sunrise this time. Currently sat at 8 and 7 in this game, so +1. A couple of domes, or even bodies, or even the BR. He's going to change that completely.
Challenges for the double as well with the fadeaway BR finish, and that's confidence and 3 dead for the side of JLINGZ. Now as BH3 is going to look to push up, still a little bit of snipe to work with, and here come the back flag spawns.
Back flag spawns, but again, back flag spawns are great if you've got grenades. If you're just standing here at the moment and no one's making a play to get out, it just invites pressure. And 2Foxy is going to take that on himself, and that's the difference. Sunrise gets 2. Quadios' last player alive. BH3, you got to get into position to move that flag, though.
And let's see, flag just gets pulled off the stand. And to be honest, it's pulled off a bit late, as you said, Mark, and they're not able to get all the way over.
Engine spawns come in, and that's what I was talking about. You got to run that flag engine unless you are completely overwhelming that snipe side of the map. And that just allows the spawns to be split. It allows 2Foxy and co to get back on the map, and you can see BH3 now from a position where you're thinking, surely they got to get this flag across the halfway mark. Now you have snipe in the hands of JLINGZ, and 2Foxy is thinking, what are you worried about?
That is the tough thing. Like we said, even though they get the kills eventually on the back flag spawners, they had 3 dead, and they start the run, the timing was not there, and as you said, also the map control wasn't there. They weren't controlling the angles they needed to, because in that exact same scenario, as long as they're pressuring engine properly, that flag probably still goes to screens, right? That flag probably still gets there. However, in that specific scenario, they were not covering the angles. The flag gets team shot too quickly, and the game stays 1-0, still 3 dead for BH3. Here comes the push from Septic.
Yeah, Septic with a chance here to put the second flag in for his team. There's so much support here. Yumi's going to have no idea as well. Just needs to shoot along with a teammate there. Sunrise is going to be bottom middle, but the camo run with the flag. It's just such a good play from Septic as well. Not going to give away his position. He's hoping his teammates are going to do some work for him, but at the moment, he's like a man in a black and white striped jumper at the moment, just sneaking through. Wow. He's a burglar in the house.
The shot caller, as you see on screen, perfectly timed where he drops and pings before he shoots. And the second he saw the team shot come in, he drops and shoots as well. That'll be the second flag, and it could be a series securing cap as well. With just 3 minutes left on the clock, they're up by 2.
That's why the camo's so effective on this map. Those camo runs so difficult to stop if you don't get the information of where that flag is moving. Brainiac taken down as well. He's having a little bit of a rough one in comparison to his previous game where he really did step up to the plate. Quadios is leading the way, though, as far as KD is concerned for JLINGZ. Sunrise should be taken down here. Respectful adds another to his tally, and this is where you want to control. The side of the map, engine side of the map. If you can push into the base from here and you can slow things down on the other side of the map, they're going to spawn on that snipe side. They're going to be able to difficult to get out of those spawns. You're going to have good line of sight to pick up spawn kills. Unfortunately, there for Respectful, maybe just had the timing off, got teammates there to help him.
A killing spree there for Respectful before he gets the flag off the stand. I like the play there. It's a pretty brave and bold play. It looked like he was going to fake bottom and try to stay alive, but he quickly kind of just hits the slide to try to go right back out to the engine side. It doesn't pay off, but I still like the aggression, and that's going to keep the pressure on. Now, another minute off the clock. 2 minutes left here, and Quadio's going to start another run as well.
Yeah, 4 dead, and that's the difference here. This is why this run is looking a little bit more comfortable. It's got some support as well. It's going to have to be run through the vent. Hopefully, he can beat the timing on the spawners, but it's have to be a long run here for JLINGZ. He's going to have to reslay, excuse me, on their way towards maybe putting this flag home. 2Foxy picks up one, picks up the camo. Can he get away? He's doing it all at the moment. He's got that flag in such a difficult position for any BH3 players, and look at this, taking it towards the teammates, looking to sniff out any of these BH3 players in his base, and he's got a sniper rifle to play with as well.
Bastos tries to get the pull because he had to get the pull. He had no idea where the flag was. He needed to panic. He needed to get the flag off the stand. In the end, it's a good play, but it's going to be too little too late. Look at the grapple as well. Extra style points coming in. And with 1:19 left on the clock, JLINGZ will get a third flag.
So well played by 2Foxy. I have
Beautiful.
to say. Used the camo perfectly. Worked out where that best run was going to be to deny lines of sight where BH3 did not expect him to go. And then was able to convert. That's 2 camos that have turned into 2 flag caps. And when we talk about influences of power-ups, there really isn't much more that you could ask for. Coming in from the side of JLINGZ, putting it on display and painting a great image of how important it is as we see Quadio pick up a nice triple. Yumi's there!
Now he's on the glass.
How
And
dare
of
you.
course,
Oh, we did challenge. Oh, Quad, choked.
credit to Yumi for challenging there in the end. I'm not sure if he would have hit the multi-kill timer, however. Regardless, it's 36 seconds left on the clock, and it's been a great game from JLINGZ as they have just really taken their time with this game type and proven that they know exactly what they needed to do to close it out.
Yeah, 27 seconds left, 25, 24. I'm not going to count it down all the way. Don't worry, everybody. Respectful is going to get one. Respectful is last player alive. Might be able to keep this flag going. If he picks up this kill, he's going to be able to do so. But also, I think he recognizes we've got 10 seconds. We've got 3 flags. If we throw this one away, it will be the greatest run of all time. And also, physically impossible. So, I'm not surprised he just gave that one up.
I'm going to count 3, 2, 1. That will be all the time off the board. JLINGZ will close it out. And in the end, a very, very nice game number 4 from them. They'll close out 3-0. That will also be the series as well for JLINGZ taking down BH3 3-1. But let's not forget, it was a great series from BH3 in the end. I think they made it a pleasure to watch. They put up not just a fight, but I think they put up a great series that they have a lot to take away from as well. However, JLINGZ, I think in the end, they look strong. However, I was more confident in JLINGZ after their first series, interesting, more than I am right now. However, right now, still showing that they could go pretty deep into the bracket.
Yeah, maybe they're just a team who just raises their game for the big teams. You know what I mean? Maybe they just took their eyes off the ball a little bit there against BH3 with all respect. You know, not a team that's on the same level of the likes of Quadrant and Na'Vi, who JLINGZ are going to want to compete with as they move through the weeks and months coming up. So a really good effort by BH3. Some really, really good moments for them as well. Some really close games. And certainly taking that game away was a big statement for them on live fire. Concerns for JLINGZ on live fire, though. They need to find a way to make that map work, at least keep it close.
Yeah, definitely. And what's interesting is just you've seen, historically, the not specifically a game type or map to worry about. However, in this tournament, it certainly has been. And we'll keep a close eye on that because now after the 2 games that we have seen on that map, I think it's a worry if we see anything like a Strongholds or a King in their series layout on live fire. I think we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that.
We'll take a look at the pool results as well so we can keep you up to date with everything that's going on. You can see that Na'Vi looking very confident at the moment. They've won all their games. They're +3, +7 overall. JLINGZ in second place. That loss, of course, coming into Na'Vi, Catsmile Gaming, and BH3 Esports. A very close series that we saw between them earlier where Catsmile came out on top. But BH3, with the performance we just saw, somewhat of a surprise to see them down at the bottom there in Pool B.
Yeah, definitely. I like what I saw from BH3. To be honest, I would not mind watching more gameplay from their side. In the end, they do get taken down, but we'll have to see what they have in store for their final match of the pools.
Well, Pool A, you can see Quadrant, they're perfect as well. 3-0 for them, no surprise. Wobble Bobs 1-1. Jump Out Gang 1-1 as well. And Regain as 0-3. A little bit of a tough day for them for one of our qualifier teams in Pool A. But no surprise to really see those standings, Andy. If you were to look at and kind of guess how things were going to look, you would probably presume that was going to be the lay of the land.
Yeah, I think right now things going in the way we expected in the overall series scores. I think there have been some interesting games that have been surprising and some interesting overall kind of final match scores. They've resulted in the wins that we expected, but maybe not the most traditional route to get there, which is great. I think it sets us up for what could be a pretty interesting bracket, given that even the teams that have wins on the board might not have had the easiest of series.
All right, then it's time for us to wrap it up and go to another break before we get back for some more Halo action. Sherz and Dan are going to be here, unfortunately for you guys and girls at home, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it either way.
Alongside me, Dan Gaskin. This tournament is brought to you by Elgato, JBL, and the fine folks over at Scuff. Dan, I can't wait to jump into this one, mainly because I want to see if JLINGZ can be a contender for one of these top 2 heavyweight spots.
Yeah, it means we're heading into the championship bracket now. We've done with pool play. We've seen which teams are going to be progressing through. We saw Quadrant dominate their group. Na'Vi took down theirs. But then JLINGZ and Wobble Bobs came through in second place. So they're going to battle out against the heavy hitters here in the upper bracket semi-finals of the Quadrant EU 4K. And I echo your statements. I really think that JLINGZ have a chance against both Na'Vi and Quadrant. We already saw it kind of JLINGZ push Na'Vi right to the brink earlier on in pool play, and now I'm excited to see what they can do here against Quadrant.
Obviously, JLINGZ made a few changes from the last time we've seen them coming off the back of one of their worst placements at Charlotte. Things had to change. Morgan dipped away and Burton went back to North America. They brought in two staples of European Halo here with Respectful and 2Foxy, and they were already starting to see some sort of success.
Yeah, and I think there was always going to be a few people scratching their heads with Respectful and Foxy back together, considering one of the main reasons why they split up from Na'Vi is they didn't really agree with playstyles and how the game was to be played, but it seems like they've managed to split those differences. They found themselves back on the same roster, and I think this is an exciting team as we're going to be kicking off this series with Recharge King of the Hill. These guys did scrim recently, and Quadrant, they were more or less on top of things. There were a few games where JLINGZ were able to keep it close and even take some games. One of them was Recharge Strongholds, which does surprise me considering how good Quadrant were earlier. But Quadrant still heavy favorites, of course, not just for this series, but for this tournament as well. But I do think JLINGZ are going to make a good game of this.
And for Quadrant, we've seen them falter a little bit in the last series. Of course, they did gather themselves and come back to win in the end against the Wobblebobs, but with JLINGZ being a slight step up from a Wobblebobs, do we expect this to be a tough task?
I do think that, there is going to be a difference in championship bracket instead of pool play. I think there's going to be a lot more focus. There's going to be a lot more desire here. I think Quadrant are going to want to get this one done. They're going to want to prove a point. They're going to make a statement. So we'll see whether they look like a different side now we're into championship bracket.
Recharge King of the Hill is game number 1. Can JLINGZ cause the upset, or will Quadrant keep on steamrolling the competition? We're about to find out. Quadrant have got to start this one on the right foot. We're going to be rocking and rolling into this one to the eyes and ears of SLG. His attentions immediately turn towards the camouflage and 2Foxy.
Are we going to see Quadrant now at their best as we're into the business end of this tournament? Or can JLINGZ do just JLINGZ things? We've seen JLINGZ historically throughout these tournaments just suddenly turn up out of nowhere and cause an upset, and this would be the perfect time to do so, as Respectful just can't quite get the final bit of damage onto SLG here. But early start, getting the camouflage, very important. We've already seen throughout today how the power-ups have impacted these games, whether it be on flag runs, whether it be getting hills, whether it even just be getting sneaky little plays to get behind and get some of those slays. We'll have to see whether Quadrant stay on top of this, or if JLINGZ can start to get some combos of their own later on.
You can see SLG was hesitant to step inside that hill and put down some points for his team, and perhaps that was a mistake he might rue towards the end of this game. But on board now with Quadios, and a very impressive series in that last one against Na'Vi, of course, bringing them to the brink through that game 5 and just coming unstuck towards the end. But hills being traded back and forth here, and nobody really getting any control at the moment.
Yeah, it's always a messy one, this. King of the Hill on Recharge, especially the bottom hill. You're really trying to fight for control of a certain side of the map. If you move over towards the long haul area, you can then set up for the next hill. And even though some teams like to play it in a certain way, some like to be scrappy, some like to be a bit more methodical and set up for it, it seems like both teams at the moment are struggling to get any real time. I think that's because slays have been going back and forth. Neither team has really seized the map as of yet, but now maybe with a little bit of long haul control, we might see it for the first time here from Quadrant. But again, already Respectful's there with help, and both teams are desperately just trying to hold this side of the map.
This one started off very cagey. That's what this game develops. Can JLINGZ continue to make this a scrappy one? 2 kills go in their favor though for Quadrant. Will they start to put down some time? Camouflage has popped up as well. You can see Quadios has his intentions of making it a tough one, but it's secured again. Back-to-back camouflages for Quadrant, back-to-back camouflages for SLG. This time, he may consider stepping inside the hill and does so, just to get a little bit more progress on this first hill.
You can just see the difference that the camo is adding here, and even if it is just 3 or 4 seconds in the hill, it just makes it a little bit more awkward for JLINGZ because they have to suddenly peek out, they have to face the hill, and that's exactly what SLG wanted. But then he just needs to communicate to the team. That's where the damage has been done. The assist has to come through. Only 2 alive at the moment for JLINGZ, and it looks like they might have to give up this first hill.
They've already made about 80% of the progress they need to securing hill number 1. Will JLINGZ opt to let it go and set up for the new hill? But Legend hitting 4 fresh shots onto Quadios, respectful falls as well. And not only can these slays be so important for this hill, Dan, but perhaps the next one.
I mean, Elsa said it best, and they will let it go in the end. 1-0, and it means now, do JLINGZ have any sort of control of this side of the map? No, it's all worked out for Quadrant. They played it safe, they played it patient, made sure they would get the hill whilst they still had control of long haul. And now they can take these fights and then still get some hill time. But because they were forced into pipes there, it was a split push here from JLINGZ, and that's allowed JLINGZ just to sneak on in, get a little bit of hill control. But how long is it going to last would be my biggest question. We need some big fights to be won from JLINGZ if they're going to hold here.
JLINGZ still have some resources towards long haul, but the push is coming. 2 Foxes on hand just to get the trade from the damage respectful and put down. Quadios gets one as well in the shape and form of Seeka. Numbers advantage now for JLINGZ. Can they get themselves right back into this game?
Gotta make sure you don't take too much damage. But at the same time, you need confidence to be able to peek, just as Foxy's doing there, showing his experience, showing his veteranship here. He's still alive, still doing damage, and still being a nuisance, and could end with a kill here as well on Legend. That could have been massive. 3 went down, though, and again, it is a camouflage, but this time, it's respectful, and we can see how handy this is going to be, because it's just going to make it awkward for Quadrant. We do shut him down, though.
JLINGZ's first camouflage in the books. Didn't get a lot of value, unfortunately, and will look to do better next time around. Kept out of the hands of SLG, that much is for sure, but Quadrant have made some progress. But JLINGZ have a significant amount of time already in this second hill, and they can clear out Quadrant here, clear out the riffraff down long haul. They might be able to tie up this game.
Are we going to see a better hold from Quadrant? The first 2 kills going in favor of JLINGZ means that the answer to that is probably going to be no. This is what you have to do. If you lose a couple of players, you have to push up, you have to take those positions and be aggressive on some of these fights, because otherwise the other team is just going to collapse on you and then inevitably take the hill. Because of the kills that Legend's been able to pick up here, this is not a guaranteed hill for JLINGZ. He's going to try and take this fight, has support as well, and what a passage of play that has been from Legend to ensure that not only he gets kills, but he's there with his teammates to get some hill time.
Beautiful play. Legend winning his 1v1 pivotal fights. Gets another one. Killing spree already in the books. That's his 6th kill in a row now without reply. Has not been stopped by JLINGZ. They need to get a handle on him.
Need to just try and shut things down with a few grenades, but look at that kill feed. It's lighting up in green, and it's Chick getting a double kill. It's the second hill now here for Quadrant, and unfortunately, even though it was a solid effort from JLINGZ, it's just not going to be enough. And I tell you what, most of it came down to Legend and how he played that.
You can see Legend tags the pit. There was a quick pit stop there towards the mid-game. Now the soft tires are on for Quadrant. Are they starting to find a little bit of form here? As Legend finds another kill, making a double kill. Camouflage popped up. Septic's positioned over towards top elevator. Legend happy to let his teammates pick up the camouflage instead. As Seeka has popped it into his chest, and they've already made significant progress on this third hill. It's a long road back for JLINGZ, and they're not going to be able to get close and have to give it up.
So that's 3 in 2 minutes 20 on the clock. It's not looking great here for JLINGZ. It's been great control from Quadrant. Instead, that third hill was really almost a bounce back effect of the plays we saw from Legend. I think it deflated JLINGZ a little bit because they were so close to getting back into the game, and it was just taken away from them in the final moments. And now with 2 minutes left and this hill over towards blue, one of the more difficult hills to hold when someone's holding over towards pipes, for example. Interested to see whether JLINGZ really throw everything at this one or just try and take some fights, see if they can win the slays. And if they do get on top of things, maybe just hoping they can nab a hill here. But this is likely going to go towards Quadrant at this point. But I have seen crazy things happen on this map, but it's unlikely just with how well Quadrant are playing.
Another kill in the books, 2 Foxy falls. Soaring, looking to 4, but SLG gets shut down. But you can see the confidence that Quadrant are playing with here. JLINGZ starting to amount a little bit of time in this bottom blue hill. Septic's in there, he's going to tow in. 2 members situated behind him at his back. If he can bait switch, unfortunately gets absolutely lit up by Seeka and co. Seeka gets 1. Can he get the second one? He can do enough damage that his teammate is on hand to do so. 3 dead for JLINGZ. It's a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Legend up against Septic, but no player within sight of each other at the moment. Septic changes that, gets a burst into the shins. decides to go top tower and eventually evades the attentions for now.
Legend was so quick there just to go into defense mode and move himself over towards blue because he knew where the spawns were, knew where Septic was going to be, and all he had to really do was stop Septic from getting into that hill. Had Septic managed to get a toe in, perhaps teammates could have helped him off spawn, but he forced him back. Legend's played this game so well. I'm a big fan of Legend. I think that he's one of the best players in Europe, and I think there's still more room for him to grow as well with this team. I'm very excited to see what he can do on an international stage when he gets a little bit more comfortable on LAN. You've got to remember some of these players, they hadn't had international LAN experience under their belts, but now they are starting to get more and more as each LAN goes by. We do see JLINGZ get 1 point on the board, but it's a little bit too late here.
Will it be little more than a consolation? 54 seconds, and that's to be almost perfect Halo. The old cliche rings true again. 2 Foxy down the no shield top elevator. You can see SLG drop down, trying to do as much damage as he could before he was taken to the respawn screen. Septic expertly stayed alive, but his teammates were unable to do the same, as he's the last man standing for now. Legend has no idea his position there. Look for the trigger discipline. Can Legend get the wiggles? No, he can't. Septic hits him with 4. But it's just a trade in the end, and time continues to dwindle away.
And unfortunately, Seeker and Pipes at the moment is just a nuisance. You've got to clean out the pipes, just as I tried to do with Laxatives and Vindaloo, and it looks like that's what's going to happen here, but it doesn't work out. Seeker still staying alive, still being a nuisance. And with 10 seconds left, I think the writing's on the wall here.
Looks as though JLINGZ, they recognize the exact position that they are in, and they're willing to give up. Game number 1 will go the way of Quadrant, and it was near flawless at times, Dan.
It was. I think that JLINGZ had that chance with the second hill when they were so close, but they just weren't able to hold. And I'll go back to it. It was Legend in the way he played it. As soon as he saw a couple of teammates go down, he got aggressive rather than passive. He forced the agenda. He took a fight. He won that engagement. And then JLINGZ was suddenly... They had their heads on a swivel. They were looking around. Where's Legend? What can we do about Legend? And he seemed to be around every corner. He was like Batman at times, just appearing from the shadows. And he was so difficult to deal with that I think that in that period of play, I think he may have won the game.
And it's so important that when it comes down to a 1v1, that you have a player that's willing to put the risk on the line. Because, of course, if he dies first there, then all of a sudden, JLINGZ have a numbers advantage. But he's willing and he backs himself every single time. And we can see why. Looking at the stats, Dan, Seeker got 19, Legend with 17. The 2 boys were far and away starting to put down the damage. But Legend, from that one passage of play, like you say, won the game for them.
Yeah, I think if he had gone down, JLINGZ get the point, and then suddenly we're looking at the game in a very different way. But you can see that he's confident. You can see that Quadrant in general are confident as well. And, you know, they've played JLINGZ. They know how this team kind of works. I think that a lot of European teams have a problem when they do go down. They get a bit deflated and then they can get ran over. And I think that's a lesson that they all need to be learning right now, because it gets even worse on an international stage where people let their heads drop a little bit. But I think this is a new look Quadrant. I think it's a new look JLINGZ as well, I have to say. I think that all 3 of the teams that are kind of in the running for this tournament, and maybe that's disrespectful to a Wobbabobs because I think they believe they can win as well, but everyone seems to have that little bit of extra belief, and maybe they are starting to learn a little bit more that they can't allow their heads to drop, and they do have to continue to focus.
And with this new JLINGZ roster, I have to say, with how little time that they've been together, the sky is the limit for these boys. If they can stick together and perhaps, like you say, with European teams, they can get checked pretty easily. They can, you know, go on tilt. But if these 4 lads can put it together at a tournament or at a LAN, they could really cause some damage on the European and international scene at large.
Yeah, I think that they need to work together. I know it's difficult right now in a European tournament where you're enemies, but at the same time, you are your best allies because you've got to practice against each other. We've seen Na'Vi and Quadrant have, you know, gone to a new level because of the amount of games they've had against each other, not just in scrims, but also in tournament play as well. But then they need to expand and they need to be scrimming these North American teams when possible or traveling out early before events. I know it's easier said than done. But we'll have to see how they progress when it comes to international tournaments. But for now, it's about trying to be the best in Europe. And Quadrant hold that right now, but maybe you can hold that bullet in your visor because Septic starting strong here on Imperium CTF.
Yeah, that's not the sort of bullet you lend to a friend and you expect back at some time. I think he's going to keep and hold on to that one. 3 kills to 1 to score. Imperium Slayer game 2. JLINGZ find themselves down by a game, but showed signs of not only improvement, but they were in the series for large portions of game number 1. You can see Septic's idea is just to hold that top tower. We've seen that time and time in Halo 3. The repulsor play comes through. Rockets get sent back the way, but 2Foxy's gonna have a second bite of the cherry here over towards green box as he heads towards mid-bridge, but just can't put them together.
And I'm glad you said it was a Slayer. That just shows me as a person as well. I usually load into this game and I always presume it's CTF, and by the time we're 10 kills down, I realize it's a Slayer, and that's exactly what's happened here as well. But 6-4. It's a good start here from JLINGZ. This Quadrant were kind of pinned back, and I think a lot of it was because of that initial snipe from Septic. He does eventually go down, though. It was a snipe on snipe. Septic was able to take down Legend, but then he gets sniped himself. Big double as Quadios was patient with those rockets, bided his time. And now they can look to try and press this advantage.
Quadios is all out of rockets now. Chick will lose that fight, and a killing spree for the Englishman Quadios. Is he starting to find his feet? Is he enjoying his Halo now with this new team? As they continue to allow him to perform as best as he possibly can. Finally put the respawn screen, but the damage has already been done. 13 kills to 7. And it's JLINGZ in the ascendancy.
Certainly a great start for JLINGZ, but can they hold this momentum? Can they continue to pressure Quadrant in this way? I think if you can keep pegging them back and make Quadrant have to fight off spawn consistently, then you can hold a lead. But if you allow Quadrant to escape, as soon as Quadrant sees that control, that's when they get very scary on this game type. So you can't allow that to happen. You've got to be constantly taking the fight to them, and that's exactly what JLINGZ are doing. Another 2 kills go their way. Rockets are going to be up in 15. And of course, the overshield as well. So this is going to be a big moment here for Quadrant to try and get back in. If they don't manage to get these power-ups and these power weapons, this could start to snowball out of control.
Fights continue to be scrappy. Every time we flick to a POV, it's a one player in a 1v1. It's a series of 1v1s that have led to success here so far for JLINGZ. Overshield could change things. Rockets will do the damage. They will not trade out. It's the Overshield player who gets the better of respectful there. Seeker doing a great job with the heat wave. Could he pick up 2 with Quadios? Yes, he can, but 2Foxy on hand to get the trade. 6 kills remain the advantage. Make it 7 now as 2Foxy puts the fist in SLG's face.
I will say that JLINGZ are listening very well. You can just see it with how they're cleaning up kills at the moment. As Septic, hands on the sniper. We've already seen what he can do in the early stages. On mouse and keyboard, this man hits incredible shots. But back to controller, what happens now? Are we going to see more of the same, or slight bit of trigger discipline there as one player crosses the screen, but he knows exactly where Legend is.
Septic eyes trained over towards Sword. First shot whisked by. Feel the breeze. Flicked by Fringe in the air, but a Septic will find one onto SLG. And is he now rolling? Is he cooking? As he moves towards Sword. His teammate Respectful has fallen. Is he looking to avenge him? Opting to play patient for now. Seeker will stand him up, but Septic unable to find the shots, unable to line it up in the crosshairs. Backs away now instead to the Sword nades. Opting to stay alive for the moment. Finds the body of Chick. Puts him away. Took them off the bed. Sleepy time, he said. 2Foxy puts one away. It's 2 members down for Quadrant. Dinner for 2 cancelled at the moment.
Really has been good to see Septic back at the top of European Halo. I know there was a slight dip with all the changes, but it seems like JLINGZ are a force to be reckoned with once more. And I'm sure this is going to be a roster that we will get to see on an international level, which excites me greatly. Septic, one of the veterans of the scene, alongside players like 2Foxy, and of course Respectful has been very much at the top of European Halo since Halo 5. I think all 4 of these players would have been looking at the likes of Na'Vi, the likes of Quadrant, and them gallivanting across the world. And I think there's that realization that, you know, you're not done just yet. You're not going to step away. You are still good enough. And I think that was one thing for Septic, that when he came back into the frame, he demonstrated that he does still have it. And this is a big old lead. 11 kills now here for JLINGZ, and Quadrant just haven't been able to reset ever since that start.
And Dan, I have to tell you, I hate this a little bit. Let me explain to you why. Every single time we go to an international tournament, I get all excited. I think, oh, European Halo's never been stronger. And every single time they break our hearts and they let us down. Could it be different this time, Dan? Talk to me, goddamn.
I mean, we like to think so. I truly believe that we have some incredible talent here in Europe, and some of these players can really ride with the best in the world at times, but it just is finding a 4 that gels and doesn't crack under the pressure. And if we've got 3 of these teams, maybe even 4, pushing each other right to the brink, then maybe that's going to do the scene wonders. 40-24 now as we talk about pushing to the brink. Really look at the aggression from JLINGZ. They're being ruthless now, pushing into the base, getting behind enemy lines, trying to press this advantage, and trying to finish this game off before Quadrant get a chance to get back into the game.
Quadios has been evicted from the Quadrant Mauler, or Mangler, or Pistol, whatever it is now. It's always going to be Mauler for me. I will not.
Who cares what it is now?
He's dead. That's all I know. Quadios eliminated from the equation. Sniper rifle in the hands of SLG. But he's going to have to find a home with every one of these shots if Quadrant are to claw their way back into this one.
It really would be them clawing back in at this time. You have to slow the death. You've also got to try and position yourself in an aggressive enough manner that stops the opposition team from being able to press up and get behind you. Killing spree for Legend. It's certainly a good start. Again, is it going to be too late here? Still a 10 kill difference now. It was a little bit more, but now they've got control of Sword. They can see players over towards the Sniper Tower. If they can position someone to clean up this damage that Legend's putting down from Sword, there is still a chance here for Quadrant.
We have seen Empyrean Slayer games in the past change on a dime, or for our European people, a euro. 10 kills the difference. Sniper rifle all out of ammunition for Stick here. Septic fires one. Just whisks over his head. Foxy will challenge top tower, recognizing that Quadrant are all out of sniper ammo. Respectful as a flank here. Onset talked about how he likes the flank and he's found success once more.
Funny, I don't know what a dime or a euro is, so
I think it's
I guess if you want to
currency,
disrespect the British pound like that, that's absolutely fine.
What's
But
that?
here we are. Yeah, fair point. 45-33. At this point, you imagine it's going to be game, especially with now the sniper rifle in the hands once again of JLINGZ, and now they've got rockets to work with. Just 2 more kills required.
Can Quadios find a snug little home for this rocket number 1? Sika could be the latest victim. Over towards again the Mauler. Foxy will find one. Rocket didn't need to connect in the end, and Respectful elsewhere has fallen. I think Quadrant, well aware this situation is dire. As Foxy, along with Sika, will descend, and Sika will be the victim in the end. The last 2 deaths belong to him. 50-37 the final score. Series all tied up, Dan.
All tied up, and I think this is a very exciting thing for both watchers at home and ourselves as commentary team, because there is always that question when you look at, you know, how well Quadrant have been playing, how well Na'Vi have been playing. Is it just going to be a 2-horse race? But I think JLINGZ have demonstrated in pool play against Na'Vi and now taking games from Quadrant that this isn't going to be a simple bracket for anyone today. It is going to be competitive matches. European Halo seems to be getting in a better spot in terms of these teams starting to build now, and they've had to rebuild. Let's be honest, there has been changes. There's been the snowball effect of those changes as well, but it seems like maybe we're finding a third team in that race.
Is it a case of this JLINGZ roster just needs to find some sort of consistency? Because like you say, we see them go to game 5 against Na'Vi, and now they're pushing Quadrant in a very similar direction. If they can iron out some of the problems that they have had in the objective game types, we can see real success for this team.
Yeah, a lot of it is game type dependent as well. We know that some teams are better at some and worse than others, and sometimes you're praying in best of 5 that you hit those good game types and you can avoid those bad game types, but ultimately it's about practice to make sure that you have a solid series layout regardless, and maybe you only have one bad game type that would appear in a best of 5. Certainly live fire has been an interesting one today for several teams. I've been surprised at how it's been played. It has been entirely one-sided at times. Excited to see whether JLINGZ can show what they're made of when it comes to oddball. Of course, a very setup heavy game type, very rotational based as well. We know how good Quadrant are at moving around the map together, but if JLINGZ can kind of set those traps, expect those rotations, then maybe they can take a game here. And if they could go up in this series, I think that would be a huge confidence boost for them.
And Septic putting up very impressive numbers in game number 2 and probably putting his name in the hat for the Scuff player of the tournament. Again, reminder, Onset and Bravo will be awarding a player, and that player will get a Scuff controller down, so that's a great cheeky little reward for them. And live fire oddball, let's touch on Septic again, how critical he is for this JLINGZ team. He's the heartbeat of everything they do going forward.
Really is, and especially when you go over to live fire Slayer, a live fire oddball here, and you've got that sniper rifle, which is going to be a major part of it. Septic was hitting shots, right? You can trust that rifle in his hands. If he can get hold of it in this game, then maybe that could be the difference maker, especially if he can position himself in a way when they're set up, when they have the oddball. We'll have to see whether JLINGZ can really kind of take some momentum from that Slayer, because it's all well and good. I know it's the cliche, all the lower seeded team, you know, they can take the Slayers, but they're not going to get the objectives. It would be a statement if they can win an objective here against Quadrant. And they have won objective games in scrims. We'll have to see whether it can actually happen here in a competitive environment.
Game 3 here set to be a real swing game, and perhaps more importance on this one for JLINGZ than it is for Quadrant, as Game 4 will be a stronghold, and we know how strong this French roster is when it comes to controlling 3 points at the same bloody time.
Early stages, both teams just kind of backing off away from each other at the moment. No one wanted to take that fight initially because of the amount of damage, but then look at the cleanup crew that came through. But that's a good play from Respectful. It's a good heads-up play of recognizing that his team are taking a lot of damage, and when that happens, usually someone is going to go bottom middle for that ball, and Respectful just makes sure he denies the early time.
Battle for the overshield has been won this time by Chick and indeed Quadrant. 2 members have fallen though. His teammates hit the respawn screen. All his friends are dead. He's been pushed to the edge here, faced with 2 members of JLINGZ. Septic, he gets handled. Triple kill. Can he make it the overkill? Yes, he can!
Oh!
Chick is cooking!
And Foxy let it happen. He went for the melee, unfortunately whiffed it. And it does just allow Chick to now start to really breathe and ooze the confidence that we know Chick is capable of here. And if he does start to get cooking, it is a scary, scary thing for any opposition team. Thankfully, though, for JLINGZ, they do manage to just slow him down ever so slightly. 10-1, so not a big score, considering that we just saw the overkill. But that's the benefit of having that overshield. It just gives you quite literally an edge when it comes to the shields. And I wonder how JLINGZ respond to that. It's never fun, is it? When you see that that overkill appear in the kill feed, you kick yourself a little bit, you let it happen. We'll see whether JLINGZ can maybe get a multi-kill of their own.
I wonder if we can make the phrase getting chicky with it on live fire a thing. I wonder if that's something we can... Maybe merch coming to a town near you. Perhaps, probably not, if it has a party place. All I do know is something about this map for Chick. He hit some of the most ridiculous clips. We've seen it last year. He's looking to start this new year, this new season, in a very similar form. Shots go down. 2 members eliminated for now. Chick and SLG, last man standing. JLINGZ is just looking to try and throw the ball towards tower and get some semblance of control.
I do think that Quadrant lost a lot without Chick. At the previous tournament, I think that even though Foxy was an incredible super sub, and I think that he had all the plaudits, everyone recognized really how well he played, and perhaps that's why he's featuring here on JLINGZ as well. He made a name for himself once again. I'd argue he didn't need to, because I still think 2Foxy one of the best in the region. But Chick is just, he adds that little bit of extra flair to this Quadrant roster, and he can pull out those things, those incredible moments. But 3 dead on both sides. Respectful again, just making sure that ball is moved and making sure no easy time, but he gets caught out on this occasion, and now players are up first on the side of Quadrant, and that means they can get ball time because of it.
Chick with ball in hands. Audios positioned over towards the sandbags, and Legend could be the latest victim to the hands of the Englishman. Legend making this a very difficult kill, and somehow, some way survives. And I promise you that is the most frustrating thing in the world if you're a JLINGZ player.
So annoying. It's the most frustrating thing regardless of who you are when you see that happen, because you've all been there, whether it's competitively or whether it's just in a matchmaking game. When an opponent does that and you just know you have to push to get the kill, but they have the cover from the team as the ball gets played. And a good amount of time here from Quadrant. It was a great hold, and a lot of it comes down from the dipsy doodling we saw from Legend. And at the moment, Quadrant are outslaying JLINGZ. It's not by an incredible margin, but it's enough to give them control here on the map. Overshield tries to be grabbed. Septic gets the kill, though. And this should be an overshield that goes in favor of JLINGZ, which could be the start of a comeback.
3 dead. What can Septic do with the overshield? Opting for a delayed pop. Respectful picked up the ball once more. Last time he did that, he fell moments after. He's fallen again, this time at the hands of Chick. Overshield will now be popped. Legend could be the latest one to get a couple of shots taken in the shield. Chick also. And Seeker just behind him. He completely eliminates the overshield from the equation. that's a couple of occasions now we've seen things go against JLINGZ, and that is why we're starting to see the score snowball out of control.
It's always very scary pushing out of sandbags over towards green if there is players moving towards nest, because they can just absolutely pummel you. And then it was a Seeker decision to say, you know what, I'll get aggressive. You've done enough damage, and he's just going to back off here. I can take advantage of it myself. And the overshield getting deleted like that really does stem the hopes of JLINGZ in this round for me. 1 minute 35 left on the clock. Only 29 seconds left here for Quadrant to take the first round. 3 are dead. This is not going to be easy for JLINGZ to recover from that.
SLG continues to hold the ball. 2 Foxy is a long, long way from being an influence, forcing him to drop it. Engagement goes down on cuts. Chick is going to be the opening pick. 12 seconds required. This time SLG has dropped the ball, opted to try and help his teammates, but the collapse has come through. All 4 dead. The perfect push from JLINGZ.
This is their moment. This is their chance now, JLINGZ. And how do they want to play this? Ball is currently moving over towards tower. Overshield is also going to be popping up as well, so it's another thing for them to think about. This is one of the downsides of being behind, but then getting a setup just in these final moments when Overshield's coming up, because you have to try and prioritize 2 things at the same time. SLG going to be the last remaining player thinking about that Overshield.
Oh.
Does he manage to pop it? Yes, he does. That's huge from SLG. Yes, he may have gone down, but it stops JLINGZ from being able to hold that Overshield and hold the ball, and will give time for the rest of the Quadrant players off spawn now to be a nuisance.
JLINGZ really starting to put something together here, making this a very frustrating and scrappy game for Quadrant, who only require the 12 seconds, but starting to close that gap. They've gone 3 and 4 dead now, 3 times consistently in the last few rounds of Slays. JLINGZ, again, breathing new life into this game.
Responsibility on the shoulders of Quadios with the sniper as well. He gets pinched from both sides. That's 2 players that have gone down, and this might be the last chance, really. Foxy and Septic have to hold, and you make it just Septic. Suddenly it's a 1 versus 4. The ball's been grabbed, and Septic needs a miracle, and the miracle gets shut down immediately.
No prayers being answered. It's hands on ball. As the final seconds tick down, and round number 1, just for the moment though, Respectful's on hand. But Chick picks it up, scoops it up, and gets that final second just to spare the blushes of Quadrant. 1-0 the lead as we head into the second round, and Quadrant, early game looked good, mid-game a little bit lackluster, but they put it together in the end.
Quadrant just playing the objective very well. I mean, they had the ball in their jaws throughout the majority of the game. And even though JLINGZ tried as they might to rip it from the jaws, they just weren't able to do so. And I think there were a couple of moments of promising hope, but it was immediately shut down either by a clutch play or just a well-calculated push from Quadrant. If though we can see JLINGZ maybe get some of that control earlier on and not allow Quadrant to have such a lead, it could be a very different round here. So we'll have to see whether JLINGZ will go for a different approach.
SLG has done a fantastic job all tournament long, really, of prioritizing picking up these power-ups. Every single time we switch to his POV, he's making things happen. 3 dead now for JLINGZ, and much like round 1, it's Quadrant who are seizing this game by the scruff of its neck.
The confidence that SLG has, maybe too much confidence, as he just hurtles towards enemies and does give away the sniper, not with too many bullets left, but he was using that sniper as a shotgun to perhaps, he said, actually, I want to get up close and personal. That's the kind of confidence that this Quadrant roster has, that they always have. They've been a very flashy team, and they do play at their best when they are feeling that way, when they can be aggressive. 3 go down on both sides. SLG versus Septic, a battle of bottom middle. And SLG will just kind of toss that ball to one side and toss it towards the team. And again, Quadrant, they get their hands on that ball, and they are just nipping away at this time.
Battle for bottom middle, almost as famous as the bottom Battle of Helm's Deep. At the moment, it's Quadrant who are just edging this one, only by a little. 35 seconds to 0. Quadios goes down. Edge and the Chick are in the exact same place as him. Mini purgatory as they wait to rejoin the fray. And it's JLINGZ now who are starting to put some points on the board. Overshield. This could be their first grab in a very long time. It's going to be trusted the man with all the experience in the world. Septic in a 1v2. Can he come out on top? Plasma grenades are not going to connect, and he gets the double kill. 3 dead now for Quadrant.
Wonder whether Seeker should have just shot his gun or go for a melee. He committed heavy to the sticks and missed both. Now it will allow Septic to just get away with this ball and get it over towards tower. Are we going to see a proper setup from JLINGZ? We've not really seen a particularly strong one yet. They know full well that there could be spawns over towards dirt. At the moment, Septic just checking every angle. You can hear it. You can literally see it in his gameplay, how he's listening to call-outs in the moment and trying to respond to all of them. That's how a sticky grenade is thrown, though. And a little teabag just to celebrate.
Celebratory teabag. Open its Tetley's. English breakfast. Some of the finest. What can Septic do now? Has already kept his team in this game. All that killing and murdering he's been doing, though. Quadrant continued to have hands on the ball as it's just being played. Tossed off as Seeker got the ball into the corner flag and only played it when forced to. Here is 2 Foxy then. Legend down by the overshield. Ball scooped up once more. Ball thrown in towards house now. All that good work Septic and JLINGZ did, it hasn't amounted to many points on the board. If anything, it's just stopped the unrelenting pressure.
I think that's something that Quadrant do very well, is even when they do go down 3 or 4 dead, they often have an instant response. They always have a game plan off of spawn, and whether that's just from tried and tested experiences throughout scrims or whether it's on-the-fly decisions, doesn't really matter at that point. It's just the fact that they always have that answer. As now we're starting to see the beginning of the end, I feel, in this game. 75-18. Foxy going to be the next to fall, and I believe that maybe they've just given this one up.
2 Foxy stood still, throwing in the towel here. Happy to say GG, no re. Maybe head towards the next game type again, which will be the stronghold. Still a little bit of time left if they could get some semblance of control, but a lot of work to do. 2 members faced up, and they will get the better of the trades. Overshield is completely gone here. 2 Foxy will be in a 1v1 against Legend. 2 Foxy losing it for the moment. Quadrant on hand, though, or Quadios on hand, excuse me, to help him get the trades. This one's not done just yet.
Yeah, I do wonder whether Foxy just kind of stood still to make sure he died quickly so he could be back with his team rather than just elongate his death and then make it very difficult for his team to actually do anything, because it was just going to be a one last attempt at pushing and trying to break this setup. SLG's already gone down, but Seeker with the heat wave making it very awkward, and there is still hope here for JLINGZ. It's not quite over. 3 are dead. Unless SLG does something special, which, you know, he is capable of doing so from bottom middle. This is going to be a chance for JLINGZ to put some time on the board.
Heading towards tower. Quadios already positioned in net. 2 Foxy looks to get close to provide some cover fire, but unfortunately 2 Foxy's only rushed towards his own death. Legend tries to be a factor once more, gets the kill, and manages to just keep his toes scraping onto the side of that cliff before he falls to his death. And
Very
Septic
graphic.
with the heat wave. It was, wasn't it?
It really was.
It was poetic.
The scraping was what really got me. Foxy still has the ball, though, as they now try and scrape this time together. 5 seconds till the overshield's coming up, though. This is going to be a big swing decision because, again, it's a little bit too late for JLINGZ, because not only do they have to try and keep this ball away from them, but then have to try and get the overshield at the same time. It's a horrible thing to try and do here on Livefire.
JLINGZ are damned if they do and damned if they don't. Overshield has fallen. Ball could be about to get scooped up here, but Quadios throws down a couple of denial grenades just to ensure it's a more difficult task than first anticipated. Ball in hands, though, requiring only 5. 2 Foxy looking to pinch and collapse as quickly as he can, but 2 members are about to hit the respawn screen. Time already up for JLINGZ. It's Quadrant. We go back in the lead of this series, 2-1.
And certainly JLINGZ did make a game of it. And towards the end, they were starting to get a feel for it. But both round 1 and round 2, it was just a little bit too late. Quadrant had that early presence, and they were getting the scrappier time. There was often 1v1s where the last remaining player would just get held of that ball, throw it over towards the spawners, stay alive, and then they would get maybe 20, 30 seconds off the back of it. And I feel like that was one of the big differences to really set the 2 teams apart.
Yeah, I think what we've seen when JLINGZ started to put some slays on the board is it's not that they could get some control and then start to dictate the pace of the game. They just stopped Quadrant for the time being. But then once they got rolling again, JLINGZ just didn't have the answer. And confirmation of what we've seen 3-1 in game 1, 50-37 in the Slayer, and 2-0 in the Oddball on Live Fire. And now our attentions do turn towards that dreaded Street Strongholds if you're a JLINGZ fan.
As I said, we did see in scrims JLINGZ win Recharge Strongholds against Quadrant, and remember what Quadrant did earlier on Recharge Strongholds. I think that suggests that this isn't going to be, you know, the easiest of games for Quadrant, but scrims are scrims, right? It's very different when it comes to competitive play, and we know what a threat Quadrant are, and you could argue Street's even more of a strong game type than Recharge for them. They've beaten some of the biggest and best teams in the world on this game type. Worlds, maybe. I don't know how many planets they've been to, this Quadrant roster, but I'm sure they would have beaten anyone they faced on this game type as well. So JLINGZ, they're going to have to work very hard. And I think a lot of it is going to be down to the start of this game. If Quadrant, off the rip, managed to get kills, managed to get hold of those rockets, managed to actually get control of these strongholds, I think JLINGZ may struggle.
There's a lot of managing to do in this fourth game. Even Sir Alex Ferguson, that was work cut out for him. Rockets down bottom middle. He was the one to secure them. 2 Foxy slides out. A lot of damage being done, traded back and forth. And it's Quadrant now who have the numbers advantage. All 4 dead for JLINGZ. Rockets scooped up, and no doubt time to follow.
They know they're going to be spawning over towards C. Chick can do some damage with these rockets, and they can pin back to ensure that a lot of early time can go in favor here of Quadrant now. If Chick stays alive, this could be a potential for total control. This could be potential for a big amount of point scoring in the early stages. The collapse comes through yet again. The way that Quadrant move around the map, communicating together is excellent.
Dan, Chick's currently sitting at 5-0. Would you say, objectively, that he's getting chicky with it right now?
You're really trying to push this agenda, aren't you?
Yeah.
And hope that maybe someone will take your laziness and do the merchandise for you. You won't get a cut of it, Richie. That's not how it works. You can be the ideas man, but if you don't copyright it, nothing's going to happen. Chick, I'll be in contact with you later. 23-3, and at least we're seeing now JLINGZ get some kills on the board, and they're able to actually get B and C in control. So they force Quadrant back. They don't allow Quadrant to get that total control I was speaking of. If that had have happened, I would have said this is already the series done, but now with JLINGZ fighting back, this is still very much alive.
Fighting towards PD, respectful, tried to put the finishing touches onto Legend, but again, he made himself a very difficult kill, and it's something that we're seeing from him time and time again. The experience to know that when he's down in the fight, Dan, just to stay alive, because help will arrive.
It does seem like everyone on this Quadrant roster is a difficult kill, and I do think that they are going to be the flagship for European Halo. They are going to be the team to watch. I do still feel like letting Snipe Drone go was a difficult decision because, in my eyes, Snipe Drone's still one of the best players in Europe, and he really did kind of hold together the Ascend roster at times, but it does seem like they're not missing him in some elements, but then missing him in other areas. You know, you've got positives and negatives to every player, but certainly Quadrant, they are making it work. They have been getting the better of Na'Vi on the overall, but are they going to be able to get the better of JLINGZ here in this series? Because right now, JLINGZ have just taken the lead. So, for all we've spoken about Quadrant being incredible at strongholds, it is going to be JLINGZ demonstrating that they can hold and really roll with the big dogs.
While you were talking there, and you were mentioning Snipe Drone, I got a little bit upset. Not because he finds himself on Na'Vi or anything's gone bad for him, or because he's found himself onto a very, very good roster, but he must have been so close to being fluent in French, and it all got whisked away from him at the very last minute.
I wonder when he's playing with Na'Vi if accidentally just some French callouts just slip out for him a little bit. I feel like there has to be some sort of habit there, right? It's like when in Dexter's laboratory when he fell asleep listening to the radio and all he could say was omelette du fromage, and maybe that's the same for Snipe Drone.
The only call out I would know in French would be Rouge. The streets are covered in Rouge right now as 4 members fall for JLINGZ. Quadios respectful in the respawn screen, but it's a 2v2 on the map now for the moment, and JLINGZ just starting to shade things and getting themselves right back into this game.
The JLINGZ have really fought back well off of every spawn, and I know I credited Quadrant for it in the previous game, that they had a game plan every time that they went 3 or 4 down. It seems like JLINGZ are doing far better now than they were a little bit earlier at times against Na'Vi. And I think that's going to happen as they gel more as a team. I know that they've been scrimming for a couple of weeks now, But naturally, the more game time they have under their belt, the better they're going to get in these scenarios, and they now have the lead. They did have total control temporarily. Actually, they still have total control. A, B, and C are still blue. Foxy, the last remaining player, he just needs to stay alive, maybe try and slide in so he can use this Bulldog.
Foxy has the Bulldog on the leash here, but unfortunately for him, his shields were already tagged up enough to make it a more difficult task for him, certainly. 2 strongholds now flipped right back the way of the boys in the green and black. Septic just backs down Sika with the Stalker rifle. Chicks on hand to clean up any damage if it's in any way, shape or form significant here. Septic gets the opening pick. And you can see JLINGZ immediately starting to rotate. It looks like B is going to be the hit.
Make the move, but the cover is there. Great positioning from Sika, and he has 1 bullet left there, but he wanted to make it count. He said, you know what? 1 is enough sometimes, and I know I can switch out quick enough. Are we going to now see total control here for Quadrant? Yes, we are. And now this is when the alarm bells start ringing. This is when JLINGZ need an answer quickly, because the longer you take to make that push, the longer you take to get that kill, you are going to see that scoreline just start to dwindle away. But okay, they've been able to grab B, so at least they were able to stop the bleeding here, and it might be more than B. C and A, they kind of split themselves between all 3 strongholds, and somehow they've got control here.
Again, this is something that we see from Quadrant so often. They're willing to play the high risk, high reward. Get that triple cap. They're willing to give it up a couple of times and make a couple of mistakes along the way. Because once they get you in the trap, they very rarely let you go. A start to be converted once more for JLINGZ. They're going to trade it out here for B. Respectful's over towards Tires, getting backed all the way up. Puts it in reverse, just decides to stay alive for now.
I do love watching Legend's point of view as well, checking every angle. Almost like I'm watching Counter-Strike at times. He's always checking those little nooks and crannies.
Oh.
Rockets are up. Respectful sets off the remote detonation, but does fall. So 2 versus 3. Quadrant looking to try and get those rockets, which I think they have managed to do so. Septic, even though he was trying to position himself to stop it and deny it, when he had that peek around the corner, he saw the rockets were gone, but now they're on the floor.
Rockets on the floor, final one fired by Respectful. 3 dead for JLINGZ. It's a 1v1 on the map now. It's going to be 2 Foxy up against SLG. The Shroud Stream did enough for 2 Foxy just to ensure he was able to capture C. He's making this a really difficult kill once more, but SLG finally puts the finishing touches to the damage he'd put down. Another 1v1 now against Septic. Teammates on hand though. Legend fires from the top of the streets.
Such good support there from Legend as well, just to keep SLG alive, to make sure they get the total control. Now they can collapse on the spawns. They're going to be able to stop B. They know players are over towards A as well. You can let them have A at this point because you have the extra player. You can take those advantages. You can win those pivs, and then it's your decision. Do you want to go and take A? Do you want to continue this total control possibility? But with a lead like this, you don't necessarily need to. You can just kind of hold the 2 that you have right now.
Audio slides out somehow, some way. SLG gets the trade when he really shouldn't have. They're starting to control A now, starting to control the game, starting to dictate the pace. And it's JLINGZ on the ropes.
And certainly the last few online tournaments, it's been Na'Vi, it's been Quadrant in our winners finals, in our grand finals. And JLINGZ, maybe we're hoping that they could make a change to that, and they still could. But right now, it looks like they might be heading down towards that elimination bracket unless we see a drastic change in these next couple of moments. They do have A and C. 2 players are down. Big fight here that you've got to try and win. But even with the shield, Legend somehow manages to come out on top. And it really is and has been the story of this series so far. It's just this surviving that we've seen from not just Legend, but Quadrant in general. They're so good at staying alive.
Legend, the kid just was a miss. He's like a Terminator on the map. At the moment, 207 to 117. JLINGZ have closed the distance, but not by a significant amount for now. 2 members down for JLINGZ, all 4 down for JLINGZ. This could spell disaster then for the end of this series.
Is this the beginning of the end of this series? They know there's 1 spawn over towards PD. They have rockets, they have the lead. It's just a matter of waiting for them to come to you. They say, look, we've got A and C, we're holding A and C. Which way are you going to go, bud? Legend uses 1 rocket, plays around the rosies, and somehow still gets the kill as well. And it's a bit of rubbing salt in the wounds there, as now it's 233 to 117. And I believe that Quadrant, they're just going to have too much here. even with how well JLINGZ have been fighting back in the latter stages of the games, I think this might be a little bit too late.
Streets today just seems to be Legend's playground. And he's performing calisthenics. Septic chasing him all the way. Ring round the rosy on that roundabout. Legend still somehow turned away. Not only got the kill, but stayed alive. 243 now to 122, and every single time JLINGZ get themselves back into the series or back into the game, Quadrant step up the pace once more.
Maybe we'll be able to say we were there when JLINGZ were able to make a 100+ comeback against Quadrant in the Quadrant tournament. Or maybe we're just being a little bit too wishful thinking there, because already B's been taken, and now it's about where do they go. We saw a similar position that JLINGZ were in, and they kind of split the difference. They went A and C. Do Quadrant send everyone one way? It looks like A is going to be the hit.
Chick goes down. It's a 3v3 for now. 2 Foxy down to no shields. Has to play this one a little bit clever. Rocket scooped up by Septic. This could be the last chance. One rocket fired isn't going to find a home though. Seek is still in the hill. Bulldog does the damage required. One more member facing the crosshairs. It's going to be a trade and a double kill. And JLINGZ continue to cling on.
It would have been so different if he had stayed alive and connected with that second shot with the Bulldog, though. Because he's gone down, numbers is not going to be in a great position here for JLINGZ, but they do manage to hold on to A and C. So Quadrant have to rethink. They have to replan. You can see Legend just thinking about going into C here, but as soon as he dips his toes, he gives away his position, but he gets the trade.
Seeker steps in, tries to finish C. Septic's on hand to ensure that will not be a possibility. Chick, last man standing, has to get out of here. This is perfect. Much better from JLINGZ as they continue to frustrate the boys in black and green.
And suddenly what looked like wishful thinking is suddenly becoming a real possibility here unless Quadrant can shut down this momentum that we're seeing from JLINGZ. They are holding on strong. They are holding on with whatever they can at the moment. But if we see one break, if we see one double kill coming out from Quadrant, it will be game. There is no room for mistakes here from JLINGZ.
Do Quadrant have the composure as Legend finds one double kill? Legend's the last man standing here. He's going towards A, but will they lose B in the process? These next round of slays are going to be pivotal.
C now is going to be the fight. Seeker wins that one, but there is going to be another player there to take the fight. B is currently held. C is still in control of JLINGZ, even though it's got so far. Legend and Chick need to work together here, and they need to stay alive, because otherwise this could be a tough. But it's 247, 248, and maybe, even though we saw the fight back, 249, it will be 250. It will be Quadrant. It was looking shaky for a moment, but Quadrant holds strong and will take the series.
I think in the words of Ronaldo, it's a calma, calma, calma. Because that one, Dan, threatened to get out of hand very, very quickly. And we spoke about it when they were 100 points down. Is this the moment for JLINGZ? And they very nearly pieced it together, Dan, with gaffer tape and rubber bands. It almost came together for JLINGZ in the end.
I was almost making the t-shirts of I was there, because it almost happened. I didn't think it was really a possibility, but I think that demonstrates just how good JLINGZ can be. They are so close. They are knocking on the door of the top 2 in European Halo at the moment. And even though it's going to be frustrating to fall short again at the moment here in the winners bracket, they still have that elimination bracket. JLINGZ still have that opportunity to come back, to maybe get a rematch against either Quadrant or Na'Vi. They also have to face a Wobbabobs in that elimination bracket as well, potentially. So there are still games to be played. There's still hope for JLINGZ. But one thing I will say is I enjoyed that series, and I think that JLINGZ fans should be happy that JLINGZ are back on the map. They went through a period where they disappeared for a short while, but it seems like they found their roster.
Yeah, they've really gone through a transitional period, right? Because I think their rosters in the past where they were the 3rd best team in Europe, but they were constantly looking down, trying to swat away anybody that was climbing up. But now, all of a sudden, Dan, they're starting to look up towards the 2 top dogs.
They are, and I think that, you know, JLINGZ will always have a shrine of Morga and Morga 12 on the wall, because they will always be legends for the JLINGZ roster. But sometimes, you know, people will retire, people move on, and you have to try and find replacements. And it seems like finally we found the right replacements here for this JLINGZ roster. And we'll have to see whether in the elimination bracket they can make that comeback. And who knows, maybe we'll get to see them in an elimination bracket final, in a grand final, if they can play a little bit better.
And for Quadrant, we've seen them, you know, look, it's almost a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. We see them play so well in a couple of games, and then they have those wobbles, and they can be, you know, just some nervy moments when really they have such a massive advantage. We've seen it in the flag game as well, where they can be got at times.
Yeah, I think that Quadrant will look at this series and say we were far too shaky. We need to tighten up. We can't afford to make those same mistakes against Na'Vi. Otherwise, Na'Vi, they have more experience, they have more practice, and I think that Na'Vi would take more of an advantage than JLINGZ did, and Quadrant definitely need to tighten up a little bit. But, even the best of teams sometimes will have a wobble. The fact of the matter is they still progress. They are still in the winners bracket, and they'll be in that winners bracket final.
Well, Quadrant advanced and JLINGZ dropped down to the elimination bracket. We're going to go to a quick break, and Onset and Bravo will be with you very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Quadrant HCS 4K, and somewhat of a surprise, as we've just seen. Andy and I were sitting there going, okay, winners bracket final time, and that is, of course, the game we're going to be bringing you, but not the two teams we expected to be here for sure, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, quite a surprise, I think, for all of us on the production team. I think you could say that we came to this tournament largely for Quadrant Na'Vi and wondering which team is the top in Europe and which will head into the rest of the year. However, Awobabobs come from behind there, a 50-45 Game 5 win to secure the series and the upset against Na'Vi in Game number 5. That will bring Awobabobs into the winners finals up against Quadrant.
Yeah, I mean, a really crazy series. If you didn't catch it on the B stream, we'll give you an update on what that series score was. Na'Vi went 1-0 up, 3-1 win for them in that first game. Then Awobabobs with a 50-25 Slayer victory. I mentioned how Slayers are going to be important. In game number 2, Awobabobs take the oddball 2-1. In Na'Vi, Strongholds 250-56, so absolutely decimating. And then, like you say, in that game 5 kills separating the two teams, which leaves us in the situation we find ourselves in, Andy. And for Quadrant, maybe they've got to have a little rethink here, because this is not a team they were expecting to probably play as well.
Certainly not, and you have to think maybe a little bit of signs of memories too close to home for Na'Vi, right? And just in terms of losing series that on paper they maybe shouldn't have and falling shorter than their expectations. Now, keep in mind, of course, they're still in the tournament, and there's a very good chance that they end up in our grand finals without a doubt. I think not only a possibility, but a strong likelihood. However, as you say, Awobabobs here with a really interesting opportunity against Quadrant. Quadrant will have probably less time overall against this squad in terms of scrims, and we'll have to see exactly how this one plays out. But Pit CTF and Quadra going up against an opponent they did not necessarily expect.
Yeah, it's going to be, like you say, Empyrean CTF to start things off. And then we go to Slayer Live Fire. We have King of the Hill coming up next on Streets. And then we have Recharge Ball and Aquarius Slayer at the end. Now, if I'm looking at that set of game types, I'm thinking that's a pretty good one for Quadrant. But at the moment, with the upsets we've seen already pulled off by Awobabobs, I think they just want to get into this series and say, hey, we're taking down Na'Vi, who have beaten Quadrant in the past. Why can't we take down the #1 seed right now?
Yeah, they're going to look to just, I think, keep holding the gas pedal down without a doubt. And we talked about these guys as mercenaries, right? Guns for hire, and players that are trying to get back into the conversation around the top 2-3. And that's exactly what they're starting to do in terms of setting up that run. And the fact that they find themselves in the winners bracket final with a game 5 victory over what were undoubtedly your one of your top 2 favorites in Na'Vi. So the fact that they have mixed this kind of experience with 2 of the up-and-coming talents, I think, has paid off for them so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a very intense series, and knowing some of the players that are on this Awobabobs lineup as well, players who love to ride off momentum. Mose has always been one of those players. When he gets hyped up, when he gets going, he's a very difficult player to stop. But I also feel Glory, like one of the new players to the scene, is one of those types of player as well. Once he gets going, once the momentum starts picking up for him, I mean, back in HCS Valencia, which feels like a lifetime ago, we were talking about Glory being one of those breakout players, and you could see him on the stage when he did something special. He wasn't afraid to let the people on the other side of the stage know about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing what he's able to do. We talked about in the opening of the show just the fact that how he's burst onto the scene and his big free-for-all win, which has proved his individual talent, and like many free-for-all talents before him, I think the next step will be proving his 4v4 prowess, which he's already started to do, but with a series like he just had in game number 5 and now coming up against Quadrant as well, I think there's even more opportunity to continue writing that story.
Important to stay locked in, though, for Awobabobs. Cannot let Quadrant get out to a hot start and keep that momentum, or take that momentum away from them, I should say. They need to really match them stride for stride, but confidence is going to be extremely high. Quadrant just come off the back of a very, very testing series against JLINGZ as well. This is going to be a really interesting series to watch. It could be somewhat of a banger if both these teams play up to the potential that we've seen from them either today or in the past. So strap in, everybody. This is going to be a hell of a series.
Yeah, this is going to be fantastic. Like we said, a little bit of surprise winners bracket final, but we know nothing more than surprises here in the Halo Championship Series, and already some upsets happening in the bracket as we get ready to get into the gameplay here. Starting things off with Sika.
Sika is going to be the POV to watch. One of my favorite players to watch. I tweeted out a few weeks ago, I thought maybe even longer ago at this point, with the time just disappearing in front of our eyes, who always see his stock rising. Every time that I see him play, the decisions he makes, his selfless play, and also his ability to win important pivotal battles across the map makes him such a valuable addition to this lineup. But I tell you what, off the rip here, this is a strong start from Quadrant. Legend already running that flag, and Flux, even though he picks up 1 kill on the low side of the map, it's not going to be good enough because that flag is gone.
Also, what a run from Chick there in terms of that rocket from the first BR all the way to the top turret. Not the easiest angle, and he picks up a kill. And, of course, that turret player is going to be your biggest threat to a long-haul run. They take him down right away and might even double back for this. We'll keep an eye on exactly where the flag is. Doesn't even matter. He's already going to go in. He's going to get the snipe as well with 3 bullets left. Might get taken down here in the end, but not before the flag goes in. Quadrant on the board early.
Seeker on the flank as well, manages to pick up that kill. The Repulsor keeping that beat down distance away. Flux will be taken down as well, and 4 dead here for a Wobbabobs. And I tell you what, in the first few minutes of this game, this could be 2-0 if they can convert on these spawn kills. And this series that they just had against Na'Vi will be a distant memory, and they will know that Quadrant looked like a completely different proposition.
Legend takes the Mauler there. Notice that he took the Mauler specifically so he can get the drop slide off of the Mauler ledge that's just outside on the outer wall. He's going to get the flag very far, and based on the angles, he will turn the corner, yes indeed, and will cap as well. Second flag on the board. It's a fantastic run from the squad as they get the flag. Another long haul run down, and within 1 minute 40 seconds of play, they have 2 flags on the board.
I mean, we'd say 1 minute 40 is a quick cap. 2 is absolutely ridiculous, and look at the confidence now coming in from Quadrant. They're just pushing forward. They're being aggressive. They want to really punish a Wobbabobs inside of their base, and I don't think we've really seen a Wobbabobs player at the moment get onto the Quadrant side of the map. It's almost like, you know, a distant dream to get across the 50-yard line.
They have not been able to push out at all. To take a look at the slays, you already have 6 kills for SLG. You already have 6 for Chick as well. The most on the other side is Moe's with 4. So right now, truly not just being outclassed, but outslayed as well.
I think for a Wobbabobs here, you've just got to get a semblance of control. It's been an absolutely electric start coming in from Quadrant at the start of this game, but you need to get an overshield. You need to get a sniping. You need to start to go to work and realize that you've got a series to play here. That, like I mentioned, win against Na'Vi, great. Not getting that repulsor off the map, not good enough, and that is going to hand over an overshield, which he just felt had to go into the hands of a Wobbabobs here. If they wanted a way back into this game, it doesn't go their way. And that's kind of been synonymous with the start of this game for a Wobbabobs.
Yeah, SLG played that so well. Look how he just slowly, meticulously holds that pillar. Even when the angle changes a bit, he still holds the pillar and kind of rotates just to the right so that any splash damage off the repulse will keep him on the map. It's just really well played by SLG, and you could tell he's been in many overshield battles down there. He knows the angles that he needs to play, and he comes away with it once again.
Oh my God. That's what Legend does. You think you got him pinned. He stands still when he no-scopes you. It really is sometimes very difficult to play against a player who has such individual ability on the map. And Legend talked about him being the best player in Europe. It's very difficult to argue with that if you've seen what he's done over the last couple of years.
See what's going to happen with snipe control now in Sword as well. First shot doesn't connect. Second one will body. However, the push from Moe's looks good, and the game has, thankfully, for the other side, slowed down just a bit. Wobbabobs has a moment to breathe here. Those first 2 flags, as we said, went in for the minute 40. The minute 40 that follows. Moe's picks up another one on a body on Legend, make it a double kill. Pressure's coming in here. That was 3 dead for a moment.
Chick manages to get a kill on the cuts, which is going to slow things down, and Seeker follows it up, but Moses are missing right now. Everyone's taking their turn. Body Seeker as well. But that's going to be in the end. Quadrant managing to reset their base, get control, and you see SLG's got the sniper back in his hands now.
And man, at this level, you really cannot overstate just how big a 2-flag cushion is on a map like Empyrean. It was the case on the pit as well, but when you're talking about Halo at this level, especially with the gap that's between Quadrant and a Wobbabobs, 2 flags is such a cushion where you can really dictate the pace and play. You could decide if you want to be the aggressor or wait for help, and really, that cushion is going to come in handy here. 3 dead, though, so let's not speak too soon. Let's see what Glory could do with this flag run.
I mean, Chick needs to be dealt with, but somehow Chick came out of that situation with a double kill. I think if Chick gets taken down quicker there, then maybe there's a much clearer path to run this flag, and now it's looking like a little bit of a dead flag as the tension turns away from sending that flag home towards pushing across the map once more here for Quadrant. But at least it looks like a Wobbabobs has started to settle into this game a little bit more, Andy. It was a real worry for me with how they started this game. It just felt like they got nothing going and they were just being steamrolled.
Absolutely, and leave it to SLG though, right? Playing that sword angle, and he hits the shot on the Needles player, picks up a double kill as well on the way down. However, if SLG doesn't hit that shot, on the flag carrier before they go needles. Then he only has one more chance to maybe hit the shot before the long haul play comes in, which is even harder to time. Ooh, he's going to play it as well. That's going to be Sayer just tossing the overshield off, but SLG with a heads-up play to keep the game at 2-0.
Wobbabob's starting to finally get a little bit of space on the map here, starting to make some progress. 2 dead on the needle side. SLG still alive in sword, and you just saw the glint of that sniper rifle as well. He's not going to miss too many shots like that. Legend trying to counter cap himself, and SLG trying to do what he can as somewhat of a one-man army to keep his teammate alive. But good prioritization here from a Wobbabobs, recognizing they had to deal with SLG before they stopped that flag run.
2 dead still here. Now that flag is going to go back once again here. So we're starting to see the side of Wobbabobs with some good pressure, and they're starting to get 2 dead back-to-backs. However, it's been pretty big stops and decent pressure off of the spawn that's coming in from the side of Quadrant.
Sniper going to be up as well. SLG's trying to escape. Not going to be able to do so. Will be taken down. And
oh boy,
don't get stuck in that lift.
They gotta fix this thing.
Yeah, you gotta.
They really got. There we go. They gotta fix that thing.
Everybody tweet Clutch right now. It's his fault somehow. Even though he's got nothing to do with it. Right? Yeah, exactly.
There are elevator repair services you can call and get that lift fixed up quick.
Well, unfortunate circumstances there for Wobbabobs. Mo's having a good game though at the moment. 13-11 for him. Flux trying to match him stride for stride at the moment. Glory a little bit quiet. Decent assists for him. But it's Chick who's leading the way for Quadrant. 15-9 for him at the moment. Also the most assists on his team too.
Oh, little fancy sniper play there from Chick as he was running out of BR ammo, so just decides to finish the hard way and cleans up another sniper kill. Let's hope the lift looking good now. Has some players ahead of him though. Needs to be careful how he plays this as pressure's coming in on the needle side.
I have to hit some important shots here. Legend does a lot of work for him. Mose is trying to challenge. Good baiting and switching again, and look at that from Quadrant. That's the teamwork. It's always 2. It's never 1 unless one of the players is isolated, and that player will have a sniper rifle most of the time, playing for the angles of his teammates. But look at the kill feed. It's just lit up in red. The Wobbabobs find themselves on the back foot. Rockets coming up in 10 seconds as well, and Quadrant have map control.
Yeah, that's a great example of just how easy Quadrant makes it look. That is not an easy play. 2 players pushing in your needle pit on your first BR. There's a lot of uncertainty there. There's a lot of angles they can take, and there's going to be help coming in from other angles as well. However, Quadrant, like you said, makes the bait and switch look so easy, and it's plays like that that help them get out of situations.
Almost got the repulsor. Question is he going to be able to use it? He doesn't have to send the rocket home because it's already been used here by Seeker. So 2 rockets, 1 kill. A lot more damage coming out. But where is that flag? Because there was a player moving it, and it's already all the way across the map by the looks of things. And it looks like Quadrant are close to maybe putting in a 3rd.
Yeah, Chibi will get an eye on this as well as right here on the long haul. So see exactly what Glory can do. Does not look good. Oh my gosh, almost sneaks out a kill. However, that flag will still be alive on the long haul.
Flux is trying to be in a position to return this, though. Double kill for him. Flux is going to be there as well, alongside his teammate Mose to send that one home. And like you say, 4 dead. The courtyard has been left. You saw Sayer, most importantly, wrapping through the flag, not blocking those spawns. Flux has already picked up a spawn kill of his own. And with one in the death screen and Quadrant on the back foot, Glory gets another. And that's going to be a flag you would imagine going home for here for a Wobbabobs with 3 minutes 30 left on the clock here. It's game on.
Really nice run here from Mose and the entire squad. As you said, game on, 3.5 left. It's a 1 flag game. Mose with really nice movement as well to just drop and hit the perfect needle slides he needs to get the flag across the map as fast as you need to be honest, at this level of play. So now 3 minutes left on the clock, and it's just a 1 flag game.
Mose versus SLG. Flux should be there to clean that one up, and does so. Legend is trying to flank. Another kill comes in. Sniper rifle coming up as well. A little bit of sidekick action coming in from Seeker is going to put some high DPS. But look at this push now coming in. They're pushing the low side of the map. It's something that traditionally you don't really want to do unless you're going to wrap through. But that double kill from Seeker is going to be important. Mose hits the body shot, but it's exchanged damage. Sayer is somehow stuck behind enemy lines here.
I think right there, just a little bit too much that they were looking to do in the end for a Wobbabobs. I mean, they had the 2v1 on S1. They had an AR. They had the help. I think they got a little kind of creative instead of... They tried to bait and switch, but one of them grabbed the snipe and the other one had an AR out. It just kind of didn't work. A little bit too complicated. However, 3 dead off the back of the following play provides them now with an opportunity to hold forward once again.
Really important 1v1, but here comes Legend. Again, Chick and Legend working so well together in tandem, but a great escape here from Flux as well. You didn't imagine he'd get out of that situation too easily, but this is the big swing moment in this game. Sayer picks up such an important kill for a Wobbabobs here because the rockets are popping up. The overshield is also coming up, and at the moment, Quadrant kind of pinned back. That's going to give him 3 rockets. Can they get the kills, though? They didn't get anything out of it.
Flux tries to get patient with the rockets, tries to get a little creative, and you might even say greedy in the way that he shot that and tried to just isolate the kill. However, I think he just needed to pull the trigger on their side of the green because he would have been able to get even more. Instead, he gets no kills with that rocket, and they're not able to convert any damage, any advantage off of it.
In the meantime, you saw Glory did get the overshield, so it was a little bit of a split of resources. Great shots coming in from SLG, though, as he's trying to close in the gap on these two players. Moz and Glory once again combining, though. 2v2 on the map at the moment, and you can see the pace is now really being up by Wobbabobs. They're doing what they can to get on the Quadrant side of the map. They want to put the pressure on. With 1:15, they have no choice, down by 1 flag, but Quadrant holding strong at the moment.
The past few moments have been really good from the side of Wobbabobs. Keep in mind, Moz is leading the game in kills here, leading even one more than SLG on the other side of the stage. So they have been really being the aggressors. They've been applying the pressure, and it's paid off. However, now 59 seconds left on the clock. You're just going to see Quadrant try to play this 50-yard line and hold it down.
Just trying to soak up that pressure. Difficulty here for Wobbabobs. There's no power-ups left in this game. There's not going to be another overshield. There's not going to be a rockets coming up in this 40 seconds or so. So they have to do it all with brute force. Maybe a repulsor is something that's going to be used to get into the base up onto that tower. Maybe it is just going to be communication and teamwork. And what should have made a play here? They've pushed through. Legend is going to turn back. And I was just like, is this a smart play here from Quadrant to try and overextend at this point in the game?
Yeah, it felt like maybe it was too quiet, and it indeed was. And 3 dead, though. Chick, your last player alive on cuts. Let's see what can happen here, especially if a Wobbabob stays alive. They haven't killed him just yet, though, keep in mind. He gets a kill. Chick gets a kill in a 1v4. Never should have happened, and that's pretty big. They'll eventually take him down, but at what cost? 10 seconds left.
All these kills, if they go one way, and that's a Wobbabobs' way, we could be extending this game. If they don't, then it could be Quadrant taking home the win, but it's 3 dead here for Quadrant. Chick's only just come off the respawn as well, but you can see Legend, he snuck through the needles. It's a huge 1v1 for him to win. He does win it, but where is Moz? He's trying to get that touch. He can't do it. And that 1 kill from Legend in that 1v1 might have just saved the game. It has saved the game for Quadrant, but my goodness, after an electric start from them going up 2-0 inside a minute and a half, Wobbabobs gave it everything.
Yeah, I mean, what a way for that game to go. And Wobbabobs, I think, showing us that they're here for a reason in this Winners Bracket Finals. A fantastic game, but that's back-to-back plays from Legend on flag stops late in the game. Like you said, if he doesn't get that kill and then the following damage, Moz probably gets a touch there, or that flag just simply continues all the way through long haul. So in the end, we saw great numbers from Wobbabobs. They even picked up the kills they needed to. They had 3 dead. However, just off the spawn, as you see Legend able to get to the long haul, it's a huge play from him as we take a look at the stats. But in the end, Quadrant will take game number 1, but it was not easy.
Yeah, you can certainly see why Na'Vi had such a difficult job in that previous game and were taken down in that game 5, because the Wobbabobs are here to play for sure. The standout statistic for me in that game, though, you're looking at Chick and you're looking at the damage output. You're looking at 21 kills, 16 deaths, but 15 assists leading the game. Least deaths in the game, most assists in the game, and a huge amount of kills alongside it as well. That's the perfect game almost coming in from Chick.
Yeah, it really is. Big numbers from him. I think that's what we expect. And we talked about Chick as a player, not only to watch because of just what he's already established in terms of what he's capable of with his highlight reel plays, but also, like we said, there's a lot riding on how Chick looks back at the last year. There's a lot riding on also how he looks at having to miss Charlotte due to unfortunate circumstances. So I think he's realizing, right, there's only a handful more times that I'm going to be able to play Halo in this season, right? We've got, say, including online events, something, you know, you've got a few LANs and you've got a bunch of online events, but those are limited. And I think he's right now, based on those numbers, taking advantage of the fact that he needs to step up in a big way and almost has double the assists of one of his teammates and also least deaths on the squad, second most kills. It's just a really big game numbers-wise. When you only win by 1 flag, it's hard to quantify just how much that added to the game.
Yeah, very, very interesting game between the two. And I think coming out of the back of that game, I think Wobbabobs will probably think we can't afford now to have slow starts against Quadrant, because that's what cost them the game. You would argue after that first minute and 30, maybe even 2 minutes if you want to be, you know, a little bit more generous in the conversation, it was the Wobbabobs who were consistently pressuring Quadrant. And you actually have to give a lot of credit on both sides, because the Wobbabobs found a little, you know, a way they wanted to approach that game. They kept the pressure on, but the way that Quadrant actually dealt with that, and so many pivotal 1v1s and 2v2 situations, I should say, which they came out on top of in important parts of their map defensively, is the reason that they have that win.
Yeah, there's two specific instances. Of course, we saw that Legend 1v1 from the Needles to the Mauler, but you also called out another one, Mark, that was great, which was first BR to Needles, that he also won as the last player alive. So I think you make a great point there with really big last player alive moments for Quadrant, where even though the Wobblebob's pressure was so good, Quadrant kind of reminded us that they're ready and they're up to the task.
Yeah, very, very interesting game for sure. And Mo's certainly finding a little bit of spice about his gameplay in that first game of the series as well. 20 kills plus for him on a Wobblebobs, but I think this is going to be the real test. These Slayer game types, we talked about how they've been a little bit back and forth, a little bit of a 50-50. They haven't been practiced by these teams as much, and the Wobblebobs have a chance here to tie the series up and put the pressure back on the Quadrant.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here, and they have to remember just how close that last game was. As you said, if we skip the first minute 40 of that last game, a Wobblebobs probably wins that game 1-0 in terms of how the rest of the game played out. So I think they need to remember that there's everything to play for here, and even though they're playing up against what many would call the best team in the region, they have a chance to steal this series as well.
Box is going to come in and try and contest that overshield, but Chicky's going to get it. He's going to get it smashed into his chest as well. And what a start this has been for Quadrant. Once again, if you thought the last game was impressive, well, this is almost matching it for pace and result as well.
Yeah, Sire just tries to get a little bit of a repulsive by himself more time, but not really sure how much else that's going to do as he leaves teammates up here on the top of the C plat. Eventually, they should have traded out the overshield, but they don't, off of great damage from a teammate. Chick will pick up another one on Glory. That will be 4 dead. Now it's 10-3.
10-3, and now Chick is just looking for information for his teammates. Legend's going to pick up the first one as well, and now look at the kill feed. Oh no, Wobblebobs, you are about to fall into a Quadrant trap. It's 4 in a row without reply. It's 14-3, and that is how devastating Quadrant can be when they get you 4 dead.
Wow, credit to Quadrant there. Even though they won that game number 1, kind of 2-1, and at the end of the game kind of petered out, they come into game number 2 not lazy. They're firing on all cylinders. It's a killing spree for Chick as well. He's 6-0, picks up another one, double kill. 16-5 already.
16-5. Chick just looking to stay alive. Can't, unfortunately, has to add 1 death to his tally after such a good start for him. Sayer gets traded out as well, and 19-8 the score, and it feels like we've only been playing this game for about 30 seconds.
It's pretty wild. This is getting out of hand, and to be honest, with all due respect to a Wobblebobs, it's starting to look like a matchmaking scoreline. 20-8, and a Wobblebobs is going to have to dig deep if they want to find themselves back into this game. It's not really that easy to do on a map like Livefire. You don't have the opportunities for comebacks like you do on some of the other maps in Halo Infinite's suite of game types, and now goes to 23-10.
Yeah, especially when you're giving away another overshield. It's going to be Legend who gets it this time. It's 2 in a row for Quadrant. We saw what happened last time, and every single time we try and watch a Wobblebobs POV, unfortunately, they're all falling on their backs and laying in the dirt for a few seconds longer than they would want to. It's 25-10. Quadrant are halfway to being 2-0 up in this series.
Get 3 players here. Now make it 8 for Legend. I was going to say 3 players were on 7 kills as well, so just the kills spread so evenly across the board between this squad as they are just truly playing one level above in terms of the way that you play Livefire Slayer. You could tell that it's quite a difference separating these two teams as the Shroud will go down for Sika to keep him alive on the dummy angle.
And look at the angles now that Quadrant are taking. Not only are they trying to collapse in on weak players, but also they all formulate, and shape around the map, knowing that sniper rifle is coming up as well. So when they get the kills, you'd expect them to have some power weapons to play with as well. Chick's going to fly in alongside Seeker, and Seeker somehow gets that kill. And there's that sniper rifle already in the hands of SLG. He's bodying players. And once again, a Wobblebobs, they're just trapped.
Really are, and this is when I think Quadrant gets even more dangerous, right? When they are playing this well, but then they also start to catch fire like this at 33-13. We look at these players on this team, we know what they're capable of, and anytime that they are starting to heat up, they get more and more dangerous as the day goes on.
SLG can't find a clear shot at the moment because everyone is shooting all of a sudden falls on their back. It's just fantastic teamwork. 3 players already. 10 kills as SLG says, hey, I don't need a clear shot. I'm going to take some heads off even if it looks tough.
And just, ooh, gosh, he's even checking dummy angles off a Nest Bridge as well and just trying to pick anyone that's spawning in. Honestly, was only a few inches away from doing so, as this is now just a victory lap point stretch. He picks up another one, and they are running literal circles around the likes of a Wobblebobs here. Only 9 more kills to go.
Another overshield, I'm pretty sure just went into their hands if you needed an overshield to play with. Quadrant dominant. There's no other way to put it in this game. It has been a one-way street, one-way traffic. And the Quadrant bulldozer is starting to heat up a little bit here. 8 to go. We questioned if it might be an opportunity for a steak dinner today. Well, we might see one in this series.
Oh, I think we're definitely going to see one indeed. I don't know what type of emergency alert system Interpol has, but it might be time to bust it out because this is absolutely criminal here. A 25-kill lead in a game number 2 winners final, which is pretty unheard of. And even though that first game was close, the Slayer is a very different game and a very different scoreline. It's 47, 3 kills to go.
When you're watching a Wobble Bob's POV for about 3 seconds, and you can see how difficult it is to play against Quadrant. There's no individual battle to be taken. It's just a swarm. And when they've got the numbers on the map, they're not afraid to just push out into open areas, knowing that they've got a teammate alongside them. That's going to be the end of the game. It's 50-22. It is a steak dinner, and it is Quadrant one step away now, one game away from securing their grand final spot.
And let's not forget, it's really similar to the scoreline that a Wobblebobs actually beat Na'Vi in their game number 2 in the previous series, right? So you had a Wobblebobs proving that they're a really strong Slayer team. They won both Slayers against Na'Vi. As I said, it was a 50-25 in their game number 2. So for that to then be flipped and Quadrant 50-22ing a Wobblebobs here tells you a lot about Quadrant, and it also tells you a lot about just how big the gaps might be in between these teams in Europe. And I think Quadrant would love nothing more than to be the undisputed clear victor after this weekend's tournament on home turf. But here's a look at the stats.
Stats impressive for all round. I mean, when the least impressive stat line on your team is SOG at 8 and 7,
yeah,
you're going to win
good.
games. It's simple
good.
as that. Seeker 15, Chick 13, Legend 14, everything being shared around. Again, Chick, for me, standout stat, 11 assists, double any of his teammates. It's just a fantastic series from him individually so far.
Yeah, it really is, and I've just been really impressed by everything I've seen on Quadrant. I think that first game, a little bit slow, right? And then I think they held a lot of control, but when you think about a team that it wants to be the undisputed best in Europe and wants to challenge the globe, I think something like a 2-1 pit CTF against a top 6 seed is not really going to be enough. However, they bounce back in a big way in game number 2 with a much more convincing and clear victory, and they're going to look to bring that momentum right into this game number 3 and make quick work of this series. It's going to be Streets, King of the Hill.
Streets is where we head next, like you say, King of the Hill, the game type, and we're getting straight into this one, no messing about. And for Quadrant, no surprise that they want to get straight into this game, get this series done and dusted, and put their feet up and wait in that grand final for whoever has to scrap their way through that elimination bracket to join them a little bit later on. But the wonderful thing about the winning this match, as we always say, a lot of players, a lot of teams have always said that the winners bracket final is one of the most important series of a tournament, arguably more important than the grand final, as crazy as it sounds, because you get that advantage in the final. You have to win one series instead of 2.
Absolutely, and this is going to be pretty tournament defining if we see Quadrant take this as easily as they are suggesting they might, and it will all come down to the carnage and the chaos in the losers bracket. Looks like we'll get into this game right away to see exactly how game number 3 is going to play out. But Quadrant right now, I think they're going to look to end this series as fast as they can. That's probably not just one of the most dominating Slayer score lines we've seen in a long time, Mark, but just the way they played it, right? The rotating that we're seeing. That's not just them being flashy and SLG, say, jumping off of nests to try to catch a dummy spawner. That's them simply playing the game 2 to 3 times faster than their opponents and just masterclass in spawn control.
Yeah, it was a great point, and it's always interesting to me when we use the term fast. Like, what does that actually mean? It's not, you know, moving across the map faster. It's making decisions quicker than your opponent can react to, is essentially what we're trying to summarize for you. The great example of it all started from the first 4 dead they got, and then they saw all of the players back green, and before a Wobble Bobbers had even formulated any kind of plan to get a trade, to split their spawns, to stay alive long enough, Quadrant were on them. They'd already done damage, and they were just trapped, and the last player alive just about escapes, but he's already being hounded. He's already being chased down, and if you're all squad spawning within a few seconds of each other, Quadrant love that. That's the way they want to play this game.
Absolutely, and I think just so impressed also by the discipline that they had even when they were winning, say, 25-10 or so. Just the fact that they, for example, when they catch their opponents on a spawn trap or when they know they have split spawns, they're not just dealing damage to maybe trade and because they can get away with it with a huge lead. Instead, it was the most obnoxious game control that you've seen quite some time, maybe even in the entire tournament today so far, just because the fact that even when they had 3 dead, they made sure they weren't even trading out the 4th kill. It was just really disciplined Halo that led to a scoreline like that. And I think that's what a team like Quadrant needs to do, is kind of different levels of discipline. And right now, they're looking to show really no gaps and no signs of weakness or allowing a team back into a game.
It's very impressive, and it's showing the ruthlessness, I think, that this Quadrant lineup wants to install in their gameplay as well. We've mentioned how, You know, it's very difficult for us to compare the LAN performance so far this year because they obviously had the sub. We've talked about that when they played in Charlotte. But I think this team has a ruthlessness about them. And if they can build that into part of their DNA, those game 5s that we talked about where they've just come up short in the past, it's going to help them so much because those little mistakes that you make in those game 5s where maybe you take the foot off the gas, you lose concentration for 2 or 3 seconds, that's what costs you those games. And if you build that ruthless streak, that's where you win those games.
Yeah, exactly. I think you build the muscle memory of this is how we play. We don't let our emotions get a hold of us, and instead we focus on exactly what we need to do in these games. Because how many times have we seen in European Halo over the past few years, like just on the cusp of greatness or just on the cusp of what will be historic placements if they can win this next series? Sometimes that's come down, especially last season, into game 5s. And I think players need to realize that you're only going to get so many of those in your career. Even if you happen to have something like a 10-year career, there's only going to be so many times when you're at LAN with what could be historic and really career-defining performances at a LAN on North American soil against the best in the world. So I think teams are starting to realize that, and the more teams like Quadrant can focus on these moments and focus on just how clinical and disciplined they can be, I think the better off the region will be.
A great comparison, by the way, for that is Optic Gaming. You know, we always forget about Optic now on this crazy run. Obviously, they've won everything in recent memories. World champions, 3-peat, whatever you want to kind of give them the accolades that they've managed to pick up. But it took them a while to learn to win those close series. It took them a while, that experience they had to gather by taking some really tough losses before they learned. And you've heard it from, you know, the horse's mouth themselves. You know, Trippy said it. I'm sure Lucid said it as well. It took them time to realize how to play those situations. And it is going to take Quadrant time as well. You know, you've got Legend and Seeker. They haven't been playing competitive Halo all that long in comparison to a lot of the names at the top of the international world. So certainly those experiences are ones that you don't want to have, but they're important to build as a team, and getting in those game 5 situations and losing is almost important as that first win.
Certainly, I think now Quadrant, with the support of an organization like Quadrant here, the players specifically is what I mean. Now with a support system like the Quadrant organization that can build for the long haul, you have to think this team needs to realize just the opportunity they have ahead of them, of course, and look for an even better performance in this year. And I think that's exactly what they are looking to do, not only in the tournament this weekend, but of course also the entire year here in year number 2 as we start the game off. A slight lead for Quadrant in game number 3 as well.
I mean, it's a perfect example of teamwork there. Mose has the first shot with that Stalker rifle. Glory's there as well. And you just saw Seeker on your screen. Just trust his teammates to help him out. All he had to do was stay alive in that situation. Deal out some damage, didn't have to over-challenge. Both of those players fall. And now we're seeing Seeker continue this same life. And the longer he can stay alive in PD, the more problems there is for a Wobbabobs, because at the moment, Quadrant is set up inside of that hill. They take the first point already, and Quadrant are just looking unbelievable right now.
Absolutely unbelievable. Like you said, the longer he's able to stay alive in PD, the more he isolates and forces Flux to come into PD rather than taking the player out of the hill. And because of that, he bought just enough time. Quadrant will grab the first point very, very quickly within 30 seconds of game clock play and already take a 1-0 lead.
Seeker manages to take down Mose. Seeker almost manages to take down Glory as well. Rocket's going to be coming up. Legend's going to be challenging. Legend wins that fight and manages to secure the Rockets now for Quadrant. 3 dead for a Wobbabobs. Last alive is going to be Mose, and somehow manages to take the Rockets out of the hands of Quadrant.
Gonna have one more rocket to play with as well. Brings him over to the tires and sees if he can maybe rotate. One player was dead, and we'll see exactly how Tram gets cleared out. That will depend if we see more points on the board here for Wobbabobs.
Almost had to turn and manages to do so just about, but one kill with that rocket. His teammates did not pick up the necessary damage to get Quadrant out of the positions they found themselves in. That's now a full setup on the map here for Quadrant. You can already see SLG, and I think it's Seeker alongside him, trying to push up on that arcade street, trying to trap and do damage onto the players pushing off a respawn from a Wobbabobs. And if you can do damage before they even get to the halfway point on the map, it just means the push is almost stopped for another 10-15 seconds.
Oh, Mose is a very good push. Not easy to do up the C stairs. However, I loved what I saw from Chick from that entire exchange. Whenever he peeked Balk, it was the fastest head check, and he comes right back. He doesn't want to take any extra damage, and because he was head checking, he even didn't get his shield tapped when his shields were just about to recharge. So once again, it's really disciplined mechanical play from their side.
Wobbabobs finally managed to break through. Quadrant 2/3 of the way, of course, to securing this second hill and going up 2-0. Chick's going to have a big challenge. Mose is going to be equal to it. And Quadrant now just have Seeker alive. Seeker should be dealt with as well, and this will be, if Glory can move in and clean up that kill, 4 dead for Quadrant. So a Wobblebob's finally starting to find a little bit of momentum here in this game. Chick will be taken down once again, and the Stalker Rifle proving the difference maker this time. Unfortunately, out of ammo at this particular moment, which is going to be bad news for Mose, but the good news is he's got a hell of a flank on.
That's back-to-back-to-back 2 deads, which leads now to a 4 dead and essentially has guaranteed the point. That was perfectly executed there on the comeback hill for the second hill to tie the game 1-1. Really great stuff, and also to watch it from Moses' POV. Perfectly timed. They isolate the battle on benches. Then they get a kill back here on pillars. They're able to flank around and get the second kill as well as he just flanks all the way here into the A courtyard. It also gives them a good time to set up. Still 2 dead.
Chick is going to pick up that last rocket. You saw Mose continuing to push forward and knew that they were spawning in PD during that previous play. Opened up the map for his teammates to get rockets, but Chick managed to do a pretty good job just to slow that push down and make sure it wasn't going to be 2 rockets that were finding Quadrant bodies, just the one. Sayer now with a big double kill himself. Going to be re-challenging SLG. 2 bullets onto him. Should be traded out and will be traded out by Flux, and it looks like a break is now coming from a Wobblebobs.
So impressed with Wobblebobs here. I think we know these players well, and we knew that they would show up in a big way in terms of this mix of veteran and new talent. But to be honest, I think they're impressing even players who had held them in quite high regard so far, going toe-to-toe with Quadrant, tied 1-1 here in our 3rd game.
2 weak players from Quadrant in the back tower. Both taken out by Flux. Chick's going to be weak as well. Can he complete the triple? No, Mose is going to steal that away, but it's a triple for the team as Seeker now finds himself last alive and first off of respawn as well. Information already being picked up here by Flux as well. Such a veteran angle to be taking from this position as well, making sure that he gets info as quickly as possible and then they can trap Quadrant inside of that tram and really cause some problems. But then Seeker just does something like that with a spike grenade.
Talk about a break.
Seeker!
Seeker with a stick and then another kill as well. What is he doing? An unbelievable push, and how do you stop a push like that when Seeker's doing things of that nature?
He almost felt like he had him dead for the rights. One way to do it is to exchange sticky grenades yourself. As Sayer now picks up one onto Chick. Looking across the stats at the moment, it's Mose who's really having a great game here. 15 and 9 for him. Glory a little bit slow in that kill feed by his own standards, but if you're looking at how far that hill is captured at the moment, which is the objective of this game, of course, it's halfway in the hands of a Wobblebobs. Rockets coming up as well. 3 players from Quadrant inside and around that bubble, and I'm pretty sure they've escaped with them.
Chaos there. I don't know how Flux even stays alive as long as he did. We'll have to see who gets the last laugh in this exchange as Glory picks up another kill on Legend. So kills exchanged. In the end, it was already 50% of the points for this 3rd hill on the board for the side of Wobblebobs. However, Quadrant now inches back, and they just about take the lead here.
Chick reluctantly fires the 2nd rocket to make sure that he secures the kill onto Mose. But otherwise, on the other side of the map, it's now up to SLG who gets traded out. So Chick was probably thinking, I'm just baiting here for my teammate to do the damage. 2 players not looking at me. And Quadrant now do finally break through. Mose and Flux are going to be there to try and deal with Seeker. Seeker will be taken down. Now you're going to try and move in to finish the damage, but the teamwork from the Wobblebobs. The double challenge is strong, and now they're inside of that hill.
2v2 here.
Oh,
Now they
Glory!
got 4 dead. Nice job there to isolate the 2v2 now into a 2v0. That'll be 4 dead for Quadrant now, and it'll be should be, honestly, enough time on the board here for even a Wobblebobs to close this out. It has to be a hero push from Quadrant.
Yeah, the easier decision here to be made for Quadrant is the fact they have to go forward. They're not thinking about the next hill being in the tram. It's going to be towards the Pink Street, the Neon Street, towards Cafe. So they have to go in this direction. But is that going to help them or is that going to hinder them? It looks like it's going to hinder them because the Wobblebobs are ready for it and they are pressurizing Legend and Chick on the respawn.
Yeah, look at that. Like you said, they had to go forward, but they kind of stutter stepped just a bit. They went forward and started to fall immediately, which caused trouble, as you said. Now that we head over to the Neons here.
Dead.
4 dead again, and you called it perfectly, Mark. The fact that they were pushing out a B in the way that they did and took the early damage really cost them, not only on that hill, but on the next rotation as well.
The Wobblebobs are frying right now. Seeker and Chick managed to combine to at least get some sort of cafe control, and that's important for them. Mose is going to have the Stalker Rifle, though. Rockets are coming up. Look at this. He has no idea there's 2 players who just spawned towards the red room. He does good damage, but it's not great damage that turns into kills now. SLG taken down by Flux. A lot of responsibility for him. Legend is going to check back. Chick is going to make the play, though. This is the big play coming in from Chick to leave that hill to secure the rockets for his teammates. It's a small play, but it's a significant one in the way that this game is going to swing.
Wow, Legend and Chick were your only players alive. They both pick up kills in that scenario, as you say, and now that will just pave the way for them to continue holding here, and somehow they fight out of what was a very difficult back-to-back 4 dead, and they now have a lot of points on the board in what should be the game-tying hill within reach.
Keep an eye on that game clock as well. We are going to go to that bottom middle hill. 57 seconds doesn't seem like a lot of time, but it is in this game. But the bottom hill, you're going to see a lot of back and forth. And if Quadrant can take this one, then both teams are going to be forced to play for it before we head into overtime. And maybe even a potential reset. Quadrant do secure the point. We're tied up here with 57 seconds still left on that clock. Who is going to take this one home?
Look at Moze, by the way, 20 and 15. Next highest on the other side is SLG with 17. Big numbers coming out of him.
SLG adds another one. 18 for him now. Trapped inside of Tram is going to be a wobble bob. The challenge is coming in, but Moze manages to at least take one to the grave. Seeker, the only player alive on the map right now. And the good news for Quadrant, not only that he's alive, but he's also got in a position to pick up this Stalker rifle. If he can lane a few players down the mid-map, then there might be an opportunity for a little bit of scrap time here for Quadrant.
Flux only in one burst away from maybe taking him down from a pretty ridiculous front A angle. He actually predicted him to drop, though, which was pretty fantastic. Almost takes him down. Last player alive again is Sika, back-to-back 3 deads, and now they haven't found him just yet. It's a good rotate, though, from Sika to take a new angle here on B stairs.
So he manages to get the kill, though. That was so important that they took him down and took that red gun out of their hands. If Sika gets away there and even throws it towards a teammate coming off of respawn, then that is a power swing going over to Quadrant once more, or at least staying in their hands. Rockets get picked up, though, bottom middle, and that's going to be picked up by a Wobberbobs. We're into overtime here. Next point wins.
Wow, a little bit of bottom middle, you could say here, as you're going to now be B spawns coming in for Legend. 3 dead. Legend is the last player alive again. Back-to-back-to-back. 3 deads coming in for Quadrant, and here comes a Wobbabobs. They're starting to put time on the board.
They are indeed. SLG sniffs out that player in the red room, but time on the board is all that teams care about at this point. Knowing that there's only one hill to go here. And with a bulldog in hand, that's going to deny a lot of space. But look at the double challenge coming in still from the Quadrant players. They know how important it is to clear that player out. Legend flies back onto Moze as well. It's 2 dead here for Wobbabobs.
Once again, the tides turn. Sayer, last player alive, is going to be Glory here. He's going to have to go driveway. This will be a few points on the board as well for the side of Quadrant. And they're going to look to isolate all the red room spawns that are coming in right now.
Took the words right out of my mouth. This is where Quadrant start to roll. You squad spawn against Quadrant, you're going to get hurt. Glory, though, having stayed alive as the last player, gets a double kill somehow. And now, off the back of the double kill, somehow Quadrant find themselves 4 dead.
Wow, Quadrant actually botched that play. Not sure how they let a Wobbabobs fight out of that. I think, as you said, a lot of it had to do with Glory staying alive in Tram. Not in red room, but specifically here in a power position, as they're now going to keep a few players alive in a man advantage. They will now take a very slender lead or so, just about tied here at this 50% mark between these two squads here. 126 left on the game clock.
So tight between these two teams. Spikes have just been picked up. That could be a really big moment if he can land some damage. But there's Seeker poking over the balcony once more. Moze will be dealt with, you would imagine, or at least enough damage being done to secure a bit of time here for Quadrant. They're 2/3 of the way to securing a 3-0 victory. Moze has no idea that SLG is stood inside of the hill, and the commando starts to sing a little tune, and it sounds like it's in French.
It definitely is in French. Glory's going to try to take the best French Laundry angle that he can, but he's not able to do it, and it will be Quadrant closing it out in sudden death overtime. 3-2 in the game. They will also take the series with a score of 3-0, but in the end, quite a back-and-forth series, and one I don't think a lot of people had on their bingo card, and also one that I think even when they saw the series, wasn't sure it was going to be that close, but it was quite a fight.
Yeah, quite a fight from a Wobbabobs, especially in that final game. They really did give as good as they got. Game 2, I think if they played that again, it would probably be the same result with just how well Quadrant played it. There's not much you can do against Quadrant when they're playing that well. But game 1, again, very, very close. It was the hot start that really put a Wobbabobs on the back foot. But if you're looking across the stats here, SLG is the man this time for Quadrant who steps up with the most slays in the game. Chick having a little bit more of a quiet game, still a decent amount of assists coming out of him. But Moze, like we mentioned, he's having a really good tournament so far. 25 and 22 for him with 12 assists, really stepping up for his squad.
Yeah, definitely. I think that even to see him leading not only at the end of the game tied for the most kills, but also leading in the mid game, like we said, at the 20 kill mark when he was also closing that out. A really strong performance. Really impressed with what I saw from this squad. To be honest, I think Navi is already in the elimination bracket, realizing that they probably don't want to play against these guys again if they can avoid it. And I think anyone who's watching the series who's also in the elimination bracket and watching these matches maybe on a second monitor is realizing that this team is no joke, and they're able to put up a very good fight, with the exception of Slayer, in games 1 and 3, a very good fight up against what many would call the best in Europe.
Yeah, very, very interesting series, but one that ultimately falls into the hands of Quadrant in a 3-0 fashion, which doesn't quite show a reflection, I feel, on the series, but
yeah,
3-0 is the thing that people remember, right? The fact that Wobbabobs did not take a game and the Quadrant are looking extremely good, and most importantly, book their place in that grand final.
Yeah, and it's where they expected to be. I think, we've seen teams host invitational tournaments before and not end up anywhere near their grand finals. So as we talked about earlier in the show, there's a little bit of home field pressure on Quadrant to be in the grand finals. And I think they were up to the task. They responded. And like you said, they've booked themselves already a top 2 spot guaranteed.
Well, we know who's one of the teams who's going to be in our grand finals. The job for us now is to decide who is going to be joining Quadrant and who will face up against them. We've got plenty more Halo coming your way in the Quadrant 4K HCS tournament. And I tell you what, it's probably time for us to take a break, and we'll go and wake Sherzy and Dan up and see if they're ready for some more games.
Welcome back to the HCS and Quadrant 4K. The lion's share of 14,000 euros up for grabs here. And this is a big one, Dan, because this one here is a money match.
It is a money match. Top 3 take away their lion's share of 14k, as you say. That's a different way of splitting it. Usually, sometimes it'll be down to the top 8. I think this is a huge matchup because it means you're going to get a decent amount of cash. And of course, I mean, there's bragging rights here. We weren't expecting Navi to be in this position. They shouldn't be dropping down to the elimination bracket, right? We were expecting them in that winners finals to have that matchup against Quadrant. Alas, here they are. They had a close matchup against Jump Out Gang, did JLINGZ, but Natus Vincere, aka Navi, they took down Cat Smile 3-0. So it's going to be a rematch from pool play. It means we get to see these two face up against each other. It was a good match in pool play. I'm wondering, are either of these teams going to be facing any fatigue? Are we going to see either teams maybe take some momentum from the previous series? It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think we see JLINGZ coming off that best of 5. They got pushed all the way against Jump Out Gang, and now they find themselves up against one of the heavyweights in Navi. And we've seen in pool play, Dan, you say it's a rematch, and that one went the distance as well. That came all the way down to the wire, went to the game 5, which Navi were able to squeak it out in the end. But when you speak about fatigue, there's been a little bit of a break here for some of the players, but JLINGZ have had to be playing the entire time. Do you think that'll be something that helps them or hinders them here?
Honestly, it really depends on you as a player, whether you like to just keep playing the repetition. I mean, these guys, they can play matchmaking through the night, hours upon end. Sometimes it's better to keep going. Whereas other players, they get a little bit cold when they haven't played in a while. And you could say that for Navi. They've just been sitting around waiting after their 3-0. So it's going to be a real case of, can they just get back on the saddle quite quickly, or are they going to be slow out of the blocks? If they are, then maybe JLINGZ can take advantage of that and do what they did in the previous series in pool play. Take a game or two off them and maybe cause an upset here.
And let's dissect and digest what we've seen earlier in the competition. The Wobbabobs did beat Navi to pop them down into the elimination bracket, and perhaps there could be a hangover from that series when they play against a red-hot JLINGZ here.
Yeah, I think there's inevitably going to be frustration there. It's not a place they would have put themselves in when they looked at this tournament, when they looked at who is there, but maybe they overlooked our Wobbabobs a little bit. I mean, certainly I wasn't putting them in the runnings for winning this tournament, but I think they've demonstrated that this is a squad that we have to take seriously, that are going to be a threat to not just the top 4, but actually top 3, top 2, maybe even a threat to Quadrant. They were even having good games with them. So I'm excited to see what Wobbabobs will do when they get into that losers bracket final. But here we have to focus on, are Navi going to be able to bounce back from that loss in the upper bracket?
Yeah, we'll have to figure out if there's going to be any hangovers from the series against Wobbabobs, and can JLINGZ maybe capitalize on some of that, maybe the momentum that they carry through. But taking a look at the series, Dan, game 1 is going to be Empyrean CTF, and who do you think this one's going to benefit?
I think that Navi should be able to come out on top, but looking at kind of scrim results, JLINGZ were able to get some good games against the likes of Quadrant on this map and mode. So I think it's going to be who's hot coming out of the blocks. I think we spoke about it. Who's going to be warmed up? Who's not? Are they going to be actually getting their shots in? Were they playing custom games? Because if you can really get the ball rolling on Empyrean, we know how it can snowball out of control, especially on CTF. When you have one side of the map, you're able to get that run across. If you can go back to back, it can really just nail your opponents into the ground. So I think that Navi, I would lean towards being favorites, but because they've been waiting a little bit, I think it opens it up to JLINGZ.
I think something that we haven't touched upon too much in the broadcast is the rivalries that are going on here. Navi, of course, have got 2 former teammates against them here. You've got 2 Foxy and Respectful, who represented the black and gold in season 1. It didn't go their way, and now they find themselves on the opposite side of things and looking to get an upset over their former teammate in Jimbo.
Yeah, I think that nerves can certainly come into play when you get rivalries like this. I mean, it's good that they've already played each other in pool play, but now it's a little bit more serious, right? It's for money. It's to get into the elimination bracket final. It's also to try and just get one over on your ex-teammates. And this is something that could be things we're seeing constantly throughout European tournaments to follow, and even international tournaments as well, if these teams stay as they are. I hope they will, because I think that now we've found some solid bases for a lot of these squads. We've had all the team changes, we've had the Hurricanes that have gone through, but it seems like everyone seems to have found their position. I know that the team who finishes kind of top 5 or top 6 today probably will look at trying to make changes or trying to make their way onto one of these top 4 sides, because traditionally it's 4 teams that go to the international events, but I'd like to think the top 4 teams will stay as they are.
Yeah, I think something that we can talk about perhaps is, the tournament that 2Foxy had at Charlotte. His stock obviously went in the rise after a pretty disappointing end to his Navi career, and now he finds himself on the opposite side of things. And we talked about, JLINGZ going through somewhat of a transitional period. Navi, the same thing could be said for Navi. The team that they had from year 1 is almost completely changed. The only surviving member is Jimbo, but everybody else on that roster, Navi themselves are still trying to catch the team above them.
Yeah, and I thought that Navi had found their footing a little bit, especially with results and how well they were playing against Quadrant. And, it's been a back and forth with Quadrant when it comes to finals. We've had resets, we've had everything between the two teams. But we haven't really seen that Navi so far this tournament. And maybe we'll finally get to see it here in their elimination bracket run. Maybe they just needed that kick up the backside. But there's the series layout for you, as you said, Empyrean CTF to kick things off.
I guess players to watch in this series, Dan. Is there anybody you've got your eye on? We've seen respectful play pretty well. We've seen Septic hit some really beautiful shots, but is there anybody on JLINGZ and indeed Navi that you've got your eye on that has to step up here for their team?
I don't think we've seen the best of Jimbo today, especially statistically anyway. He's been kind of the outlier for Navi a little bit, and I've always said when Jim plays well, the squad seems to play well. And I'm not saying he's been playing badly today. The stats aren't crazy that he's been doing awful or anything like that. He's just the outlier when it comes to these 4 players. If he suddenly turns that round a little bit, I wonder whether Navi's fortunes will be a little bit better. So he's who I'm going to be keeping an eye on for this game for sure.
All eyes on Jimbo. Can he drive his team forward and perhaps pick up on some of the slack that he's dropped throughout the tournament? And perhaps, no better place to do it than here. But on the other side of things, JLINGZ, you say, we talked about how they lost the game 5 to Navi, but none of that matters now when they play in the elimination final. They can finish the day 1-1 against Navi, but they'll be the ones progressing.
It would be, yeah, and I think they'd like to right those wrongs, the chances they did have in that pool play series. And if you can learn your lesson from pool play and make it work in the bracket, then that's the best way you can go forward in the tournament. They did play against each other on Empyrean CTF as well in that series in pool play. It was a 2-1 victory to Navi, so it was a close one. JLINGZ certainly made them work for it. It wasn't comfortable for Navi. Maybe if JLINGZ have looked at that one, if they certainly, towards the end of the game, realized how actually they were going to break down Navi, we might see them perform a little bit better here in this series.
Something we have seen from Navi and indeed Quadrant is they have had their occasional wobbles in tournaments, and we've already seen a wobble bobs put Navi in the elimination bracket somewhere they did not expect to be, certainly not this early in the competition. And do you think game number 1 is going to be so important just to see where both these teams lie in terms of pace and in terms of dominance?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the, be all and end all. Like whoever wins map number 1 is going to win the entire series, but certainly it's going to give us an indication of where these teams are, how much they're going to put in it, how much energy they still have, who's got momentum. This is going to be a good series. These guys are going to go at each other's throats because there's money on the line. Top 3 is certainly what's on the title as well. And I think that Navi will want to demonstrate that they are not pushovers, and it was just a mistake that they've dropped down here to the elimination bracket.
Has it been a mistake for Navi? Was it just a couple of things they can correct easily? Or is there bigger holes in the game that they perhaps can't fix over the space of 10-15 minutes? Is there something there for JLINGZ to exploit? Because they have had a really good run up until this point. All eyes on JLINGZ. Can they cause the upset like a Wobble Bobs did just before them and dump Navi out the final top 4 position, which would be one of their lowest placings in any online tournament to date? It's all on the cards. It's all up for grabs. Can Navi bounce back? Will there be no hangovers? We're about to find out as we rock and roll on Empyrean CTF. Shields up. Weapons hot. We're underway.
I know I gave Jimbo a little bit of a hard time and said he perhaps been underperforming when it comes to this squad because of the statistics. One stat that did stand out on this game type in particular, Jimbo had 19 assists in that previous series. So we'll see if he can do something a little bit similar. But it's Septic we're going to kick things off with because he's been taking faces with a sniper today.
What can he do with the wig wobbler? 2 players positioned bottom middle. It's overshield and an easy overshield grab for the boys in black and gold. Rocket scooped up by Quadios. So they're trading power weapons for power-ups. Snipe Drone's got a pick, but it isn't going to be enough to open the door for a flag cap. Septic over towards the cuts, and they've seen a double back from 2 Foxy, and they've managed to clear out their own side of the map, and now JLINGZ have an opportunity to push forward.
I know where the spawns are for Na'Vi. You just got to be patient. You've got to wait for a little bit of assistance here. Exactly what Quadios is doing, but unfortunately he's been sniffed out like a little rat, and then Snipe Drone will get the kill because of it. And now Na'Vi get 2 dead. That's really well played from Na'Vi off the spawn. They had to just wait. They had to try and work out where the push was going to come from. I think that maybe JLINGZ were a little bit too hesitant there and didn't really want to take any aggressive angles, and they just got kind of squeezed because of it.
Speaking of squeeze, Snaky trying to apply the pressure here, but Respectful shuts him down. And on the other side, Septic's got a flag on the move. Can he win this 1v1? Can he give Snipe Drone the wiggles? One of the best shooters in the business. Snipe Drone doesn't miss this time.
Snipe Drone very rarely misses, and that's really why he's been arguably one of the best players in Europe for quite some time. 4 dead. Well, actually 3 dead. Jimbo still alive, still being a nuisance. This is going to be the first time we can see a flag being run here now. And honestly, a real chance at a cap as long as you can get and stay alive. But Snaky was there in the right place at the right time. Jimbo follows up. And Na'Vi defend very impressively once more. They seem to know exactly where to position themselves when a flag is being pulled.
Rockets in 30. Flag being sent back, but a very cagey affair so far. Both teams still jostling for position. But the early and opening engagements, it's been JLINGZ who have just about got the better of them. A couple of flag runs, but nothing resulting in a cap so far. Overshield in 10 then. But to get both weapons at the same time. This could be a huge power swing if JLINGZ can get their hands on it. 2 Foxy gets 1. Quadios going to be eliminated though, but gets the trade somehow, some way. Make sure numbers stay in JLINGZ's favor. 2 Foxy waiting on Rockets, tapping his watch, drops them off to a teammate and hand over to Respectful as he turns his attentions towards Snaky with a repulsor in his hand. Can he time it? He doesn't need to. Snaky hits the shots and gets the rocket launcher.
Whether you can take advantage of having rockets, having overshield. We've seen throughout this tournament how important power-ups have been. Snipe's going to be up in a second as well. Whether Septic can get his hand on it, no, he won't, because he's just been shut down by Snaky immediately. So I think if you can keep Septic off of the sniper, you're always going to be in a good position. And as for Na'Vi, you want Snipe Drone to have that, that's for sure.
It's going to be so important here. Shut Septic down. Make sure he cannot get up ahead of steam. But so far, despite these 2 teams, Dan, battling back and forth, nobody's been able to register a cap.
No caps as of yet, and I think it shows just how evenly matched both of these squads are. Even though maybe Na'Vi were the front runners for quite some time in these tournaments, JLINGZ seem to be the new guys on the block, and the practice seems to have paid off. A big sniper shot to make sure that that flag is not going to be moved comfortably. 3 are dead yet again for Na'Vi. Seems like no one's really gained a true amount of control. We haven't seen a proper 4 dead where then you're in a spawn killing position. Instead, it's been kind of 2 or 3 dead every single time.
Heat wave for Snaky. Sniper rifle in the hands of Jimbo. What can he do with it? Can he find some faces? Can he open the door for Na'Vi? The double push down long haul. It's going to be a successful one as well. That is so good from JLINGZ. Perhaps an opportunity for them to run a flag. Can they get it over the halfway point?
Can they even get it through needles? Because it seems like every time Na'Vi have had either a sniper or a BR or just grenades to stop it. Mighty's gets the first one, does get taken down. 2 are dead. Still, they try and move this flag, but it seems like, yet again, it's going to be stopped right at the first hurdle. They're not even getting it to halfway. Not even getting it a quarter of the way at this point. And now Na'Vi get the chance to try and go for some sort of counter. And this is an interesting position with the sniper. It does count as an off angle, so you might catch a few players unaware.
Both teams just cancelling one another out as Jimbo finds the face of Respectful. Quadios is going to be the latest victim of a snipe drone rocket launcher, and perhaps this is writing on the wall. Can Navi get this one cooking? Snipe drone hits the body shot. The battle rifle cleans up. That's a double kill for him. 3 dead now for JLINGZ. Quadios, the last man alive, trying to put some shots down onto Jimbo. Not going to be able to take his shields enough. And Navi are on the door. And Navi will take the lead. 1-0 to the black and gold.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference is just that Na'Vi were able to get in a position where they could put those power weapons into play. The sniper rifle shots just tagging the body can be so huge when running that flag because it forces players back, doesn't allow them to just freely drill you from top tower with a battle rifle. And now JLINGZ is going to have to work from behind. Similarly to what we saw in pool play where these teams were really struggling to get caps, but then it ended up being 2-1. Wasn't a high-scoring game, that's for sure, and it looks like we might be going down something very similar here indeed.
Looking at Snipe Drone stats, Dan, 14, 5, and 6. And for many people in Europe, he's the best player we have. And if you want to argue with that, then perhaps we can say he's one of the best. Regardless of that, you spoke about how Quadrant allowing Snipe Drone to get away only made the opposition stronger, and you can see why.
Yeah, I think that Snipe Drone has just been a beast individually, but what he adds to a team has always impressed me as well. I think he got ridiculed at times throughout Halo 5 for being too selfish, but I think that people were watching the wrong thing and maybe just looking at stats and the kills that he was getting rather than actually the positions that he was taking and how it really does help a team with how he anchors at times. 14 kills at the moment, as you say, and he's just kind of waiting at long haul. It's a big push here from Respectful to try and catch the player and Needles off guard, but if Na'Vi can continue to slowly push through long haul, slowly push through green and get minor control, all it takes is having someone with a sniper rifle or with rockets to get those big kills, and another pull will naturally come.
Respectful playing as patient as he could, trying to stay alive, trying to back Snipe Drone down. It looked as though he was about to get the better of his former teammate. But unfortunately, Snipe Drone found the shots, found an answer to the pressure. A double kill for Jimbo. We spoke about how he was a player to watch, Dan. 14 and 7. He's on a mad one.
Well, I said, if Jimbo plays well, it seems like the team plays well, and that's happening right in front of our very eyes. Jim, very confident, not able to get the overshield, which is a shame, but it's okay because, of course, Snipe Drone in the right place at the right time, doing Lord's work. He's going to get the overshield, will get the reversal onto Septic, and now that means that Na'Vi can press up again as Snipe Drone is just on a tear.
You speak about the Lord's work, and Snipe Drone's getting biblical out there with the sniper rifle. Rockets for Snaky. What can he do? Peeking over towards long haul, backing off wisely this time as 2 Foxy spotted him out. Septic huddled up in a corner. Just waiting patiently for his shields to come back, and it will be popped once more. Snaky can go forward again. They have all the power weapons they need, but it's a little bit stagnant, a little bit tentative, Dan.
Yeah, both teams are reluctant to make that move, to take that risk, and I mean, to be fair to Na'Vi, they don't necessarily need to with a 1-0 lead, but 3 of them go down. Jimbo, last remaining player, just needs to survive or at least do some damage so that the spawners can try and take out Septic. But it looks like Respectful's going to be moving that flag, and Septic now from training and sword can do some real damage. I don't think Respectful, again, got that further than Needles, and that has been the story for JLINGZ. They've just not been able to get that flag into a position where it can be hidden down long haul.
Appears to be some barrier blocking JLINGZ from pushing the flag any further. Like you say, that Needles position. 2 Foxy has to let that one go as he tried to fight tooth and nail for it, but unfortunately for him, couldn't get the damage required to keep it alive. And you can see now, Snipe Drone backs away to sword. Just needs to stay alive, can't do so. 2 Foxy, is this the opportunity? 3 dead for a moment for Navi.
Quadios, though, hesitant to push into the flag. He has seen the mistakes that have happened previously where they've run the flag, maybe haven't slayed out properly yet. The flag doesn't get far enough, so instead they need to time it correctly, time it when those deaths hit. As I say that, Quadios does go for the pull, and inevitably it happens again right in front of our very eyes, where it's going to be another run that is just going to end up being nothing. Foxy's going to be the last player to try and make a last-ditch effort, but Na'Vi have done so well, Sherzy, to make sure that these flags are just nullified instantly. As soon as that flag is touched, someone has eyes on it.
Their side of the map has almost been like a fortress. If by some measure you get in, you're not getting out. That much is for sure. Sending people home in body bags right now is Navi. And still holding that 1-cap lead. Quadios has the rockets again. Can he make something of this? Needs to carve an opening for his team to push forward. To get a touch on that flag and get it moving. Because time is well and truly against them here. As Jimbo just tries to stay alive as long as he can. He's been so successful thus far. With 11 deaths and 17 kills. It's a big game from Jimbo. Rocket will connect and find a home. This is the moment. Time is fleeting.
They are clearly just trying to defend here as best as they can, and they've been doing it all game, shows. And Foxy, the last remaining player, means he's going to have to wait. He's going to have to be patient. And they try again. You'd think that was really the last opportunity, considering Rockets were in their hands. But with 1 minute still on the clock, there is still a chance here. But for Na'Vi, it's just about holding the wall, holding the door, holding whatever you can just to try and barricade your base here. And sometimes the best form of defense is attack. And Jimbo says, look, if I start moving the flag, it gives these guys something else to think about.
You've said Hodor, and I've immediately got PTSD. The poor man went out like a champ. He did hold that bloody door. And it looks as though Navi are about to double their lead, and JLINGZ can do very little about it. As it's getting ran all the way home and touched base. 2-0 now. Navi have what they need. It's all about just running down the clock.
I love that from Jimbo as well, recognizing that JLINGZ were kind of gathering their thoughts, moving together as a unit, and he said, look, I can pull a flag here. We can actually catch them off guard as they do rotate around the other side of the map. And Jimbo's played very impressively. It's not the 19 assists that he had the last time they played this match in mode, but it is going to be 20 kills for him. Alongside the 28 kills from Snipe Drone, this has been a very impressive game from Na'Vi.
It's been very much a murder-death kill for Snipe Drone. As he's at it again. Navi take the series lead 1-0. And that wasn't as clean as we would have liked, but it was dominant at timestamp.
I think they'll be pretty happy with it, though. They never allowed their flag to go past Needles at any point. JLINGZ just couldn't throw it far enough. It just seemed like, as tried as they might, there was always a grenade, there was always a sniper shot, there was always someone just having eyes on them, and you've got to feel bad for JLINGZ a little bit that they never got the opportunity to even run that flag, because at times they had 3 or 4 dead, but there was always that one remaining player that would just be a nuisance, and I think that's going to be a frustrating experience for the JLINGZ roster.
Is that something that we could touch on as perhaps something JLINGZ should have been looking for, to isolate that final surviving member and make sure that he can't have the impact that he had, or is it just heads-up play from Navi, making sure they were always difficult kills and had one player on the map that could stop the flag?
I think it's just time, it's chemistry, it's experience. JLINGZ haven't played together as a team as long as Na'Vi, and their timing just wasn't quite there. If you can pull that flag as the 3rd or 4th player is going down, you're in a far better position. The flag can get further, and you can usually get round the needle wall before any spawners can really do any damage. But they were kind of getting 3 or 4 dead. Then 5 seconds later, they were like, oh, 4 are dead, let's pull the flag. But by that point, people were up. They weren't necessarily in the position to stop those spawners because Na'Vi had done the damage or got some trades when they went down. And JLINGZ just never really had a solid setup for a flag run. Certainly, everything was there. It was doing, you know, the basics right, but they just weren't able to get the advanced stuff necessarily down. And that will come with time, and I think JLINGZ know that.
And we highlighted Snipe Drone. We spoke about Jimbo and how integral he is to the team, and you call for a big game and a big series out of him, and we've seen that there displays 20 plus kills, and Snipe Drone hit 28 as well. When your players are just killing everything that moves, it makes the game so much easier. That
it really does. I think that, you know, anyone would be lucky to have a player like Snipe Drone on their side, and maybe Na'Vi will be counting their blessings that the Ascend roster did break up and Quadrant made that French God Squad, because as soon as Snipe Drone became an FA, I think everyone was kind of saying, okay, well, where does he end up? Because this man's not going to sit around on some top 6, some top 4 team. He's going to be gunning for first place.
Game 2 then, live fire Slayer. Can JLINGZ bounce back? Or will Navi double their series lead? Massive games out of Snipe Drone and Jimbo. Is it time for someone like Septic, 2 Foxy, to carry the mantle for them, to pull them and push them forward? They lose this one and they're on the brink of elimination. It's all to play for here. As a body shot lands and connects, and Respectful finishes off the kill on the Snaky. It's a good start, as they have the weapons, but they do not have the kills advantage for the moment.
I'm glad you added the word kill there. That was close to being quite awkward. But 3-2 in the early stages, and I will say that when we last saw these two teams on this map, it was Na'Vi dominating strongholds to a point where it was a fairly embarrassing result for JLINGZ, maybe. And JLINGZ will want to get a little bit of revenge here. Slayer, of course, a very different game than Strongholds, although the way that Na'Vi played it last time, it felt like a Slayer because they just constantly were killing things as they moved. And maybe JLINGZ will have the chance to slow things down a little bit more.
Oh, and I'll tell you something. I was about to say, I have seen this Respectful movie before. Plenty of times in Halo 5, I was infuriated by him hiding around the corner with a storm rifle. He didn't have a storm rifle this time, and somehow Mighty's managed to pick that kill down.
Yeah, it's one of those where you want to see it from both POVs, but either way, it's enough to infuriate Respectful, I'm sure. And could be enough just to make Mighty's chuckle. We've all seen the clips where Mighty's pulls stuff like that off. It is going to be Na'Vi just kind of scrappily moving around the map, trying to help each other. There's a lot of 1v1s that are happening at the moment. No real control. I think that when that overshield comes up, we're going to start to see teams setting up a little bit more rather than running as individuals. And with the heat wave, I mean, Snipe Drone has a real opportunity here to get behind enemy lines and do some serious damage.
Two Foxy top tower, and Snipe Drone tried to swivel, land a couple of shots onto Quadios, but the heat wave comes back to bite Na'Vi the backside as they're about to forfeit the overshield. It is scooped up by two Foxy. He just about gets away from those snipe shots that were landing onto his body. Real pressure being applied by Na'Vi, but two Foxy holds forward. He backs the beef.
I love that from Foxy as well because he takes the initial bullet, manages to pop the overshield. The call out would have been, you know, one shot down through cuts. They may not have been aware about the overshield, and then Foxy gets the surprise package where he bursts through and he's able to do the damage. Again, still a lot of individual fights that are going down at the moment, and then after that individual fight, it's about running away and staying alive. Players trying to work together on the side of JLINGZ to clean up these kills, but Jimbo is being sneaky enough to get away and has done the damage and repulses the stick onto Septic. And I'm impressed with what we've seen from Jimbo so far. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Heads up play from Jim. Snipe rifle is about to pop out the oven, and it's smelling fresh. Anybody find some faces with it? You can see Septic scoped top middle just to double check his eyes didn't deceive him. It wasn't the mirage, and you can see here he goes. Wants to go to it like a magpie to a shiny thing. Has to back away. Has to wait for some help from a team. A couple of shots go down. Jimbo's down to no shields. Has managed to scarper away. Has lost two teammates in the process, and Septic's on the hunt. Wants to hunt these guys down before they can be an influence elsewhere. Sniper rifle has been scooped up, and it looks as though it's going to be the hands of two Foxy. As Mighty's gets one, but it's going to be a trade nonetheless. 18-18, we're all tied up.
You got to feel like this is such an important game for Na'Vi here. They've struggled in Slayers all tournament long, and perhaps could be the reason why they find themselves in this elimination bracket, because they haven't been able to get over that finish line when it comes to these Slayers. They've just allowed series to slip through their fingers. If they can go 2-0 up here, it gives them such a good opportunity with two objectives to play to take this series comfortably. Overshield has popped, but Snipe Drone in a position to watch over it like a hawk.
Shroud screen goes down. Lines of sight have been cut. Respectful has the plasma pistol, and somehow, some way picks up two in the feed. Down by one. Make it two. He might still lose the overshield, and they do. Mighty's has it. What can the Dutchman do? Can he be an influence?
Yeah, even though Snipe Drone looked like he wasn't going to be in a position to grab the overshield, with the Shroud screen, he just gave Mighty's the opportunity to dive on it and grab it for himself. So good teamwork and great communication there from Na'Vi to ensure they got it. When I looked back at the series stats between these two teams, it was about power-up kills and power weapon kills that really set Na'Vi apart from JLINGZ, and maybe we're seeing more of that here, especially with Mighty's now getting hold of the sniper rifle, doing some damage. They have a 5-kill advantage.
Just starting to put real breathing room between the two of them now. The power weapons will only compound that misery. Respectful over towards green. JLINGZ, the call has come to slow things down. No more easy deaths. Na'Vi starting to rotate. Over towards dummies in the overshield. Perhaps with eyes is setting up for the new one and holding control. Respectful gets one. Can he get two? He's windmilling just a little bit. Maybe you have to rename him to Whiffany, but Septic's on hand to get the cleanup on the kill. They're back within touching distance. The collapse comes from Mighties now. They're trading all the while. Now within 4.
This is better from JLINGZ and better from Respectful. Remember the last time we saw Respectful on a Slayer against Na'Vi, he was really struggling on streets. Respectful is a player who, you know, likes to move fast, likes to get into the face of his enemies, but when things aren't going well and he keeps doing the same thing, he can find himself being on one of those largely negative statistics. It doesn't necessarily mean he's losing the game for his team. It just means that perhaps he's not been able to win those engagements that we've seen him just snowball out of control traditionally. And as you see now, he gets 2 kills in a row, will allow the overshield to be picked up for Septic, and that's what Respectful can do when he gets those openers. Even though he gets a lot of deaths, he just manages to allow the rest of the team to push up. He creates space for them at times.
Now within 2 kills. Septic has the overshield like we spoke about. He can really cut that lead. Just needs his teammates to do some damage around him. Might as well pop the shields. He does land the body shot on the Septic. That overshield's completely evaporated. Could not have the influence on the game that JLINGZ would have desired. It's a full-on collapse and 3 unanswered kills for Na'Vi here. Has put this game back within 3. It's on JLINGZ here just to slow things down once again and perhaps wait for something that can swing the game in their favor, but Septic wants more.
So close between these two teams. Snipe Drone and Jimbo, the last 2 up. Respectful has a sniper rifle as well. Jimbo, though, using grenades well just to keep him back, but just like that, 38 to 38. No sniper rifle ammo left. But it suddenly means that there's a little bit of worry for Na'Vi. This is looking all too familiar. Some of the Slayers they've thrown away today. You just need to regain control of the map. Maybe they'll think of that overshield coming up. Aquarius manages to get a nade down, and the aggression has come out from JLINGZ. They say, actually, let's not let Na'Vi think. Let's push. Let's get aggressive. Let's just collapse on them. This next overshield could be everything here, Shers. If JLINGZ are able to get hold of it, like, this could be the game for them.
We have seen Slayers be a trouble for Na'Vi in the past. They lost 2 of them to a Wobbabobs that put them in this elimination bracket in the first place. Are we about to see old habits once more? A Septic gets 1. 2 members down. It's a 2-kill game. 2 Foxy needs to stay alive here as Snipe Drone slides in. Overshield's going to be so important. It's going to be the Dutchman once more to pick it up. With so much pressure on his shoulders, so much importance on this life as Septic springs up from the depths and gets a back whack onto 1. 5 kills required for JLINGZ. Make it 4.
What a play from Septic as well, just having the confidence to push cuts. He recognized the damage had been done. There were players who were weak. And JLINGZ suddenly find themselves 3 kills ahead. Need 4. Na'Vi want to slow things down. Want to push this JLINGZ roster all the way around towards that overshield area once more. But here comes Snipe Drone, trying to make big moves. If he can make that jump up, if he can surprise them and they can collapse at the same time, there is still a chance here for Na'Vi.
This game's separated by around the slaves. Make it 1 more as Quadios adds another one to his kill column. Septic gets traded out, though. It's a 1-for-1, which is criminal right now for Na'Vi. Sniper rifle could be an influence at some point here as somehow, some way, 2 Foxy lands those shots with the pistol. JLINGZ need 1 to tie this one up, tie up the series. And it's going to be 4. But all run out of time, and JLINGZ will get the final kill they require. We're all tied up in the series.
And it's another Slayer that just doesn't quite go the way that Na'Vi would have hoped it could have. I mean, in the early stages, they had the control, they had all the goodies, they had all the toys they could have wanted, but just not able to put those pieces together. Credit to JLINGZ, though. Even when they were down, it looked like they were maybe going to struggle a little bit. They string a few kills together. They're able to even stop the overshield from taking over the game. I thought that that was going to be Na'Vi's big chance, but it was Septic's play to take advantage of the damage that had been done, push cuts aggressively, get those melees, because melees, we know how strong melees are, right? If you can connect with them, especially when, you know, the other team is unaware that your presence is there, you can do so much damage. You double melee to 2 people, wow. I mean, that can just swing a game, and I think that's what really helped out Septic doing that for JLINGZ.
I really feel like European Halo at the moment is in a really healthy spot, Dan. We can see any one of these top 4 squads can take games off one another, can take a series off one another, and it really keeps all these teams honest, and it stops the likes of Quadrant and Navi being complacent? Because as you can see, they're being pushed forward now.
It's a healthy state, but it's also a very dangerous one because we know what European Halo is like. When things aren't going great, people like to make changes. People start to point fingers a little bit rather than recognizing that, okay, we have 4 solid teams. We can all practice together. We can all get better. It's why aren't we the number 1? Why aren't we now easily cruising to grand finals? Why are the other teams catching us up? Something must be wrong. That's what you've got to stray away from. That's what you've got to try and avoid happening because that's a tale as old as time. That's not just recent European Halo. That's been happening since I was playing 15, 16 years ago, right? People just like to try and find instant results rather than working on things. And I do hope that these 4 teams that we've seen today just push themselves forward so that they can try and compete on an international stage at the same time. And I really don't know where this series is going to go. I mean, the Slayers certainly seem to be a down point for Na'Vi at the moment. They have been struggling a little bit. So if it does go to a game 5, you have to start wondering, are JLINGZ going to have that opportunity? But at least Na'Vi have 2 objectives now in a row to try and take this series.
I guess it's something that we have to talk about is with Navi, this is 3 Slayers in a row, Dan, that they have lost. And we know they don't like scrimming Slayers because they think it's some sort of coin flip. But the issue is that you have 2 Slayers in every series. They need to start practicing on these Slayers.
Yeah, it's a tough one practicing Slayers because some argue that you don't get much practice from it and it doesn't replicate a tournament setting, whatever. I mean, as long as you are at least doing something towards those Slayers, if you're theory crafting, if you're watching VODs, if you're looking back at what went wrong in competitive games, that's fine. I don't think you necessarily need to be scrimming them day in, day out, but it wouldn't hurt to throw a few in. But of course, there are a lot of maps and modes, and sometimes you prioritize the objectives because they are a little harder to actually work out how to play, so I can understand it, and I can see both points of view.
And a chance, an opportunity here for one of these teams to put themselves on match point and book their ticket to the elimination finals. If they could win here, they're 1 game away. And for JLINGZ, can they really apply even more pressure? Can they tighten the noose on Navi? Because we've seen before, mentally you can get at them. You can make them bicker. You can make them second guess themselves. And if this oddball game, particularly in round 1, goes the way of JLINGZ, the writing could be on the wall for Navi in this series.
Tighten the noose.
Yeah.
So dark today. So everything. Talking about murdering and nooses. Really concerns me. 9-0 though. And maybe Navi. This is... You know, these Slayers, even though they're frustrating to lose shows, sometimes, again, it just rallies you going into these objective games because you can just brush it off. You can say, you know, it's a Slayer. We've been bad at Slayers, but objectively, we think we're better than this other team. We think we are a better squad overall. And maybe that's the way that Navi can look at this one.
At the moment, very little to separate the 2 teams. JLINGZ do have hands on the ball. The Bulldog comes up through tires and is good for a trade, but that is all it's good for. 2v2 on the map now. Sentinel beam in the hands will absolutely fry from Respectful. As he gets a easy clean-up kill onto Snipe Drone. 2 dead for Navi, make it 3. And an opportunity here for JLINGZ to put even more points on the board, and spawns will be fortuitous.
One thing that both of these teams maybe would have learned from either matching up against Quadrant or watching Quadrant is how well Quadrant do pick up that little bitty time on the ball every now and then, even if it's just a second or 2 when they can grab it. It does make the difference. 2 are dead on the side of JLINGZ, but they were able to get the ball in a position where it makes it awkward for Na'Vi, and we've always said here on Streets how important it is to get that ball out into the open areas so that it's not going to be an easy pickup. You want to make it a risk for your opposition every single time they're going to be grabbing that ball.
Can you explain to me, in layman's terms, what pity time is?
Pity time, depends if you watched Little Britain or not. It could be 2 different things, but what I mean is just picking up small amounts of time on the ball.
Glad for the clarification. As 3 go down and Jim's just rejoined the fray. 2 up for Navi, 3 on the side of JLINGZ. Numbers advantage continues to favor Jesse Lingard's men. As it's just starting to pull away from Navi now. Ball rotation coming through, and this is beautiful from JLINGZ.
Yeah, Navi are really struggling to kind of keep up with the movement from JLINGZ at the moment. They're just following around the map. It's ring around the roses, but all the meanwhile, the ball time is just ticking up for JLINGZ here. And Respectful's still going, but eventually he's going to run into a Na'Vi player, you'd have to imagine, and there we go. His life comes to an end, but it was an impressive one. 54 points to 9. That's a well-earned amount of time there from Respectful. And I will say that JLINGZ, as long as they can continue to just pressure Na'Vi now and don't allow Na'Vi to get a proper setup, they have a real advantage here in this round.
Scrappy time amount and lovely rotations from JLINGZ. Halfway, just over, to a round number 1 victory. Can Na'Vi find a response? Jimbo's back tram, but Quadios and Respectful will clear him out. Snipe Drone's going to be the latest victim. No, he's not. Bulldog will do the job, but it's only good for 1. This ball now will be scooped up again, and this is what you talked about, getting that time whenever it's available to you.
It's arcade spawn, so you're caught in 2 minds here as Quadios. You know you have to get this ball out of the train station. He will just play it, and he'll opt to take the fight. And actually, this could be a good decision, because if he wins it, it's going to be 3 dead. Rockets are coming up as well. And JLINGZ very much in the ascendancy. Snipe Drone has to run away with his tail between his legs, which will mean more ball time here for JLINGZ.
Snipe Drones have tails.
I mean, I think Snipe Drones have everything at this point.
Well, one thing he doesn't have is rockets. That's there in the hands of Respectful as he fires 1, but it's not going to be able to do enough damage to secure a kill for his team. 2 members go down for JLINGZ. This is an opportunity then as ball is played. As Quadios recognizes he's in trouble. And Na'Vi scoop the ball up and bring it back towards Tram. Rocket's good for 2 for Snipe Drone. Beautiful from him. But this has to be a near perfect hole if they're going to win round 1.
That is something that Na'Vi are capable of, but I think if JLINGZ can keep this scrappy, if they can keep pushing in and not allowing Na'Vi to ever really get into a position to watch those angles, then there shouldn't ever be a solid setup. Yeah, you might get chipped away out with your time, but eventually you feel like if you flood them enough, it's going to give you an opportunity to open and break this setup. But Mighty's with some impressive shots onto Respectful will allow Na'Vi to continue to score. There's going to be station spawns there now as JLINGZ look to try and approach from a different side of the map.
It's important JLINGZ just gather themselves here, make a coordinated push. Time is still well and truly in their favor, but do not give away lives frivolously here as they push up now through bottom middle and the cafe side, getting shot from just across the tires. Have they got enough numbers? Have they got enough power on this side of the map? Respectful opens the door and 2 Foxy kicks its way in. They've got ball in hands now. 2 members of Na'Vi bottom middle towards the L. Scooped up, more ball time for JLINGZ.
And more kills as well. Jimbo and Mighty's are still alive, but this ball is going to be held very firmly, and Rockets could be salt in the wounds here. They may not even need them at this point. It looks like round 1 is going to go to JLINGZ, and is this going to be too much for Na'Vi? Are they going to be able to hold on? Because it's very easy to start to get down on yourself a little bit when you're getting even closer to elimination from the tournament. I know it's only 1 round, and I know even with a map win here, it's still not done. But this is a series that Na'Vi would be expecting to win. Remember, they've been in the grand finals consistently against Quadrant. We've been saying how it's the kind of FaZe versus Optic of Europe, where we may not even get a chance to see Na'Vi versus Quadrant at this rate.
Well, JLINGZ in round 1, playing like a protective cup, keeping your balls nice and safe. What can you do here with the Rockets, though? Snakey's got 1. He's already found a home onto another. The ball down in the L. Rocket fires towards Cafe. Shields popped onto Septic. Quadios on the generator tries to get away. At least trying to stop the push. Respectful doing enough damage here. That's going to mean it's hold forward for Quadios and 2 Foxy, and even more of a setup here, perhaps.
4
2
dead.
go down. All 4 dead.
This is looking tough for Na'Vi at the moment. They need something to just switch this momentum up, to give them that belief once again, because they seem to be running a bit aimlessly into fights, and JLINGZ are lapping that up. JLINGZ are almost sitting, waiting. It's almost like they've poked the beast, but the beast is not actually a bear. It's just some sort of little hedgehog at the moment. It's not very threatening when it runs at you with its belly open. And instead, I think Na'Vi need to kind of just slow down a little bit, get those spikes out once more. Quite literally, they can find some on the stairs. And it might just help them get back into this game.
Trying to envision a hedgehog running at me with its belly up, and it's quite the image, Dad. Thank you for that. Couple of kills go
If
across the
hedgehogs
board.
could walk on their hind legs, right, and they just run at you like a bear, but it's a tiny little hedgehog, it would be
Right.
adorable.
Okay. I'm now listen, I'm picking up what you're putting down now. I'm sorry, it just took me a while to get there is all. Something it's not taking JLINGZ too long at all to amount more ball time. And they just continue to hold this setup. And Rocket's about to pop.
Our Na'Vi falling to pieces here. These rockets go in hands of JLINGZ, then things are just going to go from bad to worse. Oh, missed it on the first time. That could cost you as well, but Foxy does on the spin at least connect with the second. Almost blows up his teammate in the time being.
3 dead for Navi. Are the wheels starting to come off? Can they find a response? Round 1. Played almost expertly from JLINGZ. Showing some real savvy in the objective game types. Perhaps something that Navi didn't expect, didn't anticipate. Cyptron towards the cafe. Septic has the first, Respectful has the first few shots, but loses the engagement. And that's what the drone can do. He needs to do more of that just to claw their way back into this game.
3 are dead. Respectful, though, has the chance to maybe hit a nade from across the map, but it looks like he's going to be too far away, so it's about now just being patient, saying, okay, well, we've taken an incredible lead here. Let's band together. Let's work out where we're going to be pushing. PD is going to be somewhat vulnerable to two grenades if Mighty's was going to sit there, but I like this positioning from Mighty's a lot better. But Septic was wise to it, was almost waiting for it, poised over towards tires. And now it's going to be 2 dead for Na'Vi, and it could go from bad to worse here if we see these shots connect.
Snaky dips away, runs away like a hedgehog with his belly in the air. Gets taken down this time. As 2 Foxy joins him in the respawn screen. Perfect shots from Mighty's. He needed those 4 shots. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Soars, he fours. But Quadios with the Bulldog will get a couple into the spine, and that will cut the Dutchman down in his tracks. Septic's down to no shields, but the reload is going to hurt Navi. And numbers again, they continue to play disjointed, and Respectful scoops up the ball, and Respectful scoring more points for JLINGZ.
Rockets again are going to be up, and again it's going to be JLINGZ who have the chance to get them, but Snipe Drone manages to use the Shroud to at least stay alive, position himself. Nice prediction, Rocket, but the second one won't connect. It's still going to be a 40-point lead here for JLINGZ, even despite those rockets being found, so at least they were able to stop Snipe Drone from being able to get out of control with them. It was a good grenade from Septic to stem him very quickly. But again, all grabbed. JLINGZ being proactive, saying, look, we can win this one comfortably. Let's just keep this ball out of reach for Na'Vi. Let's make them work as hard as possible because we are connecting with the Slays when they run at us. But finally, Na'Vi break through and they're able to get ball time of their own.
Respectful doing the equivalent of getting the ball into the corner flag, and he tossed it bottom middle. Snipe Drone has ball in hands. And with the way he's playing, I almost want to see him pass it over to somebody who's having a little bit of a slower game. Perhaps someone like Jimbo or Mighty's, who's -10 at the moment. Snipe Drone, the only one on the team in the positive in terms of slays. Hand the responsibility over to somebody else. Respectful, looking to get touch tight to Mighty's, but a double kill for the Dutchman. Quadios cuts him down. And how long before this time starts to play a factor? 1 minute and 48 on the clock.
I will say, if it wasn't for Snipe Drone in some of the individual fights he's won, this map could already be over. And I'm not saying the other 3 aren't doing anything, but there was just some pivotal moments where Snipe Drone was getting those kills, which just kept them alive when JLINGZ were almost escaping with the ball. But as you mentioned, that clock does become a factor. 1 minute 30, ball in a vulnerable position, but 3 are dead. Jimbo at least is able to connect with the shots onto Quadios, but he's quickly forced back. And there's a decision to be made here for JLINGZ. Do we grab the ball? Do we need to? Can we put it in a position where we can at least watch over it? And it looks like they are going to continue to watch it for now.
Jim's trying to employ some smash and grab tactics here. Do a little bit of damage to get himself away. He's managed to get away here for a moment. A bit respectful. Trying to spot him out. Septic's going to fall. As long as JLINGZ do not desperate this ball, they've got time to play with. They could work with a couple of slays, but the rockets have been scooped up by Navi, and how big could these be? One gets fired, chunks 2 Foxy. Respectful and Septic. It's a full JLINGZ push on the cafe side. Mighty's picks up 2 in the feed. Will it be enough? to stop this push. It should be. Numbers should favor Navi and do.
But Respectful still alive, still doing damage, but it is going to be Snaky who holds on. But all the meanwhile, that clock's still ticking down. Foxy's able to scarper his way through bottom middle to also join the fray. And look at how JLINGZ are just flying at Na'Vi. They don't want to allow them to have the time to pick up that ball. And they say, look, off spawn, we just go, we just go, we just go. Don't allow Na'Vi to reset whatsoever. And now they've got into a position where they can throw this ball out as well if they want to.
They keep touching ball just to keep it alive, ensuring it doesn't get reset. But have they touched it? And have they only opened the door here for Navi? As the ball gets scooped up. What has Snaky got? Drops down on one, descends for, and he gets the back whack. Ball in Mighty's hands over towards PD. They need to lock it down. Code red. Because they are running out of time. 16 seconds. Ball's being dropped once more. It'll continue to eat away at the clock. Mighty's needs help, but it's not going to come. 2 go down. JLINGZ have numbers advantage. Ball's being played. It's only 5 more seconds then. And Snaky's in a world of hurt here behind the pillar with 2 Foxies. Shoot him in the back. And it's going to be JLINGZ who take the lead in the series.
That is a statement of intent from JLINGZ. A team that would have formed in the hopes of being able to take down teams like Na'Vi, like Quadrant, and hope that they can return to the top of European Halo. And they find themselves ahead in this series. And whilst it's not done yet, certainly it's starting to lean towards like we might see an upset here. And Na'Vi, I mean, to see them out at top 4 would be something that no one would have predicted. I'm going to be completely honest. I think that everyone would have expected Na'Vi to be minimum top 3. They still can get there, of course, but JLINGZ, with how they played that game, I mean, they outslayed them. You can see there the stats on your screen, but it was how they moved that ball. That one period of play where Respectful rotated around the map what felt like 16 times and was still alive, whilst Na'Vi were just chasing him constantly, and they just weren't able to take him down for quite some time.
Before going into this tournament, I would have said that, Quadrant are your favorites. Navi are the team that is going to cause them the most trouble when it comes to, the grand finals. What we're starting to see here is Owababob's already dropping Navi down to elimination bracket. JLINGZ now threatening to win this game, win this series in the next game. But if not, they have a second bite at it, Dan. All of a sudden, Navi are in disarray, and you can see they're so disjointed. They were absolutely outclassed in that last game.
They really were. I don't think that Na'Vi ever had a true opportunity at showing how they set up, because I think that JLINGZ were always there or thereabouts to stop them from being able to get that ball into a position. And even when Na'Vi got close, there was just someone on the JLINGZ roster that was being a nuisance that had somehow managed to find their way through bottom middle, or had found their way just down the side of street so that they could get those shots in from an angle. And it really was a difficult time for Na'Vi the entire game, but maybe they can now look at Recharge Strongholds as a chance to try and reset their mentals here, because if they don't, they will be getting eliminated from this tournament.
And we're underway then. Can JLINGZ put the final nail in the Navi coffin? What have the boys in black and gold got in response? Can they find an answer to the pressure? It's not very often they find themselves in the back foot in Europe, not against the 3rd and 4th seeds. But they have not been firing on all cylinders today. They've made mistakes. All 4 dead for JLINGZ, and the perfect opportunity for Navi to bounce back here in game number 4. A lot of work still to do, but off the opening break, they're doing very, very well. With grapple hook then, shock rifle in hands for Jimbo. Couple of assists already to his name. Lining up Septic, can he hit the shot? Lands the body. Can't clean up with the battle rifle. The beautiful start, the beautiful rotation here. As already a quarter of the time has been amounted for Navi, but JLINGZ threatening to bounce back here and make a real game of it, and they've got a toe in the hill.
Of course, I said Strongholds, but King of the Hill, a very different game, a very more slow, methodical game, and it's not easy for momentum to be gathered, especially when you've been beaten that badly. And you could say this one maybe leans toward the style of play of JLINGZ from what we've seen so far with their setups and how impressive they have been. In the early stages, neither team really able to get any serious amount of time, but Na'Vi looks like they're going to be the first team to get a real stab at this hill.
Now, what point does it come down to play styles? We know Navi like the play structured, and sometimes you have teams who play scrappy and they keep you in a constant flux of chaos. Is it sometimes they have to have a plan B, because when playing against teams like this, they really get outworked at times?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's a case of JLINGZ just catching Na'Vi off guard a little bit and Na'Vi maybe not being prepared for the constant wave of spawns that we've seen at times from JLINGZ, or if Na'Vi are just a little bit off the ball today, off the mark. They don't seem to be the same squad that I've watched play in some of the previous tournaments here in European Halo. And maybe JLINGZ just kind of want it a little bit more. No offense to the Na'Vi roster. I mean, I know that the desire is there for them at all times when it comes to competitive Halo, but maybe JLINGZ just have that little extra bit of an oomph. The kind of new team, the honeymoon period that we've seen so many times from squads when they're formed, especially Respectful. How many times have we seen Respectful join a new team, have that honeymoon period, get like top 3, top 2, and then just manage to get an upset somewhere against one of these big teams?
It's becoming well known as a Respectful masterclass, particularly when he likes to play against his former teammates. That's what we're seeing here. This one's personal. It's a grudge match. 2 Foxy dumped off Na'Vi, as was Respectful. Have now found their way onto this roster and pushing their former team to the brink. Because if it doesn't go to a game 5, JLINGZ can do it here and now. And they'll want to. They won't want to see another Slayer, despite the fact that Na'Vi are having so many problems in the Slayers.
It was so big that JLINGZ were able to get this first hill as well. And not only that, but they also then controlled the long haul side temporarily. Quadios will also show why it's so important to control that side, because if anyone tries to sneak through, you have angles of them. And notice how they weren't trying to pick up too much hill time. They didn't want to sacrifice their position because they never really got true control, and Na'Vi did take advantage of that. I think that Na'Vi cannot afford to go 2-0 down here. They have to make sure they get this hill, otherwise this could be, you know, the tournament done for them.
Going 2-0 down here might mentally break them. Do they have the composure to settle themselves now? 2 down. Can they break this setup? Jimbo steps out onto that platform and gets absolutely lit up and obliterated. Respectful will lose that 1v1 to Mighties. But 2 Foxy elsewhere has evened up the numbers once more. 3 go down again for Na'Vi. They're in disarray.
At least Jimbo off spawn's able to finish off that kill that was probably being screamed at him as well. Over towards batteries. Does find a shock rifle to work with, but all the meanwhile, Septic is scoring in this hill. Have to hit this shot, but Respectful baits it. Just has a little dance around the corner. Snipe drone's gone down, so it means that Jimbo has to go for a big play here, otherwise this is probably going to be 2-0.
Respectful continues to bob and weave, to duck and dive, to evade the headshots of that shock rifle. Jim's going to step out again, round 3. And again he steps away. Respectful just holding down this top glass area, and just like that, JLINGZ double their lead.
Incredible, really. I mean, it's so simple. It's something that you see often, but Respectful just having that patience and knowing full well it was a shock rifle he was going up against. He was able to hold Jimbo back, and there was no angle for Na'Vi to take to try and stop that hill, especially when fights hadn't gone their way over towards blue. Now, this was my worry. Na'Vi go 2-0 down. 2 minutes 47, so there is still time. But at least Na'Vi are in position for this next hill. This is a very commanding position to be in as well. They've got 3 players over towards elevator, and they have Jimbo over towards glass. Arguably, this should be a cap. This should be the hill going in favor of Na'Vi, unless we see a masterclass of a push from JLINGZ.
Jimbo has the shock rifle, but 2 resources being sent. JLINGZ get the trade. Hill's almost completely captured, but JLINGZ not looking to give it up too easily. Snake is going to drop down from the bat ledge in a 1v1, gives the wiggles, but 2 players on hand. 2 go down for Na'Vi. Quadios making this the most difficult kill imaginable, and somehow, someway, the Na'Vi setup's been broken wide open.
What a push that was as well from JLINGZ. 2 players making sure they shut down immediately the player from grass who could shoot over towards the bottom elevator. Glass, not grass, but either way, both work. And now it means that we are going to see JLINGZ having the chance to hold. Snaky, though, has the camouflage, but he gets spotted out. That's incredible from Respectful. Eyes like a hawk. And that could shut down the opportunity for Na'Vi to even try and stop this hill. We might be looking at 3-0 if they're not careful.
All the progress that Na'Vi had made, it matters not now, as JLINGZ have tied us up. What have Na'Vi got in the tank? Can they push this game further? Can they step into the hill? 2 Foxys on hand, and JLINGZ go up 3-0. And Na'Vi are well and truly on the ropes and 1 haymaker away from elimination.
What have Na'Vi got left? This is going to be a mountain to climb. Not only have you got to try and capture one of the more difficult hills, but even if you do, afterwards it goes to the most difficult hill of bottom middle when it resets yet again. There is still time though, but certainly JLINGZ going to make this as difficult as possible. But with 2 going down, JLINGZ could even just try and 4-0 this, try and make a statement as they march towards that elimination bracket final where it's a Wobbabobs who wait for them. I don't think many would have predicted that at the start of today, that our elimination bracket final would be JLINGZ versus a Wobbabobs, except those teams backing themselves. But after all the hope that we were going to see maybe a conclusion of the saga of Na'Vi versus Quadrant, we're not even going to get a sniff of it at this rate. We need to see the biggest of comebacks now from Na'Vi, and it will be a true telltale sign of what they're made of if they're able to even try and make this work.
Oh, and Mighty's turned away thinking Septic was dead, and he gets turned and burned. All these kills are tipping in JLINGZ's favor once more. 3 go down. 1:47 on the clock, and you said it. JLINGZ are looking to put that exclamation point on this game and on this series by going for that 4th and final point.
You better believe that this is going to be a very, very sweet taste of revenge for the likes of Foxy, the likes of Respectful, who were previously on this Na'Vi roster. But it was felt like they weren't the right players to take this roster forward.
Oh,
and even though one of the players may have made that decision for the other, it seems like they've been able to make things work here on JLINGZ. It's 3-0. It's 1:20 left. It's Quadios just piling shots now with the shock rifle, as we saw the body being drilled as well. Are Na'Vi now deflated? Do Na'Vi even believe they can get back into this one would be my biggest question here.
It's easy to think to yourself, was 2Foxy being disrespectful? No, 2Foxy was being thorough, making sure his opponent was dead and made sure he stayed on the ground. That's just heads-up play from the experienced man.
This really is a very early shock in the tournament. We still have the elimination bracket finals and a grand final to come, but in elimination bracket round 2, it's looking highly likely that we'll be saying goodbye to Na'Vi, and not only would they be finishing top 4, but that would mean outside of the prize money, Na'Vi would have been hoping or even expecting a minimum of top 2 in this tournament with how historically these games have gone in European Halo. Is there still time though? One hill is about to be put on the board. 54 seconds to try and get 2 more hills. We have seen crazy comebacks in King of the Hill. But of course, now we go to the one over towards Turbine, which is so difficult to hold at times. And if they're even to get that, it's bottom middle after. Surely there's no time here, Shers.
They've got time. Not a lot of it, though. They can ill afford to make any mistakes. This camouflage could be the difference maker, particularly as JLINGZ can send a lot more resources towards it than Na'Vi can, as they have to keep a toe inside this hill to stop the shot clock from being eaten up. Mighty steps out for a moment down to no shield. Septic just holds his ground, holds the line. Mighty soars through the air. The trade comes through. They do not get the kills. JLINGZ have the camouflage, and they have everything they need to close out this series.
And there was a little bit of momentum there with Na'Vi, but perhaps this camouflage is going to be enough to shut it down. Camo does get immediately removed from the map as soon as they did spot it out, but 20 seconds left. Na'Vi have to throw everything at this hill, and you know full well JLINGZ are going to have angles just like this one to make it almost impossible to get towards Turbine.
Na'Vi have been in a blender in the last 2 series they've played in. This isn't a loss to Quadrant. This is a complete capitulation to the 3rd and 4th seeds, who have made Na'Vi look distinctly average at times. And they continue to put down the slays as bodies hit the floor, left, right, and center. And that's the final player. And JLINGZ do cause the upset. They're going to the elimination bracket with a 3-1 win.
And somehow, some way, we say goodbye to Na'Vi at top 4. As that result stuns the European community, and I think is going to be a difficult pill to swallow for Na'Vi, and is very much going to be a lot of questions asked, I think, from the entire Na'Vi roster of why that happened. Was there enough time put in before this tournament went down? Because at the moment, I'm looking at JLINGZ and thinking they put more practice in than anyone with how they've been playing. It seems like they've been doing so much kind of research into things. Maybe it's the honeymoon effect. It's always one way to look at it with new teams when they do break into the scene, but we've seen the scrim results. Na'Vi were doing well against JLINGZ in the scrim results. It was all fine over there, but in a competitive setting, and in particular, these game types, it seems like JLINGZ just had the upper edge When we look at that oddball game, it was all JLINGZ. Na'Vi never really had a sniff. And King of the Hill, I mean, the fact we saw 3 hills back-to-back for JLINGZ just says that they are a real threat here, and they are gunning for first place.
Well, I think it might be the 2 Foxy effect. Particularly in that last game, he got 21 kills, 14 deaths, and 10 assists. The man was shooting everything that moved. He probably put a couple into his own team. He was that lasered, but against your former teammate, Stan, that one's all too sweet.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it going to be kind of the sweet taste of revenge for them, but you've got to look at Septic and Quadios. Like, these guys were on a top 4, a top 3 team, even in online tournaments way back when at the start they were getting top 2, and then they went through all the changes that didn't really work out. We never saw JLINGZ at their best form. But when you see Foxy as a free agent, when you see Respectful as a free agent, you have to take those opportunities, because sometimes you need experience on a roster, and it seems like this JLINGZ team now have what it takes to actually compete at the top of European Halo yet again.
And speaking about how we're talking about the elimination bracket, we have an elimination bracket then of a Wobbabobs and of JLINGZ. Something we spoke about how we didn't anticipate that coming into the tournament. But this is going to be such a tightly contested affair, and for these 2 teams, this could be the kind of points that you get that can help you push towards a DreamHack qualification.
Yeah, I think that sometimes when you don't get a LAN event, when you have to watch from home as everyone else is having fun, traveling the world and getting to play and getting to do what, they love to do. There's the reason why they do it is to play at LAN. Sometimes that does just give you that little bit of an extra oomph to try and pursue more practice, try and pursue a better team, try and work out what's gone wrong. And I think that JLINGZ are going to be a real threat. I'm not going to go out of my way and say they're going to be a threat on the international level yet, but it does look like they have what it takes to compete at the top of the European level. So certainly the beginning of good things is there. It's how they follow up from this, right? If they can take down a Wobbabobs and give Quadrant a good matchup, maybe they can even win this whole thing. Who knows with how they've been playing so far.
Well, we can follow this storyline to its conclusion. Up next is going to be our elimination finals with Onset and Bravo on the cast. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, and what a turbulent day this has been in European Halo history. Upsets galore leaves us the losers bracket final with 2 teams maybe we didn't expect to see here, Andy. The Quadrant 4K HCS tournament has certainly thrown up some surprises, with JLINGZ taking down Na'Vi, eliminated them, and putting themselves in the losers bracket where they're going to face against a Wobbabobs.
Yeah, the surprises continue here. I don't think anyone had these 2 predicted for the losers final, that's for sure, based on the fact that so many people were expecting to see really the first instance of really what we're calling, as we said earlier, the phase of Europe. We will not get to see that in not even a losers final. We won't see it in the grand final.
Just about squeaked out by JLINGZ against Na'Vi. It felt like JLINGZ were in control for pretty much the entirety of that series. And I think the statement victory in that final game was really a good exclamation point on what was a fantastic performance from this roster. And it's not just one player stepping up. I think 2 Foxy has been the standout, but at different points in different games, every single player on this JLINGZ roster has stepped up and made a play when it really mattered for their team.
Yeah, exactly. It's been really impressive to watch this side as well as their opponents, to be honest. I think they've had some really impressive games. Street Strongholds is going to be our game number 1 between these 2. And, both of them are looking past this match already, probably. They realize that there's a lot that has to happen here. But, I mean, a chance to be in this grand final means a lot for these players. As we said, they've already surpassed expectations, and they're going to be looking for even more. Yeah,
and also, of course, double your money. That's the most important thing. You get in that grand final, you go from 2 to 4K. So certainly something worth playing for. I'm sure Quadrant are sitting there right now at their own tournament thinking, okay, we'll have to go through a different team in the grand finals for once. And they're certainly going to have to work hard to do so with both these teams playing so well. But, I mean, Streets is where we start things off, Andy. And at this point, I think all bets are off the table on who's going to take this one home.
Yeah, exactly. I stopped making predictions on any of these series. I think I had a bracket filled out roughly of where we think we expected this one to go, and as we said, expecting a very specific grand final. We're not going to get that today, so I think all bets are off. I think we just jump into the gameplay and let the gameplay figure it out.
Yeah, well, I'll give you a prediction 3 seconds from the end of Game 5 ending, and maybe even then it might be too soon. But off the break here, we're going to see Flux pick up that first kill, and it's going to be a Wobbabobs who get control of those rockets. Once again, the Shroud screen being the operative thing which creates the opening, and having grabbed the rockets, Glory puts them to use almost immediately.
Yeah, nice job. They're going to slide out as well. We'll see. Tries to shroud, but not going to get away and live to tell the tale. So it will be one dead for each side off the open.
One thing to point out is that JLINGZ looked really, really almost, you know, superb at times against Na'Vi on that oddball game type. Maybe Na'Vi made it easy for them in certain points, but strongholds are certainly a different kettle of fish when it comes to game types and the way that you've got to approach this map, but also gave Quadrant a very good run for their money last time we saw the matchup.
Yeah, they certainly did here. Taking a look at the pink push, getting ready to stack up on this side and maybe get a move going here. Back on the board with Flux. Gonna find that push bottom middle. It's really perfectly timed. No extra Stalker ammo, however, lots of damage coming in for their side. It will be 3 dead. 2 Foxy, last player alive.
And now it's time for JLINGZ to kind of refocus as well, because they're probably going, nice, we just beat Na'Vi, we're feeling really good, but this is a completely different proposition for them now in a Wobblebobs. And a Wobblebobs with a very, very strong start here. The AB hold is going to be something that they're going to be trying to hold down for quite some time. Usually you would say the stronger of the two if you had to pick 2 strongholds to hold, just because you have that height advantage. But that pink streak push is coming in once again from JLINGZ, and we pointed out halfway through the series when we were watching the oddball game, it's like, that is their break. It is a full push up the pink street. If someone gets put weak, they drop down to L and then play mid, but Na'Vi weren't able to read it, and it seems like they've caught Wobblebobs off guard as well.
They have, and let's not forget, all you need on that push is as long as you get the 1 or 2 kills and the right damage off of it, they will just continue pushing, and we've seen them do that. You can just continue to stack off that damage, and as long as you're causing chaos and carnage, that type of push is going to work. It's worked for them time and time again. We'll have to see if they can keep it up.
Respectful. He's going to get the jump on Sair here. Tries to fire a couple of extra bullets as well with that Bulldog. Get some good damage down onto Flux, but 2 of his teammates still alive as 2 have fallen. The rockets coming up once again, and guess what? The Shroud screen is the secret once more to getting yourselves rockets. If you wondered how it's going to impact Halo Infinite competitive play, well, that's step 1. That's the most simple way.
Absolutely. It's perfectly grabbed. As you said, not only is the auto ammo off, the rocket trade's going to be forced there, but between Quadios and Glory, so it will be 2 dead for either side. 2 Foxy once again, last player alive. However, he will pick up the kill.
He'll pick up the kill, and he'll keep the pressure on here as well around C. The longer he stays alive, the more likely it is that JLINGZ will be in a position to push and help him out and clean up those kills. But finally gets flushed out. You have to say good job from a Wobblebobs to focus on that kill. Knowing 2 Foxy was the priority kill there. So important to recognize, but recognizing is great. You've got to collapse and you've got to get that kill as quickly as possible.
Ooh, it's good isolation there from Septic as they're going to take down each player in Tram. And for a moment, that was 2 dead for either side. It's a big battle on Trash. Flux comes out on top, and now, once again, still 2 dead for the side of JLINGZ.
Really impressive start this from a Wobblebobs though. 112 and rising is that score. It's a 100-point difference between the 2 teams at the moment. And for all of the good work that JLINGZ did in the previous round, not too much to speak about in this one. It's been all the team dressed in blue in this game.
They talk about a Wobblebobs. Let's not forget where they're coming in here, of course, with that 5th seed. 2 seeds below JLINGZ in terms of points. So JLINGZ certainly on paper the favorite in the series. However, as we said, Wobblebobs with a very, very convincing lead and a good start here. 136-14 now.
And JLINGZ look a little bit lost on how they want to approach this. The spike grenade's going to go in. 2 Foxy's going to try and survive, but Flux with some really, really nice shots to follow up on that initial damage is going to be enough to reset this stronghold and keep them scoring. And at the moment, it's fully on a Wobblebobs game. This is very much within the realms of getting a little bit out of hand here as Glory turns around and once again cleans out C. And the rockets are up once more. That could be 3 rockets in a row going to a Wobblebobs.
It looks like really just firing on all cylinders as a team. Septic with a nice win there. Narrowly gets away to tell the tale as he'll try to challenge from A, and shots still coming in. It's a nice rocket grab, though, from 2 Foxy. And this is going to need to be a rally from JLINGZ if they want to bring this game back.
You look at that spawn, though. Mo's just spawned straight into the line of sight, which means that someone was going a little bit rogue on JLINGZ and really wasn't thinking about the shape they were trying to hold on the map. The rockets do go down. Glory flies across to try and pick them up and try and put some pressure on. But the Stalker Rifle's still here and still doing damage. It's 1v1 on the map at the moment. 2 Foxy versus Sair, but scoring now in the hands of JLINGZ. That rocket we were talking about, though, has just been picked up.
Ooh, look at that. Rocket comes in. First one going to be Sair. Picks that up, and 2 Foxy was trying to maybe make something happen with the drop wall on A-Gen to make him double back, go for the boom block. It doesn't pay off, so in the end, it will be Sair just going in and burning that last rocket. They do find themselves 2 dead here off the double kill of Quadios.
4 dead is going to be a Wobblebobs, and JLINGZ have a chance now to finally start scoring, and they'll do so in the form of a triple cap by the looks of things. They already have eyes on where that spawn is coming in as well. They're all trapped on the pink street at the moment of Wobblebobs. They're going to try and fight for A, and it looks like JLINGZ are going to rewrap the map, try and put some pressure on, and here comes that famous JLINGZ push.
Here they come, and they know that it works, and they're not going to change it now. Good damage onto the tires as well, and tried to stay alive. This time, though, doesn't pay off as well as it had in the past. Septic was your last player alive.
Yeah, that time it was red, and it took a Wobblebobs one push to work out that's their push.
Yeah.
And it took Na'Vi a series, and I'm still pretty sure that they aren't 100% sure on how they were pushing down that pink street every single time. But Foxy going to get an opening break, an opening pick to force Zaire back into the top of A. He'll get taken down as well, so it should be an A conversion here pretty comfortably, and with the rockets coming up as well, and pressure already in Glory, onto Glory, I should say. Then that rocket should be picked up by JLINGZ. This was the turning point in the game. When JLINGZ got those rockets, Foxy put them to use, and managed to create a little bit of separation, but Flux with a big play turns them back into the hands of a Wobblebobs.
Don't know exactly what happened in the L, but as you said, a big play indeed, and what looked like it was going to be a freebie rocket grab actually becomes a 2-to-1 trade on the other side. Now Zaire with that last rocket in hand.
Simple job for him as well. He's trying to spike out B, trying to stay alive, trying to keep the weapons and the power in his hands. There's a Shroud screen as well as the Stalker Rifle down, but for JLINGZ at the moment, they can't even think about going and picking those up before they think about scoring points. C should be converted, B as well. And now with Mose trapped on the pink stairs here, they may be able to get a number advantage as well.
Yeah, very wisely backs down here. Just going to let Foxy come in and clean up that kill. And now, like you said, getting ready for that pink push. Glory trying to hold it right now. He actually flies out. However, the spikes come out. You and I talked about the timing push on the spikes can be all the difference. It results in a double kill.
Oh, he's trying to survive on the L as well. Great shots coming in, though, from both players to take them down to no shield. Glory comes back for a little bit more on that pink street as well, and it's kind of carnage at the moment. Foxy and Glory will trade. That's a 2-for-2 on the map, but look at the flip. Respectful has managed to turn A over. B gets reset, and this is going to be a complete flip of the map. Now the tower side is controlled by JLINGZ. On the other side of things, a Wobblebobs need to start to be a little bit careful here. Mose and Glory working together on B and should be able to wrap this. Septic and Foxy make the play onto C, though, and even though B does get flipped, it looks like JLINGZ might be able to start scoring over at C.
Yeah, we'll see if C starts to flip. That'll be the case. However, there's not a lot of time on the board for Eric. You can't really allow many more ticks. 238 on the board already as they're gonna get that kill, which is going to be big. 2 dead here for the moment for the side of a Wobblebob, so maybe an opportunity once again to go ahead for that A flip, but they need to get the stop.
Foxy has to stay alive here. He recognized that all the players were waiting for that push. The spikes at least have slowed down that conversion of A, but 238 and rising is that score. So he's still alive. Respectful trying to hunt him down and does so. Glory in a 1v1, bottom middle. He wins his fight, but Foxy having taken him down now has the LOS. Can he get away with these rockets, though? Just about manages to do so. C is being flipped. Zaire takes the rocket and doesn't go down. And now you have a lot of pressure on Foxy to hit big rockets from distance. Does damage, but doesn't get the kills.
Yeah, you have to wonder, it's maybe too little too late here. We're going to see JLINGZ continue scoring at the 128 mark, but look at this. Zero room for error. Really one push, one setup that comes in from the side of Wobblebobs will close out the game.
Septic with a lot of pressure here. He knows he has to think about Mose and Glory around the back of 8. Good shots from him. Takes down 1. If he can finish off Glory as well, this would be a huge play. Huge. And it keeps them alive as well. Keeps A in their possession. Keeps C in their possession. And most importantly, Andy, keeps this game going as they'll score.
And what a comeback this would be. This would be historic in terms of the way that these two teams have played so far. It looked like it was going to be an Wobblebobs victory with a huge clear run. However, they're back in this game. It still requires a lot of comeback and a long run. However, they are back in the match and are right now poised to continue scoring. However, let's see what happened with this A flip.
Yeah, those spikes onto A just slow it down once more. Foxy again has a flank here at back tower. Flux finally slows things down as Septic will be eliminated. He's been such a thorn, but speaking of thorns, there's Foxy again, and he's going to pick up 2 at the back of A. It's hero play after hero play at the moment coming in from JLINGZ. First it was Septic, and now Foxy. He takes the throne.
Absolutely huge. During that entire engagement, A was halfway converted to the side of a Wobblebobs, but instead it will stay in the favor of JLINGZ, and you have to wonder, maybe this is what this roster is capable of. Maybe this is what they were built for as they mount about 100 points unanswered on the board, and now they are within 40.
And it's been uncharacteristic. It's been unconventional in the way they've done it. This AC hold. Pink Street's been their friend once more. Foxy gets another trade, but this time the kills start to fall in the favor of a Wobblebobs. This might be their opportunity to slow things down, to finally get control of A. They will do so, and Glory's got away with the rockets. Respectful, though, is going to keep the pressure on. Flux will pick up the kill on what looks like a very scary moment and a very scary run they had to hold off. A Wobblebobs will manage to hold off the pressure and pick up the win in game 1.
And in the end, I think, like we said, too little too late. Look at the run that we just saw at the end of that game from JLINGZ. I mean, yes, it's a fantastic match, without a doubt, from the Wobblebobs. They deserve the win. They deserve the credit. However, if you look at the last 4 minutes of what we just watched, right, it was almost completely one-sided in favor of JLINGZ. So I think Wobblebobs has a lot to be proud of for the early game and how they closed it out. JLINGZ needs to figure a way to not get down to those early deficits if they want to stay in this tournament. However, as we said, credit to Wobblebobs. They start the game strong. They make sure to close the game out as well, even though the game gets dangerously close within 35 points. However, they will get the dub, and they will take game number 1.
250 to 215 is the final score in that one. And looking across the stats, you can see Flux put up a huge amount of damage and kills, and usually he's the man who's controlling that Stalker rifle. He said, I'm pretty sure, and I might be misquoting here or paraphrasing, he said himself he's the best Stalker rifle player in Europe, and that might have been from his Twitter. We'll go back and look that one up. That's always a terrifying thing to do, by the way. Go back through people's Twitters and look things up, and don't recommend it. But FaceIt as well had some really important plays in that game, but I just feel like it was almost a hangover from the previous series, maybe, for the start of that game for JLINGZ. And Wobblebobs came out of the gates extremely hot, and maybe JLINGZ, having just taken down Na'Vi, just kind of took their foot off the gas for a couple of minutes. You can't afford to do that in the loser bracket final.
You really can. I think we're seeing that Wobblebobs is here, and they're hungry, and they're ready to go. And especially with the opening that they had, and they get out to a huge lead. And as we said, things got dicey for a minute. And what had to happen, essentially, JLINGZ had to have an uncontested run when their opponent has 443 for how long? Several minutes of play. And they prove what they're capable of with their backs against the wall. However, if you want to be, one of the best teams in Europe and a respected team across the globe, you can't get yourself into situations where you have to play like that each time. As you see it, they just left themselves no room for error at the end of the game and made it so that all it took was one final rocket grab for Wobblebobs to close out the game. They made sure that they capitalized when they needed to before it got too close, and that's what gave them that game number 1 win. So if I'm on the side of JLINGZ, the first thing I'm doing here in the rest of the series is making sure that, for example, when you're starting to get down by something like 4 kills, right? That's the time when you need to realize, hey, how do we slow this down? When do we make sure that we don't find ourselves on irrecoverable comebacks, which is what we had in game number 1?
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting game, and I got to give a lot of credit actually to our Wobblebobs towards the end of that game, because they recognized that JLINGZ were playing it slow because they couldn't afford to make a mistake. They weren't being pressured off spawn. They managed to get into a position where all 4 players got on the map, and then they were able to make that push and to make that call as a team who's just only spent a little bit of time together, not a huge amount of time. It shows that someone is stepping up as that leader, making that call. Now, we don't know who that was. Of course, we don't listen to the comms, but that was one of our questions coming into this game. Who is going to be the leader on this squad?
Yeah, that was certainly a question. And I think another thing I was impressed by also was just the way that, like you said, all it took was one pink push, and it was identified by the second time they tried the same exact pink push. It was shut down because they were able to right away be wise to it. And I think says a lot about the team as well.
It certainly does. Well, game number 2 is going to be Slayer on Recharge between these two teams. And Recharge has been a map where JLINGZ have had a lot of success so far today. And it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against the Wobblebobs in this one. But a real opportunity to tie this series up. And I got a little bit of a sneaky feeling that Andy might be going the distance in this one.
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility without a doubt. And that's what we hope to see as we take a look at our game number 2. And like you said, the question was who was going to be a leader, and it feels like it was answered in game number 1. We'll see if they can do it on the Wobblebobs side of the stage yet again. Here we are into game number 2.
Well, Quadios is going to get a little bit of damage down, and the first kills will be exchanged between the two teams. But the camouflage is obviously going to be one of the most important things on this map. We've seen it turn games on its heads. We've already seen TwoFoxy make plays with it. We've already seen Glory make plays of it so far throughout this tournament. And it's going to be Quadios who actually gets away, but does not get any damage done or any kills to really write home about. And I'm pretty sure that Glory just picked up a triple kill, even though he will fall. The score is 4-5, and with the camo burnt, nothing's between the two teams.
Yeah, it's a strong burn there. I think what we saw from Quad was just trying to stay alive bottom middle, but I think he knew that he had to engage because he was going to get eagle-eyed there bottom middle. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make the move into tower. Here's the 2-man pipes push. It comes in from the other side, and the Wobblebobs is able to pick that up. However, answered back by a respectful double.
Yeah, really good play from Respectful there. One of the most important things to do is just make sure you get your trades in situations, but if you can come away with your life and come away with a +1, a couple of kills going your way, then you've done your job superbly well. Mose will get the beat down to take down Respectful, and I'm sure that Branny's absolutely cool with that, and no complaining whatsoever that he didn't get it. But for now, it's an 8-9 scoreline. It's a 1-kill advantage here for JLINGZ.
JLINGZ making sure to play this, at least maintain the advantage, and when the advantage does not fall their way, they need to immediately identify what they need to do to slow the game down, make sure it is not a repeat of the last game. It's going to be another kill for Glory and also a shock rifle in hand.
Yeah, Glory is a lot of fun to watch with this weapon in his hand, by the way. But he's going to have to hit some shots right now because he's going to be under pressure as 2Foxy picks up 2. There's going to be another one for 2Foxy as well.
Wow.
7-3 at the start of this game, by the way. Pez is rocking right now.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. A triple kill comes in there for him, and a little bit of wild melee nonsense coming in on the pipes. That's answered in the end. But like you said, 2Foxy off to a great start off the back of that triple as well. 7-3 is now going to be the difference maker in the game as they lead 15-12.
Shock rifle in the hands of Sair, another youngster who's looking to really progress his career with a big performance in this kind of tournament. He's going to hit one shot, but it's not going to be the shot that counts because 2Foxy has got away with that camouflage. And with all of the attention taken away from him, other players from his team now are making plays, but so is Flux, who hits such an important 4-shot in the context of this game.
Does not give a Flux and just goes ahead and challenges and then picks up a nice kill as well. That will now extend the lead 19-15. Keeps the game close, however. And look at this. Quadios being sneaky. Knows that some players might be back hydro, and he picks up 1, might even pick up 2, but I think the help is already there from 2Foxy. Last players are going to be go ahead around. Several of them were in long haul. They will get cleaned up. That will be 3 dead for the side of a Wobabobs.
Yeah, that was 4 dead momentarily as well, and all of them now stuck in pipes. And the one thing that we've already seen that JLINGZ are very good at is taking advantage of 4 dead situations. Look at that, 2Foxy already gets the first pick on the spawners. Look at the pressure coming in. Respectful on that flank, doesn't get the second kill as Glory will trade it out, but you would imagine that Quadio should be able to finish this one off as Glory somehow comes out of that situation with far more than he should have.
Yeah, certainly does. I think you made a great point, though, right? They're not afraid to push this. Flux is going to pick up a double kill off the back as well, but I think JLINGZ not afraid to push the advantage once they had 4 dead because they had that cushion. There's still a 6-kill cushion, so you can make sure to continue to apply the aggression, and you can maybe just trade out 2 for 2 here and there as long as you continue to have your opponents on spawn trap, and they did exactly just that. They maintained their 5-kill lead here, 28, now make it 29-23. It's a 6-kill game.
JLINGZ at the moment just getting too much damage without it being exchanged back. It's pretty easy to see why they're being able to push so comfortably. Whether that's them taking really good angles, whether that's a couple of Wobabobs players just trying to make a few solo plays, overextending, and not being in a position to get more information and fire back themselves, is something you'd have to look back on. But the game's completely slowed down now, and that's because of camos on the map.
Sayer as well on the sneaky with the shock. Mose will go down. There'll be 2 dead at the moment for a Wobabobs, and Sayer staying alive here, and JLINGZ answering back in a very big way in this game number 2 here. They've now extended their lead to 10 kills. However, we'll see what 2Foxy could do. He now has the shock and camo as well.
He should try and stay alive here and does so smartly. So he is going to be none the wiser to 2Foxy being in that position. Nice little headshot. Had to hit that one, but the grenade just about avoids taking him down in that situation. 2Foxy's still alive with that shock rifle. Flux is going to trade out a couple of kills. Glory's going to be around this corner. He's going to be re-challenging, but there's 2Foxy again to help out.
11-5 now is Pez, as they take the lead by 13 kills. I'm just going to go confidently back around. You think he needed just an extra few frames to pick up that one. In the end, he doesn't, but Septic is there to finish the job, and that will bring them now to the 40-27 mark, and you have to think with the way they're playing, really just a few more rounds of slays to close this one out, and it's going to be difficult. Glory with a nice win at gold. Things like that will make it a little bit harder. It's a 9-kill game, not over just yet, but we'll see how JLINGZ bounces back off of this respawn.
Seen some crazy comebacks on recharge, especially in the Slayer game type. I'm going to have to see if that's the case here. The difference maker, though, has been the camo. Every single time we've seen it picked up, it's been picked up by JLINGZ. And you can't afford to let that power-up slip through your fingers more than 50% of the time on recharge if you want to keep that game close. If they can delay this game until the next camo comes up, I think that's the real best opportunity maybe for them to make a comeback, but Respectful off the damage being done pushes the advantage, and he is not allowing them to set up and feel comfortable.
Are all leading the game. Look at him, 15-11 in this game right now, and making sure with plays just like that to push the advantage. If a kill opportunity presents itself, especially when you have a 10-kill lead, you take it at this stage in the game, and that's exactly what Respectful's been doing as he goes to 16-11.
Septic picks up another as well. A little bit of a quiet game from him, but certainly doing the damage. 8 assists. 6 assists for him in the game. Certainly helping out when it comes to team fire. Nice shots coming in from Mose, but look at the pressure already on him. Has to retreat to the back of blue where he's not going to be able to do too much damage. And hey, surprise, surprise. Who spawns with the camo? His name's 2Foxy.
2Foxy and 2Sneaky right now. He's going to go ahead all the way to Trippy spot and maybe just make a move here. He does have 2 plasmas as well, which is going to make him very deadly if he just wants to engage. There goes one down. Second one, maybe an insta Won't get the kill, but here comes the pressure.
Picks up that first kill. Doesn't have to do too much. Just waits for the damage to come in. He was thinking about maybe a little remote detonation. Glory's going to be in a position to pick up 1 kill, but you can't trade at this point if you're a Wobblebobs. The game is going to slip through your fingers. 2Foxy gets yet another. 2Foxy has 14 kills. Respectful, by the way, who we haven't seen much on our screen, has got 17. Granite stepping up in this losers bracket final.
Yeah, really big game from him the entire time. Now 18 and 12 as they look for the 50th kill. Should just be moments away as we'll go ahead and switch over, and still 49-38. There's the last one, comes in across. 2Foxy, of course, the man to pick it up as he goes 15 and 8 as well. And 50-38 will be your game 2 score. And as we expected, Mark, things are all tied up here as we head into game number 3.
Yeah, very, very good performance that from JLINGZ. That's kind of a crushing one for Wobblebobs as well. Even though Wobblebobs did a great job in game number 1 to hold off that pressure, it felt like the first time we saw that 4 dead and the camo started to be cycled to JLINGZ time and time and time again. It's so difficult to fight against it, especially we know how easy the shock rifle is for these players to use to hit those headshots. You got camo as well. You know you're going to kind of leak 3 or 4 kills, so you can't afford to let that go. And if you're looking at the difference in the score, 12 kills, 4 camos, I think, went to JLINGZ. It's not surprised to see the final result like that.
Not a surprise at all, especially when you look at also the numbers once again, respectful 18 and 12. 2Foxy 15 and 8, just big standout performances from them. And even when you have Septic going negative on the squad, of course, he comes in with the most assists. I think you're just seeing really well-rounded out stats from the entire side.
Yeah, you certainly are. Glory doing what he could on the other side. Not a huge amount of assists, but still managed to stay in the positive column, which is, of course, what you need to do in a Slayer game type. Mo's having a little bit of a rough one, double negative, unfortunately, for the man from Malta. But that game will be forgotten about very quickly as we move on to Aquarius capture the flag. And now we saw a Wobblebobs give Quadrant one hell of a game last time we saw them play this. So this is going to be a real back and forth one between the two.
I was going to say, I'm excited for this. This is the first time you and I are casting an Aquarius CTF since that last match earlier today. So it's going to be exciting to jump back into this game. And if I'm honest, it's kind of a perfect game 3 for this series. Sometimes you don't get an Aquarius CTF at the exact point in the series, or you think maybe it's going to go one way just based on how things have gone. However, based on how these first 2 games were split, I think this is kind of a perfect go-ahead kind of game in the series, and it's going to be well fought out. It's going to be fast-paced, and I think whoever takes this has a very good chance of running that momentum into the rest of the series. But as we said earlier, it could certainly go the distance as well.
Yeah, this could be a 5-flag game. I mean, there's a lot of discussion. I saw Tashi tweet yesterday. There's a 3-flag game type in the works for Argyle and Pitt, which, Empyrean. My first one of the day. But it's certainly a game type that I can see going all the way down to a 5th flag. The pace that these 2 teams are playing at, and plus, they've both been pretty efficient in their objective work so far, whether it be oddball, whether it be strongholds, flags. They've both not made mistakes when they've got numbers advantage to get that objective in hand or moving.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. Wait. Big swap.
Dun,
Big swap in
dun,
the
dun,
series
dun.
layout. A twist that you never saw coming, and we didn't even see it coming here.
Hey, I said that they might change it to 3-flag. Maybe it's all me. I'll take the blame. That's fair enough. All right, well, Aquarius, the perfect game for this is not going to be played. We're going to play Argyle instead. And this completely changes things. Now we're going to see the snipers in action.
It does change things, and to be honest, I do think Aquarius was the perfect game number 3 for the series.
I stand by that. Yep.
Yeah. However, I'm still excited with the Argyle CTF. I think it's still going to be. It's still a great game number 3. I don't think it's going to be as fast paced with just nonstop action flying into your opponent's gen, pure chaos. This is going to be a little bit more methodical, less flag pulls overall, slower runs, things of that nature. However, it could get crazy, and the skill gap on this game type when it comes to sniping and grapples is through the roof. So we'll have to see how this goes. This will be the go-ahead game.
Yeah, I think the important thing here, and the worry maybe for a Wobblebobs, is how influential that camo can be once again. And it was all in the hands of, surprise, surprise, 2Foxy in the last game, who has it once again in this game. So even though we're watching the snipers, 2Foxy again with the opening strat is going to get that first camo in the hands of JLINGZ.
Yeah, it looks like 2Foxy is just going to snag that. Oh my God, you have got to be kidding me.
I mean, Flux, stop it!
Ah! No! What?
Okay. I think my neighbors are going to be terrified about what might have just happened in my house, but I will tell them that Flux picked up a triple, and trust me, Mr. Digby next door will certainly understand where I'm coming from. He's a big Halo guy.
It's a big Halo guy. He'll certainly understand. Respectful finally pushes out of screens, but my God, did it ever take him a while. An unbelievable sequence of events narrowly catches the killing spree as well, does Flux. Unbelievable snipes back to back to back. That is highlight reel material. We'll see if they can also turn it into a win here in this third game.
Sorry, everybody. That's the first time I feel like I've lost complete composure while doing this. Like, sometimes I sound like I'm kind of losing composure, but there's still an element of it left. But yeah, that time I just completely lost composure. That was fun. Do more of that. Give Flux time.
We would love to see more of that. Unbelievable. As we go back on board with Flux here, he's trying to make something happen on the engine push, but eventually he'll get nuked and get taken down. 2 dead for both sides for just a moment.
So now we have an opportunity for Mose to put the bandit to work. And something we've noticed about Mose, he loves this single shot weapon. Every single time we see him, he's not afraid to push forward with it. A lot of players we see just kind of relying on the battle rifle for the consistency's sake, I would say, and the ease of hitting that final headshot. But Mose backs himself, and there's a nice 5 perfect shots coming in from him, and that flag is moving. Glory is going to be clearing the way, and Flux, after a ridiculous play with a sniper rifle, says, hey, I don't need a weapon to do it. I can run a flag as well.
Look at Mose as well. Needs to stay alive here. Does so well to stay alive. Take the opportunity to grab the grapple. They might be calling him out. Flag goes home off of the slaying damage and the control as well. Might even get this kill top mid. It's a great run from Mose. It's a great run from the entire Wobblebob side. He's not done yet. They will have a flag on the board and they will maintain control on their opponent's side.
What if there was going to be a general election held for if we should go to bandit starts? Mose is certainly only voted at the moment because he is doing a lot of work with it. He is not missing too many bullets.
No, great shots from him, certainly, and putting on the clinic. However, 2 kills unexpectedly go out the way of JLINGZ for just a second, so it was 3 dead. Glory was your last player alive for a second. He will finally be cleaned up.
So now, question's going to be asked of JLINGZ. A Wobblebob's answer back after a bit of a mauling in the previous Slayer. And it's all off of the hands of big plays that have come in for the likes of Flux, and Mose there doing a great job just to be sneaky behind enemy lines where they were chasing that flag down and hitting some big shots as well. And there's another big shot. This is an opportunity for JLINGZ. 3 dead. Mose last alive. If he can turn the corner, then 2Foxy might have him covered to keep that flag moving.
See, especially if 2Foxy has a grapple. Actually, 2Foxy's going to have to come, as you see, no grapple in the pocket. He's going to have to come nearby, and they're going to look for a round of slays here. This could take a little bit of time, though, and let's see if they're still going to have an opportunity to run this. At this point now, it would be risky to run it based on players alive. However, a shot comes in there in the end, and unfortunately maybe took a little bit too long there, and that last angle, of course, being a big difference maker in that flag run being paused for a moment.
I mean, the flag is still moving. Septic's going to force it through the screens. This is not an ideal way to run things. He's going to try and milk his life, maybe get a beat down in this situation, but I just feel like the communication was a little bit slow between 2Foxy and Quadios in that situation. One of them has to say, we got the 1 kill. You go for flag. Yeah. I'm going to get a beat down. You can turn around while you're running it and clean up that kill, but that kind of unacceptable. That thing cannot happen in that situation if you want to get that flag home.
I agree. I think when 2Foxy was there at engine, my first thought was he was going to grapple the flag. It kind of looked like it was being teed up where he was going to drop from the pipes and go ahead and just grapple the flag, or maybe just run an engine. However, they kind of overlapped on the pillars and the plasmas for a second and sat flag for a moment as another camo is going to go in the hands of 2Foxy. They'll have a second opportunity to make something happen, but it looked like, I agree, a little bit of miscommunication. I understand the desire to delay there. However, I think when it didn't pan out in terms of the kills, they needed to make an executive decision to run that flag. In the end, it won't go.
Honestly, like, I don't think I've seen a higher percentage of camos being picked up by a single player than I have in this series. Like, I think it's 1, 2, maybe that 2Foxy hasn't had.
I feel like when you go to the JLINGZ offices, they go, "Oh yeah, this is our camo guy. This is 2Foxy. he's the guy that runs all the camos."
Well, Septic is going to be running around in circles, and unfortunately not for too much longer. 2Foxy is still alive with the camo, but having tried to make a play, it looks like on the other side of the map, he's got to be extremely careful because the teammates are now running that flag. You see the Glory's got it off the stand. There's going to be a beatdown coming in from Flux as well, and the scary thing is not only is that the camo out now, but Flux, it's time for him to go to work again with his sniper, and I tell you what, Hamza is hitting some shots.
He absolutely is. 3 dead there. Last player alive is Quadios. However, in the feed, notice that Quadios is the one who gets the kill. You cannot let that happen. In the end, that flag will be down bottom middle because of it.
Gets sniped in the back as well, gets taken down, so that sniper rifle is going to fall on the floor. I'm not sure if there's any bullets left. It looks like there is a couple to work with, 3 to be precise, as now the push comes in. Glory trying to play defensive on the back of his base. 2Foxy trying to be aggressive. Find some angles for his teammates to work with. Quadios cleans that one up. Good damage coming in from the window from 2Foxy, and now they need to collapse. 2Foxy's going to get that flag moving, not only to get the objective towards where it needs to be, but also to bait out some of these players. Oh, that shot getting missed by Respectful could pay as he gives the sniper over to Glory and will certainly slow down that flag run.
However, it's traded out there. Quadios is eventually wraps back around there, but it's 2 dead.
Get
for
it?
The side. Gets the flag. What a flag grab across top middle now. They need to make sure that they continue this run here and maybe just stay alive as long as they can in screens. It's a nice job. They're just absolute equipment antics
going on
both sides. It's chaos. Mose somehow is the one that gets the end kill there in that sequence of events with those 3 players. Camo up top middle, and the flag is still out as well.
Camo falls down onto the platform as well, just above that main ramp. The flag is still out. And Foxy's got camo. This is getting out of hand.
He's the camo guy.
Yeah, he's our camo guy. You know, he does the camos.
Hey, don't you touch that camo. He's our camo guy.
Well, he's got some work to do here. The flag is still out. And he's got to get in a position where he can maybe support, maybe give this one up. It looks like a difficult decision to make. He's been spotted out momentarily. Flag is still away. Glory should be taken down. Manages to get one. Can he escape with his life node? No, and you have to give a huge amount of credits to a Wobbabobs in that situation. They're going to get that flag back home.
Yeah.
They are going to prioritize the right kills they needed to, but if one thing went wrong there, that could have quite easily been a 1-1 game.
It certainly could have. I mean, that was carnage that we usually don't see, to be honest, on Argyle. I think it's because of how segmented this map is and how, like we talked about earlier, it's very roomy and quartered off. You don't generally see just complete chaos there from top middle diving onto screens with multiple items of equipment in play in scenarios like that, and it's rare to see it. And in the end, like you said, Wobbabobs maintains composure, and they make sure that that flag goes back home.
Oh my
Flux
goodness.
hits even more, picks up another double kill as well.
Just stay on Flux POV right now. It's every single time that we're watching Flux with a sniper in his hand, he's picking up a double. He's doing something flashy. He's whipping a couple of snipes across the map, and he certainly is creating openings for his team. Something that's a little bit smaller than a sniper rifle is going to be the sidekick, but certainly does pack a punch as well. Septic gets a beat down, but 2 of his teammates will fall alongside it. So now the bandit back in the hand. And the great thing about it in the moment, this game and these players, is if I see a bandit on my screen, I know it's Mose. And if I see a camo on my screen, I know it's too Foxy. Now you've ruined everything, Mose. Thanks.
It's true. He's breaking the mold here, but didn't hear that 2 Foxy was the camo guy on the map. But 350 left in the game here, and I said we wanted to see an Argyle CTF. If I'm honest, this is, we wanted to see Aquarius. To be honest, this is playing so fast that it's one of the fastest, I think, Argyle CTS we've ever seen as if another double kill comes in, and they're really holding down the aggression in this game. Flag will be off the stand.
I mean, this should be the second flag if they play this right, because Sayet is already away. Mose has the camo on the front of the base. They've got a snipe. No, they don't. They have to worry about a player snuck behind, but they do have a snipe themselves, and it's in the hand of the youngster Glory. A Halo FFA world champion hits the big shots when it matters, but can't hit that one on 2 Foxy.
2 Foxy knows he needs to clean down that battle as fast as he can. That's exactly what he does here. Both flags, though, still out here. Not back home just yet.
2 Foxy knows he's probably going to have to get a touch on that one just to keep the separation on the map. Nice shot from Sayet. 2 Foxy does make the play to get that touch. Bodyos is in the back of the base as well, so all of a sudden, JLINGZ just swarming over the Wobbabob's base. And Sayet has got to make some plays here. He's got to hit some shots. Glory's going to be there to help him out, and he's trying to bulldoze this one home.
Yeah, it has some help as well, and we'll see if that flag tries to go engine. Eyes still on it here from Sayer. Here comes the battle, though. Glory gets behind enemy lines. Melees don't connect now. Glory's going to sit right on the return. This one should go back to base.
Should be able to get this one home, and now it's 2-0 for a Wobbabobs. And a little bit of a miscommunication, looks like, at the end of that from JLINGZ, having looked like they'd done the hard work, just didn't get into a position to get that return.
Yeah, great job from Glory as well. He went right to the flag carrier, right? And as we said, maybe that... Ooh, nice little stick there off the repulse as well. That'll be a kill from the grave, but... Back and forth, 3 dead here for the side of a Wobbabobs for a second. It was 2 dead for JLINGZ here, but 2-0 with 2 minutes on the clock, and pressure on JLINGZ. They need to find some magic, and they need to find it now.
Oh, question for you, Andy. How long's your grapple?
24 meters, Mark.
Yeah,
24
exactly.
meters!
24 meters, and don't we all know it? 2 Foxy is going to get the camo once again, because he's the camo guy. But he's putting that grapple to use. He puts himself in a great position and times that equipment perfectly to make sure that he is in the greatest positions to get that camo. No ammo in the sniper rifle, but his teammate's doing enough work. It's 3 dead here. They have to convert this flag with 1 minute 30 on the clock.
Doesn't drop the flag just yet. Does not want to be spotted. He goes for the sneaky run. They're trying to eagle eye him. Look how hard it is to get this kill. And 2 Foxy gets taken down only because of the help across the map. 2 dead for both sides.
Flux with a sniper rifle once again. And you have to say, you know, JLINGZ got to do a better job of focusing on those respawns, because that was all 4 dead. They know they're going to spawn on the snipe side. Nobody is denying those angles. Nobody is firing back. And unless you stop Flux and what he's been doing on this game, he's currently sat at 20 and 11. And he's hit so many pivotal snipes.
Unbelievable numbers. He leads the game in kills and also leads deaths. Just an unreal performance from him as now we hit 58 seconds left on the clock.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh, he's having a game. He's having a game, is Hamza. And now he's going to look for a few more to add to his tally before the end of this game. 45 seconds left in the game. It has to be kind of now or never for JLINGZ. And with the sniper rifle still in the hands of Flux, it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything. Respectful trying to overextend here on the snipe side to wrap into the base, maybe just to cause a distraction, but at the moment, Glory, Flux, they've got sniper rifles. They're chilling. They're just having a little bit of fun.
They really are here. Oh, making it
my
look too
goodness.
easy. It's like, oh boy, 4 dead at the end of the game here. 20 seconds left on the clock, and it would require the most miraculous of miracles for them to still get a flag off the stand at this point. Those kills would be traded out, and this is pretty much going to be the game.
This will be game. You can see some players standing still. They know it's physically impossible to cap 2 flags in 10 seconds. TwoFoxy at least gets another +1 and finally stops Flux, although it's a little bit late. But at the end of the game, and then when it's all said and done, Wobblebobs now find themselves 1 game away from our grand finals.
Wow, and as we said, 5th seeds coming in here. Maybe not a lot of people putting them as a team that would be in the grand finals of a tournament like this. And let's not forget that these teams are doubling their prize money every round from here on out, even from the previous round as well. So they've already secured here into this position and top 3, and we'll see if they can win this one as well. They'll double their prize money and a chance to go up against the home team in this event, if you will, in Quadrant. But it's a great game. It's a 2-0 win, a crazy aggressive game from both sides, and I think Wobblebobs proved that they were up to the task. They were ready for that aggression, and oftentimes they were the ones that were dictating the plays, and even without any camo control, as we saw. I think we saw 1 camo come in for the side of Wobblebobs, and somehow they still end up with a 2-0 victory. It's great control.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned a couple of times about the fact that this is a very new lineup for JLINGZ, and I think there's going to be some game types that they still have to fine-tune. That looked like a prime example of it, just because of the fact that they had so many good opportunities to run the flag and didn't do the basics. There was maybe just not the conversations had yet, or the game time to really nail down, you know, where we got to be cutting off the line of sight and respawns, how we want to try and run that flag. But you have to give Wobblebobs a lot of credit for the way that they played that, and shout out Flux again. Hamza, you were hitting some shots in that game, some shots which certainly I will remember for quite some time.
Yeah, to be honest, it kind of got ridiculous because he's hitting shots that were impressive enough as a single kill. Then he'd hit the double, and the fact that he's turning some of those into triples as well, it was, honestly, it didn't feel real, just the way that he was hitting a lot of those shots. And those are going to be, as you said, those are highlight reel plays that I think people are going to be watching certainly for the next few weeks, and probably will be remembered for the entire season without a doubt, because they were pretty ridiculous, and I can't wait to watch them again either. They need to try to roll that momentum into this next game here in game number 4 if they want to close it out here. And to be honest, given the team that they're going up against, I think that's what they want to do. They don't want to see this going to a game 5 Slayer.
Oh, for sure. They're the kind of clips, just to one more time just talk about them, the kind of clips that have made me miss doing this. You know, so it feels like ages since we've done it, but it's why we do it. It's why we love doing what we do. But for now, Wobblebob's 1 game away. It's live fire though, and for JLINGZ this isn't good news because they have not looked too hot on live fire. And for Wobblebobs, you know, with the control game type we saw a little bit earlier on, where you've got to kind of flow and move around the map, the 250 to 215 on strongholds a little bit earlier on streets might be an indication this might be a game too far for JLINGZ.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they can do. I think JLINGZ is going to need to dig deep, and they're going to need to really mentally reset after that, because like we said, it would be frustrating to play 12 minutes of Argyle CTF with constant camo control and somehow come up empty-handed with no flags to come away with at the end of that game. I think they need to reset here, remember that they have a lot of time on practicing this game type specifically, and focus up here to stay alive in the series.
Yeah, big game for them, and maybe we are going to see that game 5, which I kind of thought that we might see a little bit at the start of this series. But for now, the game is live, and as you can see, the odd ball is what you got to hold. 3 rounds to play, potentially 2 if they get it done quickly. But again, I can see this one going the distance.
Yeah, certainly can. Glory right away off the rip, trying to get to back B immediately, and going to try to hit some spikes, but he's a little bit too early there, too fast, too anxious, as he's called out right away. Shots from sandbags and back B will take him down. That means there's 2 dead for both sides.
Wave here for Mose. Isn't going to be able to get the kill though, and there's the trades coming out. There's a sniper and a heat wave down, but look at the prioritization, excuse me, from TwoFoxy. Wasn't worried about the weapons, knew that the most important thing to pick up on the map was going to be the overshield. Tried to fight for it desperately. Quadio's trying to do so as well, but it's all going to be a Wobblebobs. Glory picks that one up. He has the heat wave now, he has the overshield, and it looks like power swing early here for a Wobblebobs.
Yeah, overshield and just holding forward with this heat wave as well. Like you said, it's a really nice job to make sure that he isolated that battle and came away with it, and also wins the battle on pillars as well. Still trying to roll and patrol not picking up as many kills as he wanted to back tower. It's a little bit of obnoxious ring around the rosy from the side of JLINGZ.
And Septic ends up getting the kill. It was Septic who was chasing that entire time.
Yep.
And somehow, having survived, Septic gets the kill. And they break the setup, more importantly, as well. And look where the ball is right now. Respectful's got that ball in his hands. And one thing that Brand has done really well, I think, today in the objective game types and the oddball game types, is the rotations he's made away from where the pushes are coming in. He's bought valuable 5-10 seconds for his teams on numerous occasions.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating for the side of a Wubbabob. As you said, an overshield, then they get the kill after, and they're pushing tower, and Septic just kind of outplays the entire team, really outplaying a Wubbabobs, as they're not able to use that overshield really at all after they make that tower push. Good shots, though, once again coming in from Glory, as he uses a little bit of bandit play as well.
Yeah, we're starting to see the bandit getting picked up a little bit more by these players, getting a bit more confident with it. We're recognizing that, you know, the kill time on it is shorter than the battle rifle if you hit all of your shots, but hitting all your shots is sometimes a little bit of a risk-reward play. Glory should be dealt with here. However, here comes Sayer, and Sayer is going to absolutely decimate the player inside of the base, but Overshield is going to go to Moze here. That's the second one in a row now for Wubbabops.
I was going to say, power-up control looking completely different in this game. Number 4, 3 dead for the side of JLINGZ. And it's been fantastic overshield control as they pick up these first two, and a lot of that is the reason we see a 28-7 scoreline. 2
shots from every single player there from Moze, but none of them are going to fall. But the ball's still in the hands of Wubbabops, and look at the lead, 31-7. Wow. It's starting to get a little bit of a gap developing between the two teams, and Moze coming off the respawn back green is going to say, "What's up, 2 Foxy? Nice attempt at escaping, my friend." And then he's going to just put him down.
To be honest, 2 Foxy hitting almost too much movement tech, because he flies in all the way almost to sandbags with movement, hits the slide and gets punished, and then he slides all the way out past concrete and kind of faster than the game's spawn engine could even keep up with, and it actually punishes him in the end, which is rare. Like you said, a free kill for Moze, and that'll be more time on the board for Wubbabobs.
Respectful, trying to do what he can to force a play ball, but now Wubbabobs don't have to play the ball if they want. They've got an extra 10 seconds available for them. If they want to play this one well, the play ball does come in because Quadios does some horrible things with a sniper rifle. 2 Foxy going to be sent off the back of the map as well by that repulsor. And Glory somehow comes in and manages to get 2.
Yeah, nice job there from Glory, like you said. And 7-4 now in this game, and we keep seeing time again. The nades not necessarily gonna work. Moze somehow stays alive for an extra second, and those kills will be traded out bottom middle as a result. But it's still 50-7 here. It's a healthy lead for a Wubbabobs, but still the second half of the game to play.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy this game, you have to say.
Yeah.
Neither team really with a solid setup. It's more... It felt like a game of keep away instead of a setup-based game type where people are kind of more methodically getting picked off. Shots like that, though, is certainly going to help with a little bit of time on the board. Flux has the sniper rifle back in his hand, plus he's got a little bit of a heat wave as well, and unfortunately threads the needle with that bullet.
It tries to make something happen there on A-plat. In the end, he gets punished there in the double team. That will be 2 dead for a Wubbabobs here. A few more points on the board coming in for JLINGZ, but now the Shroud's going to go down. This should be a grab and a snag here for Respectful. He's going to get away on that angle and eventually late pop this Ovi.
Yeah, big power swing here, though. You can see the 2 Foxy in the feed. He picked up that sniper rifle. A little bit of a delay on the pop of the overshield as well. 2 Foxy finally decides to engage that one, but while all of this is going down, you can see that the ball time is only going one way at the moment. Sayer should get taken down. Still a little slither of overshield here to work with as well. Glory's trying to chase him down. Doubles back after that grenade, and Respectful putting the Ovi to work. Moze on the flank, though. And Moze has caused some problems. Forced the ball out of the hands of JLINGZ for now. And that's a really important move to make, just to make sure that scoring doesn't get out of hand. 51-41. It's a good comeback from JLINGZ.
Yeah, it really is. They brought the game all the way back here, and I think the difference is really a power-up efficiency. Well, look what happened when we were able to see JLINGZ convert on that overshield. They're able to put 41 points on the board, essentially 31 unanswered at the time. However, now, just off the back of that, we do see Wubbabobs scoring once again. They're ready for the play ball if they need to, and they're at 63-41.
Wubbabobs are just stacking up, though, on green. They're saying, if you want the odd ball, you got to come and get it. You got to fight for this one. And it looks like they're going to be forced into making that play. Flux is going to try and milk his life. 3 dead, and the reset does come in. The play ball, as the ball is thrown off the map, means the ball will reset bottom middle. And Moze, already off the respawn, is in a position to fight for it now. So a really smart heads-up play coming in from a Wubbabobs, but there's some things you can't deal with. And that is a player being up on the tower. When you come off respawn on the dummies, there's no worse feeling than immediately getting just decimated by someone flying through the sky.
Yeah, he's so lucky he had a teammate there in dummies. In the end, still 3 dead. Sayer's your first spawner, actually, on the side of a Wubbabobs, but it will be more time on the board for JLINGZ here. We'll see what they do off the back of this. Overshield, by the way, in 10 seconds.
Big overshield in this game. You feel like if it goes the way of JLINGZ, then this will be a lead exchanged. But the kills are going in the favor of a Wobbabobs. Zaire, he picks up one, misses the beat down in the second, but comes in alongside Glory to pick up that kill. Flux is going to pick the oddball up, and that is the overshield now going into a Wobbabobs' hands. And if they put this to use, Andy, this could be the first round for them.
Certainly could here. It's going to be a late pop of the overshield yet again. Septic was your first spawner. They're going to have to wait for each other, and he's even late. He's going to have to wait for the team. And take a look at the board here. Already 83 points.
Overshield being popped by Glory. A little bit of a delay on it. 85 points. Prioritizing the slay. Smart here, knowing they have that cushion in the game. But there's the green gun player. He gets taken out, and he was the biggest threat to the overshield. So now Glory's going to pick that ball up. He's going to turn it away. Going to now chase down the kill, and Glory's done absolute work with this overshield. Everything you would want your overshield player to do, he's put on display.
Perfectly timed. He knew he needed to get that kill. He uses the overshield to get it as well. They might even rotate ball out here if they go towards scoreboard. This should be the round.
And it's going to be the round then. Wobbabobs now find themselves one round away from booking their ticket to the grand final for a matchup against Quadrant. And as we head into the second round here, Andy, my question to you is, what is the plural of a Wobbabob? Is it a Wobbabobs? A Wobbabai? A Wobbabobski? Like, I don't know where I'm going with this.
I think it's already plural. A Wobbabobs, right?
And
a Wobbabob is the singular, and a Wobbabobs is all of them collectively.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's kind of like...
It's like a gaggle.
Yeah, it's like a group of...
Yeah.
Group of like heroes, you know, that they become a Wobbabobs as soon as all four of them are together.
Good talk. 5 seconds to overshield off the break here. Sniper rifle is in the hands of Flux, which is always a lot of fun. But what isn't so fun is having players flying through the shroud screen at you, and that's going to be JLINGZ who get the first overshield. And now we're in a position where it could be the last round of the day for them. So you're going to see aggression, and I think you're going to see them play like they realize this situation.
Yeah, I think they need to realize their tournament life is on the line right here, and not just in this game, but in this round right now, and they need to really start to be the aggressors and dictate the pace of play here. I think that we've seen them on the receiving end of a lot of decision-making coming in from the side of a Wobbabobs, and it has paid off in that first round. So now you have to wonder, what does JLINGZ have in the tank? It's been a long day of Halo, as we said, a marathon of competition as we get into the evening hours here in Europe, but we'll have to see what they have.
Really big shots coming in from Moze. A little bit of help from Zaire along the way, and Zaire's looking to pick up another one on his way forward. Septic's going to challenge. Oh, Zaire! A little double kill for him, followed up by the out BR, and the outplay onto Septic means he can pick up the oddball. 2Foxy cuts him down momentarily, though.
Yeah, they stopped that run. They just get the nades from Rat Tunnel to stop that exact flag run, and now here comes the push as well. 2Foxy not done yet. A double kill. That'll be 3 dead. Mose is your last player alive.
Oh, but Mose manages to trade one out.
Wow.
2Foxy gets taken down. Spikes raining in from green. They're trying to force this ball out. Is it going to cost them a life, though? Respectful with the ball in his hands once more as the players start to think about that overshield. The power-up popping back onto the map in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, we'll have to see. As we said, right now the decisions have really been going the way of Wobbabobs. They've been the one that are getting the kills, then they're setting up, then they're getting the rotations, the play balls, and everything that comes with it. Now as the overshield's up, this should be a grab for Glory. He's going to engage on the sandbags for just a second, stay alive, and confidently get that battle as well. Perfectly times it, should be able to rotate the ball here. 3 were dead.
Now, last time we saw this man on your screen with the overshield, he played it absolutely perfectly. You couldn't ask for more. And now he's got a heat wave, and he's going to pick up. Oh my goodness, that is special.
Beautiful.
I don't care who you are. That is a special kind of play.
It's beautifully done. I also love the angle. It's just sitting cuts like that. You're watching all of cuts to your left, and you're also watching all of dummies, and no one's going to expect you, at least in the previous meta so far. The reason that you saw a player come cuts right away like that is because very rarely do you see someone isolating that angle, and you can see why he's doing that, and I think players are going to maybe wisen up and get ready for that move, but it's a fantastic little play there to be able to watch all of cuts and all of dummies at once.
One area that JLINGZ have struggled with is cutting off this rotation from a Wobbabobs towards green, where they've got that extra 15 seconds or so, but this time they've read it. This time they've managed to cut it off, and they're now within 10 points with a pretty solid looking setup, and also information on where those respawns are coming in. My question is, are they going to be able to rotate that ball towards tower, or are they just going to milk this for as long as possible and then play for the play ball?
Tries to go for the shot there on Glory. 2Foxy just staying alive on C plat for the moment. Essentially tied to the 40 mark here, and we talked about JLINGZ needs to play like their tournament life also is on the line, because that's exactly what the case is here, but tied with 3 minutes to play on the game clock.
I have to say, I think that's a misplay. Again, just keeping that ball at green, not attempting to rotate it away from those A spawners, and then the dagger not even getting a play ball out of the situation. Yeah. Look at the time. This is Saye's doing it much better. Move the ball towards Nest, gets the play ball, recognizing that the opportunity to fully rotate wasn't on, and that's the difference in the scoreline at the moment, around 10-15 points, and that little play there could have been the difference for JLINGZ.
Yeah, it's felt like in both rounds so far that JLINGZ is a team that's reacting to everything that's happening in the game. Like you said, that if a team is playing the ball, it has been a Wobabobs. They're the ones that are going to decide if the ball's rotating or not and if they want to play the ball. And as a result, JLINGZ has had to react for the entire game so far, and now 20 points separates them, but this overshield in the hands of Septic could be a difference maker if they want to rally back.
It really needs to be a difference maker at this point, to be honest with you, because time is starting to run out for them. Time is starting to really dwindle down, and you have to wonder if there's going to be many opportunities to make a big play towards the end of this game for JLINGZ to get back into it. I think Wobabobs at the moment are feeling comfortable. They know they've got the round on the board, Andy, and they've got a little bit of a cushion still on their side.
Absolutely. Now as we take a look, kills being exchanged in the house as well. Another kill comes down in Rat Tunnel, which will mean a little bit more time on the board. Maybe an opportunity for a green rotation here as well.
Green rotation is something that's been so good so far. Of course, when we're talking about the side of a Wobabobs, on the other side of things, it's been something that's been a problem for JLINGZ. And Flux is still going to have the ball in and around the green and still having problems that he can pose to his opponents. As JLINGZ once again find themselves looking down the barrel of things right now. Big trades coming in across the board. Score 66 to 50. A Wobabobs still with the ball in their hands and still have it at back green and still scrapping up time.
Quadios is all the way in A. He's trying to fly through Big Door as fast as he can. It's not going to be easy, though. It's immediately rotated all the way to green. It's a nice angle as well from Glory. He's going to continue to hold here and just be an absolute nuisance. And Quadios is the one that stayed on Big Door. Everyone else rotating here. Should be a play ball in just a second if any more pressure comes, but instead, it's just a little bit more free time for Flux, and then the ball will be played. But look at 80 to 50. They add another 12 seconds to the board.
Yeah, it's been the difference, right? It really has been the difference between the two. Flux, my goodness, that thing shouldn't do that from that distance. But it still does. You can say you've nerfed it, but until I don't get killed from that distance, I will not believe you. It's as simple as that. Too Foxy gets taken down by Glory. The beatdown connects. And now you can see Respectful is going to be forced to play ball. 2 seconds till that overshield is going to be coming up. Quadios is already weak. Glory picks up yet another, and Glory is looking to book his spot in the grand final alongside his teammates.
Back-to-back moments there were unfortunate timing for Quadios, right? He waited a long time to go Big Door, waits for his team to push around. It doesn't work out in the end. Then he tries to go overshield, gets caught on the wrong side of the pillar as he will go down as well. The overshield eventually is going to be burned out, and now still a 20-point game. Respectful trying desperately to rotate this ball out and see where teammates are spawning. They're going to add some more time on the board, but they need kills if they want to make this a real hold.
Yeah, it's a really smart rotate initially from Respectful as well, but his teammates have got to clear the way for him. They've got to do some damage onto that Big Door player to allow Respectful to get in a position and maybe even clear out the tower to rotate away. They do have one player up on the tower that's going to be Too Foxy, but Septic falling means that it's now a 3v2 on the map. Respectful still with the ball. Too Foxy is doing everything he can at the moment to keep his team in this. Respectful still has the ball in his hand. Too Foxy picks up yet another kill. The play ball comes in. So they keep it close. It is a 1-point game, but Wobabobs are going to steal away with this one.
They steal away the ball. They're going to go ahead into the lead once again as it's exchanged 3 times within the last few moments of play here. And take a look at the kills. They're not coming in just yet. These next few kills. Here comes the push as the ball's prematurely played. I like that from a Wobabobs. They don't want to risk it. They're up by 9 here. Now they're going to look to win the sleigh battle.
Slayer picks up one. Flux picks up another. Quad has to win this fight. Respectful's going to fly in, though, and he will get the kill. Or should I say Quadios will finally get that kill. Big battle bottom middle now. Big little battle bottom middle turns into a big one. Triple kill coming in. The ball is still down, and Too Foxy will bring it away. The spawns are at green, and Too Foxy's got away. They might be able to go into a lead here.
Look at this Shroud screen as well. No one's coming through the pillar angle there as we're going to see them now get to 86. They will likely cross this point. 2 kills do come in their way. They still have the slaying advantage and maybe an opportunity to rotate as well. They can go nest here if they need to. They should close it out here.
Should be able to close it out. The one player they got to worry about was Glory, but he got taken down, I think, or rotated across towards his teammates on the dummies. And somehow or other, JLINGZ keep this game and this series alive.
And as we said, with their tournament lives on the line, they somehow bounce back in the late moments. Down by 30 at one point, down by 20 in the late game as well. But they dig deep. They find the resilience that they needed, and maybe that's the momentum they needed as well to get right back into the series. But they need to win one more round in order to send us to a game number 5.
Well, I don't know about everybody at home, but this is a lot of fun, this series to cast, and it certainly is one to enjoy if you are watching at the moment. European Halo showing a little bit of fight, a little bit of grit, a little bit of determination to go through, to have the opportunity to face up against Quadrant. It's been upset after upset today. Na'Vi falling a little bit earlier to JLINGZ. A Wobabobs forcing their way into this losers bracket final, having a lead in this series. And then JLINGZ making a desperate play at the end of that round to close it out and send us to a round 3.
More points on the board here for Wobblebobs as well, as they're going to have a good start here with points on the board, as well as that overshield grab. It's good damage coming out top middle, so it will be 3 dead for JLINGZ yet again. Septic is your only threat on the map as they look to search that one out. Overshield not yet popped. I was actually wondering if it was late. They're going to actually late pop that. Excuse me, the Shroud Screen now in hand. They're going to late pop that as well, have an opportunity to run that. 22 seconds on the board for them off the opening, but we got to talk about Glory, the young gun. He's 26 and 21 here in this game.
And Mose is starting to heat up a little bit as well. 29 kills for him, leading the lobby at the moment. 27 deaths, make it 30. He drops the 30 bomb when it matters most for his team. And speaking of 30s, it's going to be 30 points, the threshold that is already crossed here by JLINGZ.
When you think, as we talked about, Wobblebobs knows they don't want to let this go to a Game 5 Slayer against a team like JLINGZ. However, after seeing that round number 2, maybe that's a little bit of a reminder they need to try to close this out here. And with a 31-point lead, it's a great cushion for them to start the game.
3 dead again, 4 dead almost momentarily. Cordios last player alive, and I'm pretty sure he's just come off respawn as well, trying to fight for that ball bottom middle. But if you're fighting for bottom middle, it's just going to leave the overshield side of the map completely open. The trade comes in, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to affect things too much. The overshield will be popped, and it looks like some bodies will about to be dropping as the oddball now is the focus for both teams.
You're going to look at an angle here. All players here around nets as well as back green. This should be ball time for Wobblebobs, and let's see how they go ahead and collapse on those spawns. I like this play coming in from Flux. He tries to flank around, but actually everyone wraps around C, so no damage to be done just yet.
Takes a second just to grab the repulsor, though. Every bit of equipment you can pick up is always a good idea to do so. And look at the damage he's doing here, Flux. He damaged 1, he damaged 2, he killed yet another. And now his teammates just move in to sweep up the damage. The rotation coming in towards B once more. Foxy and Quadio still alive, though. Glory has some work to do, and those spikes are going to do the heavy lifting for him.
Yeah, big damage came in there, but maybe a little bit of lack of coordination. However, the ball is played into open field, and that's going to still give them a 46-point lead. Flux is eventually taken down. Ooh, it's a great angle, though, from Quad. Quad might even pick up another one here. However, the heat wave's still a factor. Glory, last player alive, 1v1 with 2 Foxy at the moment.
2 Foxy not going to show, and realizing he's got the space to move towards spawners, he's going to pick this ball up now, Glory. They cross the 50-point mark. They are halfway towards closing out this game, closing out this series, and booking that spot in the grand final. And Wobblebobs are doing it all, but there's 3 dead now, as 2 Foxy also has a snipe.
2 Foxy just going to try to hold this angle as long as he can. Let's not forget, a lot of time on the clock, and if you're on the side of JLINGZ, you need to just remind your teammates, hey, let's slow this down, right? We are a very talented team. We've been doing this for a very long time, and we know what we need to do, but we just need to take a moment to breathe. Kills will be exchanged, 2 dead for a Wobblebobs. Maybe a chance for some serious time on the board, but JLINGZ needs to make sure they're nailing their play balls for the rest of this game. They cannot give up any free time.
Just worry about that challenge from 2 Foxy there. Just gave away not only the sniper rifle, but opened up a line of sight, gave away a death that just gives confidence to his opponents. 2 Foxy answers back, though, and puts that to bed. 1 dead on the Wobblebob side. And 2 Foxy now, recognizing that his teammates are already pressurizing spawners, gets a little bit of ball time, but seeing them fall has to be forced to play ball. 3 dead now for JLINGZ. Wobblebobs with the ball in hand immediately, and that's been something that's been so notable, as well as the overshield control. As soon as kills go down, they move towards that objective. They get that time on the board. A second has not been lost by Wobblebobs in this game.
I mean, really great timing there. They get the perfect timing on the 4 dead as well, because Septic died late, which provides continued spawn control coming in from the side of a Wobblebobs. Look at the angles as well. Overshield still in play. That's a factor as well. Might even pick up an extra one. Respectful somehow gets away in dummies in the end, however, not before losing 2 teammates. It's 82-16 off of all of those damage and all that kills.
This could be the last push here for JLINGZ, and Respectful is already in the death screen. It's looking like this is going to be a Wobblebobs making their way towards the grand finals here, unless Septic can do something with this heat wave. 97, 98, all players fall from JLINGZ, and a Wobblebobs will book their spot in the grand finals with a 3-1 victory. Quadrant, you've got a task in front of you. A Wobblebobs with the upset and the glory run, featuring, of course, Glory.
I mean, these are, right, the little bit of a Cinderella story happening here. As we said, this is your 5th seeded team coming in now, finding themselves in the grand finals. They have fought long and hard, and as we said, one of the teams that we knew would try to be a threat to the top 4. We didn't know if they'd do it, but they've gone much further than that now as they find themselves in the grand finals against the home team Quadrant. But what a way to do it in the losers finals as well, to win this in 4 games, and pretty impressed by everything we saw. And I think also that last round, just a real example of when they're firing on all cylinders, when they're at 110%, what a Wobblebobs can look like.
Yeah, very, very impressive, especially in that final round of ball. It was pretty devastating, to be honest, to watch what JLINGZ had to suffer, to be frank, when they were on that back foot, when they really did find themselves in that forward position. Desperation started to show towards the end of the round as well. They knew that they were looking down the barrel of defeat, but I think a third place finish is going to be pretty good for JLINGZ. I don't think they're going to be too disappointed with that. On the other side of things are Wobbabobs in that grand final with a chance to reset the bracket now. Of course, they're going to have to beat Quadrant twice if they want to call Quadrant, they want to call themselves champions here of the 4K. But I mean, for Quadrant, a great opportunity as we look at the series layout to crown yourself champions of your own tournament in the 4K, take home a huge amount of prize money and put a big smile on your faces.
I mean, Glory, once again, 33 and 24, he ends that. Moze ends at 37 and 32, so still huge kills on the board. But look at the difference there. It's a 14.3 KDA coming in from Glory, who also had 16 assists. I mean, 33 and 24 in a game like that sends you to the grand finals. We've been talking about Glory for a long time. I think he's continuing to write a pretty incredible story on a pretty incredible trajectory. He's going to look to add to that here in the grand finals as well.
He certainly is. It's going to be a very, very tough job for Quadrant, I think, to take down the Wobbabobs. However, we will say that is our grand final and how it's going to be set up. The Quadrant have also looked incredible so far today. So Wobbabobs got their work cut out for them. Quadrant looking very, very strong as well. The grand finals is going to be coming up just around the corner. Sherzy and Gaskin, they're going to be the ones to take you through that. Rav, as always, it's been a pleasure, my friend. Thank you all for joining us. Grand finals coming up in just a few moments.
Hello and welcome back to the Quadrant Grand Finals, and it's the Wobbabobs Cinderella story. Dan, can they go one further, or is it about to strike midnight?
Yeah, so we've already seen this matchup twice in this tournament. We had it in pool play and we had it in the winners bracket final, and the Wobbabobs just haven't quite been able to get there against Quadrant, but there has been some close games, and it feels like our Wobbabobs are learning, they're growing as they go, and just impressing, really. I mean, I had this title as a 3-horse race when the tournament started, but our Wobbabobs, they were out the outsider, and they certainly have made a head front here, and they are showing that they are here to play, and I think they're really going to be a tough test for Quadrant.
And just a reminder, folks, Grand Finals is going to be a best of 7. That just means more Halo for us to digest and enjoy. Again, special thank you to Elgato, JBL, and Scuff for making this whole thing happen. And Dan, Scuff Players of the Tournament at the end to be announced. That's going to be a player winning a Scuff controller. That's going to be exciting. But having a look at the best of 7 at Game 1, Recharge Strongholds, Dan. It's a Strongholds game type, and it's Quadrant, so Wobbabobs already one down.
Yeah, and I think you alluded to it just before we went live, saying that Wobbabobs, you know, they're bruised, they're battered, they've taken a beating from Quadrant over and over again. Is Strongholds arguably the worst way they could start this series? Because we've seen what Quadrant have already done to teams so far in this tournament, even on Recharge Strongholds, where they've just been ruthless, and it may just start things in a way where Wobbabobs, if their heads drop instantly, then it's going to be tough to bounce back from. But that's one of the benefits of it being a best of 7. You have more maps and modes, you have more time to come back into things and more time just to get into a better headspace.
Now, Dan, I want to throw an image out there for you, right? And just go with me down this journey, okay? Now, There's a movie called Rocky, okay? Right. And it's a movie about a man who's against all the odds. You know, in a couple of fights, he gets the bejesus battered out of him, right?
Bejesus.
But he just keeps on getting back up and stumbling to his feet. This is going to be round 3 for Wobbabobs. Can they finally land that killer blow?
Well, I mean, one of the things in any sort of boxing, you learn your opponent. You learn the kind of swipes they go for, the kind of jabs they're going to be aiming to get. Yeah, you know, swipes, they're relevant. I don't watch boxing, all right? If you're going to
I think you're on Tinder. I think you're talking about Tinder. You're swiping things. That's the wrong place.
Don't do that either. But we are going to see them learn, right? They're going to learn the kind of methods that Quadrant have been trying. We are going to see repeat game types as well. There is going to be a chance for them to maybe right some of those wrong. So it does help being kind of beaten a couple of times where you can actually look back and learn some lessons. Granted, there wouldn't have been time to actually study it unless they've got a coach on board that it could have been watching it in the wings. I don't know, but maybe they will have a chance to at least think on the fly about some of the things that may have gone wrong.
Now, some of the players that have been having a very impressive tournament, we can speak about, you know, Glory. He's been head and shoulders one of the players that has been standout, not only last season, making a name for himself in the free-for-alls, but really announcing himself on the world stage, getting almost to pool plays with some of the open teams that he was running with in the international scene, but now looking to make a name for himself at home, perhaps drive himself forward here. He's been a player that stand out, and Moze finds himself back in the grand finals in Europe. That's good signs for him.
Yeah, I think that, a lot of these players have been looking at how they get back to the top and what kind of team they need to form. And you look at some of the young guns that are coming through as well. I mean, Glory and Lumi, or now Sayer, he's renamed himself. These guys have been, they were on top 8 teams at one point. Then they get a go on being a top 6 team, then a top 4 team, and now suddenly they find themselves in grand finals. I mean, this is great to see young talent still coming through European Halo. But then you've got to look at the Wiseheads. You've got to look at what Flux and Moze now offer this squad. And what an amazing feeling it must be for these guys as well, because they've been dropped by the guys they've played against. They've left teams against the guys they played against. And now it's time to show why they deserve to be in a grand final here.
And for Quadrant, they look across, they see a Wobble Bobs again, and think to themselves, not you again. Will you ever just stay down? Those boys, they need no introduction. They've been playing lights out all tournament long, and we wanted to see how Chick would fit on this roster. Of course, they had 2 Foxy at Charlotte, so didn't have a full complement and the strongest roster out there. So this is the sort of tournament we expected to see them competing with a little bit more on the line. We have some prize money, you have some pro points that can mean you can get that invitation over to DreamHack in Texas. And have you seen enough from them that you see encouraging signs?
Absolutely. I think Quadrant have been playing pretty flawlessly today. There has been moments where maybe they've just kind of let themselves down a little bit, where they weren't fully concentrating, I feel, but then they needed that just to give them a kick up the backside, and they were back on track once more. They've dropped a game here or there where I think they genuinely could have gone this tournament up to this point without dropping a game if they'd been playing at their very best. But sometimes you have to have those mistakes to learn from so that you can grow as a team as well. This Quadrant roster is the real deal. I think we all know that. They are going to be the favorites going into this grand final, and I believe that they're going to be looking at this grand final as a must-win. There isn't a chance that they think they're going to slip up. I think they'll be happy it's a Wobble Bobs again. If it was a Na'Vi or a JLINGZ, maybe they would have been scratching their head a little bit because of the amount of practice that Na'Vi have had against these guys, for example. I mean, the amount of scrims we've seen and also the amount of tournaments, I believe that Quadrant will be more than happy to go up against the Wobble Bobs, where they've already beaten them twice today.
So for a Wobble Bobs, what do you think you need to see from these boys that they can perhaps get the better of them? Because what we did see the last time they matched up, you spoke about how close the games were, and indeed they were. There was a couple of objective game types that could have gone either way, but only for Quadrant, who would set off and get an early lead, but then would be pegged back towards the mid game, but would close it out. Do you expect to see a similar story here, and maybe a Wobble Bobs lick their wounds and go again, and maybe learn from some of the mistakes they made in series previous?
I think it's going to be how well a Wobble Bobs adapt, really. We know how much Quadrant can pressure you when they are on top, and if a Wobble Bobs run out of a plan A, a plan B, and they don't have a plan C, and they're not quick at thinking on their feet, then I think they'll be shut down quite quickly. But if they have an answer, if they have someone who is confident to be calling those shots and making sure they always have a game plan off of spawn, there's no reason why they can't take games off of Quadrant here. And I think because this is such an unexpected matchup for Quadrant, this is 1st versus 5th seed, and Quadrant will be looking at this saying, okay, there's no reason for us to be dropping games, no reason for us to be dropping this series at all. If a map is dropped, then suddenly Quadrant will be saying, well, why are we dropping games here? And then they start to point fingers at each other, and that's when you can get in the heads, I think, of Quadrant. A lot of these European teams do suffer from that sometimes, of letting their heads drop, so that's exactly what a Wobble Bobs have to take advantage of. Maybe a little bit of body disrespect here or there, shooting some bodies, try and get in the heads. At the end of the series, I think Quadrant will know that was the reason why it was happening, so I don't think there'll be any bad blood.
And it could be a situation where a Wobble Bobs, listen, when we came into the tournament, it's no secret, we thought they were, 4th, maybe 5th best team, and we thought, it was going to be a 2-horse race, and we overlooked them, and maybe everybody else overlooked them, and they find themselves now in the grand finals, and how freeing it might be for them to be the underdogs and come in here with absolutely no pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, I think we saw moments where there was a glimpse of, oh, wait, what was that? Oh, okay, this team's actually gelling quite well in the initial pool play game against Quadrant, where they were able to take a map. And I think that they would have actually took so much confidence away from that initial series as well, to be able to take a map off of Quadrant against the #1 seed, against the kind of reigning champions of Europe as it stands. And they've just grown today with every series. The confidence in not just their teamwork, but the individual ability that we've seen from all of them as well. I mean, Sayer has been playing lights out, considering the pressure on that young man to now be in this position of a grand final as well, to be taking down some of the giants that they have on their way here. I'm excited to see what a Wobble Bobs, wow, that's really hard, can do. Not just in this grand final, but as we move forward in European Halo, because they are now going to try and solidify themselves as not just a top 4 team, but they want to be in the mix for being one of the top and one of the best.
It's important to note, as great a year as Glory has had, Zaire has threatened to have a breakout season like this ever since Halo 5. He was a player we had our eyes on way back when, and now really starting to make a name for himself, showing just how good he can play against the odds, up against some of the top dogs in Europe, and with some players, some experience more importantly, to help guide him through. We're into grand finals, it's shields up, it's weapons hot, and it's already 3 dead for Quadrant.
3 dead on both sides in the end, but it is going to be at least camouflage grabbed by Mose. He's going to try and stay alive, but it does look like eyes and ears are down as Quadrant desperate to try and find him. Chick's just shooting shadows though at the moment, and Mose gets away, gets his shields, and he's able to survive. Really good play from Mose just to ensure he just stayed out of the sightlines as best as possible.
The Wobbabubs get A. Quadrant holds C. Always looking to take control of B here with the camouflage, but Quadrant have made the choice to hit A here. It's going to be a backstab and an easy double kill for the Irishman Glory. Already with 4 kills to his name. Look at the drag of Wobbabubs forward, and you need a big performance from your big players as Quadrant. We're all 4 dead for a moment.
Honestly, love what I've seen from Glory so far today. I think there was always going to be a big question asked of can he step up to the plate when it's asked of him, and he has done exactly that. His aim's been flawless. He's also been working really well with any player that's alongside him on his team, and Quadrant find themselves 3 dead yet again. It's a big grenade though to take down Glory, so at least it's not going to be too big a struggle once they have spawned. But the nades from Mose, Seekers doesn't even get a chance to look around off spawn. He's already taken down.
Pyramid Halo so far out of a Wobbabubs. Keeping the heavyweights on the ropes, on the back foot, not letting them settle in the early engagements. They have a lovely setup for B and C, holding the crosses now. What do Quadrant have to break it? SLG peeks out. Shock rifle will not connect. Legend's going to try and overextend here and back down the player top A, and there's some beautiful suppression fire from a Wobbabubs. Playing like they've been together for months.
If you can do it on strongholds, if you can take Quadrant on one of their best game types, then you are always going to be looking at the rest of the series saying, hey, maybe this is doable. But remember, this is the grand finals. This is a best of 7. And not only have you got to try and win 4 games here in this one, if we see a Wobbabubs manage to win this series, they'd have to play yet another. We would have a bracket reset because of the advantage that Quadrant carry from the winners bracket finals after getting their victory. But this is more like it for Quadrant. They managed to get total control again, temporarily just 2. But I think that's something that our Wobbabubs have to be careful of throughout this series and throughout this game in particular. You can't allow Quadrant to have too much control. You always need to make sure you are quickly moving and rotating at the same speed Quadrant are. If you slow down just for an instant, then there is going to be Quadrant players on your back. They are going to be breathing down your neck and not allowing anything to happen.
Looks as though we have had a player just drop out of the lobby. So we're going to get some refereeing decisions. Some guys in black and white shirts are going to decide who's in the lead. It looks as though a Wobbabubs had about a 50-point lead, Dan, so I'd expect to see, you know, maybe a Wobbabubs need 200 and Quadrant need the full 250. But what we can say, particularly early on there, is a Wobbabubs were doing more than just being competitive. They were controlling that game.
Yeah, they really were. And I think if you can do it on strongholds against Quadrant, then it shows that you are definitely, you know, within your right to be in a grand final, considering how good Quadrant have looked in strongholds in general. I did see some scrim results where Quadrant had lost this strongholds in particular against like JLINGZ, for example, but still, we've seen it today, how amazing they've been, how much they would just pinch and pressure when the A spawns or the C spawns would come through. So the fact that we saw so much control in the early stages from a Wobbabubs means that this might just be more entertaining of a grand final than some may think, because it's very easy to look at this one and say, look, Quadrant, they're the favorites, it's 1st seed against 5th seed, but don't count a Wobbabubs out just yet. These guys are here to play.
And we have seen something already in not only this tournament, but throughout all of year 1, whereas if you can fluster Quadrant, you can get at them. They're not this, you know, unbreakable squad. There is some holes in the game that they need to work on themselves, and perhaps something like taking a stronghold can be the catalyst to push a Wobbabubs forward in the series.
Yeah, and it's been a long day as well for a lot of these players. Started at, what, 11 a.m. local, or, well, in Europe, 12 a.m., 12 midday local for a lot of them. So we're looking at 10 hours plus now of gaming for a lot of these guys, and there's been breaks in between that. There's been back-to-back games for some, and we always talk about fatigue and how it affects certain players, who's better, who's not. You've got to be switched on from the get-go. I know that Quadrant do have the fallback of another series layout, right? They've got another bracket reset to be thinking about if they want it, but there's no way they're going to want that there's no way they would even consider that an option. They would have been looking at a Wobbabobs at the start of this tournament as an easy 3-0 in every series and then a 4-0 if it was a grand final. And there's not a chance that they would have ever expected a Wobbabobs to be in this grand final with them. But that can go one of two ways, right? Sometimes with preparation, I talk about that maybe Na'Vi would have had a better chance against Quadrant because of the amount of games they've played against. But at the same time, Quadrant would have been super prepared to play against the likes of Na'Vi and maybe even a little bit JLINGZ with the amount of practice that's gone down and the amount of experience in previous tournaments. They wouldn't have played against the Wobbabobs, if at all, leading into this, especially in previous tournaments. So yes, they've got the 2 series they've played so far today, but how much would they have learned from that? Were they playing maybe some of their better game types, and now in this grand final, we start to see some of a Wobbabobs better game types? There's a lot of questions to be answered here in this grand final.
Yeah, I think it's important for Wobbabobs, although they're not together the longest time and they're not as structured as a unit, knowing they have, they don't have a playbook necessarily, and they're playing almost on instinct most of the time and playing, doing things off the cuff, and you can see that from the play. So, and they have opportunities and moments. They don't always make the best decisions, but the things that they are doing that's been most impressive for me, Dan, is they're all playing together, and as a unit, they're all pulling in the same direction. When the comms come, they all push together.
Yeah, it's the old cliche of, oh, they're not doing things by the book, so it's going to be frustrating for Quadrant because they're expecting the game to be played in a certain way. But sometimes you need to play against teams like that, because when you go out to international competition, you're going to face AM teams that come out that are going to play in a different style than Optic Gaming, for example. And you need to be able to be prepared against everything that is available that you have to go up against. Otherwise, you're going to be put in a position where you get surprised, where things go wrong, and you get absolutely slammed by an AM team. We've seen that happen to European pros. You've got to be prepared, and sometimes series like this, it's a good way to prepare for it.
And something that we haven't really discussed is, with this break in play and Wobbabobs obviously getting the better of the first game, does this now favor Quadrant, because they can almost take a breath and analyze what was going wrong and have that moment where you're not hemorrhaging points to try and work it out on the fly. Now you can all have that conversation together. Listen, this is what we weren't doing right, and you can see it. They were flustered, all trying to push different angles and just running into guns all the time, but now they can really dissect what was going wrong, particularly in that game 1.
Yeah, I think that when you get a break, it's going to benefit you a little bit. You can kind of look back and say, all right, maybe we were underestimating this team and we were all just being a little bit egotistical and running into fights. We saw that from Quadrant in the early stages. They were happy to take their 1v1s, and that's one of the reasons why Quadrant are so good, though. They have that confidence. They will take those 1v1s, and we saw in a series earlier today when Legend took a 1v2 at one point and was able to win that engagement, and it pretty much won the game, if not the series. So if they play with that confidence, you have to sometimes accept the risks, and that is going 50 points down in the early stages of the game. But that doesn't mean you can't come back into things, and it also doesn't mean you need to quickly change your playstyle. Quadrant play in their way, but when they get control, that's when things start to get really terrifying for the other team. So even though they were down in that game, I still think it was likely they were going to come back into things.
Do you think that's something that perhaps is a cause for concern, particularly when you're going to be playing against international teams, the likes of Optic, when you forfeit almost 50, 60 points, you risk that much, and then you might be punished in the back end because Optic don't make the mistakes typically that the European teams will?
Oh, yeah, you've got to have a hot start. And actually, Quadrant were usually one of the teams who were better at it when we saw them on an international stage, even when it was Ascend as well. Their starting strategies are usually bang on. One of the teams who struggled today with early starts would have been JLINGZ. They were great in the final third of a game, but it was that initial bit that they really struggled with, and they often found themselves too far behind. So you can't afford for that to happen, and that's the same for Quadrant. Even though they know they are good enough to come back into things, even though they know they are good enough to make these comebacks, you don't want to practice that too much. You need to be making sure these starting strategies are working out for you. And yes, okay, you're going up against a team who's a little bit unorthodox, but that doesn't give you the excuse.
Game 1 then back underway, and we will get confirmation of exactly what points total is required for these two teams. Expect that Wobbabobs will have an advantage of about 50 points, but again, we'll get the exact amount when we can hear it through from the admin side of things. But what we do know is that starting and opening strategy you talked about has almost been split down the middle, with 3 members going dead apiece.
Confirmation is the Wobbabobs need 196 to win this game, so I'll keep reminding everyone and keep an eye on that one. So it's not going to be the full 250. They have a 54-point lead going into this, so a great chance for them to try and take game 1, having the advantage. But in the early stages, it is going to be Quadrant who managed to get control of 2 of the strongholds. Nice beatdowns to make sure that it's not going to be easy for Quadrant to hold either of them.
Well, it's called Bat Ledge for a reason, and when the member of Quadrant jumped up there, I don't know where Mo was descended from, but all I know is he was if he's going to save Gotham in the streets, he's starting off pretty well there because descended from absolutely nowhere from the darkness did Mose land that killer blow over towards the batteries. Early scoring though will go back in favor of a Wobbabobs, and this is so important.
Just happening again, and it's a real surprise to see how much control the Wobbabobs have here against Quadrant. Quadrant stuck in long haul now, trying to bait and switch. Are able to get a trade, but at what cost? Are they going to even be able to get into a position to try and take this one? As it's going to be a pipes push yet again here from Quadrant. But you've got to wait for spawners, really. You can't push alone, especially when you see a teammate go down. Yes, okay, a trade is great here, but what's the follow-up? The spawns now seem to be favoring a Wobbabobs, and Quadrant aren't really able to take advantage of it. They do manage to at least split and take C, but do they just lose A because of that?
Grenade looks as though it's found a home, sticking to the shins of Mose, and that's going to take him out. A and C will be there in control now of Quadrant, and they will no doubt look to turn their attentions towards B and push for that triple cap, particularly as they know they are down by a significant amount in this game already, with a Wobbabobs already holding that 57 or so points lead. Zaire will drop down and he'll get Seeker, but he'll be traded out in the end, so it's a 2v2 on the map for now. Mose goes down, Glory last man standing. He's going to get the A spawns. This could be a very quick and easy Quadrant collapse if they get their ducks in a row.
And you talk about unorthodox. I mean, I think that Wobbabobs would have been a little bit surprised with the Quadrant push there initially, where one player comes from pipes after the battle that happened in Turbine, and two players then pushed through control, and they went for a very risky push, but that's what Quadrant are all about. They do take the risks, and that's what makes them one of the most exciting teams to watch in this region. But it is still going to be a lead for a Wobbabobs here. Remember, they only need 196, so technically they are still ahead despite being behind on the current scoreboard. But if we do see Quadrant get total control, my biggest question is going to be, how do a Wobbabobs respond? Are they going to be in a position where they can just break out and stop that bleeding immediately?
What do Wobbabobs have when it comes to breaking setups? What strategies can they turn to? Or will it all be off the cuff, and will it be good enough? They can control B and C for the moment, and they are looking to get a triple cap of their own, but they've lost two members in the process, and that's going to open the door now for Quadrant to take control. Glory doing a great job of just holding the Quadrant members over towards batteries, just great suppressing fire and then dropping back and staying alive. And you can see exactly what the game plan is for a Wobbabobs. They're happy to hold too, Dan.
Mose at the moment with 10 kills, and the double kill for Glory. Could be more as well. He does take that fight, but Legend was more than prepared for it to happen. As for Mose, I mean, I guess we do need to put some respect on the man's name. I mean, he was one of the players who has the highest European placement at an international LAN, higher than any that are in this current lobby as well. And he really knows how to kind of roll with the biggest players in the world. And when he did that in Halo 5, I think he would have been frustrated with his experience so far in Halo Infinite. Has not really been able to find that team to call home, to be at the very top again. And this is his first real opportunity, it feels, to show what he's made of at the top level of European Halo. And he is certainly demonstrating that in this game. He slowed down a little bit, but still has the most kills on his team so far.
It's interesting you speak about him as well, because we give Legend and Seeker the plaudits for being European champions, as well as obviously Snipe Drone. But Mose is a multiple-time European champion, and now he finds himself back where he may feel he belongs then.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Mose has had a difficult journey for various reasons, but to see where he is now and to see that he has battled through everything to make sure he's found players that he can battle along with. And finally, he's found three guys that seem to have the same kind of strategies as him. They still work together in the right way. They push together in the right way. And hopefully, I mean, they're communicating in the right way as well. I'd love at some point to be able to watch back and hear what the comms are like, because I think it's very important to have an upbeat atmosphere in a lot of these squads and not be Debbie Downers all the time. Meanwhile, though, it is going to be a triple cap here for Quadrant, and this is where things start to get ugly. Even though we only need to see 196 scored for a Wobbabobs, they start to find themselves heavily behind in this game.
Wobbabobs just getting put in the blender now, as Chick did line up that shock rifle but couldn't connect to the face, and might kill his own teammate here, and does with that frag grenade. So maybe add that to the kill column. Shock rifle not going to be able to fire here, so Chick's going to be forced to take a trade instead. But they've already got 179 points and are very quickly closing in on 200, unless the Wobbabobs can do something to stop the damage that's already been done on the map.
And remember that Quadrant still need to get the 250. despite the fact it's the 196 for a Wobble Bob. So still a little way to go, and now we are going to see A, C, and potentially B here. This is going to be quite the flip from a Wobble Bobs, or it would have been, but B was being watched over, as you say, out of the shadows over towards Bat Ledge, and the assist comes through as well. SLG working in tandem with Seeker. One of the things I will always credit Quadrant for is how well they play as duos around the map. They're more than happy to roam separately from other teammates, and they can swap and change. It doesn't have to be a set duo every single time. All four of them can work together.
You can see the Wobble Bobs push coming towards pipes, but some well-placed frag grenades are going to do the damage required. As 3 members go down now for Wobble Bobs, and all Quadrant need is 40 to close in on a game number 1 victory in this grand finals. Of course, they've come through here on the winner's side, so they only need to win 1 best of 7 to be crowned the champions.
Of course, I mean, it wasn't the best of starts for Quadrant in both this one and the reset prior. But it certainly shows that as time's gone on, they've worked out the strategy here of a Wobble Bobs, and they have had an answer for it. They just needed a little bit of time to adapt, and again, it's one of the things that Quadrant do so well. They read their opponents very quickly when it comes to these series. There's still life in it just yet. We've seen comebacks today already, and the Wobble Bobs do have control of A and C now.
Quadrant still have to throw a few more jabs and knock this Wobble Bobs team down in this round 1 of what has been an absolute slobber knocker. These two teams have matched up 3 times in this tournament alone. Wobble Bobs desperately trying to get their first victory, and they're on the road to here. They have a triple cap, and remember, they only require the 190 odd point stand, so it's not too far-fetched to believe that they can really stake a claim for this game.
196 is what they need, so it's closer than it seems because of the restart. They're going to hold Turbine, but Mo's not able to connect with the kills, and he needs someone to follow up on that damage, and Glory is going to be there with the shock rifle. Does have support as well. They're certainly giving it a full go here, but now C being taken means they quickly need to transition to A to stop this bleeding ASAP, because they're only 18 points away, our Quadrant. So they can't afford to make mistakes here. To Wobble Bobs, they need to be making sure they're pushing strongholds constantly.
Zaire had to step out of that top elevator just to secure the kill onto Legend. Does eventually get the AB capture and under control for Wobble Bobs. He did have to sacrifice 5 or 6 more points, so they don't have a lot to throw away here. And I like this from Quadrant, biding their time, waiting to get the opening pick. Flux's going to get taken down to in and around half shield, so he could be the opening pick if he's not too careful. Glory is going to get 1, but Seek is going to trade it out, and now it's numbers advantage. It's a 3v2 on the map, and this could be the moment for Quadrant to take a claim for game 1, but shut down here. Can Legend get this all but important kill? It's going to be a kill for Legend. Is it going to be enough as a Wobble Bob start to swarm over towards A?
Suddenly, this is getting a little bit dicey here for Quadrant. Remember, 196 is what our Wobble Bobs need, so they're now 46 away, whereas 13 are required here for Quadrant, and 2 are dead. So they're going to have to be patient. SLG should also fall here because he's going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Suddenly, it's only 36 that are required here, and this comeback is looking very possible, almost very probable at this point, especially if Mose hits those shots as he goes up to 20 kills.
3 members of Quadrant have been cut down. 26 points required. What have Quadrant got? SLG's backed all the way. Has to reverse them towards glass. They have 1 more push. At the very least, this game goes in the Wobble Bobs' favor. The belief that they will get, it'll breathe new life into them. But A will transition. C already in control of Quadrant. They have the poor man setup. What have a Wobble Bobs got, excuse me, as we close towards the final points. Zaire's going to step in. Is there anybody from Quadrant to meet him? It's going to be Legend in a 1v2, but Zaire's got enough. They're going to trade for B, though. $249, and A and B have been controlled, and Quadrant will take game number 1.
It was so close there as well for a Wobble Bobs. They were only, 11 points off it in the end. They held for so long, but Quadrant, they were biding their time. They were waiting for their moment. And I thought it was going to be enough. I'm going to be honest. I thought that maybe Quadrant weren't going to be able to break through, but it was just some of those individual battles that came in right at the end. Quadrant iced up, and that's what we expect from Quadrant. It's going to be heartbreak, though, for a Wobble Bobs when they did come so close. But again, the fact they let it get that bad, the fact that they were that far behind where they had to pull that comeback, that's sometimes the difference. I think that Quadrant are not a team that typically allows themselves to get that far behind. But this is where we are going to see our Wobbabobs learn. They need to be in these environments so that they can learn and so they can improve.
And we spoke about how Quadrant are quite happy to give up a few points and try and attempt to go for that triple cap. And that's what really done the damage towards the mid game, Dan. It was a Wobbabobs who had that great start, but Quadrant got the triple cap, and that was the one that done the damage more than anything else.
Yeah, and that's what a Quadrant do best, is the damage on the triple cap, and it's making sure that the opposition doesn't have room to even breathe at all. And they really do chunk away at that points total and make it such a difficult task to try and come back where you have to play, you know, near perfect Halo. It's going to be a frustrating one for a Wobbabobs. The scoreline may say 250 to 185, but it was far closer because of that reset. It was essentially 250 to 239. So Wobbabobs very close in game number 1. Maybe now, as we move over to a Slayer, they might have a better chance, because the way that some of these Wobbabobs players were playing, I mean, Mose in particular seems to be on fire right now. I'm excited with how this series is going to go, and regardless, even this, if this ended up a 4-0 even, I'd still be so proud of how Wobbabobs have performed in these games, but there's still a long way to go just yet, and maybe this could spark their grand final to life here in game number 2.
And it was really where a Wobbabobs seen success against Navi. They won one objective game type, but then won the 2 Slayers, Dan, and that's all you need. And with a best of 7, you have 3 Slayers, so if they can make a real meal of it and get the 3 Slayers, they could well and truly have the reset on their hands. Of course, if they're going to win 3 Slayers, they need to get to game 7, so that goes without saying, but you can make a real series of it simply by winning the Slayers, and we've already seen some teams overlooking it because there's so many game types to practice.
Yeah, there is a lot to practice indeed, and sometimes natural chemistry and, you know, a honeymoon period of a new team can really pay off when it comes to Slayers, because you can surprise your opposition and you can really frustrate them in certain areas. We'll have to see whether that pays off here for a Wobbabobs.
All 4 go down right off the rip. Another beautiful start for Wobbabobs. Rockets were secured, but only for a moment as they've been dropped bottom tower here. A chance and an opportunity for Quadrant to pick them up, and SLG will put them to use immediately onto Mose. It's a 2-kill game. No doubt I expect this one to go back and forth. 3 go down for Quadrant again. That's back-to-back now. We've seen the last couple of rounds of Slays, Dan, where Quadrant have found themselves down by 3 and 4 members at any given time.
The slaying power we've seen from a Wobbabobs, I genuinely believe that they have the advantage in some of these games, in some of these series layout, because they've been incredible in their individual performances, and also they just don't seem to miss. Flux demonstrating what he has from range, is now it's 12-6, so they've doubled the lead, and there's a Stalker rifle to work with as well. And look at Quadrant, they are pegged back right now. It's a double kill, it's a killing spree, and Flux wants a little bit more, but he runs out of ammo.
Quadrant back towers were a bit like fish in a barrel for a moment. Everyone was jumping out, no shields towards Flux, and with a Stalker rifle, that is meat and drink. He'll take those all day long for the easiest kills he's ever going to register. But now a 6-kill game. Wobbabobs extended their lead by 2 since we last touched in and checked the score, and they continue to slay out. And Quadrant just don't have an answer for this aggression.
Quadrant just need to be careful that they don't get sucked into the game that Wobbabobs are trying to put in front of them, right? It's fast-paced. Let's take individual fights. Let's just keep pushing each other and meeting in the middle and having a scrap. Quadrant need to slow it down a little bit. Try and find some methodical style here. Otherwise, it's going to play into the advantages of what a Wobbabobs want. Now, don't get me wrong, Quadrant like to play fast as well, but usually when they're playing fast, they're probably ahead. 3 go down now, so this will allow Quadrant to at least dictate the pace of the next passage of play.
Rockets have been scooped up along the way somewhere. Don't know if they've been used in the meantime or whether someone still has them over their shoulder. No doubt we'll hear them be fired off one way or another. Glory over towards Cafe. Teammate needs help here, does Zaire, but he goes down. Perhaps the easiest pick Quadrant are going to get. Flux answers back, he picks up 2 with a lovely little backstab on the chick. Can Glory win this 1v1? Yes, he can! Does the Irishman. 3 dead once more for Quadrant. And again, a Wobbabobs hold a lead of 7.
Yeah, Wobbabobs just need to make sure they don't allow there to be a real fall down from Quadrant, which resets everything, stuns the momentum a little bit. Instead, try and get consistent trades here, even if it's just a 1-for-2 trade for now, and you keep just enough ahead as this game goes on. You've also got to be timing these weapons, getting ready for the Stalker rifle. If you know that it's out, if you had control of it and you know it's going to be coming up, then get ready for it. Go over to train side, control that station, and make sure that the Stalker rifle's in your hands. The Bulldog, of course, we know how important that can be on this map as well.
the Slays continue to be staggered. No team really had control since the early engagements from Awababobs. That early lead they got, it's been trades here, there, and everywhere since then. Quadrant have been unable to really draw Awababobs back into this fight and keep it close. They've been able to remain at arm's length. Is that about to change here as we're now within 5? Make it 4. And Rockets to pop up soon enough, and they could be the real game swinger.
I mean, all 8 players in this lobby right now seem to be playing some of their best Halo. The shots we're seeing, people don't seem to be missing. It's so hard to win an engagement when you are behind in that fight here with the battle rifle when everyone's this switched on in a grand final. It's great to see after a long day of Halo that everyone is firing on all cylinders. 33 to 28. Spikes are available for Flux if he wants to have it. Does have that Bulldog as well, but did he miss the spikes on the first attempt and because of it went back and died because of it? Quite possibly.
Yes, pretty much the cut of what just happened as he slid over the spike grenades and paid for it as he went back to try and put them in his pocket. Someone shot them. That's going to be misery for him, but they maintain a 5-kill lead. Mose is going to be sliding out front and up the stairs now over towards Arcade as he doubles back. Callouts coming, information flowing. As 2 members are spawning over towards Tram. It could possibly be a split spawn if Awababobs can move quick enough. They decide to stagger just a little bit, and that was enough time for Quadrant to gather their thoughts, gather a game plan, and push out now with a 2-kill man advantage.
Of course, a couple of these players on the Quadrant roster aren't the biggest of fans of Street Slayer. They don't have the fondest of memories. I remember an Ascend versus Native Red matchup. Game 5, Street Slayer. It was Native Red who took it in those final moments, and the likes of Legend and Seeker, they had to go through those horrible moments of losing out on what could have been one of the most impressive European placements we've ever had. And now this is an entirely different ballpark, right? This is a European Grand Final where you are the favorites, and you're down by 4 kills. So you've got to be the team that comes back into it and has that momentum swing. At least they've closed this gap here, Sherz, because it was quite a big one earlier and was really looking like it might be unachievable here for Quadrant. But now it definitely looks attainable. They just need to make sure they play in the right way. But Awababobs are doing well to just keep trading kills here.
Quadrant are just drawing them back in, but as we say that, another kill goes in favor of Awababobs. They require 6 to tie up the series. Sentinel beam scooped up. Can't Seek put it to use. Glory's going to get 1. Over towards the cafe. Stock rifle not up. Can't be a factor for now. SLG isolated. Rocket's going to be fired. Not going to get a kill, but a trade is there. 1 more rocket in the chamber. Fires it. Pops the shield, but will not connect. 3 kills required for Awababobs. It's nervy moments. Fights down towards Cafe as Sayer dives in. Seeka's in a 1v1. Needs help, screaming for it. Mose and Flux over towards the Cafe, and here comes the Cavalry. Can they get the numbers? They lose 2 members, and Awababobs only require 1.
I mean, the cover was there, but it's 46-49. It's still very much doable here for Quadrant, but it just needs 1 push from Awababobs. They need to make sure they're all going the same angle, but you've got to be careful of bundling up and getting hit by grenades. But it does look like Flux has a position to potentially try and attempt to pinch here. Glory on one side, Sayer alongside him, and then Flux is there with Mose. And now here comes the pinch, here comes the attempt, and they will get the trade. And it's going to be all tied up in this grand final. And Awababobs, they're the real deal. They're taking games of Europeans #1.
Well, 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 Dan. We have got a series on our hands. Awababobs giving as good as they got in that last game. And it has to be said, game 1 was a lot closer than we anticipated it was ever going to be. And now we have a series in our hands, a potential heading into this game 3 that Awababobs can cause an upset, just like they did against this #2 seed heading into this tournament.
Yeah, I think that Awababobs now, they've got that 1 map under their belt. There's going to be so much confidence. There's going to be such a great vibe with this team that is going to play into the rest of the series that Quadrant need to be careful. Quadrant can't allow Awababobs to take another here, because otherwise this starts to get scary, and that's when you start to think that maybe in the back of the Quadrant minds, they're thinking, is there a bracket reset potentially here? Is this a team that could maybe get a shock result and embarrass us in a tournament where realistically Quadrant should be winning hands down? But you can say the same thing for the likes of Na'Vi, right? Na'Vi would have been expected to be in this grand final. They found themselves in 4th place. It's been a day of shock results here in European Halo, and maybe we've still got another twist in this story just yet.
Now, this is something that we've seen, Dan, particularly when these 2 teams matched up earlier in the tournament. Awababobs did take the Slayer, but The momentum we expected and thought that they would have from that game never really amounted to anything in the games to follow. Could we see something different here, particularly with how close game 1 was and game 2? This one's neck and neck.
You almost feel like Awababobs just need that one objective to go their way, to really believe that they are more than just a Slayer team, right? And they were so close in that opening on Stronghold. So I think that they know it's certainly within grasp, but it's about those clutch moments. It is about icing up in the right time and not allowing Quadrant to be just that cut above you. But the fact it's even this close pays dividends to really how impressive Awababobs have been today.
As we head into game 3 then, CTF on Aquarius. Can the number 1 seed avoid the upset? They need to retake the lead here and re-establish themselves as the best team in the region, not only in this series, but for the tournament. But Awababobs just will not go away. They will not go gentle into that good night, as game 3 is underway, and it's all to play for.
I guess a good thing here is it is going to be an Aquarius CTF game, which was won by Awababobs already earlier today. That was the one map they were able to take in the previous series. It was 4-3 that went in their favor. So if they can find an objective game in this grand final, as we were just talking about, maybe this is the one to really give them that confidence and give them that belief.
Glory with the camo, SLG pops out, spots him. Can they get the trade? No, they can't, as he manages just to evade that final shot. And Sire throws the flag front base. Moses on hand then to get the finishing touches to that kill, and Awababobs have a flag on the move. Legends behind enemy lines. SLG's getting there too. Chick's got the opening pick. Oh, now we have numbers in favor of the boys on Quadrant. SLG's going to get eliminated from the pistol and a combination of a grenade from Sire. A couple of sizzle sticks will go in, and a flag has been returned. We have a bit of a standoff now. There's nobody really in position to score that extra flag, and there's danger signs already for Quadrant.
Yeah, my question will be, did Quadrant learn anything from their loss against the Awababobs on this map already today? Just as Awababobs learned on their loss of Recharge Strongholds earlier today. It was what? It was 250-9 the first time they played against each other, and this time it was 250-239, essentially. The improvements were incredible from Awababobs. We need to see the same thing from Quadrant to say, look, we've learned our lesson. We now know what we did wrong here on Aquarius Capture the Flag, and we want to demonstrate why we're the best team in this region.
And something we could talk about as Legend picks up a double kill, Dan, is the pressure on your shoulders when you get to a finals. You've got Sire and Glory, 2 players who have never been in the finals of a tournament like this. You've got so much experience on the other side of things, but they do not seem phased in this game 3 or in this series.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's very important to have these tournaments online. I will say it could be a very different matter if it were on LAN, because, you know, then there's an entirely different discussion about nerves to go on, but it doesn't look like Glory and Sire are phased at all, and I think that at least bodes well for them moving forward if they were to reach a LAN final as well. But right now, it's about just focusing on the task that is on hand. It is the Quadrant 4K here. 14,000 available is the prize pool. Of course, shared between first, second, and third. So we already saw JLINGZ finish in third place and take a little bit of money, but it's going to be the first flag going in favor of Quadrant here. They want to win the majority of that cash.
Quadrant looking to take some of their own money from the prize money, it would seem. The lion's share at that, as they have taken the lead in this game 3. What can Glory do then with the heat wave? Clears out one, but unfortunately, he goes down. Not able to stay alive to go on a serious run to cause any real sweats or flusters for the boys on Quadrant. Now the heat wave being used against his team. And you really don't want to hand it over to players of the caliber of the French boys here. Sire on the shroom stairs, really doing well to back Chick down, one of the best in the region. With a battle rifle, sniper rifle, teddy bear, I don't care, he can kill you with anything.
A hedgehog coming towards you on its hind legs.
Yeah, with his belly up, yeah, belly exposed, for sure.
Yeah, I think that, you know, he's a very talented man. Put anything in his hands, he'll get the job done. But really, at 1-0 already, but 3 going down on both sides. There's a lot of 1v1s that have been happening across the map that are huge and can really change how the game's going to go down. But Mo's getting a double kill there and showing just how important it is to put that sidekick to use.
Well, whether it's a sidekick or the Cape Crusader itself, Awababobs need a bit of help here. Perhaps the camouflage could be the superpower that they can call upon. Glory in a 1v1, make it a 1v2 as the pistol will do the damage to pop the shields, and Sika will get taken care of eventually. Camouflage has popped up. Chick's gotten himself a double kill. Mose is the last man standing. This spell is dangerous. They now know exactly where he is in a 1v1. And it's going to be the boys on Quadrant who get all 4 dead for a Wobble Bobs. Flags on the move.
And as long as Chick can get around this corner, this should be a comfortable cap. And it could be worse as well for a Wobble Bobs, because there is a camouflage that is going to be right here and available for Legend. But instead, he's just using his height to pressure the opposition. Won't have much camouflage left, so needs to make his move quickly, but 2-0 already. Although we did see something similar, where Quadrant took a lead previously against these guys, and they threw it away. And we saw a Wobble Bobs come back into things and actually take this game type. So I think that we need to see Quadrant be a little bit more ruthless and punish their opponents here and not allow them back into the game.
Legend just delayed that flag grab for a moment. Will that hurt his chances here, as he's been hassled and harried and he's been shut down? What a difference just a second or two can make in the progress that you have on a flag. As Glory heads towards the front base and scoops up the thruster pack along the way. About to get bait and switched here expertly. Just beautiful fundamental Halo being played. Mose gets one. Flux helps to pick up another as they try and descend on the base, but Quadrant holds strong. Quadrant continue to hold the line, but just like that, 3 members go down, and perhaps the opportunity, the opening now.
But Chick is still alive, and Chick has 16 kills at the moment. He was the one who struggled previously when these guys were going up against each other on this map and mode. He was only able to pick up, I think, 9 kills previously, so he's already been able to top that, and we're only 6 minutes in, so Chick seems to be alive and well. And maybe that is going to be a big difference maker in this game type. The Quadrant still hold a 2-0 lead, and it hasn't really looked likely that we were going to see an Wobble Bobs cap just yet. They haven't been able to kind of get into the base, get that flag moving and grooving. A camouflage, though, could change things, and Glory's going to have to take a fight for it.
Opts not to take the fight, instead tries to scoop it up and take his thruster pack along with him, but he dropped it along the way, and SLG, eyes squinting, lasered on that point of view, and he manages somehow to spot out the camouflage player, and Glory must just be kicking himself as now a flag is on the move for Quadrant. This could be their third and all but secure the game.
Quadrant very quick to get this flag from A to B as well. This is just another day in the office for them when it comes to running flags. They are flawless when it comes to their execution, and they make it 3-0. And this looks like a very focused and a slightly pissed off Quadrant, if I must say. They want to make sure that they put some respect on the names of all 4 of themselves to ensure that there is not going to be any confidence gained from that Slayer victory that they just had to watch a Wobble Bobs take away from them. But the Wobble Bobs still have time, and we've seen comebacks. 5 minutes remaining. It's definitely not out of the realms of possibility.
3 members go down. So the realms of possibility are starting to open up for them. But can they get close to the base? Can they really threaten to pull the flag out, get it on the move? 2 spawners over towards this closet side, make it 3. It's a bottleneck of Quadrant members, and they're going face first into a Wobble Bobs and into a blender. Flux and Sire get dispatched, and Mose could be about to join them, gets the trade, but again, Quadrant will take this all the live long day.
Yeah, it's just about eating away at that clock and making sure that there's not going to be any comfortable pushes for a Wobble Bobs whatsoever. Every time a Wobble Bobs are off spawn, they're being challenged instantly, and some great shots there by SLG. 19 kills for him. I know I was mentioning Chick, but it's SLG also stepping up to the plate here. Seeker and Legend just kind of watching things go down for their teammates and saying, look, we're just bystanders. We'll put a few shots in, we'll get the assist, but you guys have fun. You go on a tear.
And it's perhaps something that we needed and we were requesting for a very long time from year 1 for SLG, was to have moments in a tournament like this, because we've seen how good he was in Halo 5, and although he has played consistently well, he's never had those pop-off games, those pop-off tournaments, Dan, and perhaps he's looking in year 2 along with this new roster to turn his fortunes around and be a much bigger threat on the international stage.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we took away from SLG kind of changing his role slightly from being a main slayer to then shot calling for his team, and we said maybe that just takes a little bit away of what SLG was good at, just being able to almost brainlessly, mindlessly run in and just destroy everyone without having to think about things. And when you take some of that brain power away and put it into actual strategy, you are naturally going to struggle at first, but it seems like he's really come into his own in that role, and you can see it in full effect here. 21 kills alongside the 26 of Chick, and flag number 4 goes in, and this one does not look like we're going to see an upset from a Wobbabobs in this game mode.
And it's the 2 OG members of Quadrant, Chick and SLG, that are propelling Quadrant forward here. Seeka and Legend were brought in to make the best possible plays at the best possible moments, and they continue to do so and allow their teammates to thrive. Now Wobbabobs just haven't been at the races in game number 3, Dan.
They just haven't really had a chance to get going. Every time that they've been able to get past that halfway point, there's been 2 members of Quadrant waiting, staring at them with the reticles just pinned on their foreheads. And unfortunately, when you're consistently just getting absolutely shot down whatever corner you walk around, you can't really get any strategy on the go. And because of the way the pressure then comes through from Quadrant, well, they'll push into the base, they'll get behind enemy lines, they'll be nading you off spawn. It's really just been a Wobbabobs pegged back constantly throughout the entirety of this game.
It's been a little bit of a demolition job in game 3. We spoke about how important it could be for Wobbabobs just to take one of those objective game types. Well, it's not going to be the flag game, as they're going to run the 5th and final flag. And they've got it all the way home here, and perhaps a Wobbabobs just happy to give it up. Game, set, and match then. Quadrant take the lead again, 2-1 in the series as we head towards game 4. But what a performance that was, Dan.
You said game, set, and match, and I was like, is the series over already, or what's going on here?
That game is set.
That game is set. Maybe this is check, and perhaps we'll get checkmate in a couple of games. But honestly, from what I saw there, a 5-0, maybe some players will be thinking this one might be over. I mean, the Wobbabobs would have been so confident coming out of game number 2, and that immediately gets ripped away from you with an absolute smashing of a 5-0 there, where Quadrant were at their very best, really. Considering we saw Quadrant lose this game type earlier on today against the Wobbabobs, this is an excellent display of why they are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the region, because they've responded in this fashion.
Is it one of those things that we talk about how, you know, they lose this game type earlier in the tournament and then they go ahead and win it here, and perhaps this team is just lacking a little bit of consistency and maybe lacking a little bit of identity and what sort of ideas they want to go forward with then?
Or maybe they're just trying different ideas as well. Maybe they're that confident that they feel like they can go down different strategy routes to see what works and what doesn't work. That's definitely something that could be apparent here, but I think that just genuinely a Wobbabobs caught Quadrant off guard a little bit earlier on when they were able to take that CTF Aquarius game mode, whereas now Quadrant were prepared with the style that a Wobbabobs were going to approach with, and they had an answer for it. A Wobbabobs didn't get away with the flanks around where one player would just go kind of pink side and hope to get behind enemy lines. No, Quadrant were there, they were waiting, they had height, they had top middle control, they got camo control as well, and they didn't allow a Wobbabobs at one point to even really take the camo and get away with it. The one time it was popped into the chest of glory, Quadrant were all eyes on and making sure he didn't get away. So a very different approach from Quadrant this time, and sure as hell did work. And the Wobbabobs, they're left scratching their head saying, what changed from last series to this one?
Well, on the horizon as we get confirmation of exactly what we did see, 250 to 239 in favor of Quadrant on Strongholds recharge. Wobbabobs 50-47 Slayer Streets. Quadrant bounce back, roar back to life. 5-0 CTF Aquarius. And now Live Fire King of the Hill is on the horizon, Dan. And with how close that Strongholds game was and the two game types not being too dissimilar, it's about having control and holding setups. Wobbabobs could really put up a fight here.
They could put up a fight. I do worry slightly just because of the Live Fire Slayer that we saw these guys have against each other in the earlier series, where it was like 50 to 22 in favor of Quadrant. Like, Quadrant completely blew Wobbabobs out of the water on this map. And yes, I know King of the Hill very different to Slayer, but it's going to be the same kind of angles you're holding, the same weapons that are on the map, the same way you move around the map as well. So there is always going to be some similarities, but again, it's going to be how much did a Wobbabobs learn. It seems like they learned a lot from the recharge Strongholds where they got slapped. Now are they going to learn a lot from the Live Fire game? Are they going to know the positions, the tendencies that we're going to see from Quadrant? Do they realize they need to be prioritizing power up a little bit more? Yes, the objective is going to change a lot. There are some fundamentals that are still going to be there.
It's one thing to know what to expect from Quadrant. It's another thing entirely to stop it. That's what's on the horizon then for a Wobbabobs in Game 4. All to play for. But if they really want to keep their tournament alive, they want to try and keep Quadrant off match and series point for as long as possible. And if Quadrant win this one here, they're one win away, excuse me, from being champions here in this grand finals. Wobblebobs need to have the perfect start just to have momentum on their side.
Mose does take down Chick and doesn't allow Chick to pop off. The sniper rifle was heavily contested right at the start of this game, but now it's going to be Overshield where eyes are set. It's going to be a few notches over towards the hill here, as Quadrant are going to split the difference. It looks like they're going to give up the Overshield here in favor of just getting some hill time. And now we'll see whether this pays off or whether it could be a real struggle bus from this point onwards. A lot of responsibility for Flux with this Overshield.
Looks like Chick turned his attention towards picking up the plasma pistol, but wasn't able to get a shot off towards the Overshield player. And now full green control for the boys on a Wobblebobs, and spawners heading over towards scoreboard. So what if Quadrant got the tank to break this setup? They have enough points on the board that if they can clear out the riffraff over towards green, they could win this hill here and now. Sniper rifle though, trained towards the back, and it looks as though Flux, or Mose, excuse me, was just a victim of timing there, as one seemed to slip through the cracks of Quadrant. And they thread the needle. It's double kill for SherzyOne. 3 down for a moment for Wobblebobs. Mose ensuring that his team have garage spawns.
You can see the reasoning now as why Quadrant were happy to sacrifice the reason of the Overshield there and say, look, we're just going to make sure we push in. We're going to make sure we get as much hill time as possible, because we feel like if we can get at least halfway, we can chunk down that Overshield when we push, so that then we can make sure we secure this first point. And they felt that was far more valuable than getting OV control and potentially giving up the first point. So good heads-up decision. It's always been a big debate when it comes to King of the Hill here on live fire. Do you, don't you? Should you, shouldn't you? But it worked out this time for Quadrant. And I am going to now see whether either of these teams wants to try and really push for this second hill, because in the moment, it's all about the Overshield. They say, look, screw the hill. Let's get this OV first. The Shroud comes down as Chick manages to win that engagement and should be rewarded with the OV if he stays alive, and will stay alive. And now Overshield in the hands of Quadrant. They're going to be able to at least work on this hill, keep the rest of a Wobblebobs back. And I'm very impressed with how Quadrant have started this game, because without the kind of tenacity that we've seen in the early stages and with the decision-making that we've seen, it could have been a completely different story. And for a Wobblebobs, they have to now sit 1-0 down and potentially 2-0 down if they do not have a good push here.
So much progress already made then. It's a brawl back tower, and Flux comes out on top. 3 dead for Quadrant then. But they've already seen so much points and so much success here on this second hill. And the Wobblebobs can't make any more mistakes here. Oh, and Glory finds the face of SherzyOne. Beautiful, beautiful shot. And another one. Line them up, DJ Khaled. Glory's popping off.
They needed it. They needed a little bit of something just to get their heart beating again, get that adrenaline rushing through their veins after all of the momentum was sucked out of them like a Dementor. We saw Quadrant just absorbing it all and saying, look, we're going to bask in your glory. But now Glory is making sure that he changes things here. Maybe they can be rewarded with an actual point on the board, but there is going to be a last-ditch attempt, and unfortunately, it might be close, but not close enough, as Mo's the last remaining player, but Quadrant are going to be able to hold this hill and could potentially be getting the Overshield as well. So it was a great attempt here from our Wobblebobs, but it is going to be a second hill going in favor of Quadrant.
Heartbreak then is not only do the Wobblebobs get so close to securing the hill, but they lose the second hill and the Overshield, it would seem, as the Shroud screen went down. Sair's in big trouble. So he gets taken care of as well. 3 dead for Wobblebobs, and Quadrant just really going through the gears at the moment, really dictating the pace, and Wobblebobs just can't stay in it long enough to secure 1 point and just keep themselves in the game.
I mean, fundamentally, the right things have been done by Wobblebobs. They got the Overshield in the first instance, but weren't able to hold off, and that meant that the first hill went towards Quadrant. They allowed too much time to go in favor of the second hill for Quadrant. Had a great push, broke it, got very close, but again, wasn't quite close enough. So the writing's on the wall, right? They are there, they are close enough, but I think the difference between these two teams right now is just the actual conclusion of a lot of these pushes and a lot of these setups. Quadrant just seemed to have the edge.
They've got about 20% of progress on the third hill. And if they can get 3 without reply here, the writing would well and truly be on the wall as Sika picks up a triple kill. This man's on a tear right now. Needs to be shut down pronto. Because the Wobbabobs just do not have the answer for him. The pressure he's been able to apply, the routes he's been taking. He's been unmarkable. Press resistant, you might say, Dan.
So difficult, though, when you've got players doing that and really making your life a living hell every time you spawn. You're almost fearing walking around a corner just in case a player like that is walking around and not missing a bullet. But again, we have seen the setup be broken here by a Wobbabobs. They have been able to get in. They have been able to stop it temporarily, but it's just not enough. It's all well and good breaking the setup, but you need to then be able to set up yourselves. As again, not only Quadrant now are going to score a third hill, but they are in the right place at the right time for that overshield. Everything seems to be working out for Quadrant.
Overshield pops up. Chick tries to contest for it, but numbers will go in favor of Wobbabobs, and perhaps a lifeline here then. If they can get this hill, there's still a chance. There's still an opportunity. It is very quickly slipping through Wobbabob's fingers. And as hard as they try and grasp it, it only seems to become more and more elusive. Flux has made some really nice progress here, almost halfway. But we've seen this before, we've seen this movie. And Chick slides down. The sticky grenade is going to connect, it is going to land, and more pain and misery for Wobbabobs.
2 minutes 39 on the clock means that there is time here, but it's looking highly unlikely with how Quadrant have been playing. And even though they gave up that overshield on that instance where maybe they'd be a little bit frustrated they weren't able to get hold of it, but you can understand that Wobbabobs did prioritize it heavily from the tower side. They had several members looking towards a double kill for Sika. You've already seen him pick up a triple. He's on multi-kill madness at the moment, and he is running with so much confidence. 16 kills for him. Unfortunately, though, can't take down 2 players at once with the sidekick. Still 3-0, still 2 minutes 25 seconds on the clock. Quadrant edge closer and closer to taking this game.
Been really impressed by Sika's decision making, and you can tell the communication skills are on point for Quadrant here. They all seem to be reacting to the callouts, to the one-shots. They're getting cleaned up. Nobody seems to be able to escape and get away and frustrate Quadrant. They all seem to be singing from the same hymn sheet here. As Glory desperately tries to cling on to some time. But he eventually gets evicted. 2 go down then. Overshield in 8 seconds or so, and Flux is just trying to make this a difficult kill, and he's done so successfully, but again, they're scrapping. It's a mosh pit once more, but Overshield is going to go the way of Chick. If he could just escape with his life, he cannot do so. Glory's back again to fight once more. Overshield will this time get popped, and Sika's looking for a brawl.
I mean, Sika at that point was getting hit by not just enemy team nades, but his own team's nades, because no one knew what was going on. It was just a shroud screen madness in the middle of this map, but finally, some controllers wrestled back by Quadrant here, and they managed to stop a Wobbabobs from even getting the point, and it's again frustration here for a Wobbabobs. They were so close from at least putting one on the board and maybe having a chance of a comeback, but now has that chance dissipated so quickly in front of their eyes, as it looks like point number 4 is going to be secured here by Quadrant, unless, no, grenades will not work out. Quadrant will take game number 4 as they take a 3-1 lead in this series.
I think that might be the tale of the entire series right now, Dan, is the Wobbabobs at every single point in that game appeared to be in it and could have almost secured 2 or 3 of them themselves, but every single time you spoke about ice and maybe having that experience, Quadrant put themselves in the driving seat time after time and just continued to put daggers in the hearts of Wobbabobs because they played exceptionally well in that game, but we're not rewarded for it at all.
And it's not something that we should discredit Wobbabobs for as well. This is absolutely expected when you get a team that's been together for this long on Quadrant and put in this much time and has this much experience versus a newer roster. But what we should take away from it is how close our Wobbabobs are getting to each hill, to how impressive they are at breaking the setups of a Quadrant roster who have been in this position time and time again. We really do need to look at the positives for our Wobbabobs, and they shouldn't be getting downhearted about this whatsoever, because it's been such an impressive series so far for them, and there is still time to get back into it. Even though it is becoming a real mountain now, not only do they have to win 3 on the trot and then another best of 7, but they just need to be saying, look, let's take the experience away from this. Let's make sure we give this our all, and at least we can walk out of this grand final with our heads held high, saying we gave it everything, and we took the best team to Europe to actually some games here and made them struggle at times.
Yeah, I think you have to temper your emotion and your ambitions. But I think if we had said we had a crystal ball and we had walked over to the Obabobs boys and said, listen, we're going to give you a grand finals and you're going to make it all the way to a top 2, they would have snapped your hands off at the start of today. And now they find themselves here. And although I think they can be happy with what they have done, coming so close and being so competitive in the games is a testament to how good these players are. But at the same time, Dan, it doesn't lessen the blow when you get so close but come unstuck at the end.
Yeah, it's always a difficult position to be in as a player when you overachieve as a team and you almost get to a position where you weren't expecting, and in the back of your mind you're always going to be thinking, well, at least we got to the grand final. Oh, it's Quadrant we're playing against. We weren't expected to win anyway, but it's almost that bittersweet of, well, what could have happened had we have maybe got that extra hill, had we have got that extra flag, had we had maybe got those 10 seconds on strongholds that we ended up losing to in the end. This has been so close for our Wobbabobs, and to do it against the Quadrant roster who have been so impressive in this European region as of late just speaks volumes about how impressive they've been today.
There is the series layout and what we've seen. As you can see, Quadrant hold a 3-1 advantage, and they are now on match point, and they are closing in on that checkmate. Dan, Empyrean Slayer is going to be game 5, but something we have seen time and time again from a Wobbabobs, they win the Slayers.
They can win the Slayers, and they have already done it once already in the series, and they now need to do it again to stay alive and really give themselves a chance to get back into this grand final. And Empyrean Slayer is going to be an interesting one for me. I think there's going to be a lot of chance for, sniping battles to happen. I'm excited to see who on the Wobbabobs wants to try and take that battle against potentially Chick, who is likely to pick up the sniper rifle, but we also know that anyone on Quadrant can be holding that weapon and doing their best with it at the same time. But a lot of it is going to be down to that overshield and down to that rocket control. That's one of the biggest things that we've seen throughout the entirety of today has been OS control, and what an important factor it is in a lot of these maps and modes.
These players, particularly the likes of SLG, no stranger, Moze, to a Pit Slayer, to an Empyrean Slayer. They've played this map time and time again, have uncountable hours on this map throughout all the different iterations of Halo. But now your experience is up for question. Do you have enough? Can you ice up here? Can you extend the series if you're a Wobbabobs? Can you drag Quadrant into deep water? Or are you about to drown? Because it's right now, Quadrant are on match point and the Wobbabobs on the ropes. Will this game be the final nail in the Wobbabobs coffin? Or can they go one further? Can this Cinderella story be extended? We're about to find out as we get underway in yet another Slayer with a Wobbabobs. Life on the line. Dan, I've done a whole build-up, Dan. I've done a whole build-up.
Did the whole
I've done a whole thing. I've done a whole, and then we have to restart it. I'm not doing it again. You can do it this time.
It's okay. You've got the observer feed, so you can see there's been a restart. But the audience don't know. This is the illusion, you see. We've just got a map fly through right now for everyone. Right. So they just think it's a slow. You could keep building up if you want. You want to keep going? You can hold it.
I could probably do 3 more lines, but then I'm really struggling.
Yeah, then you're really reaching. But, I agree with everything you're saying about this build-up, that this is Quadrant's chance to just solidify what has been an impressive tournament for them, where they've not really faltered too much. Sure, there's been some close games. Maybe they shouldn't have been that close, but you can be champion sometimes by having off games and still winning. As for our Wobbabobs, this is their last chance. This is their real last attempt to show what they're made of on the biggest stage in a grand final against the best team in the region. I think we can say that confidently from what we've seen so far today. And if they do get a victory here in the Slayer, Sherz, then there's very much a chance that things could still turn around. I am not saying this is unachievable whatsoever, even though it's looking likely like a Quadrant win right now. Our Wobbabobs have proved to us that when they have their backs against the wall, they still have what it takes.
Dan, I'll tell you what, give us a quick shields up weapons out when this game starts. Go on. Try it on precise.
Well, I guess
try it on.
The game does start.
If it eventually
maybe start talking about how this game is going to be an absolute banger, right? This is going to be one of the best games. No, I'm not going to try and hype it up. All I'm going to say is shields up and weapons hot as we're underway here in map number 5 of this grand final, and a chance for Quadrant to try and close out this tournament.
Yeah, it still felt forced.
Just give one to me. If I ever turned to you and said yours felt forced, you'd be so offended and upset.
I've created it. I can't force it. Listen, my thing is, it's a thing of beauty. Really should be hung up in museums, but that's for another day. But what we do know is SLG lines up Flux. Good for 2 with a double kill. Legend elsewhere has the rockets, and all the goodies are in the wrong direction if you're a Wobble Bobs fan, because the boys in green and black, they're descending on the enemy base.
This could end up being a little bit of a victory lap here for Quadrant if a Wobble Bobs are not careful. Do not allow them to get in these positions with the sniper rifles. Do not allow them to just go on a tear here. Otherwise, you could be looking at a very one-sided story as Flux is the next victim on SLG's list. You've just made the list! And now we're going to see 12-3 being the scoreline for Quadrant.
I mean, I think the list so far stands at Flux and Flux, so I think he can count himself pretty unlucky that both headshots have landed on his shoulders. But 14 kills to 3 here, and we've seen this before in Empyrean Slayer. But we spoke about Quadrant trying to put an exclamation point on a series, and we could be about to see it here and now.
17-5. This is one of the more difficult positions to find yourself as a player. When you're in a grand final, when you're against one of the best teams in the region, if not one of the best teams in the world. Screw it. I think that they are up there, a top 8 team. And I think that they could certainly push some of the biggest and best North American teams, and we've heard what North American teams have said about this Quadrant roster. Different iterations of this Quadrant roster, may I add. And now you've got to look at Wobble Bobs down 18-7. They're backed into a corner. They're desperately trying to escape in what is a do-or-die game for them. You really get a test of your mental ability and your kind of capabilities in-game in these moments.
10 kills the advantage. We're going to see some power-ups and indeed power weapons very, very shortly. And you can see Quadrant have started to lean over towards Sword just to anticipate that and set up. SLG tries to extend with the heat wave, but instead hands it straight over to a Wobble Bobs, and perhaps hands over the keys and an opening in this game. Maybe an olive branch, but not the kind of one you want. 23 kills to 12. Is this the opportunity that a Wobble Bobs need? You can see Mose has managed to scoop up the overshield, but not able to pop it into his chest, and Chick picks up 2, and Chick's at it again. He's cooking.
No right to win that engagement, no right to get that overshield, and I think that pretty much sums up what's going to be happening in this game. Rockets now in the hands of Legend as well. They've got all the goodies, they've got all the tools, and this is looking fantastic for Quadrant.
Just when you thought the door was opening, Quadrant slam it shut, as they're well and truly on course with this trajectory for a steak dinner. Oh, Bob's trying to 86 it from the menu. Double kill, making a triple kill though for Glory, as he tries to claw his team right back into this, not trying to go out on a whimper, trying to go out on his shield and on his sword. The numbers so heavily stacked against them here. It's going to take a miracle. It's going to take Flux to start finding some faces and finding them fast.
I also love that from Glory, right? He gets the triple kill. He doesn't overextend to get desperate to look for the overkill and go for the flashy play. Instead, he just grabs the plasma pistol. He comes back to his side, and he's probably saying, look, let's reset. I've just got a triple. This is our opportunity to get back into the game now, as Flux manages to put 1 bullet into SLG. It was a body shot, but it's enough to get the kill, and unfortunately can't find the shot onto Legend. We've seen some incredible sniping from Flux today, but on this occasion, not able to survive.
Legend puts down the roadblock, looking for identification if you're going to try and cross that border patrol. 3 dead once more for Wobble Bobs, but something that we're seeing, Dan, is this game is consistently being played in the Wobble Bobs half. It's their side of the map is just completely under siege from Quadrant.
Yeah, as it has been right from the get-go, really, and I think that the big factor of this game and the changing point and the real opportunity that Wobble Bobs had to try and get back into it was that overshield moment, but Chick being able to win that engagement with the battle rifle against the heat wave just made sure that Quadrant could continue their rampage, continue their dominance on this side of the map. And for a Wobble Bobs at 40-24, I think they know in the back of their mind that this game is pretty much done, even though we have seen crazy comebacks. It would have to be the best Halo they've ever played at this point.
All that separates Quadrant and Championship Gold here is 7 kills. And Flux could be put in the history books right here and now as he just about manages to stay alive. Chick drops down, tanks up the overshield quite a bit. Can he get the final shots? Yes, he can. Secures another one for his team. 6 required then.
I mean, after those shots, Chick now understands why he maybe won that battle against the Heatwave earlier, as he couldn't really connect with any of his own. But it's 46 to 28. I said it was a victory lap earlier. You might as well get the victory parade bus out at this point, because this one's sewn up. It's done. It's dusted.
This is the equivalent of F1 after the race of donuts been done out on the track, and it's been absolutely dominant from Quadrant from start to finish in Game 4. Quadrant win the HCS Quadrant 4K. It's Quadrant winning the Quadrant Cup. I expected it, we anticipated it, and it's happened.
It was an expectation. They were the favorites coming into this. There were moments where I was like, hold on, this team might be able to be a real threat, but it is, at the end of it all, Quadrant who come out on top, and Quadrant who still reign supreme here in Europe. I think that this might be a sign of things to come, and I do think that they are going to be Europe's best chance at taking down some of the biggest teams in North America when international competition comes around. But I think another story that we've been able to develop throughout this broadcast is that we have more competition in Europe now. Awababobs, what a performance from them to get into the grand final. We really have to give them credit, regardless of how that series went. They even took games off of Quadrant. They were able to take down JLINGZ, who had beaten Na'Vi as well. Na'Vi in 4th place. We had everything happen in this competition. And what I will say is it looks like Europe is in a healthy place once again. It certainly was looking a little bit scary at times, but we seem to be back on track. And hopefully we have 4 consistent teams now that can work on things and maybe put themselves in international competition.
Yeah, I want to put full credit to Awababobs. This wasn't one of those ones where they happened to squeak a win against Na'Vi and, fumble their way into, a 3rd place finish. They beat Na'Vi, the 2nd seed. They beat the 3rd seed that was also above them, and they took Quadrant to a very good Game 4 and could have been beyond had a couple of things gone their way. I think a lot of good things coming from these Awababobs boys, and I think they can hold their heads high here. And if they can build on this, they could be a really scary roster, not only for Europe, but like you say, for the international stage, excuse me.
I think one of the biggest takeaways I have, I mean, it's both a blessing and a curse that as this broadcast comes to an end, I don't have to say Awababobs anymore.
Yes.
But unfortunately, as they got to the grand final and as they seem to be getting better, I'm going to have to say Awababobs more as they progress. And that worries me, because trying to put that in sentences actually is really difficult, as I've learned today. But yeah, jokes aside, these guys, they've been great. They deserve it as well. They've put in the hard work. They've been through the trials and tribulations. There's been so many team changes. It's always nice to see when a team who has been kind of put through the ringers, Flux dropped from JLINGZ, for example, unwarranted, I would say. And now he's been able to come back, get to a grand final, and show what he's made of with another roster.
I think for the other side of things, Dan, I think good things for this Quadrant roster with heading into what is no doubt going to be a run-in before DreamHack Texas. And they've really shown to us that although there are some weaknesses there for them to work on, they look very, very strong and are going to be a tough task. Particularly, we've seen them with a sub taking the likes of Optic and Sentinels to a Game 5, and if they can work out a couple of their problems, they could be a real tough contender, and perhaps we can finally see a top 6 victory for them. But I'd like to say a massive thank you to our sponsors, not only for Quadrant for throwing this whole thing and putting up 14,000 euros on the line for our European players to contend for, but Elgato, JBL, and Scuff. And speaking of Scuff, Dan, we have a Scuff player of the tournament, and who are you thinking about?
I think that it was very difficult to try and pick one player from today's competition, but it's always easy to go with a winner and someone who's on the winning side. But I think actually I'd like to give it to Glory today. I think that Glory really demonstrated that he is maybe the future of European Halo, and he has helped project this team into a grand final with some incredible performances. And I think he should be extremely proud with the journey that he's come on over the last, year or so, from being an FFA champion to now being at the top of European Halo as well. And I'm excited to see where his career develops. So congrats, Glory, for being the Scuff player of the tournament.
Massive congratulations to Glory for the Scuff player of the tournament. Of course, you are now going to be sent out a Scuff, and hopefully it doesn't mess with any sort of rhythm that you have, because that pad seemed to be working fine for you today. So let's hope it's an upgrade and hope it can push you forward. But what I will say is, again, massive congratulations to Quadrant for being the Quadrant Cup champions, and indeed the sponsors in JBL, in Scuff, and indeed Elgato. But that's all we've got time for here. Congratulations once more to Quadrant. They are your champions. Have a very good night.